This girl, because her favorite comic book character was killed off by the author, for the first time in her life turned into a keyboard warrior, furiously cursing at the author. The result was that she faced karmic retribution. She transmigrated to become the young Lu Minji. The girl was now so furious she couldn't speak. This must be because after reading her messages, the author was also angered to the point of bursting. So late at night, they sought a witch to curse her, causing her to transmigrate into the comic's female lead. However, as she thought about this, the girl suddenly startled. Wait, now I'm in the comic book world. That means I can meet my beloved Sobe, can I? Thinking of this, the girl's eyes lit up, considering this situation to be quite a bargain. Indeed, in life, blessings and misfortunes often come hand in hand. And finally, the girl made her decision. She would accept this identity as Lu Minji, and she would definitely save Lord Suabe, change the fate of his family being exterminated by the tyrant. And the first step in this matter was to escape from the Lu family. A moment later, as Minji was dragging her small body forward, she suddenly stopped. She now clutched her stomach, which was growling and rumbling, and sighed. So hungry, it feels like my chest is sticking to my back. How long has it been since the original owner ate something good? According to the principal, Lu Minji was the child of a concubine, so she wasn't accepted by the Lu family. Since childhood, she had been despised and bullied. Servants skimmed off her food and belongings, always giving her commoners food and clothes. Suddenly, Minji smelled something fragrant. Her eyes immediately lit up as she turned around. She saw Lu Yueqing behind her, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, looking at her with cold mockery. You fool. I heard you haven't gotten out of bed for days. You must be starving to death, right? I brought some delicious food here for you. Hearing these words, Minji couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, thinking to herself, Lu Yueqing relies on being the legitimate daughter to throw her weight around all day. She's been bullying the original owner since childhood, so the original owner could only pretend to be a fool to protect her life. It's truly miserable, not eating enough, not dressing warmly, and still being bullied. I'd better keep pretending to be a fool to preserve my life. At this moment, Lu Yueqing also urged, hurry up and eat, you fool. The maid standing beside quickly opened the food box. Inside were many steamed buns. Seeing this, Minji pretended to be a fool, looking at the buns with an expression of extreme craving. She then immediately reached out her hand, wanted to take a steamed bun. But just at this moment, Lu Yueqing pulled the tray of buns away, revealing the tray of moldy steamed buns underneath. Seeing this, Minji couldn't help but exclaim, wow. Aren't these the moldy buns from the cold palace in those palace dramas? How strange. Lu Yueqing then put on a mocking face and urged Minji to eat quickly. Seeing this, the maid beside her immediately lowered her voice to remind her young mistress. These buns are all moldy. Eating them could be fatal, she said, but Lu Yueqing didn't seem to care much. She's an idiot, and not even human. An idiot can eat anything. How could she die? Hearing these words, Minji couldn't help but laugh inwardly. That's right, I'm pretending to be an idiot now. If I'm supposed to be an idiot, then what should I do to act properly? Lu Yueqing, unaware of Minji's thoughts, happily held out the tray of buns and said, idiot, stop smiling and eat quickly. Seeing this, Minji picked up a moldy bun and slowly brought it to her mouth. However, in the next moment, Minji suddenly threw the bun hard at Lu Yueqing's head and pretended to laugh foolishly. Bijkrbun. Seeing Lu Yueqing cry out in pain, Minji couldn't help but feel satisfied, thinking to herself, wow, 100% critical hit. This bun is even harder than Lu Yueqing's head. It's truly a weapon of mass destruction. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yueqing's maid was also panicking. Young miss, there's a bun-sized lump on your head. However, Minji wasn't ready to stop yet. She was seen moving forward, picking up another moldy bun. Then, after a moment's hesitation, she shoved it straight into Lu Yueqing's mouth. Don't cry, don't cry. Yatbun, Yatbun. Treated this way, Lu Yueqing felt nauseous and quickly pushed Minji away. Seeing this, Minji continued to pretend to be foolish, clapping her hands happily and saying, tasty, tasty. Lu Yueqing's maid was now extremely worried, quickly rushing over. Young miss, The bun might be poisonous. Let me take you to find a doctor. Watching this scene, Minji couldn't help but burst into laughter, thinking to herself, I'm dying of laughter. She's definitely not poisoned. Her stomach will just be a bit uncomfortable. As Lu Yueqing was carried away by her maid, she was furious and glared at Minji, shouting, You stinking idiot, just you wait. I'll call father to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Minji showed no fear at all. She snorted and said, Come on then. Lu Minji isn't so easy to bully anymore. I'm an idiot, so who should I be afraid of? Lu Minji looked at the buns on the ground. She then picked one up, took a bite, and remarked, It tastes so good. When you're hungry for so long, anything tastes delicious. At that moment, a golden dog appeared out of nowhere near Minji and barked once. Minji immediately recognized this dog as an in the original story, and it was the little dog that Lu Minji had picked up. It was Lu Minji's best friend and confidant. Unfortunately, it was later thrown into the water by Lu Yueqing and drowned. Thinking of this, Minji gently offered the bun in front of an inn. You eat some too. Living with me, you're often hungry as well. Seeing an Anne's joy, Minji couldn't help but pet it a few times. Don't worry, from now on, I won't let them bully us anymore. I'm not the same person I used to be. Hearing these words from Minji, Anin seemed to understand and barked happily a few times. Seeing this, Minji smiled and continued with determination. If they come to bully us again, I will definitely fight back. Just then, suddenly a maid rushed in, worried and out of breath. Young miss, are you all right? The maid then quickly approached and touched Minji's face to check on her. I just went out for a moment, and I heard that you made Yueqing cry. Seeing this, Minji immediately thought to herself, so this is a Wu, the maid who always stays close to Lu Minji. She's also the one who treats Lu Minji the best. Wu then worriedly stroked Minji's head. Young Miss Yueqing will surely go and tattle. The madam will definitely come to settle accounts. Even if you're a fool, the madam won't let you off easily. What should we do? Hearing this, Minji immediately put on a foolish expression, because Wu didn't know she was pretending to be foolish. Seeing Minji like this, Wu could only sigh helplessly. You're the only one who can still laugh. I can't even bring myself to smile. However, in her heart, Minji was silently making a resolution. Dare to come and bother me. I'll make you pay back for everything you've done. A moment later, Minji was happily playing with an N and a Wu. Suddenly, from somewhere, came a cursing voice calling her a karmic debt. Lu Yueqing was seen leading the madam towards them. Moreover, several strong servants were following. Seeing this scene, Minji couldn't help but remark, they really came quickly. The madam then angrily spoke up to question her. Lu Minji, you're very bold, being a child of a concubine, yet you dare not understand hierarchy. You even hit the legitimate daughter. With her support present, Lu Yueqing burst into tears and quickly raised her voice to tattle. Yes, I had good intentions and brought meat buns for Sister Minji to eat, but she used those buns to hit me instead. Seeing this scene, Minji was momentarily speechless. So immediately after, she quickly continued to pretend to be foolish. Meat buns hit doggy doggy. Meat buns hit doggy doggy. Hearing these words, Lu Yueqing was nearly driven mad with anger. Mother, that fool is cursing me. Seeing this, the madam could no longer stand idle. She quickly pointed at Minji and shouted angrily, You karmic debt. If I don't beat you until your skin splits and bones show, sooner or later you'll bring disaster to the Lu family. Hearing this, Wu became panic-stricken and hurriedly knelt down, saying, I'm sorry, madam. Young Miss Minji is just a fool. She must have unintentionally offended young Miss Yueqing. If you must blame someone, blame me for not watching her properly. If you want to punish someone, punish me instead. After speaking, Wu sincerely kowtowed, hitting her head hard on the ground. However, the madam didn't care much about Wu at all. She immediately kicked her aside in annoyance. Who do you think you are? You dare to beg in front of me. Seeing this scene, Minji couldn't help but clench her fists in anger and curse silently. This hateful madwoman. How dare she hit my Wu? The madam, on the other hand, could no longer contain herself. She quickly raised her voice and ordered, a Duk, teach this fool a lesson for me. At this, Wu panicked and rushed to embrace Minji, shielding her. No, young Miss Minji is still the master's daughter after all. The madam, seeing this, became irritated and loudly told Wu to let go. However, even though she was beaten mercilessly by the two servants, Wu still refused to let go of Minji. Seeing Wu being dragged away by her hair, Minji could no longer contain herself. She then angrily shouted loudly, "Stop! One bears the consequences of one's own actions. Don't you dare bully my Wu." The madam's group, hearing these words, were shocked and couldn't believe their ears. What? What did you just say? Minji, however, showed no fear at all. She quickly pointed directly at the group and said loudly, "You lot, I've endured for a long time. What gives you the right to hit my Wu?" After speaking, she couldn't help but think to herself, if the old tiger doesn't show its might, you'll think I'm Hello Kitty, huh? The madam, hearing this, was immediately shocked. "So you're not just an ordinary fool. I see you're not quite what you seem. Indeed, you've been pretending to be a fool." But at that moment, Minji's hand suddenly burst into flames. She then confidently raised her voice and challenged, "Come on, I've long wanted to put you all in your place." Seeing this scene, Lu Yueqing and the madam gaped in shock. "Mother, Lu Minji's hand is on fire. Could this be the power of a sacred beast?" In this world, there were 5 great sacred beasts: the fire phoenix, golden tiger, black tortoise, water dragon, and wind qilin. The 5 great sacred beasts had power over the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Therefore, those with sacred beast powers were the very individuals that countries always fought over. Minji inwardly chuckled, thinking, although the fire phoenix's power hasn't fully manifested, throwing a fireball should still be possible. The madam, now somewhat panicked, hurriedly gave an order, "Quickly, capture her and throw her into the water prison." The 2 servants, hearing this, immediately rushed forward. But Minji showed no fear at all. She swiftly threw a fireball towards the group. "Don't you dare bother me." Quickly, under the absolute power, the 2 servants fell unconscious on the spot. Only then did the mother and daughter, Lu Yueqing, fearfully embrace each other. Minji, seeing this, said softly, "Now it's your turn, mother and daughter." Hearing this, the madam immediately panicked and quickly pulled Lu Yueqing to run away. "Don't come here, you madwoman. Let's run." Seeing this, Minji smirked and said, "Want to run? Not a chance." She then threw a fireball towards the main door, blocking it off. The mother and daughter, Lu Yueqing, seeing this scene, immediately became terrified, hugging each other and crying, "The fire is too big. We can't get out. Mother, save me. I don't want to die." Hearing this, Minji smiled and pointed to the dog hole nearby, sarcastically saying, "Want to leave? There's a small door here that's very suitable for the madam and the young Mississippi." The madam, hearing this, felt the blood rush to her head. She then exploded in anger, screaming, "You dog shit. Isn't that a dog hole?" Minji, however, couldn't care less. She immediately raised a fireball and said, "If you don't want to crawl through, then you want to stay here and become roasted humans." Hearing this, the madam immediately panicked and quickly pushed Lu Yueqing towards the dog hole. "You're crazy, Lu Minji. Ching Ching, hurry and run." Then the madam also threw away her dignity and crawled through the dog hole. But the hole was too small, so she got stuck halfway through. Seeing the madam's 2 fragrant peaches right in front of her, Minji's eyes couldn't help but light up. She quickly ordered an "Go help the madam, will you?" And so, right after that, and then without hesitation, rushed forward and bit hard into that soft peach, causing the madam to roar in pain. "Ah, it's killing me." Finally, with an Anne's assistance, the madam managed to crawl through successfully. However, the lower part of her peach had a large tear. She was then both angry and embarrassed. Quickly using her hands to cover herself, she led Lu Yueqing away. Yet, she didn't forget to loudly threaten Minji. "You just wait. I'll find the master and report your karmic debt of a self." A moment later, Wu stepped forward, placing her hand on Minji's shoulder, asking worriedly, "Young miss, so you've been pretending to be foolish all along?" Hearing this, Minji didn't hide it and frankly replied, "That's right. I pretended to be foolish to suffer less bullying. It was just for self-defense." Wu, hearing this, looked remorseful and stroked Minji's cheek. "Pretending for so long, it must have been so hard for you. It's all because I wasn't capable enough to protect you well. young miss. Hearing this, Minji gently took Awoo's hand and said, Awoo, you've done very well already. After speaking, Minji couldn't help but think to herself. In the comic, Awoo, in order to protect Minji, endured a lot of bullying from the young miss and the madam. Life was truly very hard. Thinking of this, Minji smiled confidently and said, I have the power of the Fire Phoenix. From now on, no one can bully us anymore. However, Awoo, hearing this, immediately shook her head sadly. Now that the madam knows you have the power of the Fire Phoenix, this is not good. At that very moment, the plot content once again appeared in Minji's mind. Currently, the emperor was searching for children with sacred beast powers throughout the country. The children who were taken away all turned into monsters, neither human nor beast, neither ghost nor demon. Moreover, to expand the sacred beast power within their bodies, each child would have a demon core implanted in them. They would undergo all kinds of experiments. However, most of the children couldn't withstand the magical trials. As a result, they lost their humanity and became deformed monsters. Only those chosen by heaven could complete the trials. They would transform into sacred beasts with immense power, becoming killing tools controlled by the state. In the original story, after the master of the Lu family discovered the Fire Phoenix within Minji, he immediately sold her to the imperial court. For the next 10 years, Minji underwent a magical experiment that was incredibly terrifying and bloody. Her sacred beast power was fully awakened. In the end, she transformed into the Fire Phoenix, conquering cities and killing countless people. She became a killing tool for the Xian Kingdom. And this was the beginning of Lu Minji's life full of suffering. Moreover, now that the madam had informed the family master, they would surely come to capture her very soon. Thinking of this, Minji seriously said, Awoo, we must escape from this house. Awoo, hearing this, was shocked and startled. You want to escape from the Lu family? Minji immediately nodded and replied, Yes, I want to run away. Saying this, Minji also took Awoo's hand and said, Awoo, come leave with me. If they can't find me, they surely won't let you off either. By then, you'll be in danger. Hearing this, Awoo's tears involuntarily welled up. She caressed Minji's face and said, All right, let's leave together. Besides, I wouldn't feel at ease letting young Miss go alone. Minji, seeing Awoo agree, was overjoyed. As night fell, Awoo stealthily opened the back gate of the Lu mansion. Observing that no one was around, she quickly grabbed Minji's hand and pulled her along. We'll run into the southern mountains and forests. Following the river, we can reach the capital. Moreover, my elder sister Au is in the capital. Once we get there, she'll take care of us. Hearing this, Minji's eyes lit up with anticipation. Capital, Lord Subei, here I come. The scene shifts to the study in the Lu mansion. After hearing everything from the madam, the family master, Lu Bajao, was shocked. He slammed his hand on the table. What? That little girl Minji is actually a sacred beast vessel. Our Lu family is about to prosper. The madam, hearing this, said irritably, Ching and I were almost burned to death by her. The Lu family has given birth to such a vicious creature. We must immediately deal with this and drive her out of the house. But before she could finish speaking, Lu Bajao gave her a slap and angrily shouted, You ignorant fool. Do you know that the emperor is now searching throughout the land for children with sacred beast powers? If we hand Minji over to the court, not only will we be richly rewarded, but we can also gain a noble title. We're going to prosper this time. The madam, having been slapped, was frightened. She held her face and stammered, Yes. Minji is indeed a goose that lays golden eggs. Lu Bajao's expression gradually turned sinister. He said, You quickly lead people to Minji's room. I'll go meet with the prefecture lord. A moment later, the madam rushed back into the study, panicking. It's not good, master. That girl Minji is nowhere to be found. The little brat has run away. Lu Bajao, upon hearing this, was thunderstruck. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground. He then quickly panicked and shouted loudly, Everything's ruined. Hurry and send people to chase after her. Everyone pursue her for me. We must bring Minji back here. A moment later, in the forest, at this time, many people from the Lu family were carrying torches searching for Minji. Moreover, they had brought dogs to track Minji's scent in case she was hiding. Just then, the one-eyed leader spoke up loudly. The master orders that we must capture young Miss Minji at all costs. That little brat's body harbors a sacred beast. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate quickly stepped forward to report, Brother Z, I've found traces of the young miss. After saying this, he quickly pointed towards a piece of Minji Minji's clothing on a nearby tree branch. ZCA, seeing this, immediately said excitedly, "Excellent." Quickly released the dogs to pursue. So they then brought the cloth to the hunting dogs to sniff. After catching the scent, the dogs swiftly rushed into the forest. On the other side, Awu stood on high ground and saw many torchlights. She immediately felt uneasy. So she then turned to call Minji, "Young miss, run quickly. The Liu family's people are chasing us." Minji, who was eating a piece of bread, heard this and almost choked to death. She couldn't help but think to herself, the Liu family people came too quickly. So right after that, both of them didn't hesitate and quickly ran away. Seeing the Liu family's people about to catch up, Awu couldn't help but anxiously urge, "Run faster, young Mississippi. We can't let them catch us." Minji turned her head to look back, her heart filled with worry. Damn it, how could they find us so quickly? They both then tried their best to run away. However, very soon the hunting dogs caught up and blocked their way. Seeing the fierce hunting dogs in front, Awu immediately turned back, looking for an escape route. But just then, ZCA and his subordinates appeared, surrounding the two of them. "Young Miss Minji, so you were here. You really made us search until we were exhausted." Minji, as a die-hard fan of the comic, of course recognized these people as the henchmen of the Liu family. ZCA then smiled happily at Minji, waving his hand and saying, "How can you escape now? Your father is now heartbroken and very upset." But Minji, hearing this, immediately shouted angrily, "Don't think I don't know that fake crocodile is only heartbroken because he lost his money tree. A person who would sell his own daughter for wealth and status. Such a person doesn't deserve to be my father at all." ZCA, seeing that gentle words wouldn't work, stepped forward, twisting his arm threateningly. "Young miss, don't spout such nonsense to me. Come back obediently with me. Don't force me to hit you." But just then, suddenly, Awu pulled out a knife from her clothes. She then quickly stepped forward, shielding Minji. "Don't you dare come closer. The young miss, and I would rather die than return to the Liu family." Hearing this, ZCA sneered at Awu. "Since when did you become so brave? Not only did you help the young miss escape, but you dare to face me with a knife." Awu, though terribly frightened, still responded with great determination, "Don't come any closer. If you do, don't blame me for being ruthless." As she finished speaking, she lunged forward, thrusting the knife towards ZCA. However, her weak attack was easily blocked by him. "Who do you think you are? Just a lowly servant. Yet you dare to act brave in front of me." As he finished speaking, ZCA, without any mercy, punched Awu hard in the face, causing her to cough up blood and fall to the ground. Seeing this, Minji became extremely worried, but ZCA had already turned to look at her. "Young miss, you'd better come back with me obediently." However, just as he finished speaking, Awu struggled to pick up a nearby rock. Then, without hesitation, she threw it hard at ZCA's head, causing him to bleed on the spot. Awu then immediately rushed forward with all her might, tightly hugging ZCA's legs, and shouted for Minji to run away quickly. However, this action directly enraged ZCA. He then, boiling with anger, unleashed a series of powerful punches on Awu's face. "Let go of me, damn it." But no matter how much Awu was beaten, she refused to let go. "Young miss, don't worry about me. Young miss, run quickly." Losing all patience, ZCA, without hesitation, pulled out the knife from his belt. Then he stabbed it forcefully into Awu's back. Witnessing this scene, Minji was stunned speechless. She then burst into tears of pain and shouted loudly, telling ZCA to stop. As her sorrow gradually turned to anger, Minji's sacred beast power once again ignited. Minji then looked at ZCA with fury and shouted, "I'll kill you." But just at that moment, suddenly, someone with a staff appeared behind Minji. Taking advantage of Minji's distraction, he swung the staff, knocking her out on the spot. After doing so, he cheerfully said, "ZCA, this girl can create fire with her bare hands. Terrifying. Is this truly the power of a sacred beast? It's indeed rare. No wonder she can be sold for a good price." Minji, having received a heavy blow, was unable to activate her sacred beast power anymore. She could only painfully crawl towards Awu. Minji then kept touching Awu's body, trying to wake her up, but Awu just lay there, without any movement at all. ZCA then approached, grabbed Minji's hair, and pulled her head up. "Young miss, if you don't want to die, obediently come back with me." But the more Minji heard, the more irritated she became, so she spat right in his face. "Pa, I won't forgive you even if I die, you beast." ZCA, being treated like this by Minji, was so angry he gnashed his teeth. He then couldn't control himself and grabbed Minji's neck, lifting her up. "You're just the child of a concubine. Who do you think you are, daring to show off in front of me?" As he finished speaking, ZCA raised his staff. "Watch me beat you half to death." However, before he could strike, an arrow was shot from afar. The arrow flew accurately, piercing straight into ZCA's arm, causing him to cry out in pain and release his grip on Minji. ZCA, now enraged to the extreme, immediately shouted, "Who is it? Come out and face me." A figure was seen majestically riding a horse towards them. His entire being exuded an unparalleled aura as he spoke in a deep voice. "Stray dog, how dare you bark so loudly in front of this prince? Release that girl immediately." Minji, of course, recognized this person. He was the character she loved the most in the comic, Lord Suabe. Minji could hardly believe her eyes. "Am I dreaming?" Meanwhile, Zise angrily pulled the arrow out of his arm and said, "You mongrel, you dare to ambush me. Kill him for me, quickly." Hearing this, Suabe coldly dismounted and replied in a deep voice, "Oh, you got quite a mouth on you." Seeing the Liu family's men charging towards him, Suabe quickly drew his sword. In the next instant, Suabe, with just one move, was able to defeat all of these men. ZCA, witnessing this scene, became even more enraged. "With so many people, and you can't even last one round. All of you are truly useless." As he finished speaking, he drew his knife and charged forward himself. "Watch my prowess." However, Suabe only needed to swing his sword a few times. Zise immediately had to bow his head and beg for mercy. "Spare my life. This lowly one knows not the height of heaven nor the depth of earth. This lowly one was blind. Please spare this dog's life." Seeing this, Suabe sighed and slowly sheathed his sword. "What a waste to sully my blade with such filth." Hearing this, ZCA immediately said, "Your Excellency speaks truly. This lowly one is but dog excrement, not worthy of dirtying your Excellency's hands." Suabe, no longer paying attention to him, then turned and extended his hand to Minji, asking, "Little girl, can you stand up?" Minji immediately smiled happily, grasping Suabe's hand and replying, "Lord Suabe, is it really you?" Suabe, hearing this, was a bit surprised. "How do you know this, prince?" However, at this moment, ZCA had secretly drawn a knife. It was all just an act. "You useless fool. Did you really believe it?" Thinking this, he swiftly lunged with the knife to attack Suabe from behind. "Die for me." Suabe reacted at this moment. However, he wasn't quick enough to respond, and Minji, seeing Suabe in danger, didn't hesitate. She immediately activated her power. She then launched a fireball towards ZCA. Suabe, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished, because he, of course, knew that what Minji had just used was the power of a sacred beast. On the other side, ZCA, hit by Minji's attack, had his head catch fire, causing him to cry out in pain. Seeing this, Suabe immediately gave him a punch, sending him flying into a nearby tree. After that, Suabe angrily stepped forward, drawing his sword to ZCA's throat. "Your shamelessness, you little wretch, has truly opened my eyes. How can such a scum deserve to live in this world?" Hearing this, Zise immediately panicked and shouted, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." But just then, Minji stepped forward and spoke. "Wait a moment, Lord Suabe." ZCA, seeing this, immediately rejoiced inwardly. "Young Miss Minji, are you going to save me?" Suabe, also somewhat puzzled, turned to look at Minji. "What is it? Do you want to spare him? He just tried to take your life, you know?" However, Minji immediately shouted in anger, "I absolutely will not forgive him." As she said this, Minji once again used her sacred beast power, quickly creating a fireball. "Lord Suabe, please sheathe your sword. This man killed the only family I had. I must take revenge with my own hands." Hearing this, Suabe couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, "This little girl values loyalty and righteousness. She even has familial affection. She's truly extraordinary." Thinking this, Suabe sheathed his sword. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad in his heart. Images from the past immediately flooded his mind. Back then, his daughter Yinner was also a bearer of sacred beast power. She was an incredibly lively and lovable girl. They often played happily together. Returning to the present, ZCA, seeing Minji slowly approaching, couldn't help but feel terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. Young Miss, wait. Awu was just a lowly servant. She had no relation to you, so there's no need to be so angry. It's just, but Minji, hearing these words, became even more furious and shouted, if Awu using her life to protect me doesn't count as family, then does a scoundrel who hands his daughter over to officials count as family? Hearing this, ZCA hurriedly tried to explain, this was the master's order. What else could I do? Besides, the emperor is searching for children with sacred beast powers across the country. Suabe, standing to the side, hearing these words, couldn't help but be stunned. Years ago, after learning that his daughter Yun'er had sacred beast power, the emperor had directly issued an imperial edict to take her away. By imperial decree, young Miss Yun is a child with sacred beast power. She is a national treasure. Today she must enter the palace to be nurtured. Suabe, hearing this, couldn't help but panic inwardly. No. Yun'er is not some national treasure. She's my family. But under the emperor's pressure, to protect the lives of his entire family, Sobe had to grit his teeth and hand Yun'er over. Back to the present, Lu Minji, now enraged, shouted loudly, throwing a palm strike towards Ise. Shut up. Anyone who hurts my family is my enemy. Suabe, standing to the side witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel impressed. Truly worthy of being a child with sacred beast power. ZCA, hit by Minji's attack, burst into flames. He screamed in agony, continuously. Minji watched as his life force slowly faded away. Only then did her heart feel slightly relieved. Awu, you can close your eyes now. I've avenged you. But just at this moment, Minji suddenly felt extremely dizzy. She quickly staggered and fell. My body, what's wrong? I have no strength left. Seeing this, Suabe immediately moved forward to support Minji. He then gently embraced her. Looking at Minji's small, determined face, Suabe couldn't help but feel nostalgic. If Yun'er were still alive, she would probably be about this age now. Suabe then instructed his guards to prepare and bury Awu properly. He then gently picked up Minji and left. 3 days later, in a luxurious mansion, sunlight gradually illuminated the room. Minji slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings, Minji couldn't help but wonder where she was. She then sat up confused. How long have I been asleep? Wasn't I in the forest? Just then, a sudden noise outside the door caught Minji's attention. She saw 2 children standing there. Minji, of course, recognized the identity of these 2. They were Yuesheng and Xingmu, Suobe's sons. So Minji then put on a kind expression, smiling at Yuesheng and Xingmu, saying, look at these 2 little ones, not yet grown up, so tiny and adorable. Yuesheng and Xingmu, seeing Minji's behavior, couldn't help but feel suspicious. Brother, look at that fool's face. Could she really be an idiot? By the looks of it, she doesn't seem very bright. Did she eat some strange mushroom? Hearing this, Minji felt her temper rising. I take back what I said earlier. These 2 aren't adorable at all. But right after that, Minji quickly understood the situation. No good. If I want to stay here, I need to get along with Yuesheng and Xingmu. Thinking this, Minji put on a cute expression and said, my head isn't a problem at all. Seeing this, Xingmu immediately pondered and spoke, I heard that after eating that kind of mushroom, a 7-colored mushroom grows on your head. Yuesheng, hearing this, immediately got excited and rushed to examine Minji's head. Really? That's so amazing. Little fool, let me see if mushrooms have grown on your head yet. If mushrooms have grown, I'll bury you in the ground and water you. This statement directly angered Minji. She then, boiling with rage, bit Yuesheng's hand hard. This caused the young man to cry out in pain. Why did you bite me? Minji calmly replied, I like biting you. Xingmu, standing nearby, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh and tease. My foolish little brother got bitten by a little fool. Is this what they call 2 fools? Very soon after, Suabe also arrived. However, as soon as he entered the room, he was surprised by the scene before him. He saw that Yuesheng and Minji were fiercely battling each other, full of energy. A moment later, the mansion steward had prepared the tea table. The 4 of them, including Suabe, sat down to talk. However, Minji and Yuesheng were still like cats and dogs, irritably turning their faces away, not looking at each other. Yuesheng then spoke up, bored, Father, why did you bring this fool home? Hearing this, Sube immediately startled and replied, her name isn't Fool. Her name is. But as he said this, The young man embarrassedly turned to Minji and asked, "What is your name again?" Hearing this, Minji immediately smiled and said, "My name is Minji. I've cut ties with the Liu family, so just call me Minji." However, Yuexing quickly showed his displeasure and interrupted, "Where are you from? Do you want to become our sister? I don't need a sister like you. My sister's name is a Yun, not a fool like you." Hearing these words, Minji was immediately startled, thinking to herself, "A Yun is Lord Su Bei's deceased daughter. Her background is very similar to mine. In the original story, a Yun also had sacred beast powers, so she was ordered by the emperor to enter the palace. In the end, due to a failed magical experiment, she died tragically in the palace. Although the emperor had heavily rewarded with many treasures and lands, what use were those things? The death of his daughter had always been a great pain in Suo Bei's life. Suo Bei had spent his entire life living in pain, self-blame, and shame. Thinking of this, Minji's eyes became determined. "This time, I will definitely save Lord Suo Bei." So Minji then quickly stood up and said loudly, "That's right. I do want to become your sister." Hearing this, Yuexing was shocked. On the spot, but Minji now pointed directly at Suo Bei and said, "Lord Subei, will you be my father? I've always wanted to be your daughter." Seeing this, Subei was surprised as he looked at the child before him. The image of Yun'er now hazily appeared beside Minji. Yuexing and Xingmu were also stunned by Minji's action. Subei was silent for a moment. Then he burst into joyful laughter. Seeing this, Xingmu had a different view of Minji. "You've got guts. This little fool doesn't seem so foolish after all." However, Yuexing quickly voiced his objection. "No, I don't agree. I don't want this. Father, you can't listen to that little brat." However, Suo Bei gently reached out to pat Yuexing's head, interrupting him. "All right, that's enough. Let's all go out for an excursion together." Hearing this, Xingmu was immediately astonished. Since sister, a Yun, passed away, father has never taken us out for an excursion. Yet today he suddenly changed his mind. Suo Bei then quickly stood up and turned to instruct the steward Fuzhong. "Prepare the carriage. I want to go to Nan Mountain." Hearing this, Fuzhong immediately responded respectfully, "I'll prepare it right away." Very soon after, the carriage was ready. Suo Bei's family quickly stepped out. Seeing this, Fuzhong approached and said, "Your Highness and the young masters will ride in this carriage. Young Miss Minji will ride in the one behind." Hearing this, Minji walked to the back carriage and inspected it. "It's too small and shabby. Moreover, it smells awful." Yuexing, seeing this, immediately mocked, "This carriage suits a fool like you perfectly." Steward Fuzhong quickly showed remorse and explained, "Young Miss Minji, there's a difference in status. The rules of hospitality are also different. Those who aren't wealthy all ride in this carriage." But just then, Suo Bei spoke up. "Fuzhong, do you really want Minji to ride in this rustic, dilapidated carriage?" Hearing this, Fuzhong looked confused and asked, "Then what is your Highness's wish?" Suo Bei immediately frowned and said, "Didn't you hear earlier? She wants to become this prince's daughter. If she really becomes a princess in the future, you'll be in trouble then." Hearing this, Fuzhong immediately jumped, trembling as he apologized profusely. It was Fuzhong's carelessness and negligence. "I'll immediately prepare a carriage like the young masters." A moment later, the carriage was replaced. Suo Bei's family quickly set off for Nan Mountain. After a tiring journey, Suo Bei's family finally arrived. Looking at the beautiful scenery before them, Minji couldn't help but ask in amazement, "Lord Subei, where is this?" Hearing this, Suo Bei explained that this was the sea of flowers in the mortal realm. The blue sky cast down warm sunlight. Small flowers grew freely, blooming all over the land. Suo Bei then bent down and picked a flower. After doing so, he softly said to Minji standing beside him, "You should pick one too and give it to your maid." Hearing these words, Minji was startled. Remembering a Wu, the image of a Wu smiling gently immediately appeared in Minji's mind. It made her involuntarily shed tears. Seeing this, Suo Bei pointed ahead and said, "Earlier, after you fell unconscious, I had someone bury a Wu. Just ahead, a simple grave stood lonely amidst the sea of flowers." Minji then quickly went over and placed a flower on a Wu's grave. Kneeling before a Wu's grave, a feeling of remorse quickly welled up in Minji's heart. "A Wu, I'm so sorry I couldn't save you. If only I had been a little stronger, you surely wouldn't have left me." As she said this, Minji immediately burst into tears, blaming herself. "I'm useless. I should have used the sacred beast power earlier to save you." Seeing this scene, Suabe immediately reached out to pat Minji's head comfortingly. Awu is resting peacefully here now. You don't need to force yourself like this. You've already done very well. You're just a child. You shouldn't say such things, nor should you bear so much burden. Hearing these words, Minji looked up, gazing at Suabe with glistening eyes. Seeing this, Suabe gently embraced her. You just need to be like a child. Laugh when you want to laugh. Cry when you want to cry. Play when you want to play. Or be spoiled if you want to be spoiled. You don't need to think so much about other things. I'll take care of them. Hearing this, Minji was deeply moved and thought to herself, as expected of my idol. Lord Suabe, you'll always be my hero. Meanwhile, Yuesheng was stomping his feet, angry about why his father was hugging that fool. Hearing this, Xingmu calmly replied, because she's crying. However, upon hearing this, Yuesheng was so angry that he started crying and shouting, when I cry, why doesn't father hug me? It's so unfair. Seeing this, Xingmu replied without hesitation, when you cry, you roll on the ground with snot and tears flying everywhere. Even if I were father, I wouldn't hug you either. A while later, Suabe's family had moved to another location. Xingmu then quickly picked up a bouquet of flowers and gave it to Suabe, saying, Father, these are for you. Suabe nodded and accepted the bouquet. I'll go visit Yunner's grave first. You all stay here and enjoy yourselves. Hearing this, Xingmu obediently nodded. Yes, I understand. He thought to himself, Father always visits Yunner's grave alone. He doesn't allow us to go with him. Fuzhong and the guard standing nearby quickly bowed their heads. We bid you farewell, my lord. And so, Suabe quickly departed alone. After he left, Yuesheng immediately turned to Minji. Hey fool, you were fake crying earlier, weren't you? Hearing this, Minji retorted, why would I need to? However, Yuesheng quickly gave Minji a contemptuous look and said, it must be. I know you were just pretending. Minji, seeing this, angrily shouted, what do you know? You don't know anything. In her heart, she was thinking irritably, patience, patience. I can't speak carelessly. But Yuesheng still wouldn't let it go and moved closer to Minji's face, saying in an annoying tone, I don't believe you. Then the young man even used his hands to pull his own face to tease Minji further. Minji, seeing this silly face, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Seeing this, Yuesheng quickly made another funny face. Minji, upon seeing it, laughed so hard her stomach hurt, saying, stop it. You look just like an idiot. Yuesheng, hearing this, calmly replied, I'm not an idiot. I know you were fake crying. Xingmu, standing to the side, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh, thinking to himself, my two younger siblings are more like fools. Being teased constantly by Yuesheng, Minji couldn't stand it anymore, so she chased after him, wanted to teach the young man a lesson. This is too much. I'm still feeling very upset. You doing this makes me not know what to do. I'll beat you to death. Yuesheng, while running, cheerfully taunted, nah nah. That's what you get for deceiving people. The young man then quickly stuck out his buttocks in front of Minji. Can't catch me, can't catch me. Come and chase me, you fool. Minji, seeing this scene, was so angry her whole body trembled. So she then furiously charged towards Yuesheng. You stinky brat, stop right there. Seeing this, Yuesheng quickly ran away. I'm going to tell father you were fake crying earlier. Now you're able to laugh happily. And so, the two of them, one chasing and one fleeing, soon went quite a distance. However, because he was so focused on teasing Minji, Yuesheng didn't pay attention to what was in front of him. As a result, he slipped, then he plunged straight down the cliff. Minji was no better off because she couldn't stop in time. She naturally shared the same fate as Yuesheng. They tumbled several times before landing. Yuesheng finally sat up, rubbing his head, confused about where they were. However, just then Minji fell straight down, crashing directly into the young man's head. As a result, both of them were gifted with an additional bump on their heads. Minji painfully held her head, groaning. Meanwhile, Yuesheng angrily shouted, "What are you doing? You're killing me." But at that very moment, suddenly two young men carrying weapons appeared, loudly declaring, "This road was opened by us. This tree was planted by us." As they said this, the two young men quickly assumed a threatening posture. "If you want to pass, you must leave a toll fee." Minji and Yuesheng, seeing this scene, were utterly bewildered, saying, "These mountain bandits are quite embarrassing, aren't they?" And in her heart, Minji was thinking, "This shameless slogan stolen from Tiger Shame is so bad I could use my toes to build 3 rooms in a hall." However, upon closer inspection of Yueshing and Minji, the two bandits were completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Are these two kids? Oh, where did these wild kids come from? Don't get in the way of our business. Scram to the side and play. However, upon hearing these words, Yueshing's pride was hurt. This made him immediately angry and shout loudly. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am the second son of the Jin Wang's mansion, named Yueshing. Minji, standing to the side, watching Yueshing like this, couldn't help but feel helpless, cursing inwardly. You fool, suddenly offering yourself up to the bandits. Do you want to die? The two bandits on this side, after hearing Yueshing's words, their eyes immediately lit up, thinking to themselves, we've struck gold. We're rich. So the leader then smiled and asked, are you really the prince's son? Yueshing, thinking the two were afraid, smugly smiled and said loudly, of course I am. Now that you know who I am, hurry up and kneel down. But before he could finish his sentence, the leader immediately stepped forward and tied him up. Then he hoisted him onto his shoulder, preparing to leave. Seeing Yueshing in danger, Minji quickly used her sacred beast power to create a fireball, intending to deal with the two men to save him. However, before she could do anything, she was struck by one of the bandits, who used the hilt of his sword to knock her unconscious. A moment later, the two bandits had brought Yueshing and Minji to a mountain cave and thrown them to the ground. While Minji remained silent, Yueshing quickly panicked and shouted, ouch. You've hurt me. Let me go right now. The bandit leader, sitting above, seeing Yueshing like this, coldly glanced at him. However, seeing that these people wouldn't listen to him, Yueshing immediately became angry and shouted loudly, can't you hear? Let me go now. However, Minji quickly spoke up to advise him, stop making noise. What's the use of talking now? The two bandits then immediately smiled, fawningly approaching their leader and saying, Boss Liu, we're about to get rich. We've caught the prince's son and brought him here. Hearing this, the leader immediately panicked, his face turning pale, and asked again, the prince. The son of which prince? The man named Jin then replied, that's right, it's the second son of the Jin Wang's mansion. However, the leader, hearing this news, became so angry that he cried out with tears in his eyes, have you gone mad? You dare to touch the prince's son? How many heads do you have to chop off? Are you trying to get us all killed? But Jian still calmly replied, Boss Liu, we have one head each. The leader, seeing this, became even more enraged and scolded, are you, brother, stupid? What have I always taught you? Hearing this, the two bandits answered in unison, to get rich, one must first be crazy. Hearing these words, the leader was directly choked, unable to speak. However, very soon after, he burst into joyful laughter and said, not bad. Even daring to touch a prince. You little brats have gone completely mad. Looks like we're about to strike it rich this time. Hearing this, the two bandits became excited and cheered along. Get rich. Get rich. Get rich. Minji, watching this scene from the side, thought to herself, Wang Gulu, who calls himself Boss Liu, is a mountain bandit in the original story who's mentally unstable and very bloodthirsty. I didn't expect to meet him so soon. However, just at that moment, Yueshing's angry voice rang out, interrupting Minji's thoughts. You lunatics, let me go right now. My father will definitely catch all of you. As soon as he finished speaking, a hand reached out and slapped Yueshing hard across the face. After doing so, Wang Gulu coldly looked at him and said, shut up, you little brat. Yueshing, having been hit, immediately held his face and cried loudly, you dare to hit me. Even my father has never hit me. Hearing this, Wang Gulu laughed awkwardly and turned to ask the two bandits, gentlemen, what's the punishment for assaulting royalty? The blonde bandit, hearing this, immediately replied, Boss Liu, you're not talking nonsense, are you? According to the law, there's only one punishment, death. Hearing this, Wang Gulu cheerfully said, great, now we're on the path to death. So it's either get rich or die. As he said this, he turned and patted Yueshing's head, cut off one of this brat's fingers and sent it to the prince. Prove that his stupid son is in my hands. If he doesn't pay up, we'll cut off something else, huh? Whether he's a prince or the Jade Emperor himself, he'll definitely panic and obediently hand over the money. The blonde bandit, hearing this, immediately raised a small knife and excitedly said, great idea, Boss Liu. Hearing that the two bandits wanted to cut off his hand, Yueshing became frightened and cried out loudly, no, don't cut off my hand. But of course, the two didn't care and quickly pressed his hand down. They prepared to cut off his hand. Seeing this scene, Minji smiled and calmly spoke up. How much money do you want? Do you know how much money the prince has? If you ask for too little, you'll lose out. Hearing this, Wang Gula pondered and said, how much money, you ask? Happiness came so fast, I haven't thought it through. Before, we've never caught such a big fish like this. Seeing this, Minji quickly asked, why don't you name a figure and see? Wang Gulu, hearing this, counted on his fingers and said, 100,000 taels. No, 1,000,000. Wait, 5,000,000 would be right. However, when Minji heard this number, she burst into laughter. 5,000,000. Are you trying to make the prince laugh to death? In the prince's mansion, even one of the 7 gems from the 7-star treasure sword is worth 7,000,000 taels. Wang Gulu, hearing this, became suspicious and stepped forward to look at Minji, asking, how do you know the prince's mansion has the 7-star treasure sword? Who are you? After speaking, he thought to himself, how come this little girl, so young in age, has such a mature way of speaking? The blonde bandit on the side had already hurriedly shaken his head and said, I don't know, Boss Lu. We just grabbed them on a whim. However, Minji quickly smirked and said, why do I know? Because I have the same ambitions as you. I also want to be a crazy rich person. How much ransom money is enough for you? If we give you 5,000,000 taels, will you be able to move it? Will you be able to escape? So why not go directly to the prince's mansion and take that rare treasure instead? Wang Gulu, after hearing this, nodded slightly. Makes sense. Your words have vision. With the leader taking the bait, Minji immediately continued, I was about to become the prince's daughter. I was thinking of a chance to steal those treasures. I didn't expect you to ruin my good plan. Hearing these words, Yueshing immediately panicked and shouted, you scoundrel. I knew you had no good intentions. However, Minji paid no attention to him and continued speaking. It's not too late. This can still be turned around. Wang Gulu, now intrigued, moved closer to Minji and asked in a low voice, so little sister, what do you have in mind? The bandits then quickly untied Minji's bonds. Minji slowly approached Yueshing and said, use this fool to lure the tiger from the mountain. As she finished speaking, she directly snatched the jade pendant from Yueshing's waist. Then she quickly handed it to Wang Gulu, saying, take this jade pendant and say this guy is trapped in a large mountain crevice. When the prince hears this news, he'll surely immediately send people to rescue him. That's when we can raid the Jin Wang's mansion. I know a secret passage to infiltrate the mansion. Having his jade pendant taken, Yueshing became so angry his face darkened as he shouted, give me back my jade pendant. That's my mother's. Wang Gulu, on the other side, after hearing Minji's words, couldn't help but happily clap his hands in approval. Smart, smart. Truly an intelligent little sister. After speaking, he quickly pointed at Yueshing and ordered the 2 men, you 2 watch this brat. The rest, follow me to raid the Jin Wang's mansion. The blonde bandit, hearing this, immediately smiled and nodded. Understood, Boss Lu. You can rest assured and leave it to us brothers. After delegating everything, Wang Gulu directly placed his sword against Minji's neck and told her to lead the way quickly. With no choice, Minji had to follow his orders. Go through the mountain in front. At the foot of the mountain is the prince's mansion. Wang Gula's group, hearing this, quickly followed. Behind Minji, after walking for a while, they arrived at a large open area nearby. Suabe was kneeling before his daughter's grave. He then softly called out the name Yuner. Images of when a Yun was still alive quickly flooded Suabe's mind. Back then, he was happily carrying a Yun for a walk. Yuner, you have to enter the palace tomorrow. Are you afraid? A Yun, hearing this, happily replied, with father by my side, a Yun isn't afraid of anything. Just at this moment, Minji led Wang Gulu's group close to where Suabe was. Wang Gulu, puzzled, spoke up, yet there's a grave here. A subordinate, hearing this, quickly said, Boss Lu, there's someone at that grave. Suabe had already noticed Wang Gula's group. Knowing this was a good opportunity, Minji quickly used her Fire Phoenix power to launch a fireball towards the bandits. Wang Gula's group was caught off guard by Minji's action, taken by surprise. They all immediately panicked and retreated, dodging the flames. Seizing the moment, Minji quickly ran towards Suabe. She then quickly shouted loudly, calling out, Lord Suabe. However, Wang Gulu had now become thoroughly enraged and raised his sword. You little bitch, how dare you deceive me? You're truly seeking death. As he finished speaking, he stomped his foot and leaped straight towards Minji. Seeing Wang Gulu about to reach Minji, Suo Bei quickly drew his sword. He then stomped his foot and rushed towards Minji. Suo Bei and Wang Gulu then collided with each other, causing an explosion that shook heaven and earth. As the smoke cleared, Suo Bei was holding Minji. She then slowly opened her eyes. She saw Suo Bei blocking Wang Gulu's sword, angrily asking, "Who gave you permission to enter this graveyard?" Wang Gulu, being blocked, was so angry he gnashed his teeth. Meanwhile, in the cave, Yuesheng was being teased by the two bandits. They patted his head and pinched his cheeks. This drove him mad with anger as he shouted, "Let me go. My father will come and kill you all." Hearing this, Jiayin laughed and said, "Ha, then I'm your father too. Come on, call me Dad." The blonde bandit quickly interrupted, "Stupid child, you've been tricked. I'm your real father." Yuesheng grew angrier with each word. "Get your hands off me. I'll bite you." But just at that moment, a voice came from behind. "Are my two little brothers having fun?" Hearing this, the two bandits were puzzled and turned around. They saw Shimu coldly holding a sword, standing at the cave entrance. The two bandits were even more bewildered. "Where did another kid come from? Who are you?" Yuesheng, seeing Xingmu, immediately called out joyfully, "Big brother." Xingmu then laughed and spoke, "If your ears aren't working well, it seems your brains aren't either. I already said he's my little brother." As soon as he finished, the two bandits quickly became excited and rushed toward Xingmu. "Another fat sheep. Quick, catch him. We'll surely make a fortune." However, at that very moment, Xingmu pointed to a silver note nearby and said, "There's a note for 10,000 taels of silver on the ground. Which one of you dropped it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two bandits immediately pounced on each other, punching and kicking furiously to claim the silver note. Xingmu seized this opportunity. He quickly swung his sword towards the two of them. In no time, the two bandits were sent by Xingmu to meet their ancestors on the spot. After finishing, he went to cut the ropes binding Yuesheng. Now free, Yuesheng joyfully spoke up and asked, "Brother, why are you here?" Hearing this, Xingmu replied, "I couldn't find you anywhere, so I went searching and discovered some signs." Yuesheng, hearing this, asked puzzled signs, "What signs?" Seeing this, Xingmu quickly took out a branch and said, "On my way to find you, I saw these burnt branches." Yuesheng immediately became suspicious and asked who made these signs. Xingmu calmly replied, "There's only one possibility. It's the Fire Phoenix power of Minji leaving special marks." However, before he could finish, Yuesheng angrily retorted, "I don't believe she has such good intentions. We've all been tricked by Minji. She's not a good person. She's taken the bad guys to find father." Xingmu, hearing this, indifferently replied, "All gone to find father. Then they're doomed." Yuesheng, hearing this, became frantic and quickly turned, wanting to run to find Suo Bei. "That's right, it's terrible. Let's hurry and save father." However, Xingmu quickly grabbed Yuesheng's hand, pulling him back. Then, with a very dangerous expression, he said, "I meant those bad guys are doomed." Yuesheng, hearing this, was utterly bewildered. Seeing this, Xingmu gently patted his head, reassuring him, "Don't worry, little brother. Father is praised as the great Xian killing god. Those bad guys are surely all pushing up daisies by now." The scene shifts to where Suo Bei is. Currently, Wang Gulu's men were lying scattered everywhere. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "My men have all been killed by him, almost to the last one. How can this be? So many people, and we can't even defeat one man. Where did we go wrong? This is completely wrong. If this continues, I'll end up all alone and helpless." Hearing this, Suo Bei coldly pointed his sword at Wang Gulu and spoke coldly, "Stop talking. Now it's your turn, you two-faced scoundrel." Wang Gulu, hearing this, felt the blood rush to his head and roared, "Who are you calling a two-faced scoundrel?" As he finished speaking, he immediately lunged towards Suo Bei. "Kill you. I must kill you." However, Wang Gulu was no match for Suo Bei. With just one move, he had already slashed across Wang Gulu's body. Wang Gulu immediately coughed up blood. Finally, he collapsed, directly going to meet his ancestors. After defeating Wang Gulu, Suo Bei then slowly sheathed his sword. Minji on the side, seeing this scene, couldn't help but rejoice. "Great! Lord Suo Bei has won." Seeing this, Suo Bei gently walked over and patted Minji's head, asking, "Are you all right? Did those thieves bully you?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Minji anxiously grabbed Suo Bei's hand and said, "I'm fine, but Yuesheng is still in their hands." Hearing this, Suo Bei was immediately startled. Seeing this, Minji hurriedly turned and ran towards the mountain cave. "When Yuesheng and I were playing, we were caught by these mountain bandits. They plan to use Yuesheng as a hostage to control you. We must hurry and save him. However, Soabe quickly grabbed Minji's hand, pulling her back, telling her to wait a moment. That place is too dangerous. You stay here, I'll go rescue Yuesheng. However, at that moment, Yuesheng's voice rang out, calling for Suabe. They saw Yuesheng and Xingmu joyfully running towards them. Seeing this, Minji quickly asked with concern, Yuesheng, are you alright? However, Yuesheng immediately displayed a look of disgust and pushed Minji away, telling her to get lost. He then went apologetically to Sobe. However, Suabe didn't scold him at all, but directly embraced Yuesheng. Yuesheng, are you alright? Did you suffer? Hearing this, Yuesheng immediately started complaining, yes, father. They even hit me hard. It's all Minji's fault that I was captured by the bandits. Minji, standing to the side, hearing this, became furious and shouted in rebuttal. How can you blame me? If you hadn't offered yourself up, the bandits wouldn't have paid any attention to us. And so, the two of them continued to argue heatedly. Yuesheng insisted, saying it's definitely you. You even dare to deceive others. Minji, of course, quickly retorted, you're the one. You're just a big idiot. Seeing this scene, Sobe couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Just then, Xingmu approached and handed a branch to Suabe. Father, please look at this. Taking the branch and examining it, Sobe asked puzzled, what is this? Why are there burn marks? Hearing this, Xingmu replied, these are signs that Minji secretly left behind. I followed these marks and was able to save Yuesheng. I heard Minji intentionally lured the bandits out, which is how she saved Yuesheng from nearly having his hand cut off. After hearing this, Sobe couldn't help but inwardly praise her. Truly worthy of being a sacred beast child. She has both strategy and courage, remaining calm under pressure. At this moment, Sobe looked seriously at Xingmu. Xingmu, but you could have been in danger doing that. Hearing this, Xingmu bowed and replied, thanks to the swordsmanship father teaches daily, I was able to win easily. Hearing this, Sobe smiled and stepped forward to pat Xingmu's shoulder, praising, well done. As the elder brother, you must be stronger than anyone else. Xingmu was naturally very happy, smiling and nodding in response. In the evening, Suabe led Minji and Yuesheng back. It's getting dark, you must be hungry by now. Let's hurry back for dinner. Yuesheng, however, kept teasing, don't let that girl eat. She's a bad person. Hearing this, Minji angrily retorted, you eat so much, and you're still just a useless bag of rice. That evening, Suabe's family returned to the prince's mansion. Exquisite dishes were quickly served. Yuesheng was so excited that he carried all the plates to his place, laughing, haha, all these delicacies are mine. But Minji immediately intervened, annoyed, hey, what am I supposed to eat then? These are mine. However, Yuesheng paid no attention and pouted, saying, who are you? I don't know you. Get out, get out. Watching the two, Minji and Yuesheng, argue endlessly, Xingmu couldn't help but laugh, turning to Sobe and saying, since Yinner left, it hasn't been this lively for a long time. Hearing these words, Sobe suddenly fell in a deep thought. Meanwhile, Yuesheng had snatched the chicken plate and stuck out his tongue at Minji. I won't let you eat. Minji then immediately retaliated by lunging forward to pinch Yuesheng's face. I'll pinch you to death. Seeing this, Sobe suddenly burst into laughter. He then clapped his hands once and spoke up. All right, I've decided. Minji and Yuesheng, hearing this, turned their heads to look puzzled. They saw Soabe then gently look at Minji and say, Minji, would you like to be my daughter and take my surname, Chun? Hearing these unexpected words, Minji was stunned, frozen for a few seconds. Then she joyfully exclaimed, asking again, really? I can become Lord Suabe's daughter. Does this mean I can stay here? In her heart, she was overjoyed, thinking, my dream has become a reality. I want to stay by Lord Suabe's side forever. However, Yuesheng immediately voiced his objection. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. But before Yuesheng could continue, Minji quickly grabbed a chicken leg and stuffed it into his mouth. Stop talking. Eat the chicken leg. Eat more. As she finished speaking, she stuffed another chicken leg into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Suabe and Xingmu could only helplessly laugh it off. That night, Minji climbed into bed, ready to sleep, but couldn't hide her excitement. Becoming Lord Suabe's daughter. Am I not dreaming? She then slowly closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. In her heart, she wished Suabe a good night. Suddenly, Minji found herself inadvertently lost in a strange space. Before her eyes was the image of Suabe kneeling on the ground. Blood had soaked through his clothes. Seeing this, Minji became extremely worried and wanted to run to Suabe. But just at that moment, a man dragging a blood-stained sword stepped out. He then looked at Minji with a pleased expression and said, "You thought becoming the Gene Prince's daughter would save you from death. But I've already exterminated the Gene Prince's entire family. Now it's your turn." Minji, seeing this familiar face, was startled because he was Hui Ming. But before she could react, Hui Ming had already struck. He swung his sword forcefully towards Minji. At that moment, Minji jolted awake in fear, sitting up, looking around. She found herself still in the room from before, and she sighed in relief. It was just a dream after all. Wiping her sweat-drenched forehead, Minji sighed to herself. With so much happening lately, I almost forgot about the protagonist of this world. The person she referred to was none other than the man from her dream, the tyrant Hui Ming. Right after that, Minji quickly recalled the plot of the story. According to the current timeline, in 15 years after the Ning Prince, Hui Ming would unexpectedly become the emperor. After his ascension to the throne, he would indiscriminately massacre innocent people. Externally, he would use brute force to madly conquer cities. Thinking of this, Minji couldn't help but pull at her hair and scream. "Because I couldn't accept this ending, I went and cursed at the author. Then I transmigrated into the comic." Raising her fingers to count, Minji quickly calmed herself. It's now the 59th year of Jingda's reign. In one more year, Hui Ming will ascend the throne. Before the tragedy occurs, I need to prevent Hui Ming from becoming a tyrant. Saying this, she immediately pointed to the sky and vowed, "I, Minji, swear to the heavens, I will definitely tame the tyrant and protect my family." The next morning, in the courtyard, Suabe was teaching Yuesheng and Xingmu swordsmanship. "Hold the sword firmly, don't be careless." Just then, Minji happily ran over, calling out loudly, "Lord Suabe." Hearing this, Suabe chuckled and asked, "What did you call me?" Minji, hearing this, sheepishly scratched her head and corrected herself, "Good morning, father." Yuesheng, watching this scene from the side, couldn't help but complain irritably, "It's too noisy. We're practicing swordsmanship here." However, Suabe paid little attention to the boy's words and sat down, looking at Minji, asking her what was the matter. Minji quickly smiled brightly and expressed her wish. "I want to enter the Imperial Academy to study." However, Suabe, hearing this, was immediately startled and narrowed his eyes in surprise. "You want to enter the palace?" Minji, of course, without any hesitation, quickly confirmed. However, after hearing her answer, Suabe immediately stood up, refusing outright. "You cannot enter the palace." As he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered a yun and continued, "You have the power of a sacred beast, and I cannot lose another daughter." But not getting Suabe's approval, Minji immediately knelt down. "I absolutely won't let others discover my sacred beast power. Moreover, I'm entering the palace to study in order to save you, father. If I don't prevent it, the fate of our family is that we will all die tragically." Suabe, hearing these words, was startled and puzzled. "Save me? Why? And why would we all die tragically?" Xingmu and Yuesheng, on the side, were also startled and turned to observe Minji. Realizing she had said too much, Minji could only reveal the plot of the story. After a moment's hesitation, Minji spoke up boldly. "Because in 10 years, Hui Ming will ascend the throne and become a tyrant, and he will exterminate our entire family." However, her voice, when it reached the ears of Suabe and the others, became strange, incomprehensible sounds. Suabe asked, puzzled, "What did you just say? Why can't I understand the language you're speaking?" Yuesheng quickly laughed mockingly. "She must have secretly eaten poisonous mushrooms and become stupid. I told you she's a fool." Xingmu also said, perplexed, "It's supposed to be language, but it sounds more like strange groaning." Seeing their reactions, Minji was startled and bewildered. Why can't they understand? So she tried to speak again. "Listen, in the future, Hui Ming will become emperor. Then he'll order all of you to be killed." However, it was the same as before. Suabe and the others still couldn't understand. "I still can't understand anything." "Me neither." Seeing this, Minji thought to herself, why can't they understand? Is it because I'm revealing the future of this world? But Yuesheng quickly came forward and pushed Minji away. "Father, quickly chase this fool out of the mansion. If we wait until mushrooms grow out of her head, it'll be too late. She'll infect us all." Minji immediately retorted, annoyed. Don't push me. You're the one who ate poisonous mushrooms. What I'm saying is extremely important. But as soon as she finished speaking, Sobe said, puzzled, huh? Now I can understand again. Seeing this, Minji quickly understood the problem. I get it now. Could it be that as long as I reveal the fate of future characters in this world, my voice will be blocked? So, to confirm this, Minji then tried with all her might to shout, Hui Ming will become a tyrant and order the extermination of all noble families. Sobe, seeing Minji suddenly shout, scratched his head in confusion. Huh? Why can't I understand again? Xingmu then spoke thoughtfully. Perhaps Minji really ate some strange mushrooms, so she's contracted a bizarre illness, causing her to make these strange groaning sounds now. Seeing herself misunderstood, Minji couldn't help but shout irritably, denying I didn't eat anything, don't talk nonsense. But in her heart, she had confirmed her suspicion. Indeed, I can't reveal anything they can't understand. Just then, Sukbei suddenly startled. He saw Minji run over and hug his legs, pleading coyly, I'm begging you, please can't you? Seeing Minji like this, Sukbei couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, this child is too adorable. After a moment of thought, Sukbei gently bent down to look at Minji and said, I can agree to anything. Whatever you want, I can give you. Hearing this, Minji joyfully asked, do you really mean it? But Suabei's next words immediately extinguished her happiness. Except for entering the palace, I can agree to anything else. Minji, seeing this, stubbornly wanted to plead once more. However, Subei directly cut her off, saying, let's end this matter here. After speaking, he quickly turned and left. Minji, don't mention entering the palace again. Yuesheng, standing to the side, seeing this scene, immediately laughed and teased. Father has made it clear. It seems you should never think about entering the palace again. Xingmu could only lower his head and sigh helplessly. However, just then, Yuesheng suddenly sensed something wasn't right, making him pause. He saw Minji's eyes welling up with tears, about to cry. Seeing her like this, Yuesheng became flustered. Are you going to cry? Don't cry, don't cry. He, then embarrassed, quickly ran to comfort Minji. Don't cry, don't cry. If you cry, it won't be fun to play anymore. That afternoon, Minji was sitting sadly by the lake in the courtyard. What should I do? If I can't enter the palace, I have no way to prevent Hui Ming from becoming a tyrant. As she was deep in thought, suddenly two figures appeared on the lake surface. Yuesheng quickly spoke up, teasing Minji again. You're good at hiding. We couldn't find you and couldn't eat dinner. Are you so hungry you want to catch frogs to eat? Hearing this, Minji felt irritated. However, Xingmu immediately brought to Minji's face a steamed bun. You're hungry, right? Eat quickly. But Minji immediately shook her head, refusing. She said she didn't want to eat. Seeing this, Yuesheng snatched the bun from Xingmu's hand, saying he'd do it, and then without any hesitation, he directly stuffed the bun into Minji's mouth. Even if you're unhappy, you still have to eat first. As he finished speaking, Yuesheng grabbed Minji's hand and pulled her to stand up. So then, regardless of whether Minji agreed or not, Xingmu and Yuesheng directly dragged her along. There's a festival in the city today. Let's go and see it. Let's go, let's go. Catching frogs is boring. Let's go out and have some fun. That evening, the streets were extremely lively. Lanterns hung in rows, and fireworks filled the sky. Minji walked and looked around. The sadness in her heart was momentarily forgotten. As was customary during festivals, the streets were crowded with people. Therefore, there were countless stalls selling delicious food, and moreover, there were prize-winning games and decorations. Seeing this scene, Minji couldn't help but think to herself, what festival is this? Isn't this just like a night market in the modern world? It's not inferior in any way. Yuesheng, with his playful nature, was, of course, very excited and ran everywhere. Delicious food, fun toys, here I come. Meanwhile, Xingmu and Minji had bought cotton candy and were sitting eating it. At this moment, Minji sadly spoke up and asked, Big brother, is there really no way for me to enter the palace? Hearing this, Xingmu calmly said, Minji, don't resent father. If because of sacred beast powers, he loses another daughter, he won't be able to accept it. Hearing this, Minji immediately said, as long as I don't use my sacred beast power, others won't discover it. However, Xingmu immediately interrupted her. At first, father also reminded sister Yin not to use her sacred beast power. But can you guarantee absolutely not to use your sacred beast power? Even if you can't bear it, you must endure. Even if pushed to the brink, you won't use it. Hearing these words, Minji sadly lowered her head and said she didn't know. In her heart, she thought, I just hope that Lord Sobei, whom I like the most, can have a happy ending. Xingmu then quickly continued, so, only by resolving Father's inner conflict can you enter the palace. Hearing this, Minji said, Father must see me as Sister Yun. That's why he's worried about me entering the palace and facing danger. As she said this, she stood up with renewed energy. But I want to tell Father, I am me, I am Minji, I can protect myself. Seeing this, Xingmu asked, oh, so what do you want to do? Hearing this question, Minji immediately deflated and replied, I haven't figured it out yet. Just then, Xingmu laughed and said, I know a way. Hearing this, Minji joyfully threw away her cotton candy and grabbed Xingmu. Quick, tell me. Seeing this, Xingmu immediately became serious and began to explain. In the past, when Father was in the army, he had a good friend. He was the leading sorcerer in unlocking sacred beast powers. Sacred beast powers, through magical unlocking, can be cultivated to have limitless abilities. If you can cultivate to conceal your sacred beast power, using it secretly without others detecting it, then you can surely dispel Father's worries. For example, after cultivation, you could secretly light this lantern without needing to use a flame to light it. This way, others won't discover that you're using sacred beast power. Hearing this, Minji joyfully thought to herself, that's right, concealing sacred beast power. How could I forget? Children with sacred beast powers, in principle, after going through magical unlocking, can have their sacred beast powers transform in countless ways. Not only can they transform into sacred beasts, but they can also control the 5 elements. Feeling this method could succeed, Minji quickly moved forward to grab Xingmu's hand. Thank you, big brother. You're the best big brother I have. However, after hearing these words, Xingmu's eyes suddenly darkened with sadness. The image of Sobei kneeling before a Yun's grave immediately appeared in his mind. A feeling of helplessness made him unconsciously clench his fist, asking himself why. Why couldn't I protect little sister Yun better? If I could have been stronger, if I could have protected my little sister well, Father wouldn't have to suffer like this. It's all because I was useless and couldn't protect my little sister well. That's why Father is suffering so much. Just then, Minji's determined voice rang out, interrupting Xingmu's thoughts. I've decided, when we get back, I'll find Father. I'll definitely prove to him that I can conceal my sacred beast power. I can protect myself well. Seeing Minji like this, Xingmu unconsciously smiled. She really is different from little sister Yun. A moment later, Yuesheng, who had bought many things, returned to where Minji and Xingmu were. Hey, what are you doing here? Let's go play together. I'm bored playing alone. As he finished speaking, he grabbed Minji's hand and pulled her along. Quick, there's so many fun things. The first place the 3 of them went to was a mask stall. Minji quickly picked up a mask and put it on Xingmu. While Xingmu was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, Yuesheng and Minji were laughing uncontrollably at how funny the mask looked. Next, Minji and Yuesheng moved on to the fish-tossing game. After that, they played ring toss. In the end, Minji and Yuesheng were overjoyed because they won many prizes. Minji then held up the stuffed bear in her hand to show off. I won so many dolls. Yuesheng immediately laughed and replied, hee, but I won more. Just then, horses suddenly galloped towards them, accompanied by shouts of make way. Seeing this scene, people panicked and scattered in all directions. The group of riders then galloped through the middle of the festival. The leader was an extremely arrogant young boy who was mocking everyone. What a bunch of scurrying, cowardly rats. However, Minji at this moment paid no attention to the approaching group on horseback and was still standing in the middle of the road. Seeing this, Yuesheng immediately panicked and shouted loudly, Minji, it's dangerous. Quick, get out of the way. Hearing this, Minji was startled and turned around. However, the group on horseback was already close, leaving her no time to react. A guard, seeing someone blocking the way, quickly pulled his horse to a stop. Seizing this opportunity, Yuesheng hurriedly rushed out to grab Minji and push her aside. This caused both of them to fall straight to the ground. Minji quickly sat up and asked with concern, Yuesheng, are you all right? Hearing this, Yuesheng rubbed his head and said, I'm fine. Are you okay? Why were you standing dazed in the middle of the road? Blocked in his path, the arrogant young boy from earlier angrily stopped his horse. He then quickly dismounted and angrily walked towards Minji and Yuesheng, shouting, You insolent fools! You 2 little rats are blind. You almost caused this prince to fall to his death. Hearing this, Minji glanced over at him. However, When she saw the familiar face, she was startled and shocked, because this arrogant boy was none other than the fifth prince, Chen Yushui. In the original story, he had offended the male protagonist, Hui Ming, since childhood. This was why Hui Ming's personality became distorted. Minji didn't expect to encounter him here. Chen Yushui then took out his whip and looked at Minji with displeasure, scolding, "When you see this prince on horseback, why didn't you move aside? Everyone else moved. Are you blind? Are you trying to harm this prince?" Hearing this, Minji became irritated and quickly stood up, retorting, "There are so many people at this festival. You're still riding a horse recklessly, causing chaos. You have no morals at all. Look, people are getting hurt." Being criticized by Minji, Chen Yushui became thoroughly enraged and raised his whip, shouting loudly, "You're just a rat that eats cockroaches. How dare you speak to this prince? Do you want to taste my whip? Quickly kneel before this prince." The guard beside him immediately drew his sword threateningly. Seeing this scene, Minji was also furious, thinking to herself, "I want to beat this uneducated fool to death." But she couldn't. She couldn't use her Fire Phoenix power. If discovered, everything would be ruined. Just then, Yueshin quickly stepped in front of Minji and shouted at Chen Yushui, "Don't you dare bully my sister." Seeing this, Chen Yushui was a bit surprised. "Yuesheng, so it's you. But didn't your sister already pass away? Where did another one come from?" Hearing this, Yuesheng replied irritably, "What do you know? I don't want to explain to you." As he finished speaking, Yuesheng cracked his knuckles and said seriously, "Chen Yushui, if you have a problem, let's fight it out. Don't bully my sister." Chen Yushui, hearing this, sneered, laughed, and threw away the whip in his hand, replying, come on, who's afraid of whom?" However, just then, the guard spoke up to intervene. "Stop! His Highness is the Emperor's prince. You're just the son of a prince's mansion. How dare you raise your hand against a prince?" Yuesheng, hearing this, was startled and looked over, asking, "So we can't fight one-on-one?" However, while Yuesheng was distracted, Chen Yushui played dirty. He directly punched Yuesheng in the face. He then proudly declared in a loud voice, "Ha ha ha, I hit you. I win." Yuesheng, of course, couldn't accept defeat. He immediately angrily rushed towards Chen Yushui, shouting, "You cheater. You played dirty. That doesn't count. I'm going to beat you to death." However, at this moment, Xingmu appeared and grabbed Yuesheng's hand, pulling him back. He then turned to look at Yuesheng and scolded, "Come back here. Don't be disrespectful." However, seeing Xingmu's attitude, Yuesheng quickly retorted, but he was unreasonable first. He almost hurt Minji earlier. Hearing this, Xingmu turned and winked at Yuesheng. "All right, don't worry. I'll handle this matter." Xingmu then calmly walked in front of Chen Yushui and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, fifth prince. My younger brother and sister were disrespectful earlier. Please punish them as you see fit." Chen Yushui, seeing this, laughed with delight and spoke in a lofty tone. "Finally, someone who knows how to speak properly. Your brother and sister almost knocked me over earlier." Hearing this, Xingmu smiled slightly and said, "This is indeed a serious offense. When I return, I will surely report to father to severely punish them." Hearing these pleasing words, Chen Yushui finally turned happily to leave. "It seems you know your place. In the future, tell your brother and sister to behave. Don't get in this prince's way." Watching Chen Yushui's group leave, Xingmu maintained his respectful attitude and called after them, "Yes, we will heed the fifth prince's words." As Chen Yushui's group was now deep inside the festival area, Yuesheng, confused, spoke up to ask Xingmu, "Big brother, why were you so polite to him? Do we have to endure such bullying?" However, upon hearing this, Xingmu's face suddenly darkened as he replied, "Haha, no one can bully my family members and just walk away like that. I'll make that damned brat cry for his parents. He'll be so scared he'll wish he were dead." Minji, standing to the side, seeing this scene, was startled. "Oh no, Big brother has turned evil." And Yuesheng, on the other side, immediately regained his enthusiasm and asked, "Big brother, have you come up with an idea?" The scene shifts to an old man molding clay. Many people were currently at this spot, watching with interest. Suddenly, one of Chen Yushui's guards abruptly approached a young boy and told him to move aside. Seeing the boy hesitate, he directly took action, grabbing the boy's arm and pulling him away. Seeing his son treated this way, the father couldn't hold back and spoke up to criticize, "Are you sick? We were here first." However, the guard immediately drew his sword and threatened the father and son. "What did you just say?" Seeing this scene, all the surrounding people immediately became frightened and quickly ran away. Chen Yushui then approached the old man molding clay and ordered, "Hey, old man, make me a monkey." The old man frightened, hurriedly complied. Suddenly, Xingmu appeared behind the guard and called out, "Hey guard, let's have a chat." Meanwhile, Yuesheng unexpectedly appeared on the other side and called out loudly to Chun Yushui. Minji was hiding in a corner, smiling as she observed the situation. Seeing that the guard and Chun Yushui had their attention drawn by Yuesheng and Xingmu, Minji seized this opportunity to sneak behind Chun Yushui. She then gently poured some kind of powder into his shaved ice drink. Next, she quickly applied glue to a nearby chair. After finishing everything, Minji winked at Yuesheng, signaling him. Receiving the signal, Yuesheng quickly turned and left. Xingmu, seeing that Minji and Yuesheng had successfully retreated, also quickly bowed and spoke. "If that's the case, I'll take my leave now, young guard." This scene left the guard bewildered. Meanwhile, Chun Yushui, unaware of the tampered chair, sat down directly. He then gruffly and impatiently asked if the old man had finished making the monkey. Seeing this, the old man, sweating profusely, hurriedly said, Almost. It'll be done right away." So while waiting for the old man, Chun Yushui finished the shaved ice drink in his hand. After a while, the old man presented the finished monkey to Chun Yushui. Seeing the toy in front of him, Chun Yushui eagerly reached out to take it. However, at that moment, he suddenly froze. His face turned pale. Seeing Chun Yushui clutching his stomach in pain, the guard asked in confusion, "Lord Chun Yushui, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Chun Yushui gritted his teeth and said, "My stomach suddenly hurts so much." As he said this, he trembled and shouted, "Quick, take me to the toilet. My stomach feels terrible." But as he stood up, he discovered his pants were stuck to the chair. The guard, seeing this, hurriedly came forward to help. Chun Yushui, his face contorted, yelled, "Hurry up, I can't hold it much longer." The guard then grabbed the chair tightly, trying to pull it off. However, after pulling for a while without success, the young man anxiously said, "It's no use. It's stuck too tightly, I can't pull it off." Hearing this, Chun Yushui became so angry his blood boiled, and he screamed, "Then hurry up and think of something else, you useless fool." At this moment, the guard blurted out, "If not, then take off your pants." However, upon hearing this, Chun Yushui exploded in anger and immediately punched the young guard in the head. "Damn it, you want me to expose my buttocks in the night market? Is that what you want?" The guard, seeing this, panicked and quickly said, "I wouldn't dare." At that moment, Chun Yushui had reached his limit and could no longer hold it in, beginning to release gas. His face quickly contorted, his mouth trying to scream, "It's no good. It's no good. Quick, take me somewhere with no people." Hearing this, the guard hurriedly picked up Chun Yushui and ran, shouting loudly, "Everyone make way. Clear the path." However, at that moment, a hand deliberately threw a watermelon rind onto the path. The guard in his haste didn't notice. He stepped on the watermelon rind. As a result, he and Chun Yushui fell straight onto the ground. Chun Yushui was now boiling with rage. "You damn dog, I want to kill you." But his stomach immediately continued to protest. He couldn't help but cry out to heaven and earth for help. "My stomach is about to explode. It's coming out." The guard, hearing this, became extremely panicked and hurriedly said, "How about taking off your pants? If not, it really won't be in time." Chun Yushui, hearing this, cried without tears and screamed, "If I take mine off, you have to take yours off for me." The young guard, hearing this, helplessly cried out, "I have to take mine off too." As a result, in the cold wind, the young guard had to take off his own pants to give to Chun Yushui to wear. Both of them, extremely embarrassed, quickly ran away. The people who saw this scene all laughed until their stomachs hurt. Meanwhile, Minji and her two brothers laughed like mad, gloating, "Ha ha ha. Serves him right. It's really too funny. I could barely laugh anymore. I told you he'd be scared to death, wishing he were dead." Late that night at the Jin Wang's mansion, Suabe and Fuzhong were anxiously standing at the door waiting. Why aren't they back yet? During the day, was I too harsh with Minji? Recalling the morning's events, Suabe couldn't help but feel uneasy. He then immediately turned to Fuzhong and asked, "Minji wouldn't run away from home, would she?" Hearing this, Fuzhong sighed helplessly and replied, "My lord, I just told you earlier." Young Miss Minji and the young masters went to enjoy the town festival. They should be on their way back now. Hearing this, Suabe temporarily calmed down a bit. All right, I'll wait a while longer then. Very soon after, Minji and her two brothers returned, holding hands. Seeing his children so happy, Suabe couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, it's been a long time since I've seen Xingmu and Yuesheng laugh so happily. Then Xingmu respectfully approached, bowing to Suabe. Father, we're back. And Minji quickly took out a mask and gave it to Suabe, saying, I brought a mask back for you. Taking the mask, Suabe smiled happily and thanked Minji. However, Minji immediately became serious and spoke up. Father, I have something I want to tell you. Hearing this, Suabe smiled and nodded in agreement. However, Yuesheng quickly rushed to Minji's side, eagerly saying, say it. I want to hear too. But very quickly, he was grabbed by the head by Xingmu and dragged away. Minji wants to talk. Why are you being a nuisance? A moment later, Minji confidently patted her chest and spoke up. Father, although I also possess sacred beast power, I am my own person. I'm different from little sister Yun. I want to cultivate my sacred beast power well. Learn to protect myself. I won't let tragedy happen again. Hearing this, Suabe was very surprised and asked, you want to cultivate sacred beast power? Minji immediately affirmed, yes. I know you have a good friend who knows the technique to unlock sacred beast power. Suabe, hearing this, asked suspiciously, how do you know this? Who told you? Minji, hearing this, became flustered and turned her face away, hesitantly saying, wasn't it Big Brother? But realizing she had misspoken, Minji immediately panicked and covered her mouth with her hand. However, Suabe sighed irritably, that rascal Xingmu. I'll have to teach him a lesson another day. Meanwhile, in Xingmu's room, he was sitting at his desk reading a book. Suddenly, a cold breeze blew across his back, making him start. What's this? Is someone talking about me? Back to Minji. She was still trying to persuade Suabe. Father, I know you can't make a decision right now, but I won't give up. I will definitely make you believe that I can protect myself well. At this point, Suabe suddenly patted Minji's head and spoke. You don't need to. You're my daughter. Of course I believe in you. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet that person. Hearing these words, Minji couldn't help but hug Suabe joyfully. Thank you, father. I'm so happy. Gently embracing Minji, Suabe couldn't help but smile to himself, thinking, it seems I was wrong. This child is not Yuner and can't replace Yuner. The next morning, in a bamboo forest, there was a very simple small house. Suabe was now leading Minji slowly inside. He then gently smiled and turned to Minji, saying, we've arrived. Minji couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, this looks like a place where a hidden expert would live. Suabe didn't hesitate. He quickly began to knock on the door. Soon, the door opened. A very handsome man with platinum hair slowly stepped out and asked who it was. He was the recluse, Zhu Changjin. Seeing this, Suabe immediately raised his hand, smiling and saying it was him. However, as soon as he saw Suabe, Zhu Changjin looked extremely annoyed and wanted to close the door. However, Suabe immediately used his hand to block the door. I haven't said anything yet. Don't be so heartless. After all, we're close friends who've been through life and death together. Hearing this, Zhu Changjin ruthlessly sighed. Every time I see you, nothing good happens. Whenever you do something wrong, you come to me and cause trouble. Hearing this, Suabe embarrassedly hurried to say, it's just a small favor, that's all. Meanwhile, Minji, seeing Zhu Changjin, was extremely excited. She immediately recalled the plot from when she was young. Lord Zhu Changjin and Lord Suabe were battle companions in the army. Though outwardly noisy and boisterous, the bond between the two was truly sincere and strong. Zhu Changjin then spoke up suspiciously. Don't try to deceive me. Every time you say it's a small matter. In the end, if it's not a mysterious sorcerer, it's a mutated beast. If not, it's flood relief. I've nearly lost my life because of you. Don't bother me anymore. However, with a thick-skinned face, Suabe hurriedly explained, this time it's different. It's my daughter who wants to trouble you. Hearing this, Zhu Changjin immediately darkened his face, saying in a deep voice, you're really shameless, without any sense of shame. You dare to use your daughter as an excuse to deceive me. However, at this moment, Minji's small hand reached out and grabbed Zhu Changjin's clothes. This startled the young man, making him glance down. Minji then used her sparkling eyes to plead, Father isn't lying. I really came to beg for your help. Hearing these words, Zhu Changjin couldn't help but be surprised. Are you really Suabe's daughter? Hearing this, Minji quickly nodded in confirmation. Yes, My name is Chun Minji. Seeing Minji's adorable expression, Zhu Changjin couldn't maintain his guard. His face immediately turned red. Seeing this, Suobei picked up Minji and winked at Zhu Changjin, saying, "Cute, isn't she? She really is my daughter." Finally, Zhu Changjin sighed helplessly, turned around to go inside, and said, "Fine, this is only for your daughter. Come in." Receiving Zhu Changjin's approval, Suobei happily turned to look at Minji, praising, as expected, "Minji is formidable. Normally, this guy isn't so nice." Hearing this, Minji was also happily excited. "Is it really because of me?" A moment later, Zhu Changjin led Suobei and Minji to the back of the house. At this moment, Suobei spoke seriously. "Zhu Changjin, please teach my daughter how to use Sacred Beast power." However, upon hearing these words, Zhu Changjin immediately became angry and shouted, "How dare you speak of this? You clearly know that to master Sacred Beast power, one must first use extremely cruel techniques to unlock one's potential." However, Suobei calmly replied, "I know, but only by mastering Sacred Beast power can my daughter protect herself." Minji, standing to the side, also showed determination and quickly said, "I know too. I'm not afraid." However, Zhu Changjin immediately rubbed his head, looking pained. "You're not afraid, but I am." This story goes back 15 years. At that time, I was the one assigned to unlock Sacred Beast power in the military camp. Damn it, why did it fail again? This is the 7th one already. The Emperor is already angry. If we fail again, we won't survive. Bring the other 4 test subjects for unlocking immediately. However, as the superior said this and didn't hear Zhu Changjin respond, he became very angry and shouted, "Hey, Zhu Changjin, did you hear me clearly? Hurry up and bring the test subjects here." However, Zhu Changjin could no longer hold back and directly punched him in the face. Suddenly being hit, the superior became even more enraged and yelled, "You insolent fool! What are you going crazy for? Are you trying to rebel?" Hearing this, Zhu Changjin glared and said in a stern voice, "Their lives and destinies are not test subjects. They're not just numbers. This isn't failure, it's murder." After speaking, Zhu Changjin ignored the man and turned to leave. Die if you want to die. Anyway, I won't do this kind of thing anymore. Back to the present, Zhu Changjin now calmly said, "Thanks to Lord Suobei of Jin Wang's mansion pleading on my behalf, I was able to leave the military. If it weren't for still having humanity, I wouldn't be doing these crazy things with you." As he said this, Zhu Changjin's expression became determined. "No matter how crazy the task, I'll help, except for unlocking Sacred Beast power." After speaking, Zhu Changjin hurriedly clasped his hands to dismiss his guests. "Please leave. In this matter of Lord Suobei's, I find it difficult to comply." However, at this moment, Minji once again stepped forward and grabbed Zhu Changjin's sleeve. She then put on an adorable expression and pleaded, "Lord Zhu Changjin, is it not possible even if I beg you?" Although Zhu Changjin was moved by Minji's cuteness, he quickly spoke firmly, refusing, "It's not possible. No matter who begs, it's not possible." Hearing this, Minji could only sadly bow and say, "If you don't agree today, I'll come again tomorrow. I will definitely make Lord Zhu Changjin change his mind." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Suobei stepped forward and patted her shoulder, saying, "That's not right. We won't leave." Hearing this, Minji was bewildered, and Suobei immediately looked at Zhu Changjin resolutely, saying, "If you don't agree, we won't go." As he said this, he directly stepped forward and patted Zhu Changjin's shoulder. "I'll just stand here until you agree." Zhu Changjin, seeing Suobei's attitude, couldn't help but boil with anger and shout, "You're a dignified prince. How can you be so shameless?" However, Suobei paid no attention to those words and turned to wink at Minji. "But this place is too rustic. We can't stay here, so let me send people to arrange another house." Hearing this, Minji immediately replied excitedly, "That's right. We'll bring Xingmu and Yueshing to stay here too. Wow, there's a bamboo forest here. Can we cut it all down to build a house?" Seeing the thick-skinned father and daughter, Zhu Changjin was so angry his head hurt. He then couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, "Enough. Are you trying to drive me crazy?" Meanwhile, Suobei and Minji were secretly covering their mouths and laughing. With no choice, Zhu Changjin had to compromise. "You troublesome spirit, quickly get out of here. Just leave your daughter here. That's enough." Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but ask joyfully, "You agree now, Lord Zhu Changjin?" And Zhu Changjin sighed, turning to go into the house. "The unlocking technique will be extremely painful. Prepare yourself well." We'll start early tomorrow morning. Hearing this, Minji immediately exclaimed excitedly, saying she understood. At this moment, Sobe came over and patted Minji's head, saying affectionately, "If you really can't bear it, then come home. You've already been very brave." Hearing this, Minji immediately nodded, showing that she understood. Time flew by like a dog running across a field. Soon it was the morning of the next day. Zhu Changjin was now guiding Minji through the preparatory steps to perform the unlocking. Sit with your knees up, 5 points facing the sky. The 5 points are the 2 palms, 2 soles of the feet, and the crown of the head. As he said this, Zhu Changjin took out a medicinal pill. 5 points facing the sky is the posture to absorb the primordial energy of heaven and earth. After speaking, he handed the pill to Minji, telling her to swallow it. After swallowing this pill, your body will completely relax. You'll enter a meditative state. Then I'll transfer primordial energy into your Baihui acupoint. After it's transferred, the primordial energy will cleanse your meridians multiple times, cultivating your physical body. Finally, it will concentrate in your dantian. This process is very painful. Many children with sacred beast power couldn't endure it and died from blood gushing out of their 7 orifices. Hearing this, Minji was startled, her face turning pale. Seeing this, Zhu Changjin looked at her seriously and advised, "It's not too late to regret now. I've witnessed Soabe lose his beloved daughter. I don't want him to fall into that situation a second time. That's why I refused you yesterday." In short, it's hard to explain everything. Simply put, after swallowing the pill, you might die here. After hearing this, Minji quickly composed herself and determinedly said, "No, I won't die. I will still be father's daughter. This is my predetermined fate." As she finished speaking, Minji directly swallowed the pill. Seeing this scene, Zhu Changjin could only sigh helplessly. He then quickly extended his hand towards Minji. "Since it's like this, let's begin." Time slowly passed. Zhu Changjin had been transferring primordial energy into Minji's body for a while. However, contrary to Zhu Changjin's expectations, Minji somehow didn't show any signs of suffering at all. In her mind, she was puzzled and wondering, has it started yet? My dantian feels warm and comfortable. The true energy keeps moving around my body and then concentrating back in the dantian. Could this be the power of the sacred beast? Around Minji's body, a circle of light quickly appeared, filled with powerful energy. This directly shocked Zhu Changjin immensely. Moreover, when he saw Minji's comfortable expression, Zhu Changjin couldn't help but be amazed and exclaimed in admiration. In the unlocking technique, not only is there no pain, but it's as comfortable as a fish in water. This is the first time I've seen this. At this point, he smiled and pondered. It's not simple. Could this be the child chosen by heaven? After cultivating for a while, Minji slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Zhu Changjin quickly told her to try again. Hearing this, Minji quickly interlaced her fingers. Her entire body immediately entered a meditative state. After feeling the surge of power emanating from herself, Minji was startled and amazed. Is this sacred beast power? Zhu Changjin smiled as he approached to praise her. Your body is compatible with sacred beast power. There's no rejection, so it's extremely rare. Your aptitude is 1 in 10,000. Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but be excited. So I'm that impressive. Zhu Changjin then gently took Minji's hand and said, "Absorbing energy is just the beginning. In the coming days, we'll continue to unlock your sacred beast power. Prepare yourself well. Sacred beast power isn't just for lighting lanterns in the air. It can transform in countless ways." Hearing these words, Minji couldn't help but be eager. "I can't wait." A month later, Suabe came to check on Minji's cultivation progress. She then confidently told Suabe to watch her. As she finished speaking, Minji quickly used her sacred beast power to light each lantern one by one from afar. However, when she reached the last lantern, Minji suddenly hesitated, thinking to herself, "This won't do. If I easily light all the lanterns, it will clearly show that my sacred beast power is too strong. Father will surely worry again. I can't reveal my true strength." Thinking of this, Minji quickly put on a trembling appearance. She then suddenly stopped, panting heavily with difficulty, pretending as if she was using all her strength. Minji shakily extended her hand towards the lantern. But after a long while, the lantern still didn't light up, so she quickly bowed her head, rubbing her forehead, appearing disappointed as she spoke. What a pity. I couldn't light the last lantern. Seeing this, Suobei smiled and knelt down, taking a cloth to wipe Minji's sweat, comforting her. To achieve this much in just a month, you've done very well. After speaking, he affectionately patted Minji's head. All right, let's go home with me. A moment later, before leaving, Suobei approached and patted Zhu Changjian's shoulder. Thank you, Zhu Changjian. However, Zhu Changjian immediately showed annoyance and brushed off his hand, saying, Enough, just go home already. Don't come here again. I won't open the door. But as soon as he finished speaking, the young man changed his attitude, smiling as he patted Minji's head. Of course, except for your daughter. Hearing this, Minji happily grabbed Zhu Changjian's finger and said with a smile, Master, I'll definitely come back. Afterward, the two sides finally bid farewell. Suobei rode a horse, taking Minji back home. At this moment, Minji excitedly glanced at Suobei and asked, Father, I can now conceal my sacred beast power. Can I enter the palace this time? Hearing this, Suobei laughed and nodded in confirmation. Of course, receiving the desired answer, Minji couldn't help but be delighted, thinking to herself, Finally, I can meet Hui Ming. I will definitely tame this future tyrant of yours. The scene shifts to the cold palace. Here, there were many firecrackers at this time. Chen Yushui quickly lit a firecracker and looked at Hui Ming in front of him, saying happily, Six brother, I bought many firecrackers at the town festival. Come play with me. After finishing his sentence, Chen Yushui threw the firecracker in his hand directly at Hui Ming. And so, one after another, the firecrackers were continuously thrown by him and exploded, while Hui Ming could only use his hands to cover his head, gritting his teeth and enduring. However, seeing Hui Ming like this made Chen Yushui extremely happy, and he continued throwing firecrackers. Don't duja. Come and play. The continuous explosions of firecrackers eventually caused Hui Ming to fall to the ground in pain. However, seeing him like this, Chen Yushui still didn't want to stop. Who told you to lie down? I'm not done playing yet. Hui Ming, seeing Chen Yushui about to throw more firecrackers at him, felt extremely angry in his heart. However, Chen Yushui didn't pay much attention. He quickly threw another firecracker towards Hui Ming. But this time, Hui Ming quickly raised his hand to deflect it, causing the firecracker to change direction. It then flew straight towards Chen Yushui's head and exploded. Due to the explosion, Chen Yushui's head immediately caught fire. Seeing this, the guards were startled and panicked. They hurriedly rushed to extinguish the fire on Chen Yushui's head. After a moment of effort, the flames were finally successfully put out. However, Chen Yushui's head now looked no different from a bundle of charred straw. Hui Ming, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, when Chen Yushui saw Hui Ming's expression, he became furiously angry and shouted, You dare to laugh. This mourning dog actually dares to laugh at this prince. Hold him for me. The two guards, hearing this, immediately went over to restrain Hui Ming, pinning him to the floor. Next, Chen Yushui, without any hesitation, began to punch and kick Hui Ming relentlessly. Keep laughing. Come on, laugh for me to see. After beating Hui Ming to his heart's content, Chen Yushui happily turned and left. Six brother, I'll come play with you again next time. Remember to wait for me. Hui Ming, his body bruised, used a hateful gaze to watch Chen Yushui's retreating back. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Several days passed. Now, many noble and powerful families were bringing their descendants to enter the palace together. Suobei's family, of course, was no exception and was present here. Minji, visiting this place for the first time, couldn't help but marvel at the scene before her eyes. This is the imperial palace where Hui Ming lives. It's indeed very grand. Just as she thought this, Minji suddenly startled. Right now, Hui Ming is still suffering in the cold palace. I must think of a way to help him. At this point, Minji looked up at Suobei and asked, Father, what are we entering the palace for today? Hearing this, Suobei replied, Today, the palace is holding the Dragon Boat Festival. The royal family and nobles will enter the palace to congratulate the Emperor and Empress Dowager. However, when she heard that the Dragon Boat Festival would be held today, Minji was inadvertently startled. In the original story, Hui Ming was poisoned during the Dragon Boat Festival, and the culprit behind it was the mother of the fifth prince, Yu Shui, consort Jin. Although Hui Ming didn't die from the poison, that poison had permanently seeped into his body, constantly tormenting him. Because of this, his personality changed dramatically. And this poisoning incident was the turning point that caused Hui Ming to become a tyrant. Thinking this, Minji then determinedly clenched her fists. I absolutely cannot let Hui Ming be poisoned. I must go save him, she thought. Just then, Suabei spoke up, reminding Xingmu, there are many people in the palace. It's Minji's first time entering the palace. You must watch over her carefully. Hearing this, Xingmu calmly bowed and replied, your child understands. However, Yuesheng, standing to the side, immediately used his hands to widen his eyes and hurriedly said, Father, don't worry, I'm here too. I'll watch this little sister closely. However, when the three finished talking and turned to Minji, she had already disappeared. Seeing this, Suabei helplessly sighed. Xingmu, understanding the situation, quickly spoke up, Father, please don't worry. I'll go find Minji right away. Seeing Xingmu run off, Yuesheng frantically chased after him. Big brother, wait for me. The scene shifts to Ho-Hot Palace in the inner court. The Empress Dowager was present here. Sitting next to her was consort Jin. Meanwhile, Chen Yu Shui and the other princes were also seated below. Of course, Hui Ming was present too. At this moment, the Empress Dowager ordered to bring the sweet soup. Very quickly, the sweet soup was brought by palace maids and guards. The palace maids then gently placed a bowl of soup on each person's table. Meanwhile, outside, currently there were many soldiers guarding strictly. Minji, hiding stealthily to one side, saw this scene and thought to herself, this is it. This is where Hui Ming gets poisoned. The courtyard of Ho-Hot Palace. But there are guards at the gate. How can I get in? Suddenly seeing a large tree nearby, Minji immediately came up with a good idea. Back inside the inner court, a palace maid was now pushing the bowl of sweet soup to Hui Ming's place. However, the palace maid, under consort Jin's intense gaze, involuntarily trembled. In her heart, she was extremely pleased, thinking, drink up, sixth prince. This is the sweet soup I specially prepared for you. The palace maid then tremblingly lifted the bowl of soup, preparing to bring it to Hui Ming. However, Minji had now climbed up the large tree and began to secretly observe everything inside. This is it. In the original story, Hui Ming drank that bowl of soup and got poisoned. At this point, Minji quickly took a stance, preparing to use her Sacred Beast power. As Sacred Beast power could heat objects from afar, her target this time was that bowl of soup. On the other side, the palace maid had brought the bowl of soup to Hui Ming. However, under Minji's power, the bowl of soup suddenly heated up. The palace maid, caught off guard, was immediately burned and dropped the bowl of soup onto the ground. Seeing the bowl shattered on the floor, consort Jin and the Empress Dowager were startled. Meanwhile, Chen Yu Shui and Hui Ming were also surprised as they looked over. At this moment, consort Jin angrily stood up and scolded, "You worthless servant. Look at what you've done." The palace maid, seeing this, immediately knelt down in fear, hurriedly saying, "Please, your highness, forgive this servant." The bowl of soup suddenly became too hot. That's why I reacted this way. However, hearing this, consort Jin became even more enraged and shouted, "What nonsense are you speaking? This is sweet soup. How could it be hot? It seems you have a death wish." The palace maid, hearing this, frantically kowtowed. "This lowly one dares not deceive your highness. I dare not deceive your highness." However, the Empress Dowager immediately turned to consort Jin and spoke. "Consort Jin, today is the Dragon Boat Festival. It's just a bowl of soup. There's no need for such a commotion. Just bring another bowl, and that will do." Hearing this, consort Jin hurriedly bowed and replied yes. The Empress Dowager's words are wise. This subject was disrespectful. Minji, up in the tree, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh gleefully, thinking to herself, unknowingly destroyed the poisoned sweet soup. Sacred Beast power is truly useful. However, just then, Hui Ming suddenly startled and glanced towards the large tree. With his keen senses, Hui Ming quickly discovered Minji up in the tree. Seeing her smiling at him, Hui Ming couldn't help but wonder, asking himself, who is she? Minji then quickly used hand signals to warn Hui Ming, telling him not to drink the soup as it was poisoned. However, Seeing these gestures from Minji only made Hui Ming more confused. What is she doing? Seeing Hui Ming's expression, Minji continued to shake her head vigorously, indicating that he shouldn't eat those dishes. However, Hui Ming, seeing her like this, was utterly bewildered. What does she mean? Just then, Minji accidentally slipped, causing her to fall straight down from the tree. The loud noise from the tree immediately attracted the attention of the guards. They then rushed over to the tree to investigate. However, when they arrived, they saw no one, so the guards couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. After the banquet ended, Hui Ming returned alone, deep in thought. As he walked, he remembered Minji and thought to himself, who was that girl just now? It seemed like she was trying to tell me something. Just then, Chen Yushui suddenly appeared, blocking Hui Ming's path. Seeing this, Hui Ming cautiously asked, "What's the matter?" Hearing this, Chen Yushui took a bowl of soup from a guard and said, "You didn't drink the sweet soup earlier, did you? So I kindly brought you a bowl." As he said this, he picked up an insect and held it up, grinning gleefully. "I even added this brown sugar cube to it. It's very delicious." Without hesitation, Chen Yushui threw the insect into the bowl of soup. Seeing this, Hui Ming couldn't contain himself and angrily shouted, "Yushui, don't you dare go too far." However, Chen Yushui replied with complete indifference, "You saying that is going too far. I brought you food to eat. How much kinder could I be?" After speaking, Chen Yushui immediately raised his voice to order, "What are you standing there for? Make him drink it for me, quickly." Hearing this, the guards quickly rushed forward. Seeing this, Hui Ming turned in fear and ran away. However, Chen Yushui didn't want to let him go, so he urged the guards to chase after him. "Catch him quickly. Don't let him run to where there are people." And so, the two guards used their fastest speed to chase after Hui Ming. Meanwhile, Minji was slowly walking by. "Where is this? This place is so big. How am I supposed to navigate?" At the same time, Hui Ming was frantically running away. However, because Minji suddenly appeared in front of him, Hui Ming couldn't stop in time. As a result, Minji was hit hard by Hui Ming, causing her to painfully fly to one side. Hui Ming, seeing Minji, was very surprised. "It's the girl from the tree." And Minji was also very surprised that Hui Ming appeared here. Just then, Chen Yushui had also caught up. "Isn't this Yueshing's little sister? You done well." After speaking, he pointed at Hui Ming, telling the guards to quickly pin him down. Hearing this, the guards quickly went over and grabbed Hui Ming. Hui Ming, being restrained, was very angry. "Let me go. Let me go now." However, seeing him like this, Chen Yushui laughed mockingly and said, "What are you worried about? You haven't drunk the sweet soup yet. The sweet soup tastes so good. It would be a shame not to drink it." However, of course, Hui Ming was unwilling to drink, clenching his mouth shut and turning his head away. Seeing this, Chen Yushui became very angry and shouted, "Do we have to force feed him? Hurry up and pry his mouth open." Hearing this, the guards quickly used their hands to squeeze Hui Ming's cheeks, forcing him to open his mouth. Minji, standing nearby, saw this scene and couldn't help but feel angry. There's an insect in the sweet soup. This dog of a fifth prince is truly bullying people too much. And so, just as Chen Yushui was about to bring the bowl of sweet soup to force-feed Hui Ming, Minji immediately stepped forward and grabbed it, then put on a naive expression and said, "What kind of sweet soup is this? Is it very delicious? Let me have a taste." However, seeing Minji like this, Chen Yushui became irritated and pushed her hand away. "Hey, don't pull me away. Get out of here. Don't bother me." However, Minji still clung on, not letting go, trying to snatch the bowl of soup. "I want to drink it too. Let me have a sip. Don't be so formal." In the midst of the struggle, Minji seized the opportunity to tilt the bowl of soup towards Chen Yushui. After doing so, she pretended to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Chen Yushui had been drenched with the sweet soup, making him extremely uncomfortable. "The soup is all over me. I am filthy." Seeing this, the guards panicked and immediately went to help Chen Yushui stand up. Seizing this opportunity, Minji whispered to Hui Ming, telling him to run quickly. Hearing this, Hui Ming hesitated for a moment, glancing at Minji. However, he then quickly turned and ran away. During this time, Minji immediately spoke up to distract Chen Yushui's group. "Oh no, I saw an insect crawl into your clothes." Hearing this, Chen Yushui turned pale with fear. "No way. Quickly, help me find it." The guards, hearing this, became flustered and told him to quickly take off his clothes to search. However, upon hearing this, Chen Yushui's blood boiled, and he kicked the young guard. You pig brain. The street is full of people. You want me to strip naked? Are you trying to kill me? So then, the guards hurriedly led Chen Yushui away. Yes. Let's return to the inner palace to search. Watching the backs of Chen Yushui's group, Minji couldn't help but smile smugly. She then gently released the insect from her hand, letting it go. Just then, Yueshing and Xingmu arrived. Yueshing casually called out to Minji, startling her. Minji then turned around naively and said, "Oh, you're here." Yueshing immediately frowned and said, "Stop running around. This is the Imperial Palace, not our backyard at home." Hearing this, Minji looked apologetic, clasped her hands, and replied, "I won't dare again. I won't dare again." Xingmu then smiled gently and asked, "What's the matter? Did you have fun just now?" Hearing this, Minji replied sheepishly, "Nothing much, just took a little stroll around." Xingmu chuckled at this and said, "All right, Minji, let's go back. Father is waiting for us over there." After running for a while, Hui Ming unconsciously came to a stop. He then anxiously looked back. After hesitating for a moment, Hui Ming quickly turned around and ran back to where Minji was. "No, I can't leave her behind and run away." However, when he arrived, Hui Ming immediately saw Minji happily walking with Xingmu and Yueshing. He then sighed in relief. "Thank goodness she's all right. But why did she help me?" A moment later, Minji, along with Yueshing and Xingmu, had returned to where Suabe was. Minji then looked apologetic and bowed her head, saying, "I'm sorry, I used my sacred beast power just now. Although I was hidden so no one discovered me, I know father will surely be worried." However, Suabe wasn't angry at all and gently patted Minji's head. He then smiled and said, "No need to apologize. I trust you." Hearing this, Minji was very surprised. "Father isn't punishing me. I thought I would be scolded." However, Suabe didn't pay much attention to that and quickly handed Minji a notebook. "There's still one more thing to do in the palace today. I'm going to handle your enrollment. 3 days from now is the opening day of the Imperial Academy." Taking the notebook, Minji couldn't help but smile with joy. "That's great. I can finally enter the Imperial Academy." However, in contrast to her, Yueshing was in agony. "What? School starts in 3 days. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die." He then held his head in despair, kneeling on the ground and crying, "My head is starting to hurt, father." The scene shifts to Hohot Palace. Here, there were currently screams of agony echoing. "Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me." Consort Jean was coldly stepping on the hand of the palace maid from earlier, scolding, "You useless thing. You can't even hold a bowl of soup steady. What use do I have for you?" As she spoke, she stomped hard on the maid's hand, causing her to cry out in pain, tears streaming down her face. The palace maid could only cry and tremble, looking at Consort Jean and begging, "Your Highness, spare me. Your Highness, spare me." Just then, a eunuch entered and called out to Consort Jean. He was the chief eunuch, Lian Hai. Lian Hai then quickly bowed, smiling cunningly as he spoke. "Your Highness, even if you break her hand now, it won't solve anything." Hearing this, Consort Jean irritably asked, "Why is that? Do you want me to spare her life?" Lian Hai immediately responded respectfully. Keeping this servant alive would be a disaster. If the news of the sixth prince's poisoning spreads, it would become a terrible scandal. Let this old servant handle her. Please, Your Highness, take care of yourself and don't soil your shoes. Hearing these words, the palace maid became terrified. She hurriedly grabbed Consort Jin's skirt, begging desperately, "Your Highness, please don't kill me. I won't say anything, I swear." However, Consort Jean coldly pushed her hand away. She then spoke with disgust, "Dispose of her cleanly. Don't dirty my quarters." Hearing this, Lian Hai immediately nodded, "Yes, Your Highness. Please rest assured." Right after, guards quickly entered and tied up the palace maid. After finishing, they hesitated briefly before dragging her out, preparing to dispose of her. Consort Jean then turned to Lian Hai and instructed, "The sixth prince must be eliminated quickly. Don't let any mistakes happen again." Lian Hai hurriedly nodded upon hearing this. "As you command, Your Highness." 3 days later, at the Imperial Academy, many children of noble families arrived to study. Yueshing was listlessly complaining. "After reading for a while, my head is starting to hurt." Minji looked around for a while, not seeing Hui Ming, which made her very puzzled. She then couldn't help but call out to the old teacher standing at the front. "Today is the opening ceremony. Why don't we see the sixth prince, Lord Hui Ming, here?" The teacher immediately smiled and replied, "I'm afraid I don't know about that." Hearing this, Minji fell into deep thought. In the original story, Hui Ming was always locked in the cold palace, with no one caring for him. No one paid attention to whether he went to school or not. However, Chen Yushui interrupted Minji's thoughts. That brat is still in the cold palace drinking the northwest wind. How could he come to the opening ceremony? He's called a prince, but in reality, he's just a useless orphan. The other children, hearing this, immediately chimed in, saying the fifth prince was right. Chen Hui Ming was indeed a useless person. However, hearing these words, Minji could no longer contain her anger and coldly glared at Chen Yushui, cursing in her heart, "This damned brat is truly detestable." If it weren't for him and consort Jin's evil schemes, creating Hui Ming's unfortunate childhood, how could Hui Ming, after growing up, have developed such a twisted personality? Seeing Minji's frightening gaze, Chen Yushui couldn't help but startle, shouting in panic, "Hey, why are you staring at me like that?" However, Minji paid no attention to his question and immediately walked away coldly. Seeing this, Chen Yushui angrily shouted, "Wait, I'm talking to you. Where are you going?" Seeing Minji leave the classroom without saying a word, the teacher anxiously said, "We're in the middle of class. You can't leave." However, Minji still paid no attention and walked straight out. Chen Yushui then irritably turned to ask the boy next to him, "That person is too disrespectful. What's her name?" The boy heard this and replied, "Her name is Chen Minji. She's the newly adopted daughter of the Jin Prince." Upon hearing this, Chen Yushui immediately showed disgust and scolded, "An orphan without parents. No wonder she has no manners." However, when he heard these words, Yueshing angrily went up to Chen Yushui and shouted loudly, "Hey, what did you say about my sister?" Chen Yushui, of course, wouldn't back down and stood up to face Yueshing, saying, "What are you going to do about it, Chen Yueshing? Are your teeth itching for a beating? Do you want to fight? Come on then, bring it on." Meanwhile, Minji had gone to the dean's office and opened the door to enter. Seeing the dean sitting and reading, Minji quickly approached and bowed in greeting. The dean immediately recognized her as Miss Minji and thought to himself, "This is the adopted daughter of the Jin Prince." Minji then quickly spoke up, "May I ask why the sixth prince, Lord Hui Ming, is not attending the Imperial Academy?" Hearing this, the dean anxiously replied, "Enrollment requires official documents and procedures. No one has done this for the sixth prince." However, in his heart, he thought, Consort Jin sent people here early to make it clear that the sixth prince is not to attend the Imperial Academy. Minji immediately continued, "Then please, Dean, send a letter requesting the Inner Palace to handle Hui Ming's enrollment matters. He's also a prince. No one inquires about his education. This is negligence on the part of your Imperial Academy." However, hearing these words, the dean narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, "You're quite outspoken for your young age. Besides, this matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Moreover, you're merely the adopted daughter of the Jin Prince. In the end, you're just a country girl. Being able to enter the Imperial Academy is already a great fortune for you." As he said this, he put on a mocking expression. "Do you still want to wave your hands at me?" After speaking, he thought contemptuously to himself, "Even true royal relatives can deal with an adopted daughter. How could I not handle you?" But after hearing the old dean's words, Minji angrily retorted, "I am the daughter of Lord Sobei. I'm not a country girl." However, the old dean immediately waved his hand and laughed. "Ridiculous, ridiculous. Do you think you're a royal relative?" But just then, Soabe suddenly appeared, stepping in front of Minji. He then angrily shouted, "Dean Lin, what do you mean by this?" The old dean, seeing Soabe, was startled and shocked. He then hurriedly stood up, bowing respectfully, "Greetings, Jin Prince." However, Soabe showed great displeasure and spoke, "How many heads do you have that you dare speak to my daughter like that?" The old dean, hearing this, trembled in fear, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Minji, seeing Soabe appear, joyfully asked, "Father, why have you come here?" Soabe, hearing this, immediately patted Minji's head affectionately, saying, "It's your first day of school? I was worried, so I came to check." As he said this, he narrowed his eyes, glancing at the old dean. But unexpectedly, "I encountered someone who doesn't know life from death." The old dean, being looked at by Soabe like this, involuntarily felt a chill down his spine. Soabe then quickly continued speaking, "This prince has adopted Minji. Regardless of her background before, she is now a princess. Whether she's a royal relative or not is not for you to babble about. The old dean, hearing this, trembled and quickly replied, yes, 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 this lowly one understands clearly. However, Sobe immediately coldly asked further, do you know the punishment for disrespecting the royal family? Hearing this, Minji quickly made a beheading gesture. Meanwhile, the old dean was so frightened that his face turned pale. And immediately after, Sobe directly drew his sword and placed it against the old dean's neck. Seeing this, he panicked and hurriedly begged, Jean Prince, spare my life. This lowly one dares not do it again. From now on, this lowly one will absolutely not look down on Miss Minji. Hearing this, Bei withdrew his sword and coldly warned, if there's a next time, be careful that your head doesn't escape with its life. The old dean sighed in relief and tremblingly replied, yes, yes, this lowly one understands. However, Minji was not yet done with him and quickly said, Father, the dean didn't take the initiative to handle the sixth prince's enrollment. Even though the sixth prince is in the cold palace, he is still a prince. The dean knew the sixth prince wasn't attending school, but didn't take any initiative. Isn't this also disrespecting the royal family? Hearing this, Sobe glanced over and questioned, Dean Lin, what do you say? The old dean, hearing this, immediately began searching through his records, hurriedly saying, it's a misunderstanding. A big misunderstanding. I was personally preparing to find the sixth prince to complete his enrollment procedures. However, Minji quickly extended her hand in front of him. No need to trouble the dean anymore. I will go to the cold palace myself to bring the sixth prince here. The old dean, hearing this, hesitated a bit and said, is this appropriate? However, Sobe immediately smiled coldly at him. If my Minji says it's appropriate, then it's appropriate. Do you have any objections? The old dean, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly replied, no, this lowly one wouldn't dare. Then, I'll trouble Miss Minji to make a trip to the palace. After speaking, he handed an enrollment ledger and a token to Minji. Taking these two items, Minji couldn't help but be excited. All right, leave it to me. This is just a small matter. She then quickly turned to say, Father, I'll go to the cold palace to bring the sixth prince here. As she finished speaking, Sobe took out a token and gave it to Minji. Take my pass with you. Be careful on your way. Taking the token, Minji then happily waved goodbye to Sobe and left. A moment later, Minji was looking around in bewilderment. The palace is so big. Where is Hui Ming's cold palace? Suddenly, several people approached from afar, catching Minji's attention. Upon closer inspection, Minji was startled to see that the leader was Li and Ming. According to the original story, Li and Ming was the adopted son of Chief Eunuch Li and Hai. Like him, he was Li and Hai's hunting dog and capable henchman. Moreover, he was in the cold palace, constantly bullying Hui Ming using various means. Seeing Li and Ming approaching, Minji quickly hid to one side, thinking to herself, I didn't expect this eunuch to come to the cold palace too. Watching the backs of Li and Ming's group, Minji immediately confirmed in her heart, this guy must be going to Hui Ming's place. Meanwhile, inside the cold palace, Hui Ming was sitting alone and desolate by the door. He then thought to himself, looking bored, it's so lively outside. That's right, today is the opening day of the Imperial Academy, but it has nothing to do with me. Oh, that girl, who is she? I want to see her again. Too bad this is the cold palace. No one can come here. Thinking of this, Hui Ming couldn't help but sigh, except for those hateful people. Just then, Hui Ming's stomach suddenly growled in protest. He then rubbed his stomach and lamented, I'm so hungry. Suddenly, the door of the cold palace was flung open by someone. Seeing someone arrive, Hui Ming startled and looked up. The newcomer was none other than the eunuch Li and Ming. He quickly approached Hui Ming, looked down at him, and said, Sixth Prince, you're here. I was just looking for you. Hearing this, Hui Ming cautiously asked, what do you want? Li and Ming quickly smiled and pointed to the food box a palace maid was holding, saying, today is the Buddha's birthday celebration. The Empress Dowager has prepared numerous longevity peach buns for the princess, so she specifically ordered this servant to bring some for you to eat. As he finished speaking, he glanced at the palace maid, signaling her. Understanding, the palace maid immediately opened the wooden box and brought it before Hui Ming. Inside were many buns that looked extremely delicious. However, as soon as he saw this, Hui Ming became furious and shouted, "Get out." Even though the buns had just been steamed and were very hot and fragrant, Hui Ming remained extremely clear-headed and narrowed his eyes, saying coldly, "Although I'm very hungry, I'm not stupid. You've never wanted me to eat well before. So why are you suddenly being kind and bringing delicious food?" As he said this, he pointed directly at Lian Ming's face. "You're a turtle. You definitely don't have good intentions. I won't eat your food." Hearing this, Lian Ming laughed and said, "Sixth Prince, I'm afraid this cannot be as you wish. This is a reward from the Empress Dowager. Even the Emperor has to accept it, let alone a prince like you." Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately shouted firmly, "I won't eat it. What can you do to me?" However, Lian Ming smirked cunningly and replied, cracking his knuckles, "In that case, this old servant will have to feed you personally." After speaking, he turned his head and signaled to the guards standing behind him. Understanding, the guards quickly moved forward to restrain Hui Ming, causing him to shout angrily, "What are you trying to do?" Hearing this, Lian Ming picked up one of the buns and said, "Do you like these longevity peach buns? Whether you want to eat or not, this old servant doesn't care. However, this is the Empress Dowager's order. This old servant is just following instructions. So, Sixth Prince, you have no choice but to eat today." Seeing Lian Ming trying to force the bun into his mouth, Hui Ming immediately turned his head to avoid it, shouting, "Don't come near me. I won't eat it." As he finished speaking, he swung his leg, kicking the bun out of Lian Ming's hand. The bun then flew straight into Lian Ming's face before falling to the ground. Seeing this, the guards panicked and asked, "Lord Li, are you all right? Are you okay?" Hui Ming, however, was gleefully laughing, saying, "Serves you right, you turtle demon." Lian Ming, on the other hand, remained extremely calm. He slowly wiped away the bun residue left on his face. After finishing, he coldly slapped Hui Ming hard across the face, causing him to spit blood and fall to the ground. After sitting up, Hui Ming angrily pointed directly at Lian Ming's face and shouted, "You dog servant, how dare you hit me?" However, Lian Ming responded indifferently, "This hand of mine is disciplining you on behalf of the Empress Dowager. You dared to soil the gift from the Empress Dowager. That's a crime of disrespect." After speaking, he pointed directly at Hui Ming's face, acting righteous as he spoke loudly. "This old servant has witnessed it and cannot turn a blind eye. This is my loyalty to the Empress Dowager." After saying this, he waved his hand, signaling the guards, "Make him kneel for me." So then, Hui Ming was forcibly made to kneel by the guards. This directly made Hui Ming extremely angry, and he shouted loudly, "Let me go, you pack of dog servants." However, Lian Ming paid little attention and calmly picked up the bun from the ground. He then maliciously glanced at Hui Ming. "Sixth Prince, you must eat this longevity peach bun today, whether you want or not." Seeing Lian Ming trying to force him, Hui Ming immediately became furious and gritted his teeth, saying, "You dare. I am the Sixth Prince." But Lian Ming, hearing this, showed utter contempt. "Oh really? You still consider yourself a royal? Here in the Cold Palace, you're nothing more than a rat. This is this old servant's territory. Even if you die here today, no one will come to ask about you." As he finished speaking, he forcefully grabbed Hui Ming's face, attempting to stuff the bun into his mouth. However, at that very moment, something strange happened. The bun suddenly heated up and deformed. Immediately after, it unexpectedly exploded. The hot filling of the bun instantly splattered onto Lian Ming's face, causing him to roll on the ground in pain, screaming. The guards, seeing this scene, panicked and rushed over to inquire, "Lord Li, are you all right?" Hui Ming, on the side, witnessing this, was puzzled and thought to himself, "Why did that bun suddenly explode?" Suddenly remembering the earlier incident, Hui Ming quickly turned around, searching. Could it be that little sister from the tree? He saw Minji sitting in the tree at that moment. Her hand was still gesturing for Hui Ming not to say anything. Meanwhile, the palace maid, seeing Lian Ming's face, was directly shocked. She then involuntarily dropped the entire tray of buns, screaming, "Lord Ming's face is ruined." Seeing this, the guard angrily shouted, "Shut your mouth and go find a royal physician." After speaking, he immediately helped Li and Ming leave. Meanwhile, Lian Ming's face had been severely burned by the bun filling, causing him excruciating pain. My face. It hurts so much," Minji, hiding to the side, observed. Seeing that group of people leave, she anxiously ran inside to check. "Hui Ming, are you all right?" "Lord Hui Ming." Hui Ming, seeing Minji, was overjoyed. "Little tree sister, I met you again." Hearing this, Minji laughed and patted his head. Don't call me little tree sister anymore. My name is Minji. I'm the daughter of Jean Prince Chinsuabe. After speaking, she thought to herself, father is the current emperor's younger brother. So I'm actually Hui Ming's cousin sister. Hui Ming, hearing Minji's words, became embarrassed, scratched his head, and replied, yes, Sister Minji. A moment later, Hui Ming curiously spoke up and asked, Sister Minji, was it you who made the bun explode just now? Minji then used her sacred beast power to create a flame in her hand and said, you're very smart. I use sacred beast power. Hearing this, Hui Ming's eyes immediately lit up with admiration, asking, then the sweet soup last time? It must have been you who spilled it, right? Minji, hearing this, winked mischievously and replied, I knew there was poison in that bowl of sweet soup, so I interfered a little, causing that palace maid to spill the bowl. Hui Ming, hearing this, couldn't help but happily praise her, sister, you're amazing. Seeing this, Minji quickly spoke up to caution him, but you must make sure to help me keep this secret. If others discover that I'm using sacred beast power, I'll be taken away. Hearing this, Hui Ming nodded seriously. I absolutely won't tell anyone. Just then, Hui Ming's stomach growled in protest. He immediately blushed embarrassed and laughed, saying my stomach is growling. It's usually like this. Hearing this, Minji suddenly remembered something. She quickly rummaged through her belongings, taking out a package of food and handing it to Hui Ming. I almost forgot. I brought a big meat bun for you. Glancing at Hui Ming, Minji immediately thought to herself, in the original story, Hui Ming was poorly fed and clothed in the cold palace. So I brought some food for him. Meanwhile, Hui Ming was overjoyed as he took the bun. Wow, such a big meat bun. It smells so good and it's still hot. The aroma of the bun made Hui Ming's mouth water uncontrollably. Seeing him like this, Minji laughed and patted his head, saying, all right, go ahead and eat. With Minji's permission, Hui Ming timidly took a big bite of the bun. Watching him eat so heartily, Minji couldn't help but think happily, little Hui Ming is so adorable. How could he later become a tyrant who kills people so brutally? It's really hard to imagine. Thinking of this, she silently made a resolution. I absolutely cannot let this little cutie turn into a tyrant. Not just for father's sake, but also for Lord Hui Ming himself. However, seeing Minji staring at him, Hui Ming felt a bit embarrassed. Sister Minji, what's wrong? Am I eating too much? Hearing this, Minji immediately shook her head and smiled. Not at all. Eat it all up. That way, we'll have the strength to fight those bad guys. However, after hearing these words, Hui Ming suddenly put down the bun. Seeing this, Minji immediately became puzzled and asked what was wrong. Hui Ming then lowered his face and said softly, but I'm not capable of anything. If I could be as capable as you, sister, those hateful eunuchs certainly wouldn't dare bully me. Hearing this, Minji quickly stood up, pointed directly at Hui Ming's face, and asked seriously, then do you want to become as capable as me? Hui Ming immediately replied firmly, I do. Seeing this, Minji happily said, then take me as your teacher. Sister will stay by your side and teach you. Hearing this, Hui Ming joyfully replied, really? I want to learn from you, sister. Immediately after, Hui Ming was about to kneel down to pay respects, startling Minji. She quickly stopped him, saying, Lord Hui Ming, you're a respected prince. You don't need to kneel before me. Let's just pinky swear instead. And so, after that, the two happily linked their pinkies together. Hui Ming, take Sister Minji as my teacher. Minji replied, all right, I accept you. And so, the agreement between the two was formed. They couldn't help but laugh with great joy. A moment later, Hui Ming had finished the meat bun. He then patted his belly contentedly and said, I'm so full. It's been a long time since I've eaten like this. Seeing this, Minji immediately stood up, extended her hand in front of him, and smiled, saying, all right, we have to go to school now. Hearing this, Hui Ming lowered his head sadly and said, I can't. They don't let me go to school. I can only stay in the cold palace. Seeing this, Minji immediately took out the token and enrollment ledger. Now you can go to school because I've completed your enrollment for you. Hui Ming's eyes lit up at this, and he clapped his hands in praise. As expected of my teacher, you're amazing. Minji lafdin response. It's just a small matter. After speaking, she quickly took Hui Ming's hand and pulled him along. Let's go. We need to hurry to catch the last lesson. Hui Ming immediately nodded in response. All right, sister. The two then quickly used their fastest speed to return to the Imperial Academy. Hurry up, Lord Hui Ming. Sister, wait for me. The scene shifts to the Imperial Academy. The teacher was now focused on lecturing mountain to sea, flower to pine, for seasons to three palaces, flower to rice, willow to wild goose, river to dragon, clear autumn to wide cold palace, green jade to red embroidery. Zhuangzi dreams of becoming a butterfly. Wang Zhao flies as a bear. Yuesheng, sitting below, was now extremely bored inside. Where has that little Minji run off to play? I want to go out and play too. Why hasn't class ended yet? Just then, Minji's voice rang out, causing Yuesheng to look up happily. Teacher, I'm back. Minji was now waving to the teacher, saying, I brought a new classmate. The teacher, hearing this, asked puzzled, Who is it? Seeing this, Minji quickly pulled Hui Ming inside and said, It's the sixth prince, Lord Hui Ming. Seeing this scene, Chen Yushui immediately showed disgust and spoke up, Hey, Hui Ming, who gave you permission to come here? As he said this, he stood up abruptly, pointing directly at Hui Ming's face and scolding, You're just a snake from the cold palace. What right do you have to come here and study? Chen Yushui's lackeys naturally quickly chimed in. Don't forget, your mother committed suicide out of fear of punishment. You're also a criminal, so the Imperial Academy is not a place you can come to. That's right. Go back quickly. Hearing these words, Minji couldn't help but feel angry, silently cursing these immoral and sycophantic brats. Birds of a feather flock together. These are truly just brats rubbing salt into others' wounds. In the original story, Hui Ming's mother was framed by Consort Jean, so she was banished to the Cold Palace. In the end, she was forced to commit suicide. Hui Ming, after hearing those words, became sad and lowered his face. Seeing this, Minji immediately stood up to shield him, loudly refuting, Hui Ming is the sixth prince. Why wouldn't he have the right to study here? After speaking, she took out the enrollment ledger from earlier. Then she respectfully handed it to the teacher, saying, The dean has already signed and approved it. After opening and examining it, the teacher nodded in confirmation. This is indeed Lord Lin's personal reply. Lord Hui Ming can attend the Imperial Academy. Hearing this, Minji turned to Chen Yushui triumphantly and asked, Both the teacher and the dean have agreed. What do you have to say now? Chen Yushui was furious and thought to himself, This damned girl doesn't know what's good for her. Immediately after, Yuesheng quickly chimed in to tease, That's right. Whether someone can attend school or not has nothing to do with you. Why are you in such a hurry? Hearing this, Chen Yushui angrily shouted, It's none of your business either. However, Yuesheng immediately pulled a face to mock him. I can't hear you. Meanwhile, Minji quickly bowed to the teacher. Excuse me, teacher, where should Lord Hui Ming sit? After thinking for a moment, the teacher pointed to the back of the classroom. Sit next to the empty seat. Hearing this, Minji took Hui Ming's hand and pulled him along. Come on, Lord Hui Ming, let's go. However, just as the two were passing by Chen Yushui's seat, he immediately flashed a cunning smile. Chen Yushui then quickly stuck out his leg to trip Minji. As a result, she stumbled and fell hard to the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Yushui's group laughed happily, mocking, Don't you have eyes when you walk? You fell like a dog eating dung. So funny. That's right. She looks so stupid. Minji was now furious, thinking to herself, This rotten brat wants a beating, huh? Yuesheng and Hui Ming immediately rushed over, worried, to help Minji stand up. Little sister, quickly get up. Hui Ming worriedly asked, Sister Minji, are you hurt anywhere? Minji frowned and replied, I'm fine. Yuesheng then angrily went up to Chen Yushui and declared loudly, Chen Yushui, don't you dare bully my sister. If you want to fight, come at me. I'll take you on any time, anywhere. However, Chen Yushui immediately picked his ear, ignoring him and saying, What nonsense are you spitting? Who's bullying your sister? Did anyone see me bullying her? His two lackeys, hearing this, pretended to be blind and deaf, saying argumentatively, No, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. Yuesheng, how dare you speak to the fifth prince like that? Mind your status. The teacher, standing to the side, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh wearily, thinking to himself, The fifth prince and the Jean prince's two sons are causing trouble again. How troublesome. Minji was now extremely irritated, thinking to herself, I really want to beat this brat to death. So she quickly turned to the teacher, bowed, and said, Teacher, Chen Yushui deliberately tripped me just now. He's disrupting and bullying in class. Please punish him. The teacher, hearing this, looked very troubled and thought to himself, "Spare me. I'm just a lowly teacher at the Imperial Academy. How can I cause trouble with you royal relatives?" Chun Yushui, seeing Minji like this, smiled slyly and said, "Someone as vicious as you is tattling. Clearly, you fell on my leg. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." His two lackeys immediately chimed in unison, saying that's right. "I saw Minji fall on the fifth prince's leg." Chun Yushui then brazenly continued, "If you don't believe me, ask everyone else." Everyone, isn't that right? However, faced with his question, the other children didn't dare to speak up against him and chose to remain silent, ignoring it. Seeing this, Chun Yushui smugly turned to Minji and said, "Well, no one's saying anything. You fell on my leg." The teacher, now in a very difficult position, hurriedly tried to mediate. "No one seems to have seen anything. I can't make a judgment on my own. I think we should let this go. Everyone, return to your seats." Just then, a hand suddenly shot up, loudly asserting, "I saw it." It was none other than Hui Ming. He quickly pointed directly at Chun Yushui's face, accusing, "You deliberately stuck out your leg to trip her. Apologize to Sister Minji now." Hearing this, Chun Yushui immediately became enraged and rushed forward to grab Hui Ming's clothes, growling, "You rotten fly. A few days without seeing you and your dog's guts have grown big. Ha! Say that again, I dare you." However, Hui Ming remained fearless and firmly repeated loudly, "Apologize to Sister Minji now." Seeing this scene, Minji was extremely surprised. Meanwhile, Yuesheng was even more astonished, thinking to himself, "This little Hui Ming may be small, but he's quite tough." Seeing Hui Ming's attitude, Chun Yushui couldn't contain himself and wanted to use force. "You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" But even so, Hui Ming remained resolute and shouted loudly, telling Chun Yushui to apologize. Chun Yushui, hearing this, became furious and grabbed Hui Ming's clothes tightly, yelling noisily, "You damn fly. Who do you think you are to order me around?" Yuesheng, seeing this, wanted to step in and stop it. "Chun Yushui, stop it right now." However, the two lackeys quickly held Yuesheng back. "This doesn't concern you. Yuesheng, don't you dare interfere." Minji, seeing the situation worsen, called out loudly for help. "Teacher, this is not good." However, the old teacher had already turned his face away, intently staring at his book, his ears deaf to the commotion around him, focused solely on reading the sage's teachings. Minji, seeing this, helplessly thought to herself, "It seems we can't expect anything from this teacher." But quickly, she came up with a clever idea. "It looks like I'll have to rely on myself." Thinking this, Minji immediately pointed towards the door and shouted loudly, "The Emperor has arrived." Hearing that the Emperor was coming, everyone was startled and hurriedly stopped. Chun Yushui, panicked, quickly shoved Hui Ming aside. "Get out of my way. Move aside." But when he turned around and saw no one there, Chun Yushui was completely bewildered. The children in the class were also confused and started discussing. "Where? I don't see anyone. There's nothing there." Amidst the chaos, Minji had set her sights on the lantern above Chun Yushui's head. She then secretly used her Fire Phoenix power to burn the string holding the lantern. As a result, the string quickly snapped. The lantern then rapidly fell straight down towards Chun Yushui. Meanwhile, he was still completely unaware and was boasting arrogantly. "Well done, Minji. You dare to trick me." Just as he finished speaking, the lantern fell directly onto Chun Yushui, leaving him completely dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why did the lantern fall on me?" The two lackeys were shocked, frozen in place, while Chun Yushui was shouting angrily, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get this off me." After coming to their senses, the two lackeys hurriedly rushed over. "Fifth Prince, we're coming to save you. Here, here." At that moment, Minji winked, signaling to Yuesheng. He immediately nodded, understanding her intention. And so, after that, the two of them simultaneously tripped the two lackeys, causing them to stumble and fall flat on the ground. Seeing this, Chun Yushui angrily shouted, "You fools. What are you doing?" However, just as he finished speaking, Hui Ming silently appeared behind Chun Yushui, smiling dangerously. He then quickly gave a gentle push, and before Chun Yushui could regain his balance, he fell straight to the ground. Then, with the help of the lantern Chun Yushui smoothly rolled straight outside. "Wah! Wah! Save me! Someone save me! Quick, come help me!" After being spun like a top, Chun Yushui cried out miserably, "I'm so dizzy. So dizzy. I'm gonna die." Seeing this, the two lackeys quickly ran as fast as they could after the fifth prince. We're coming. We're coming. Time passed swiftly. Soon it was time for class to end. Minji and her two companions were laughing heartily. Haha, that Shinyu Shui, I bet for the next 3 days he won't be able to tell directions. Everything will look blurry to him. As they spoke, Yuesheng patted Hui Ming's shoulder, praising, "Little Hui Ming, you were really impressive just now." Hearing this, Hui Ming scratched his head shyly and replied, "Sister was more impressive," using Fire Phoenix power to drop the lantern. But as soon as he said this, Minji and Yuesheng hurriedly spoke up, reminding him, "This can't be spoken about. Be careful, others might hear." That's right, Minji could be locked in a dark room for this. Hearing this, Hui Ming panicked and turned pale. "I won't say it, I won't say it. I won't mention it again in the future." Meanwhile, Suabe and Xingmu were waiting at the gate. Seeing Minji and the others approaching, Xingmu hurriedly pointed and said, "Father, they're here." Minji immediately became happy and rushed over to Suabe. Meanwhile, Suabe had already opened his arms, wanting to embrace his precious Minji. Suabe then gently patted Minji's head and asked caringly, "How was your first day at school? Is everything all right?" Hearing this, Minji felt a bit guilty and lowered her head, but still hurriedly nodded. Meanwhile, Yuesheng proudly puffed out his chest and declared, "Of course, everything went very well. With me here, how could Minji not be all right?" Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing, while Sobe stepped forward to pinch Yuesheng's cheek, saying, "You little rascal, such big talk." Seeing this scene, Shimu couldn't help but smile happily. However, at this moment, Hui Ming suddenly spoke up. "Greetings, Royal Uncle." He then quickly bowed to Sobe, saying, "Royal Uncle, I pay my respects." Seeing this, Sobe immediately responded politely, "Congratulations, Sixth Prince. You can finally enter the Imperial Academy." Witnessing this, Minji immediately fell into thought. It's really impossible to imagine that in the future, father will die at the hands of this weak little darling. A moment later, Suabe happily took Minji's hand, ready to leave. "It's getting late. Let's return to the mansion." However, at this moment, Hui Ming stepped forward and grabbed Minji's hand. Seeing this, Minji turned back puzzled and asked him, "What's wrong, Lord Hui Ming?" Hui Ming, hearing this, shyly pleaded, "Sister, stay with me today. Don't go back." Suabe and Minji, hearing these words, were startled and surprised. Hui Ming then looked at Minji with teary eyes. "Sister Minji, please. Those evil eunuchs will surely come back." Yuesheng and Xingmu, hearing this, were confused and bewildered while Minji immediately thought to herself, "I changed the plot of the poison sweet soup at the Dragon Boat Festival, so they used the longevity peach buns to poison Hui Ming instead. Though I thwarted it, their mission is still incomplete. They'll surely come back to kill him." Looking at the pitiful Hui Ming before her, Minji couldn't stand by and do nothing. If she couldn't think of a solution, Lord Hui Ming would fall victim to Consort Jin's schemes. Thinking this, Minji turned to Suabe and asked, "Father, can I stay with Lord Hui Ming?" Suabe, hearing this, hesitated. "Stay in the cold palace. That's not possible." Meanwhile, Hui Ming had started crying, begging, "Sister Minji, please don't go." Seeing him like this, Minji couldn't bear it and immediately spoke up, trying to persuade, "Hey, father, just this once, please." However, Sobe still firmly shook his head. "No, I'm not comfortable with you alone in the inner palace." Receiving this answer, Minji sadly lowered her face. Seeing this, Sobe gently stepped forward to pat her head comfortingly. At this moment, Xingmu spoke up, "Father, I also want to stay with Minji. I'll take care of them." Yuesheng immediately raised his hand, volunteering, "Me too, me too. With me here, there definitely won't be any problems." Seeing this, Minji once again grabbed Suabe's hand. "Can I stay now?" Hui Ming also immediately stepped forward and grabbed Suabe's robe. "Please allow it. Royal Uncle, please." Suabe had to sigh helplessly and agree, "All right, just this once." He then immediately patted Minji's head affectionately. "I'll make some arrangements." Hearing this, Minji and Hui Ming couldn't help but rejoice. That night, Minji told the story of Lian Ming and Consort Jin wanting to poison and frame Hui Ming to Xingmu and Yuesheng. After finishing, she worriedly said, "I can protect Hui Ming from the shadows, but I can't always stay in the cold palace. Hearing this, Hui Ming sighed sadly. If only I could stay with sister forever, that would be great. After thinking for a while, Xingmu finally came up with a solution. Like this, it's not a long-term plan. If we could find a supporter for Hui Ming, we could ease our worries. The two, Minji and Hui Ming, asked in unison, what kind of supporter? Xingmu smiled calmly and said, in this inner palace, the most powerful is still the Empress Dowager. If she could support Hui Ming, Consort Jean wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Hearing this, Minji was suddenly delighted, remembering, that's right. How could I forget such an important character? She then happily grabbed Hui Ming's hand. It's decided then, Hui Ming will make the Empress Dowager your supporter. Hui Ming, of course, immediately agreed, all right, teacher. Meanwhile, Xingmu was completely bewildered and hurriedly asked, wait, how are you going to make the Empress Dowager a supporter? Hearing this, Minji smiled mischievously and said the Empress Dowager is a Buddhist, cold on the outside but warm inside. She has a kind heart. Also, the Empress Dowager lost her mother when she was young and was an orphan. Hui Ming's situation is similar to the Empress Dowager's. As long as Hui Ming performs well, he'll surely move the Empress Dowager. Xingmu was extremely surprised after hearing this. It's your first time in the palace. You don't even know the Empress Dowager. How do you know all this? Hearing this, Minji stammered, quickly making up an excuse. Oh, well, knowing is just knowing. I do have Sacred Beast power, you know. She couldn't exactly say that it was because she had read the original story. Hui Ming immediately believed her wholeheartedly, clapping and praising. Teacher is so amazing. Xingmu was also fooled, really. I didn't know Sacred Beast power could understand people's hearts. Meanwhile, Minji just smiled awkwardly. Time passed swiftly. Yuesheng, from somewhere, had found an enormous watermelon. However, the three, Minji and the others, immediately asked hesitantly, where did you get this watermelon? Yuesheng replied innocently, I picked it up from the Imperial Academy. Impressive, right? And so, Hui Ming and Xingmu excitedly prepared to eat the watermelon. Minji stood to the side, praising Yuesheng for his resourcefulness. Only Xingmu looked helpless, covering his face and sighing. You little rascal. This is clearly from the Imperial Academy's dining hall. I'll have to pay for it tomorrow. Now that they had food, the four children quickly cut open the watermelon and ate while chatting happily. However, at that moment, a light from outside caught Yuesheng's attention. He then hurriedly warned the others that someone was coming this way. Hearing this, Minji also jumped up in panic. Oh no, that eunuch Lian Ming is coming to kill us again. However, Hui Ming no longer showed the fear he had before and excitedly said, don't worry, there are so many of us. With teacher here, we can definitely beat him to death. Yuesheng immediately cracked his knuckles and replied, if he dares to bully you, I'll beat him until his own parents won't recognize him. I'll turn him into a pig's head. Xingmu, being the smartest and calmest, quickly interrupted, even if you beat him up, what then? Do you all want to be arrested? Sixth Prince, do you want to never be able to rise up in this life? Hearing these words, Hui Ming and Yuesheng were stunned, unable to respond. However, Xingmu quickly broke into a dangerous smile and said, I have a good way to deal with him. After speaking, he pulled Hui Ming and Yuesheng close and whispered, you just do this. Soon after, Lian Ming's group once again forcefully opened the door and entered the cold palace. Lian Ming was now extremely angry, thinking to himself, that damned fly dared to ruin my perfect face. Tonight, I must torture him slowly until he's half dead, non-stop. Thinking this, he immediately pointed towards the building, loudly ordering his subordinates to find Hui Ming. The guards, receiving the order, hurriedly spread out and began searching. After a while, one of the guards suddenly heard a sound that startled him. The source of the noise was a nearby bush. So he then hurriedly called out to Lian Ming, Lord Li, there seems to be something over there. Hearing this, Lian Ming quickly went to the bush to investigate. However, what was inside was extremely eerie. Mysterious flames, for some reason, were floating in the air, creating a hazy effect. And right after that, Hui Ming, with a ghostly appearance, suddenly appeared, staggering towards the group. Seeing this scene, the young guards were so frightened that they began to cry, screaming, Ghost! Ghost! The blue flames then relentlessly chased after them, causing the young men to run away at full speed. Meanwhile, Lian Ming had fallen flat on the ground. He then trembled with fear. Oh my God, what is that? What is that thing? At the same time, the young guards had already run to the entrance of the cold palace. Suddenly, two watermelon rinds appeared out of nowhere. So in the darkness of night, the young men, not paying attention, stepped right on the Rhines. As a result, they immediately slipped, lost their balance, and then crashed straight into a nearby wall, falling unconscious. Meanwhile, Lian Ming, seeing Hui Ming covered in blood slowly crawling towards him, stammered in fear, "Ghost! Ghost! The ghost is here!" However, Hui Ming didn't relent and continued to crawl slowly towards him. His mouth kept making eerie sounds. "Save me! Save me!" Lian Ming, seeing this, became terrified and hurriedly backed away. He used his hands to push away what he thought was a ghost. "Stay away. Don't come here. Don't come here. Don't come near me." Lian Ming retreated faster and faster. However, very soon his back hit a tree trunk behind him. At that moment, something suddenly fell onto his clothes, startling Lian Ming. He then slowly raised his hand to feel his shoulder and examine it. But when he brought his hand up to check, a bright red liquid that looked like blood had covered his hand. Lian Ming then tremblingly looked up at the tree. He saw long hair hanging down from above, extremely ghostly, causing his face to turn pale. Immediately after, Minji, with a face covered in red liquid, looking terrifyingly eerie, quickly looked down at him. Seeing this sight, Lian Ming was so scared that his eyes rolled back in his head. He then, without regard for anything else, hurriedly ran away. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm a good person. I'm an innocent civilian." And so, finally, Lian Ming's group all panicked and ran away as fast as they could. The door of the cold palace quickly closed, restoring peace to the place. The four, Minji and the others, seeing their plan succeed beyond expectations, were extremely happy and laughed loudly for a while. Shimu then spoke seriously. "Normally, the Empress Dowager rarely goes out. Except on festival days, it's hard to see her. But at the beginning of each month, she goes to Wanshou Palace to worship Buddha." Yuesheng, hearing this, quickly raised his hand to count and said, "Tomorrow is the 5th day of the month." Xingmu immediately nodded. "Right, tomorrow after school, the Empress Dowager will pass by the Imperial Academy on her way to Wanshou Palace. If we miss this chance, we'll have to wait until the end of the month. But Consort Jin's revenge won't wait that long." Hearing this, Minji immediately made a decision. "Then let's take Hui Ming to beg the Empress Dowager for protection." Xingmu patted Hui Ming's head and said with a smile, "It's hard for you to move the Empress Dowager like this. If Hui Ming looks miserable, extremely pitiful and pathetic, then maybe." Hearing this, Yuesheng quickly put on a dangerous expression and glanced at Hui Ming. "I got it. We just need to make Hui Ming look like a miserable pig's head, half dead in front of the Empress Dowager. That will surely move her." Seeing this, Minji angrily stepped forward to scold him. "We can't do that." Meanwhile, Hui Ming was scared and covered his head. "Don't hit me." Seeing this, Shimu didn't hold back and gave Yuesheng a punch on the head. "You two idiots. I'll turn you into a pig's head, believe it or not." At this point, Xingmu began to explain, "I meant to act out a suffering ploy. First, have Hui Ming anger Consort Jin. When Consort Jin is insulting Hui Ming, the Empress Dowager will happen to see it. This way, Hui Ming can plead his case. It will surely move the Empress Dowager." Minji, after hearing this, excitedly clapped her hands in approval. "Great idea. Big Brother is still the most reliable." She then looked at Hui Ming apologetically and said, "Lord Hui Ming, you'll have to suffer some injustice. You'll have to be beaten by Consort Jin." However, Hui Ming bravely spoke up, "It's all right, teacher. I can do it." So, then, Shimu began to arrange the plan for tomorrow for everyone. The scene shifts to Ho-Hot Palace. Lian Ming was now receiving several painful slaps from Consort Jin. Meanwhile, Lian Hai, standing to the side showing great disappointment. Consort Jin then angrily pointed directly at Lian Ming's face and scolded, "You have the nerve to come back. You can't even handle a mere boy. You useless thing, not even worth a dog. What use are you anymore? Go get a white cloth and hang yourself." Hearing this, Lian Ming panicked and hurriedly knelt down to explain, "Your Highness, spare me. There were ghosts there. I was almost swallowed whole." But when Consort Jin heard this, she immediately flew into a rage and gave Lian Ming a kick. "You dead dog. Appointing a useless thing like you is truly like encountering a ghost. Go hang yourself and die. Don't force me to do it myself." Lian Hai couldn't help but sigh again. Seeing this, Lian Ming hurriedly clung to Lian Hai, crying and begging, "Foster father, save me. You must believe me, there really were ghosts there. Fire ghosts flying around, blood dripping on my face." Hearing this, Lian Hai quickly used his hand to wipe the red liquid from Lian Ming's face. Then he slowly raised his finger in front of the young man and said, "You can't even tell the difference between red ink and blood. How foolish are you?" Hearing this, Lian Ming was puzzled and used his hand to examine the liquid on his face. When he realized the truth, Lian Ming couldn't help but be shocked. "It really is cinnabar red ink. I've been tricked." Lian Hai then quickly turned to Consort Jean, bowed respectfully, and spoke, "Your Highness, please calm your anger. It's all due to this servant's incompetence. We couldn't assassinate the sixth prince. As for the appearance of flying fire ghosts, it's likely caused by sacred beast power. The palace has always been peaceful, but suddenly ghosts are causing trouble. It must be the sixth prince secretly using sacred beast power to cause chaos." Consort Jean, after hearing this, was somewhat doubtful and said, "A useless thing like Chun Hui Ming. I've watched him grow up with my own eyes until today. How could he possibly have sacred beast power?" Lian Hai smiled and replied, "Your Highness, this old servant means that whether the sixth prince has sacred beast power or not is not important. We just need to use the excuse of ghosts causing trouble in the cold palace. Force him to undergo the unlocking ritual. Arrange for a sorcerer to come. The sixth prince's death will be certain." Hearing these words, Consort Jean couldn't help but break into a pleased smile. "Excellent. Just send him for the unlocking ritual. The sixth prince won't be able to survive even if he wants to." However, Lian Hai immediately said, "But after all, he is still the sixth prince." Consort Jean, understanding, quickly said, "I will go see his majesty. A useless prince who's rarely valued. His majesty surely won't care about him at all." At this point, Consort Jean quickly gave orders. "The night is long, and small matters can easily become big ones. Go to the cold palace now and capture that little beast. Take more people with you." Hearing this, Lian Hai and Lian Ming hurriedly bowed. "We obey, Your Highness." Back at the cold palace, Minji, Yuesheng, and Hui Ming were all sleeping on the bed. Meanwhile, Xingmu was elegantly resting his head, sleeping on the table. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. "Quickly surround the inner palace. Don't let that useless one escape." Hearing these sounds, Xingmu quickly startled awake. Seeing many lights outside, Xingmu couldn't help but be shocked. There are too many people coming. So he quickly went to where the three, Minji and the others, were sleeping and woke them up. Minji and Hui Ming quickly awoke. Only Yuesheng, no matter how much Xingmu shook him, still wouldn't wake up. He kept mumbling, "Don't be noisy. It's not dawn yet, I'm not going to school." Outside, Lian Hai had led many people to surround the cold palace. He then quickly opened the door of the room. "Sixth Prince, Your Highness, we have business with you." But when he saw the scene inside, Lian Hai was involuntarily startled, because he, of course, recognized Xingmu and Yuesheng as the sons of the Jin Prince's mansion. He then glanced at Minji, examining her. "This little girl I've never seen before. Could it be the adopted daughter of the Jin Prince from the rumors?" Xingmu then cautiously spoke up, asking, "Lord Li in the dead of night, bringing so many people to the cold palace. What is your intention?" Lian Hai heard this and laughed, pointing to the old Taoist priest beside him, saying, "We heard there were ghosts causing trouble in the cold palace. This old servant suspects someone is secretly using sacred beast power. Therefore, we've specially brought a sorcerer from the ritual department to investigate." Hearing these words, Minji couldn't help but startle, trembling. Seeing Minji suddenly shaking uncontrollably, Lian Hai quickly became suspicious and frowned, examining her. However, Lian Ming immediately spoke up loudly. "All these ghost matters, were they caused by you lot? You nearly cost me my life. You won't get away with this." Hearing this, Lian Hai glared at Lian Ming and said sternly, "Step back. It's not your place to speak here. Whether there's sacred beast power or not, we should let the skilled sorcerer investigate." The old sorcerer then approached and asked the sixth prince, "And you young masters, who wants to go first?" Lian Hai pointed at Minji and said, "We must follow proper order. Let's start with the little princess." Hearing this, Minji startled and panicked. Xingmu and Yuesheng were, of course, also extremely worried. Seeing Minji trembling, Hui Ming also felt involuntarily concerned. The old sorcerer was now using his power to prepare to examine Minji. Seeing this, Hui Ming immediately stepped in front of Minji and spoke coldly. No need to investigate further. I used the sacred beast power. The three, Minji and the others, were shocked upon hearing this. The old sorcerer was also surprised that Hui Ming would confess like this. He then turned to Li Hai in confusion and asked, Lord Li, you said this, but Li Hai immediately smiled and gestured, go ahead and examine him. Following the order, the old sorcerer quickly went to examine Hui Ming. Very soon after, the result was announced by him. Indeed, it is sacred beast power. The sixth prince has the power of the fire phoenix. Minji was extremely surprised after hearing these words. Impossible. How could Hui Ming have sacred beast power? Shimu, being intelligent, of course understood the issue. This is clearly an attempt to frame and harm Hui Ming. How despicable. Li Hai then immediately put on a righteous appearance and approached Hui Ming, bowing as he spoke. Congratulations, Sixth Prince, Your Highness. His Majesty has ordered that all children with sacred beast power must devote themselves to the country. Even princes cannot refuse. As he said this, he extended his hand to invite Hui Ming. Please, Your Highness, come with me to the ritual department. Don't make trouble. Avoid unnecessary suffering. Hui Ming knew he couldn't resist, so he quickly turned back to say goodbye. Sister Minji, I'm going now. Watching Hui Ming being led away by Li Hai's group, Minji felt extremely heartbroken. She then could only desperately plead in her heart, Lord Hui Ming, no, don't go. I can't just stand by and watch this happen. Minji finally decided to use her sacred beast power to save Hui Ming. However, Shimu immediately stopped her, glaring and telling her not to act rashly. Seeing this, Minji could only nod sadly, showing that she understood. A moment later, Shimu couldn't help but angrily scold Minji loudly. Did you want to use your power here? Do you really think you could hide it here? Do you want us all to die? Is that what you want? Hearing this, Minji burst into tears and softly replied, I'm sorry, big brother, but I can't just stand by and watch Lord Hui Ming being taken away. If he undergoes the unlocking ritual, he will surely die, because he doesn't actually have any sacred beast power. At this point, Minji spoke firmly and loudly, no, I want to go confess and exchange places with Lord Hui Ming. Hearing these words, Shimu couldn't help but want to slap Minji, but in the end, he still couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing Minji crying in pain, Shimu sighed and gently patted her head, advising, if you get caught, what will father do? Have you thought about that? And besides, confessing won't save Lord Hui Ming either, because they want to drive Hui Ming to his death. If you go, you'll only die along with him. Hearing this, Minji quickly grabbed Xingmu's clothes and asked, then what should we do, big brother? Xingmu shook his head helplessly. I don't know either. Yuesheng, on the side, was pulling his hair in frustration. We're really doomed. Even big brother genius Xingmu can't think of a way out. At this point, Xingmu calmly patted the shoulders of Minji and Yuesheng, saying, now we can only go and beg father. Tomorrow morning, we'll go see father. The scene shifts to Hohat Palace. Consort Jean was leisurely lying on a chair, listening to Li Hai's report. Your Highness, the sixth prince has been taken to the ritual department. He's been examined and has no sacred beast power. Tomorrow, the unlocking ritual will be arranged. His death is certain. Hearing this, Consort Jean yawned and said, I know. You may leave. However, Li Hai hesitated and spoke up. This old servant has a concern. Hearing this, Consort Jean was startled and asked, what concern? Li Hai immediately explained seriously, when we went to the cold palace to capture the sixth prince, the three children of the Jean Prince were also there. If the sixth prince has no power, then it's very likely that one of the Jean Prince's three children has sacred beast power. As he said this, he speculated, the two sons of the Jean Prince have already been examined. They don't have sacred beast power, so it can only be the adopted daughter of the Jean Prince who has it. Consort Jean, hearing this, showed some interest and asked, I've also heard rumors that the Jean Prince adopted a daughter. Who is she? Li Hai immediately replied, her name is Chun Minji. Regardless of whether that girl has power or not, we must act first to prevent future troubles. Consort Jean frowned after hearing this. Chun Minji with sacred beast power. But why is she the daughter of the Jean Prince? Li Hai then suggested, Your Highness, tomorrow we should send someone to the Jean Prince's mansion to investigate. Meanwhile, Consort Jean was silently contemplating. Li Hai continued to try to persuade her, Your Highness, quickly eliminate Chun Minji. If not, I fear something unexpected might happen, which wouldn't be good. However, Consort Jean immediately shook her head no. If we eliminate Qin Minji, it will certainly alarm the Gene Prince. For now, just eliminate the sixth prince. Don't think too much about other matters. Hearing this, Lian Hai still looked very apprehensive. Seeing this, Consort Jean began to explain. The Gene Prince has already lost one daughter. If we touch his daughter again now, he will certainly be furious. Be careful, or he might ruin our plans. Hearing this, Lian Hai bowed respectfully. This servant understands. Consort Jean then quickly waved her hand, giving orders. Act as soon as dawn breaks. Take me to the ritual department to observe. Don't let any mistakes happen again. Hearing this, Lian Hai hurriedly accepted the order. Yes, I'll go to the ritual department immediately. The next morning, Shimu quickly called out to Yueshing and Minji. It's time for the palace gates to open. Let's hurry and go. However, as soon as they reached the gate, the three immediately encountered Soubei and Fu Zhong waiting there. Are you all here? Seeing Suobei, Xingmu was surprised and asked, Father, why are you here? Yueshing also hurriedly said, We were just about to look for you. Hearing this, Soubei chuckled and replied, I felt uneasy, so as soon as the palace gates opened, I came to pick you up. Minji then quickly stepped forward, grabbed Soubei's hand, and pleaded, Father, something terrible has happened. Please, I beg you to save Lord Huiming. Hearing this, Soubei looked puzzled and bent down to ask kindly what happened. Minji immediately replied, crying, He's been taken to the ritual department. They want to perform the unlocking ritual on him. Shimu also spoke up. It's the palace eunuchs. Chief Eunuch Lian Hai took the sixth prince away. He falsely accused the sixth prince of having sacred beast power. The sixth prince is surely in great danger. Minji quickly continued to plead with her father. Please, go save Lord Huiming quickly. However, Soubei immediately looked troubled and patted Minji's head, saying, I very much want to help the sixth prince, but I don't want to be involved in the conflicts between children with sacred beast power, and I certainly can't let my own children be put in danger. Hearing this, Minji's eyes welled up with tears as she said, But Lord Huiming was taken away because he was protecting me. If it weren't for Lord Huiming, it would be me who was taken away. However, Soubei still shook his head. I'm very sorry. I don't want to take risks. Come home with me. But Minji immediately knelt down. She then spoke, crying and pleading, I beg you, Father, please save Lord Huiming. This is not just for Lord Huiming's sake, but for everyone in our family. Suobei, seeing Minji like this, couldn't help but be shocked, and Yueshing quickly went over to cling to Suobei's leg. Father, that sixth prince is truly very brave. If it weren't for him, little sister's sacred beast power would have been discovered. Xingmu then calmly added, The sixth prince has done us a great favor. I also beg you to save the sixth prince. Suobei, seeing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. You children have truly grown up. After speaking, he said seriously, Your father is not someone who doesn't repay kindness or who ignores those in mortal danger. I will go save the sixth prince. Hearing this, Minji was so overjoyed that she jumped up and down. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Suobei then quickly took Minji's hand and pulled her along. Minji, come with me to this place first. Although Minji was a bit confused, she quickly followed. Meanwhile, watching the backs of Suobei and Minji gradually disappear, Yueshing couldn't help but ask, Big brother, where are we going now? What should we do? Xingmu replied, To the Imperial Academy. We'll study while waiting for news from father. Although Yueshing was a bit worried, he nodded and followed Xingmu's instructions. At the same time in the ritual department, Huiming was currently huddled in a corner. He still firmly believed that Minji would definitely come to save him. Just then, the sound of slow footsteps approached. Huiming immediately startled, thinking anxiously, this person has come too quickly. The old sorcerer from before quickly appeared. He then smiled kindly at Huiming and said, Sixth prince, so you're awake. The time has come. Please follow me to the ritual room. However, Huiming directly refused. I'm not going. I haven't eaten yet. My stomach is still empty. Bring some good food here. I'll go after I'm full. After speaking, he thought to himself, Teacher hasn't arrived yet. I absolutely won't go with them. However, the old sorcerer, after hearing Huiming's words, laughed loudly. You think being a prince means you can be arrogant with me? It's laughable. Who do you think you are here? But Huiming remained very firm and said, If you don't let me eat until I'm full, Even if you beat me to death, I won't go." Hearing this, the old sorcerer became directly enraged and reached out to grab Hui Ming's neck. He then lifted the boy up and slammed him hard onto the floor, shouting, "You damned brat. You don't want face. You think this old man can't subdue you." Hui Ming tried to resist. However, his strength was no match for that of the old man. The old man then went berserk and yelled, "I think it's better to just kill you outright. It'll save us some trouble. Why bother with the unlocking ritual?" As he said this, he began to squeeze Hui Ming's neck harder. "Sixth Prince, now I'll send you on your way." In this desperate situation, Hui Ming immediately bit down hard on the old sorcerer's hand. Due to the intense pain, the old sorcerer hurriedly let go and cursed, "You damned brat. That hurts like hell." After speaking, he angrily shoved Hui Ming hard against the wall. Immediately after, he clenched his fist tightly and was about to lunge at Hui Ming. "You rotten kid. I'll beat you to death." But Hui Ming wasn't going to sit and wait for death. He quickly used his head to headbutt the old sorcerer's groin. As a result, the old sorcerer immediately felt an indescribable sensation. His testicles had been crushed. The pain was so intense that he collapsed to the ground, clutching his lower body and trembling. Hearing the loud noise, the guards hurriedly rushed in. "Master Zhao, what was that sound?" Seeing the old sorcerer trembling in pain, the guards immediately approached with concern and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Taking advantage of this opportunity, Hui Ming quietly slipped away. The old sorcerer noticed and quickly, while shaking, pointed in Hui Ming's direction, trying to say, Be behind." However, the young guards didn't understand what he meant. Behind what? The old sorcerer, seeing this, was so angry his testicles ached even more as he yelled, "Fool! Behind you!" Not seeing Hui Ming, the guards finally understood the problem. "Oh no, he's escaped." The old sorcerer, now in a hurry and pain, shouted, "Quickly catch him for me." So the guards hurriedly chased after Hui Ming, wanting to bring him back. The scene shifts to Changung's house. He is currently sitting in a nearby pavilion, surrounded by flower fields. Leisureli and Yoshingtea. After taking a sip of tea, Changung smiled contentedly and sighed. How peaceful. Enjoying tea and appreciating flowers truly brings satisfaction. He closed his eyes, savoring this tranquil moment. However, just as Changung was comfortably indulging, a sudden loud voice called out to him, startling the young man and causing him to spit out the tea in his mouth. Outside, Soabe was riding a horse, carrying Minji and galloping towards them. Minji excitedly waved her hand and called out, "Master." Changung, seeing these two ruthlessly trampling over his flower field, felt his heart directly shatter. Suo Bei then hurriedly jumped off the horse, carrying Minji as he approached Changung, saying, "Changung, there's an extremely urgent matter we need your help with." However, Changung couldn't contain his anger and immediately shouted, "You scoundrel, don't you know how to knock? And why not use the main entrance? You've ruined my entire flower field." Seeing this, Suo Bei sincerely clasped his hands in apology, urgently saying, "I'm extremely sorry. These flowers, I'll compensate you for them. It's an extremely urgent matter. We need your help desperately." Hearing this, Minji also spoke up, pleading, "Master, please save Lord Hui Ming." Seeing this scene, Changung also panicked and asked, What do you want me to do?" Hearing this, Suo Bei quickly explained, "The sixth prince has been falsely accused of having sacred beast power. He's been taken by people from the ritual department." Hearing this, Changung calmly asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Suo Bei immediately stepped forward, grasping Changgung's shoulders, explaining, "You're a renowned sorcerer. Everyone knows your name. Come with me to the ritual department and re-examine the sixth prince." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Changung shook off Suo Bei's hand and firmly said, "Years ago, I committed a great crime. I'd rather die than return to the ritual department. I dare not go back anymore. Besides, that place is where I least want to return to. There are too many terrible memories there." Minji, seeing Changung like this, hurriedly approached him, grabbing his sleeve, with tears in her eyes, begging, "Lord Hui Ming is about to be taken for the unlocking ritual. There's no time left. Please, master." But Changung still firmly refused. "I'm just a retired sorcerer who's gone into seclusion. I can't help with anything. People have their own fate. I'm powerless to change it." After speaking, he coldly turned away. "Please understand." Seeing him like this, Minji sadly began to cry. "Master, I beg you." However, at that moment, Suo Bei gently patted Minji's head to comfort her. "Don't worry, I'll go persuade him." As he said this, he smiled reassuringly at Minji, saying it would be very soon. Watching Saw Bei slowly approach Changgung, Minji was puzzled, not knowing what he intended to do. However, immediately after, Suabe directly approached Changgung from behind. Then, without saying a word, he struck Changgung hard on the neck. As a result, Changgung fell unconscious, and Suabe quickly caught the young man. Right after that, Suabe placed Changgung on the horse and proudly said, "See, I've subdued your master." Minji, seeing this scene, was utterly bewildered. How can this maneuver be so skillful? Having achieved his goal, Suabe hurriedly lifted Minji onto the horse. "All right, let's go save him quickly." However, at this moment, Minji looked worriedly at the white horse and said, "But there are 3 of us. Won't it be too hard for the horse?" Hearing this, Suabe stroked the horse and replied, "Don't worry. My Yuzue is the strongest horse there is." As he finished speaking, the horse stomped its hoof firmly. Then it bared its teeth in a proud grin, for it was Yuzue, the beloved horse of the Gene Prince. Immediately after, Suabe pulled the reins sharply. Receiving the signal, Yuzue began to gallop at full speed. Back at the Imperial Palace, the guards were now desperately chasing after Hui Ming. After running for a while, Hui Ming turned into a small alley. However, right after that, he was startled to realize that it was a dead end ahead. Hui Ming gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "It's over." The guards, having cornered Hui Ming, panted and said, "Your Highness, there's no way out behind you. You're finished now. You really thought you could keep running." Right after that, one of the guards slowly approached Hui Ming. "Be good and come with us. We won't hurt you." With Hui Ming backed against the wall, the 2 guards smugly threatened, "Sixth Prince, don't force us to use force." However, Hui Ming suddenly pointed behind the 2 guards and shouted, "Father! Father has arrived." The 2 young guards, hearing that the emperor had arrived, were startled and turned pale. They then hurriedly turned around and knelt down respectfully. Seeing this, Hui Ming smiled smugly and said, "Fools." The 2 guards had now raised their heads. However, there was no one in front of them, leaving them utterly bewildered. Seizing this opportunity, Hui Ming quickly scrambled away on all 4s. "What are you looking at? There's nobody there, you fools." Realizing they had been tricked, the guards became so angry they gnashed their teeth. However, just as Hui Ming had taken a few steps, he crashed into someone and fell hard to the ground. Looking up at the person before him, Hui Ming was shocked. It was none other than Lian Hai. "Sixth Prince, your highness, so this is where you are. This old servant has been looking everywhere for you. Everyone has been very worried." Hearing these words, Hui Ming angrily shouted, "Stop pretending to be a good person here. You never had any good intentions." However, Lian Hai paid little attention and simply smiled, bowing and extending his hand to Hui Ming. "It doesn't matter now. Come with me quickly. The sorcerer is waiting for us in the hall." However, Hui Ming directly slapped his hand away, saying he wouldn't go. Seeing that gentle persuasion didn't work, Lian Hai switched to using force. He ordered the 2 guards to point their swords at Hui Ming, threatening, "Your Highness, if you continue like this, don't blame this old servant for being unkind." Finding himself in an unfavorable situation, Hui Ming immediately thought of Minji, his teacher. "Where are you now?" The scene shifts to the Imperial Academy. Students were now filing into the classroom. Yuexing couldn't help but speak up, "Big brother, I'm still very worried." Hearing this, Xingmu patted his head comfortingly. "Father is there. There's no need to worry anymore. Father will surely bring our little sister back safely." Hearing these words made Yuexing feel more at ease. "That's right. Our father is extremely capable." However, Xingmu then immediately spoke up, cautioning Yuexing, "Today you must behave and listen to the lecture. Absolutely no causing trouble or making a scene. As long as little sister and Lord Hui Ming return, we'll continue with our plan. If we miss today, we'll have to wait until next month to see the Empress Dowager. Consort Jean absolutely won't let things be. The 6th Prince is already in danger, and it will only become more perilous." Yuexing nodded in agreement after hearing this. Seeing this, Xingmu immediately emphasized, "Today is very important. You must be on your best behavior. Understand?" Hearing this, Yuexing immediately raised his hand and swore, "Today, I will definitely be very well behaved. I absolutely won't cause any trouble." Seeing that it was time for class, Xingmu hurriedly urged Yuexing, "All right, you better go in now." On the other side, Yuzue was galloping at full speed towards the imperial palace. Seeing the destination ahead, Suobei hurriedly said, "The ritual department is right ahead." Hearing this, Minji immediately prayed silently, "Lord Hui Ming, we're here. Please, don't let anything happen to you." Behind Yuzue, Changgung remained unconscious, lying motionless. The two gate guards, seeing Suobei approaching at full speed, quickly shouted an announcement. "Jean Prince, Your Highness, please dismount. The ritual department is not receiving visitors today." However, regardless of what these two announced, Suobei paid no attention and simply said, "Minji, hold on tight to me." Minji immediately obeyed, turning to embrace him. Seeing that Suobei wouldn't stop, the two guards quickly crossed their spears to block the way. But what they didn't expect was, instead of running straight, Yuzue suddenly gathered momentum and leaped up. It then carried Suobei and the others, flying straight over the ritual department's gate and inside. The two guards, seeing this scene, were dumbfounded, standing frozen in place. Is that even possible? Inside the main hall of the ritual department, Hui Ming was now being forced to kneel in the center. He then angrily shouted, "Let me go." But no matter how he yelled, Lian Hai calmly ordered the old sorcerer to proceed. The old sorcerer then approached Hui Ming and flashed a cunning smile. "Your Highness, I'll be gentle with you." Suddenly, at this moment, Lian Ming abruptly appeared, whispering to Lian Hai, "Foster father, it's not good. The Jean Prince is charging in." Hearing this, Lian Hai became a bit worried and thought to himself, "The troublemaker has arrived." So he then turned to whisper to Lian Ming, "No matter what method or means you use, you must stop the Jean Prince. Just wait until I've finished here, and everything will be settled." Lian Ming, hearing this, became a bit panicked and hurriedly said, "But the opponent is the Jean Prince." But before he could finish speaking, Lian Hai cut him off. "What are you afraid of? We have Her Highness backing us. Go do what your foster father tells you." Back outside, Suobei and Minji were now urgently approaching the main hall of the ritual department. Suobei then pointed straight ahead and said, "The sixth prince is right in there." Hearing this, Minji immediately said, "Let's hurry up a bit." But before they could advance further, Lian Ming led a group to block their way. "Please halt, everyone." Hearing this, Suobei irritably asked, "Who are you? Get out of my way." Lian Ming quickly bowed upon hearing this, responding, "Greetings, Jean Prince, Your Highness. I am a subordinate of Chief Eunuch Lian Hai, in charge of guarding the hall. May I ask what brings the Jean Prince here?" However, Suobei immediately showed his disgust and pushed Lian Ming aside. "I don't have time for idle chat with you. Get out of my way now." However, before he could proceed, Lian Ming grabbed Suobei's arm, stopping him. He then spoke arrogantly, "That won't be possible. The ritual department is a place of state secrets, a place for research, development, and practice of sorcery. Unrelated persons are not allowed to enter." However, Lian Ming's attitude directly angered Suobei. He quickly yanked his hand away and shouted furiously, "How dare you!" Suobei then leaned in close to Lian Ming's face, irritated, and gritted his teeth, ordering, "This prince says once more, get out of my way." However, Lian Ming still brazenly opposed him. "And I still say the same, you cannot enter." He then pointed towards the main hall of the ritual department and smugly said, "This ritual department is a place of state secrets belonging to His Majesty. Even if you are the Jean Prince, you can't just enter as you please." Hearing this, Suobei narrowed his eyes and asked sternly, "And what if I still insist on entering?" Lian Ming quickly snapped his fingers. The guards hurriedly grabbed their swords, preparing to confront Suobei. "If the Jean Prince still insists, then don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing the guards ready to act against him, Suobei coldly spoke up, "What? You dog servants dare to raise your hands against this prince?" Lian Ming replied, "That's not the case. I've received imperial orders to guard this hall. If someone forces their way in, I can only swear to protect it with my life." His words completely infuriated Suobei. However, seeing Suobei's silence, Lian Ming thought he was afraid and continued to threaten boldly. When swords and blades are drawn, one can't predict what might happen. At this moment, Lian Ming noticed Minji. TSK, it would be a shame if a child got hurt." However, before Lian Ming could finish speaking, Suobei directly grabbed his face. Suobei then growled, "Stay away from my daughter." As he spoke, he forcefully threw Lian Ming towards the guards. At this point, Suobei turned to Minji and instructed, "Minji, stand behind me and cover your eyes. Don't open them until I tell you to. Hearing this, Minji quickly covered her eyes with her hands and turned her face away. I understand, father. Seeing this, Lian Ming immediately shouted loudly, demanding, Your Highness, what exactly are you trying to do here? Su Bei, still cracking his knuckles, replied, Just some things a father doesn't want his daughter to see. His words left Lian Ming completely bewildered. Huh, what things? Su Bei smirked menacingly and said, You dog servant. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Lian Ming directly in the face and shouted, You dare threaten this prince. Who do you think you are? Lian Ming, receiving Su Bei's painful blow, was sent staggering backward, blood gushing from his nose. However, Su Bei didn't stop there. He quickly grabbed Lian Ming's hair and then began raining a flurry of punches on his face, cheap mouth spewing filthy words. You don't know your own worth. Lian Ming, pummeled by Su Bei, helplessly trembled and fell to his knees, stammering, I. However, Su Bei didn't let him finish speaking and continued his assault. How would I? A mere dog servant dares to threaten my daughter. Have you lived too long? Are your bones too hard? Lian Ming, battered by Su Bei, turned to plead with the guards. Help! Come save me! The guards, seeing this, hurriedly drew their swords and rushed forward to intervene. Stop, Jean Prince. Please stop. However, Su Bei directly erupted in anger and shouted for the guards to shut up. Seeing Su Bei's murderous expression, the guards became terrified, their faces turning pale. Meanwhile, Su Bei continued to shout loudly, warning, This doesn't concern you. Anyone who dares interfere with this prince's business will be killed without mercy. Hearing these words, the guards finally didn't dare to act anymore and turned away, pretending not to see. Having dealt with the guards, Su Bei continued to furiously punch Lian Ming's face. You ignorant fool! You worthless dog servant! A moment later, after enduring Su Bei's brutal beating, Lian Ming had no strength left and collapsed to the ground. Su Bei then turned to call Minji. Minji, you can open your eyes now. Hearing this, Minji slowly lowered her hands and turned around, seeing Lian Ming lying unconscious on the ground with a bruised face. She couldn't help but remark, Wow, he looks terrible. Su Bei, with a bit of blood on his face, smiled gently and said, Minji, we can go inside now. After speaking, Su Bei narrowed his eyes and glared at the guards, shouting, Get out of the way now. Immediately, the guards stood at attention, forming two straight lines to clear the way. Meanwhile, Chang Gung, who had been lying on Yu Zhui's back, slipped off and fell straight to the ground. The fall jolted Chang Gung back to consciousness. Ouch! Where am I? Seeing him awake, Su Bei happily approached and pulled his hand, saying, Chang Gung, you've woken up just in time. We've arrived at the ritual department. Hearing this, Chang Gung panicked and shouted, The ritual department. Are you trying to get me killed, Chen Su Bei? But regardless of Chang Gung's protests, Su Bei forcefully dragged the young man inside. Stop talking and come with me quickly. Chang Gung could only shout helplessly, I hate you, Chen Su Bei. Inside the main hall, the old sorcerer had placed his hand on Hui Ming's head, saying, Don't struggle. But how could Hui Ming obey him? He continued to struggle, shouting, Don't touch me. Lian Hai, seeing the unfavorable situation, urgently spoke up, What's all this noise? Have you cast the spell yet? The old sorcerer, hearing this, replied nervously, It's not me. It's this brat who won't cooperate. Lian Hai, hearing this, suggested, Why don't you knock him out first? The old sorcerer nodded in agreement. Right, your excellency speaks wisely. So he then picked up a wooden staff and said smugly, Kid, you're forcing me to do this. Without further hesitation, he raised the wooden staff high. Suddenly, at that moment, Lian Ming was unexpectedly thrown into the room. Lian Hai and the old sorcerer, seeing this scene, were startled and shocked. Seeing Lian Ming's face beaten to the point of being unrecognizable, the old sorcerer was so frightened that he dropped the staff in his hand. Meanwhile, Lian Hai panicked and rushed to Lian Ming's side. What happened here? But before he could grasp the situation, Su Bei led Minji and Chang Gung into the room, loudly admitting, I did it. Hui Ming, seeing Minji and the others arrive, couldn't help but rejoice. Sister Minji, you've finally come. Lian Hai, as soon as he saw Su Bei, immediately bowed, greeting Jean Prince, Your Highness. May I ask why you struck him? Suo Bei pointed at Lian Ming lying on the ground and said, Earlier, I wanted to enter. This servant used your name, boasting, deceiving, and even threatening me, preventing me from entering. Hearing these words, Lian Hai was left speechless, not knowing how to explain. Seeing this, Suo Bei chuckled and continued, I know Lord Li is a man of integrity, with a far-reaching reputation. You always strictly discipline your subordinates. Surely you wouldn't have such a reckless and foolish underling. So I took it upon myself to discipline him for you. Although extremely angry inside, Lian Hai could only swallow his pride and respond, I wouldn't dare. Your Highness has done me a favor by correcting him. Such a dog servant truly deserves to be beaten. May I ask what brings Your Highness here? Seeing he had asked about the main issue, Suo Bei spoke frankly, I heard rumors of ghosts in the Cold Palace. They say it's caused by the sixth prince's sacred beast power. I fear there might be a mistake. Moreover, Hui Ming is a prince after all. Such an examination can't be done carelessly. As he said this, Suo Bei pulled Chang Gung forward. Therefore, this prince has brought someone to re-examine him. Suo Bei then, ignoring Chang Gung's discomfort, quickly introduced him. This is Zi Chang Gung. He was formerly the Xiao Yin Ming of the ritual department. I'll only be at ease if he examines. Chang Gung's appearance made the old sorcerer from before extremely worried. Oh no, it's Zi Chang Gung. Why is he here? He's the most talented sorcerer, the best of this dynasty. However, Lian Hai remained very calm, bowing to Chang Gung and saying, So it's Lord Chang Gung. Your reputation precedes you like thunder. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the ritual department. However, Chang Gung responded without much pleasure. I didn't want to come. If it weren't for being framed by villains, I wouldn't come here even if I died. But Lian Hai immediately made a suggestion. If you could examine the sixth prince, it would certainly be more reassuring. It would put everyone at ease. His words made Suo Bei confused, thinking to himself, what trick is this fellow trying to pull? Right after, Lian Hai continued speaking. The rumor about ghosts in the Cold Palace is indeed problematic. It's very likely caused by sacred beast power. If after examination, the sixth prince doesn't have sacred beast power, then we must have been looking at the wrong person. The old sorcerer, after hearing Lian Hai's words, became very worried and whispered, That's impossible. This will expose everything. However, Lian Hai smiled maliciously and replied, What do you understand? Meanwhile, Suo Bei had glanced at Chang Gung, signaling him. However, just as Chang Gung was about to start the examination, Lian Hai interrupted. Please wait a moment, you two. He then turned to look at Minji with a sinister expression and said, because Miss Minji was also present at the scene at that time. Moreover, she hasn't been examined yet. If the examination shows the sixth prince doesn't have sacred beast power, then it's possible that Miss Minji has used sacred beast power. These words directly startled both Suo Bei and Minji, making them jump. But Lian Hai continued to point the blade at Minji, saying, If your highness wants to re-examine the sixth prince, then please allow us to examine Miss Minji as well. Hearing this, Suo Bei couldn't help but worry, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, Damn it, this fellow has outmaneuvered me by one step. The scene shifts to the training grounds at the Imperial Academy. The students were currently in their archery practice session. Chun Yu Shui, after practicing for a while, rubbed his head dejectedly and sighed. Let's stop. My head is still spinning, yet they still make me shoot arrows. This is really pushing it. As he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed Yueshing nearby, diligently practicing his archery. Seeing Yueshing so focused, Chun Yu Shui suddenly had a wicked thought. Ha ha ha. This will be fun. He then pretended to stagger, pulling his bow towards Yueshing, saying loudly, Oh my, why is my head suddenly so dizzy? After speaking, he smugly aimed carefully at Yueshing and released the arrow. On the other side, Yueshing quickly sensed an arrow flying towards him, so he quickly ducked to avoid it. The arrow pierced through the hat on his head. Seeing the arrow stuck in his fallen hat, Yueshing angrily turned to Chun Yu Shui and shouted, Yu Shui, are you blind? You could shoot anywhere else, but you deliberately shot at me. Hearing this, Chun Yu Shui challenged, What are you barking about? I was just practicing my shooting. What, are you not allowing others to practice now? Seeing this provocative attitude, Yueshing couldn't help but raise his fist. Are you itching for a beating? Chun Yu Shui, seeing this, also rolled up his sleeves. What, Yueshing? You want to fight? Come on then, right now. My hands and feet are itching for a fight. However, just then, Yueshing suddenly remembered Xingmu's warning. Today, you must behave in class. Absolutely do not cause any trouble. Thinking of this, Yuesheng glanced at Qin Yushui and his group, who were standing smugly in front of him. However, Yuesheng still knew how to prioritize, so he immediately slapped himself in the face to make himself sober up and calm down. This action of his directly made the other three feel extremely confused and bewildered. Right after, Yuesheng forced himself to put on an extremely fake smile and said, "It's nothing. Fifth Prince, Your Highness, if you want to shoot, just go ahead and shoot. I'll just move further away." Seeing Yuesheng like this, Qin Yushui couldn't help but get goosebumps, thinking to himself, what a disgusting smile. But as he watched Yuesheng slowly walk away with his bow, Qin Yushui hurriedly turned to ask his two lackeys, "What did he just call me?" The two lackeys immediately replied, bewildered, "Fifth Prince." And he added, "Your Highness too." Hearing this, Qin Yushui shuddered in confusion. How disgusting. This guy is acting too strange. Did he drink the wrong medicine, or is he possessed by a ghost? His head must be broken. The buck-toothed lackey hurriedly said, "Something strange is definitely going on. This brat seems to be pretending to be humble. He must be planning something wicked." Hearing this, Qin Yushui immediately smiled contemptuously and said, "So that's it. I have a new interesting idea." A moment later, the teacher loudly announced, "Everyone, take a short break. We'll continue practicing later." Yuesheng chose a secluded corner to rest. Wiping the sweat from his face, he couldn't help but worry. Time is passing so slowly. We haven't even been in class for 2 hours yet. I wonder how Father and Minji are doing over there. But his peace didn't last long as Chun Yushui's group came to cause trouble again. "Yuesheng, aren't you always making noise about wanting to solo with me? Now I'll grant your wish." However, Yuesheng hurriedly refused, no solo. "I admit defeat." But Qin Yushui wasn't about to let him off so easily. He cracked his knuckles smugly and said, "Dream on. Wait until I beat you face down on the ground, eating dirt, then you can admit defeat. It's not too late then." To add to the excitement, the two lackeys hurriedly shouted loudly, "Everyone, come here. Don't let Yuesheng escape. Everyone, gather around. The fifth prince wants a duel with Yuesheng." Hearing this, the students immediately got excited and gathered around, cheering and shouting, "Fight! Fight!" Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Yuesheng quickly turned around, wanting to slip away. But the crowd of spectators immediately pushed him back inside. Meanwhile, Qin Yushui quickly charged forward. "Come on, Yuesheng, fight." As he finished speaking, he immediately threw a hard punch straight at Yuesheng's face. After that, a series of other blows were launched by him, without any mercy. Meanwhile, Yuesheng could only use his hands to shield and defend himself. Qin Yushui, while striking, taunted him, "Come on, fight me. Why are you hiding? Fight back." But because of his promise to Xingmu, Yuesheng could only grit his teeth and endure. "I can't fight back. I promised Big Brother I wouldn't cause trouble." Seeing Yuesheng not retaliating, Qin Yushui became even more excited and struck harder. "Come on, fight. Don't be a coward. Why aren't you fighting back?" But despite the provocation, Yuesheng still tried to endure. "I can't fight. I must hold back. I have to try to endure." Back at the ritual department, the atmosphere was now extremely tense. Lian Hai chuckled maliciously and spoke, "I humbly request the Gene Prince to examine the sixth prince. This way, we can easily determine whether we should examine Miss Minji or not." Faced with this situation, Sohei furrowed his brow and remained silent, unsure how to proceed. Seeing this, Lian Hai smugly continued, "Or shall this old servant take charge for a while? We can stop here if the Gene Prince wishes to leave. We'll continue with the spell." Hui Ming, on his side, not wanting to implicate Minji, immediately spoke up bravely. "It's true that I use sacred beast power, sister. You should go back now." Hearing this, Minji quickly refused, "No, I won't leave." However, just then, Changgung suddenly stepped forward, startling Suabe. He then focused his energy into his hand and said coldly, "Stop the noise. Let me examine him." This action of Changgung's directly shocked both Suabe and Minji, leaving them astonished. Even Lian Hai was startled and confused. Changgung didn't say much more, but directly approached and placed his hand on Hui Ming's head to examine him. Suabe, seeing this, panicked and shouted for Changgung to wait. However, Changgung quickly turned back, smiling innocently, and said, "Examination complete. His Highness the Sixth Prince has no sacred beast power at all. If you don't believe me, you can find another sorcerer to examine him." His words left Suabe speechless. Minji was bewildered. Lian Hai trembled with anger, having to follow through with his own plan. Lian Hai then turned to Minji irritably and said, "There's no need to find another examiner. It seems we made a mistake. Then I invite Miss Minji to accept the sorcery examination. Suo Bei, hearing this, felt his blood boil as he glanced at Changgung. Meanwhile, the young man Changgung seemed unconcerned and only pretended to be oblivious, turning his face away. Lian Hai had already hurriedly spoken up to urge, "Sorcerer Zhao, why are you still in shock? Hurry up and examine Miss Minji." The old sorcerer, hearing this, reluctantly approached Minji, bowed and said, "Miss Minji, I beg your pardon." However, Suabe immediately became angry and stepped forward to block Minji. Seeing this, Lian Hai immediately narrowed his eyes and spoke threateningly. "Jean Prince, Your Highness, this matter of the Cold Palace being haunted is under His Majesty's order to investigate. Your Highness, are you trying to defy the imperial edict?" These words directly put Suabe in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Minji was extremely worried about her fate. Seeing this, Lian Hai continued to threaten, "I humbly request Miss Minji to accept the examination. This is His Majesty's order." At this point, Sobe had been pushed to the point of anger by him. What a deceitful person. He actually dares to use His Majesty to pressure me. Seeing that Suabe had no reaction, Lian Hai cunningly said, "If Your Highness truly has some inconvenience, this old servant wouldn't dare to insist. We can pretend this never happened. This old servant won't trouble Miss Minji anymore." However, Changgung hurriedly spoke up, "Why can't we investigate? Are you trying to conspire to deceive His Majesty?" As he said this, Changgung casually brushed past Subei, whispering, "This is a capital offense." Seeing Changgung like this, Suabei hurriedly used his elbow to nudge the young man's shoulder, signaling Changgung, who immediately glanced over. At this moment, Suabei had already responded with an extremely angry look in his eyes. However, Changgung didn't seem to care much and had already gathered his energy, then said, "All right, if none of you want to do it, I'll do it. I don't want to bear the crime of deceiving the emperor." Suabei, seeing Changgung place his hand on Minji's head, panicked and shouted, "Stop." However, Changgung paid no attention to Suabei's words and continued with his task. Very soon after, Changgung had finished examining Minji and withdrew his hand. Then he slowly opened his mouth to announce, "The examination is complete. Miss Minji also has no sacred beast power." These words from Changgung directly caused Lian Hai to panic, shocked and shouting, "Impossible. How can this be?" He didn't believe this result, so he immediately turned to the old sorcerer. "What are you looking at? Go and examine her yourself, quickly." Hearing this, the old sorcerer stepped forward, slowly extending his hand towards Minji. Seeing this, Suabe became extremely worried. He hurriedly tried to stop him. However, Changgung grabbed his hand, stopping him first. "Let him examine. How could I possibly examine incorrectly?" Meanwhile, the old sorcerer had begun examining Minji. After a moment of examination, he stopped. Then, with a bewildered expression, he turned to Lian Hai and said this, "It seems Miss Minji indeed doesn't have sacred beast power." Receiving this ambiguous result immediately caused Lian Hai to roar in anger. "What do you mean it seems? Either she has it or she doesn't. There's no in between." The old sorcerer, frightened, hurriedly said, all right, I'll examine again. I'll definitely investigate thoroughly." But the result was the same as before. Nothing had changed. This left him speechless and embarrassed on the spot. Finally, the old sorcerer had to awkwardly turn to Lian Hai and say, "Lord Li, Miss Minji truly doesn't have sacred beast power." Of course, Lian Hai still refused to believe it and shouted, "Really? Are you sure you examined carefully? Or are you deceiving me?" The old sorcerer, hearing this, panicked and hurriedly defended himself. "How dare I deceive you? If I lie, may heaven and earth destroy me. If you don't believe me, you can invite another sorcerer to examine." This declaration from the old sorcerer directly caused Lian Hai's mind to spin. Inwardly, he fearfully thought, "It's over." Meanwhile, Sobe had become extremely angry and shouted, "Lian Hai, what do you have to say for yourself now?" Lian Hai, seeing this, immediately panicked and hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing, "Your Highness, spare me. I was deceived by that useless, incompetent Zhao. I wrongly believed the sixth prince had sacred beast power. I almost made a grave mistake." As he spoke, he kept banging his head on the ground. "Fortunately, you came in time to stop it. Jean Prince, Your Highness, you are wise and benevolent. You have shown this lowly one the grace of saving my life. Please accept my kowtow." But no matter how hard he kowtowed, Sobe still roared in anger. Even if the sixth prince was someone you blindly believed without evidence, you groundlessly accused my daughter of having sacred beast power. Lian Hai, you don't have enough heads to pay for this. Hearing this, Lian Hai's whole body trembled as he hurriedly begged. This lowly one was blind, foolish to the extreme, and incompetent in leadership. My crimes deserve death 10,000 times over. I beg your highness for mercy. However, not wanting to escalate the matter, Sobei quickly approached Lian Hai and warned in a cold voice, "Fine, this prince won't pursue the matter this time. But if you dare to set your sights on my daughter again, then be careful of your head. You're spared for now." Lian Hai hurriedly swore, "This servant understands his crime. I absolutely wouldn't dare." Seeing that everything had been resolved, Minji then happily approached Lian Hai and asked, "So, can we take Lord Hui Ming back now?" Seeing Lian Hai silent and not responding, Suo Bei became irritated and gave him a kick. "Lordly, my daughter is asking you." Lian Hai then hurriedly looked up, smiling foolishly as he replied, of course. That's natural. Please, everyone, escort the sixth prince back to the palace." Hearing this, Minji happily ran over to untie Hui Ming. "Lord Hui Ming, we can finally go back now." Hui Ming was so overjoyed that tears fell from his eyes. "Sister, you've finally come to save me." Suo Bei quickly came over and took Minji's hand. "Come on, let's go home." Minji and Hui Ming hurriedly followed along. Watching the backs of Suo Bei's group gradually recede, Lian Hai finally rubbed his aching forehead and wondered to himself, could I have been wrong? Does this little girl really not have sacred beast power? The scene shifts to outside. Suo Bei now spoke up with confusion. "Changgung, what exactly happened here? Why couldn't they detect Minji's sacred beast power?" Hearing this, Changgung smiled mischievously and explained, "When I unlocked Minji's sacred beast power, I used a secret technique to seal it away." At this point, he gently patted Minji's head and continued, "Unless it's a top-tier master sorcerer, ordinary ones basically can't detect it." Suo Bei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but angrily question, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't you see my face had turned pale with fright just now?" However, Changgung immediately pointed straight at Suo Bei's face and scolded loudly, "Serves you right for being scared. Who told you to arbitrarily bring me to the ritual department? All the painful memories I wanted to forget have come back now. I haven't even settled scores with you yet, so consider yourself lucky." As a result, Suo Bei and Changgung immediately squared off, preparing to duel each other. At this moment, Minji smiled and asked, "Master, that's amazing. So in the future, when I use my sacred beast power, others won't be able to detect it." Hui Ming, standing to the side, immediately clapped and cheered, "Wonderful. My sister Minji is truly powerful." However, Suo Bei immediately tapped Minji's head lightly. He then sighed and cautioned, "You must be more humble. Just now, when you were being examined, my soul was almost scared away." Seeing Suo Bei so worried, Minji quickly hugged his leg and replied with a bright smile, "I'll definitely be humble. Absolutely humble. Father, may you live to be 100 years old." Suo Bei, hearing this, laughed and patted Minji's head. "All right, too many things have happened today. Let's go home and rest well. I'll have the kitchen prepare some delicious dishes for you." However, Minji immediately refused. "No, father. I must go to school today no matter what." Hui Ming also hurriedly chimed in, "I want to return to the Imperial Academy with Sister too." Hearing this, Subei had to agree, "All right then, I'll pick you up after class." Back at the training grounds, Chen Yushui was still fiercely punching and kicking Yuesheng. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng, though in great pain, still gritted his teeth and endured without fighting back. Chen Yushui then stood looking at Yuesheng, who was writhing in pain at his feet, and said with great satisfaction, "Yuesheng, you're too weak. You were so fierce before, but why are you so weak now?" His lackeys also kept mocking, "What a weak chicken indeed. The mighty fifth prince beat Yuesheng until he doesn't even have the strength to fight back." Hearing this, Chen Yushui became even more arrogant and proud, saying, "Of course, chickens like Yuesheng, I could beat 10 of them." Yuesheng, hearing these words, gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "You fool, Chen Yushui. If it weren't for Minji and Hui Ming not being back yet, you'd be the one lying face down on the ground." He then remembered Xingmu's instructions from last night. "Hui Ming, go beat the fifth prince until he cries. The more brutal, the better. Beat him until he runs home to complain to Consort Jean." Minji had said excitedly, "That way we can provoke Consort Jean." Yuesheng had enthusiastically replied, "All right, good. I'll help you, little Hui Ming." Meanwhile, Hui Ming had looked confused and said, "But I can't beat you, Shui." Hearing this, Minji had patted her chest and said, "Your teacher will secretly help you." Hearing this, Hui Ming nodded with more confidence. Back to the present, Qin Yu Shui, after beating Yuesheng to his heart's content, turned to leave. However, he didn't forget to turn his head and mock Yuesheng. "Chicken legs, you'd better train harder before you dare to solo with me again." At that moment, a loud voice suddenly called out, telling him to stop, startling Qin Yu Shui. He saw that Minji and Hui Ming had returned, and were looking at Qin Yu Shui with angry eyes. Seeing this, Qin Yu Shui immediately became angry and shouted loudly, "How dare you? Mere worms dare to address this young master directly." Yuesheng, though in a very sorry state, was overjoyed to see Minji and Hui Ming return safely. He exclaimed with relief, "Thank goodness you're back." Minji then quickly winked at Yuesheng, signaling him to act according to the plan. Yuesheng immediately smiled and nodded, showing he understood. At this moment, Hui Ming boldly stepped towards Qin Yu Shui. "Yu Shui, I'll solo with you." However, when Qin Yu Shui heard this, he looked contemptuous and said, "How ridiculous. A cockroach like you wants a solo with me." But Hui Ming immediately made faces, acting provocatively and taunting. "Everyone look here. Yu Shui is scared. What a coward." Qin Yu Shui, seeing this, became angry and swung his fist towards Hui Ming, yelling, "Do you want to die?" But Hui Ming immediately smiled, reached into his robe, took out a firecracker, and lit it. When Qin Yu Shui saw the firecracker, he panicked and quickly stopped. "Wait, what's that?" And then Hui Ming, holding the firecracker, chased after Qin Yu Shui. Meanwhile, Qin Yu Shui could only run as fast as he could. "You coward, didn't you say you wanted to solo?" As he spoke, he thought angrily to himself, "Damn it, where did he get that firecracker from? And he even lit it." Minji, hiding to the side, suddenly laughed mischievously, using her sacred beast power cunningly. Then Hui Ming immediately threw the firecracker towards Qin Yu Shui, laughing, "I'm a coward, am I? How about this?" The firecracker then flew straight to Qin Yu Shui's feet and exploded, causing him to lose balance and fall face first onto the ground. Seeing this, his two lackeys hurriedly went to help Qin Yu Shui up. "Quick, get up, Your Highness." "It's all right." Having his face smashed into the ground, Qin Yu Shui's blood was boiling with rage as he turned to Hui Ming. "You rotten cockroach. How dare you ambush me? Beat him to death for me." As he finished speaking, he and his two lackeys approached Hui Ming with murderous intent. However, Hui Ming didn't flinch at all and immediately took out many firecrackers, confidently saying, "Come at me together." Seeing this scene, Qin Yu Shui was so frightened that his face turned pale, stammering, "Where did you get so many firecrackers from?" The crowd of onlookers now panicked and scattered in all directions. "Run quickly. It's dangerous. It's about to explode." Qin Yu Shui's two lackeys had already quickly run away, causing him to yell in anger, "Hey, you two traitors. Stop right there." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hui Ming coldly stepped behind Qin Yu Shui. "Accept your fate, Qin Yu Shui." Hearing these words, Qin Yu Shui was so scared that he cried out with tears in his eyes, "Sixth brother, don't do it." But Hui Ming didn't care and directly threw all the firecrackers towards Qin Yu Shui. The result was that the training ground was filled with the sound of firecrackers exploding along with Qin Yu Shui's desperate screams for help. A moment later, Qin Yu Shui was huddled on the ground, trembling, kneeling with his bottom in the air. His clothes were tattered from the firecracker explosions. Hui Ming, seeing him in this state, couldn't help but laugh with satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Why is this so enjoyable? I really want to do it again." Minji, standing from afar, saw Hui Ming's expression and was startled. Qin Yu Shui then hurriedly stood up and ran away. "Hui Ming, you just wait. I'll go back and tell mother about this. You're dead for sure." Hui Ming and Minji then went over to help Yuesheng stand up, asking with concern, "Second brother, how did you end up beaten like this?" Yuesheng heard this and laughed, replying, "Silly. Isn't it because I was waiting for you to return? Besides, big brother told me not to cause trouble." Minji heard this and felt very apologetic. "Second brother, we've made you suffer." Hui Ming also reached out to put his hand on Yuesheng's shoulder, hurriedly saying, "Brother Yuesheng, you're truly great. Being beaten like that must have been very painful." However, Yuesheng burst into a bright smile, putting his arms around both of them, saying, "This is nothing. Yu Shui and I fight all the time. Besides, you've helped me get revenge. It's really fun." Hearing this, the three of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. The scene shifts to Consort Jean. She was angrily scolding Lian Hai at this moment. You're all garbage. In the blink of an eye, he's been rescued. What exactly have you all been doing? You're all useless. The dogs I raise are more useful than you lot. Hearing this, Lian Hai could only bow his head and endure, hurriedly saying, Your Highness, please forgive me. This old servant is incompetent. This old servant deserves death. However, the more Consort Jean heard, the more enraged she became, shouting loudly, It's infuriating. You can't even handle a useless prince in the cold palace. Do you want this consort to take matters into her own hands? You useless lot are just wasting food. You're all stupid donkeys. Just then, Chen Yushui came running in, crying miserably, Mother, I've been bullied. You must stand up for me. Seeing this, Consort Jean immediately embraced Chen Yushui, anxiously asking, Yushui, what happened to you? Chen Yushui immediately told Consort Jean about what had just happened. Hui Ming used firecrackers on me. I was almost blown into the sky. It hurts so much, Mother. Hearing this, Consort Jean couldn't help but angrily slam her hand on the table. How dare he? That wretched Chen Hui Ming dares to bully my son. Chen Hui Ming, this consort will deal with you today. Do you really think this consort is a pushover? Chen Yushui hurriedly added, Hui Ming is still at the Imperial Academy now. Don't let him escape. Then, Consort Jean led a large group of people, furiously heading towards the Imperial Academy. Back at the Imperial Academy, Hui Ming was sitting and waiting according to the plan. He felt a bit anxious inside, thinking, will Consort Jean really come? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Just then, the sound of footsteps approached. It was none other than Consort Jean and her group. She angrily shouted, Chen Hui Ming, calling for him to come out. Seeing this, Hui Ming chuckled excitedly. Hee, they've finally arrived. Upon seeing Hui Ming, Consort Jean angrily shouted, You dare to harm my Yushui. He is your royal brother. Moreover, he's a prince with a royal title, not a deposed prince living in the cold palace like you can compare to. Kneel before this consort now. However, Hui Ming immediately used the trick that Yueshing had taught him, squinting his eyes, sticking out his tongue, and patting his bottom while taunting, Old cucumber with a butt as wide as a sewer. Wrinkles all over. Cursed old hack. Hearing these words, Consort Jean was so angry that her chest hurt, stammering, You. Were you cursing at? She then couldn't control herself and clenched her fists, furious. You don't know good from bad. You cursed thing. This consort will teach you a good lesson today, to make you rein in your behavior, so you can learn from it. As she finished speaking, she directly ordered her subordinates to rush forward and beat Hui Ming. Seeing this, Hui Ming didn't hesitate and quickly ran away. However, Consort Jean, of course, wasn't going to let him off easily, so she hurriedly shouted, Chase after him. Don't let him escape. Hui Ming, on his side, had run straight to a nearby tree. All right, I must do as sister instructed. At this point, Hui Ming quickly stepped onto the tree. Then he used his strength to climb straight up. Upon reaching a certain height, Hui Ming leaped onto the adjacent wall. Seeing a horse-drawn carriage below, he took advantage of it to jump down. He landed safely on the ground. Consort Jin's group, still not giving up, hurriedly ran out, shouting to continue the chase. That damn brat. Keep chasing him. Meanwhile, Xingmu, Yuesheng, and Minji were standing on the main road, discussing their plan. Xingmu then pointed in one direction and said, The Empress Dowager will come from this direction later. Yuesheng, you and I will keep watch here. Yuesheng immediately nodded, showing he understood. Xingmu then pointed in another direction and continued, Minji, you wait here for Hui Ming to lead Consort Jean over. When the time comes, you must thoroughly provoke Consort Jean. Hearing this, Minji replied, All right. A moment later, all three were in position, ready to begin executing the plan. Just then, a group of people could be seen slowly approaching from afar. After observing, Yuesheng hurriedly informed Xingmu, Big brother, they're almost here. Hearing this, Xingmu looked towards Minji and thought to himself, this is bad. Hui Ming and Consort Jean haven't arrived yet. So he then hurriedly shouted loudly, signaling to Yuesheng, they haven't arrived yet. Yuesheng, think of a way to delay the Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager's procession was about to pass by. The Empress Dowager was sitting quietly inside. Seeing this scene, Yuesheng became increasingly panicked. What should I do? What should I do? So he then pretended to groan and stagger, walking towards the Empress Dowager's palanquin. As soon as he got close, he directly fell to the ground. I fainted. Seeing the palanquin stop suddenly, the Empress Dowager was startled and confused. She then immediately lifted the bamboo curtain and asked, "Why have you stopped?" Hearing this, the maid hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, the Jin Prince's second son has fallen in front." The Empress Dowager, hearing this, was startled and worriedly said, "Quickly, go and check on him." The maid, receiving the order, hurriedly went to help Yueshing up, asking, "Young master, your highness, are you all right?" Yueshing immediately became embarrassed and stammered, "I'm not feeling well at all." Not knowing what to say next, Yueshing quickly turned his head to look toward Xingmu. Seeing this, Xingmu made a gesture of stomach pain, signaling to Yueshing. However, Yueshing misunderstood and hurriedly said with a smile, "I'm hungry. Hungry to the point of dizziness. I can't walk." The maid, hearing this, was completely bewildered. "Oh, so that's it?" The Empress Dowager couldn't help but laugh and say, "Get him some pastries." Hearing this, the maid immediately brought out a tray of pastries and gave it to Yueshing. Yueshing, receiving the tray of pastries, began happily eating them with gusto. "Wow, so sweet, so delicious." After a while, the maid spoke up and asked, "Your Highness, are you feeling better? Can you stand up now?" Yueshing had nearly finished the tray of pastries. Hearing the maid's question, he turned his head to look at Xingmu. However, Xingmu immediately shook his head and waved his hand, indicating that they hadn't arrived yet. Seeing this, Yueshing had to scratch his head awkwardly and say, I'm still hungry. I still want to eat a bit more." The Empress Dowager, not paying much attention, said, "No problem, give him a bit more." So, thanks to Yueshing's efforts, the Empress Dowager's procession continued to be delayed. Meanwhile, the maid had brought out a tray of pastries twice the size of the previous one, causing Yueshing to break out in a cold sweat. However, he still tried to smile forcefully and say, "Wow, so much, so delicious." Meanwhile, Minji was also very worried. Why hasn't Hui Ming arrived yet? Could it be that he's been caught by Consort Jin? Just then, Hui Ming came running breathlessly. Behind him was Consort Jin's group in hot pursuit. Seeing this, Minji was overjoyed. Consort Jin's group was now about to catch up with Hui Ming. Meanwhile, Hui Ming, exhausted, directly threw himself into Minji's arms, saying, "Sister, I can't run anymore." Seeing this, Minji gently smiled and praised Hui Ming. "You've done very well." As soon as she finished speaking, both of them were surrounded by Consort Jin's group. Consort Jin's palanquin was also carried over by her guards. She hurriedly pulled back the curtain, looking at Hui Ming with glee, saying, "You little beast, let's see you run now." Xingmu now turned to look in Minji's direction. Seeing that Hui Ming had successfully led Consort Jin's group here, he was satisfied and prepared to move on to the next step. Meanwhile, Yueshing's stomach had swollen from eating too many pastries. Seeing this, the maid worriedly spoke up, "Your Highness, you don't look well. Perhaps you should stop eating." However, although Yueshing's face had turned pale, he still tried to pick up another pastry. "No, I'm still hungry. Very hungry. I must eat." Just then, Xingmu came over and took Yueshing's hand, helping him stand up. "Yueshing, stop eating. The Empress Dowager needs to go worship Buddha." Hearing these words, Yueshing was so happy he almost cried. Finally I'm full. I won't eat anymore." Xingmu then immediately smiled politely and said to the maid, "My brother has made a fool of himself. We've troubled the Empress Dowager too much. Please forgive us." Finally, the Empress Dowager's procession continued on. Meanwhile, Xingmu had gone to help Yueshing meet with Minji more easily. Back to Minji's location, she was now trying to protect Hui Ming. "Stop! What do you want to do with the sixth prince?" Seeing this scene, Consort Jin thought irritably to herself, "It's this damn girl again." Consort Jin's palanquin was then lowered. As she stepped out, she pointed directly at Minji's face and said, "Chin Minji, this matter doesn't concern you. Get out of this consort's way." However, Minji still firmly shielded Hui Ming and replied, "How is it not my concern? I am the sixth prince's sister. You want to bully him. Why should I get out of the way?" Hearing this, Consort Jin gritted her teeth and said, "What an insolent girl who doesn't know her place. I am the noble consort in charge of the harem. If I want to discipline a useless prince, it's not your place to interfere." Hearing these words, Minji immediately thought to herself, after the previous empress passed away 10 years ago, the position of empress has remained vacant. The harem is managed by the noble consort. Thinking this, Minji then smirked meaningfully and said, "Oh, disciplining princes. Is that so? The fourth prince seems to have been disciplined by noble consort Jean before, hasn't he? Hearing these words, consort Jean was directly startled and shocked. What are you talking about? According to the rules, the fourth prince, because of a small matter, was punished by noble consort Jean to kneel in the rain. As a result, he caught a cold. Afterwards, he fell ill and unfortunately passed away. And the fourth prince's birth mother, out of excessive grief, also unfortunately died soon after. Consort Jean, hearing Minji recount the past events, was extremely shocked, thinking to herself, how does this damned girl know about these things? Apart from my trusted confidants and Lian Hai, how could outsiders possibly know? Minji, seeing Consort Jin's expression, couldn't help but think smugly. In the original story, I know a whole pile of dirty secrets about this old witch Consort Jean, and this is nothing compared to what I could reveal. Consort Jean, her sore spot hit, felt her blood boiling, and shouted deceptive words to confuse people. You dare to speak nonsense and slander this consort. Do you want to die? Seeing her like this, Minji couldn't help but laugh inwardly. She's getting hot. She's getting hot. She can't hold it in anymore. Just then, Hui Ming noticed the Empress Dowager's procession approaching, so he quietly spoke up, reminding Minji that they were about to arrive. Hearing this, Minji was delighted, thinking, perfect timing. I just need to fan the flames a bit more to make her furious, and that'll do it. With this in mind, she then pointed at Consort Jean and said loudly, the fourth prince, after being disciplined by you, unfortunately passed away. Now you want to do the same to the sixth prince, don't you? Hearing these words, Consort Jean could no longer contain herself and immediately raised her hand to strike Minji. You little wretch, you dare to slander me. You're courting death. However, Hui Ming quickly stepped in front of Minji to shield her. Don't bully my sister. Consort Jean, unable to react in time, ended up slapping Hui Ming hard across the face. Hui Ming then fell heavily to the ground. Blood slowly trickled from his nose and mouth. Seeing this scene, Minji quickly winked at Hui Ming. Hui Ming very quickly understood her meaning. He then promptly began to cry loudly. It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm bleeding a lot. Minji also hurriedly shouted, help, murder. Someone's been killed. Just at this moment, the Empress Dowager's palanquin arrived. The Empress Dowager lifted the curtain and asked, who's making all this noise? Consort Jean, seeing the Empress Dowager, couldn't help but be startled. She then hurriedly bowed and greeted her. Greetings to the Empress Dowager. May the Empress Dowager be blessed. The Empress Dowager then stepped down and asked Consort Jean, what has happened here? Consort Jean, hearing this, became flustered, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly noticing Hui Ming's bruised face, the Empress Dowager questioningly asked Hui Ming, why are you bleeding? Hearing this, Minji quickly stepped forward to answer on Hui Ming's behalf. Your Majesty, it was Consort Jean who hit him. Consort Jean was originally going to hit me. The sixth prince wanted to speak on my behalf. But Consort Jean even hit the sixth prince. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager became angry and turned to question Consort Jean. Consort Jean, your temper is indeed fierce. Why must you quarrel with children? Consort Jean, hearing this, immediately panicked and hurriedly replied, it's unjust, Empress Dowager. Please don't listen to this little girl's nonsense. The sixth prince suddenly beat my Yu Shui, and moreover, he insulted and slandered this consort. I was merely trying to correct his stubborn personality, to prevent him from falling into evil ways in the future. As a mother figure, this consort knows the sixth prince's mother died early. He has no one to guide him, living alone in the cold palace. This consort has always cared for him. Hearing this, Minji smiled and continued, yes, yes. Consort Jean indeed cares very much for the sixth prince. Earlier, she even sent people to deliver Wuliang Shoutao Bao to the sixth prince, saying it was a reward from the Empress Dowager. Consort Jean, hearing these words, was startled and frightened, thinking it's over. The Empress Dowager immediately frowned and asked Consort Jean sternly, when did I ever reward Wuliang Shoutao Bao? Why don't I know about this matter? Consort Jean, frightened, quickly bowed her head and explained, this servant doesn't know either. This servant absolutely did not send anyone to deliver Shoutao Bao. It must be someone evil trying to frame this servant. Minji, seeing Consort Jean like this, couldn't help but narrow her eyes, thinking to herself, even now, she won't confess. Meanwhile, Consort Jean was still crying and defending herself. This servant is innocent. I beg the Empress Dowager to investigate thoroughly. If I've spoken even one lie, may I be struck by heaven's lightning and fall into hell. Seeing this, the Empress Dowager coldly spoke, "This matter, I will certainly investigate thoroughly. Once everything is clear, I will naturally inform you. Now, I want to go worship Buddha. You return to the palace first." Consort Jean, hearing this, immediately replied to the Empress Dowager, "Wise decision." This servant takes her leave. Consort Jean then hurriedly got in her palanquin and left. However, in her heart, she was extremely bitter at this moment. "Chun Minji, you little bitch, just you wait and see. Yesterday, I should have let Lian Hai kill her first." Seeing that the plan had succeeded, Minji happily winked at Hui Ming. The Empress Dowager, standing to the side, saw the two like this and thought to herself, "They actually understood how to use me to suppress Consort Jean. This girl is not simple." At this point, the Empress Dowager also turned to leave, depart for Wanshou Palace. However, Minji quickly pulled Hui Ming's hand to the Empress Dowager's presence, knelt down and said, "Empress Dowager, I have a favor to ask." The Empress Dowager, seeing this, immediately asked curiously, "I've already sent Consort Jean away for you. What else do you need to ask for? Speak, what is your request?" Minji quickly grasped Hui Ming's hand and said, "Hui Ming wants to study Buddhism with the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager, hearing this, asked curiously why. "Hui Ming stammered, I want to pray for my mother's blessings." Minji quickly added, Hui Ming's mother passed away when he was 3 years old, leaving him alone in the cold palace. He always misses his mother. He wants to pray to Buddha to guide his mother to the Western paradise of ultimate bliss. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but pinch Minji's cheek and say, "Girl, you're so young yet already so clever and quick-witted. How do you know all these things? Who taught you to say this?" Minji rubbed her cheek and quickly replied, "No one taught me. This is just normal human emotion. Hui Ming has been motherless since childhood. Of course he wants to do something for his mother to express his sorrow. Isn't this very natural?" Hui Ming, hearing this, grasped Minji's hand and said, "What I think is exactly as sister said." The Empress Dowager, seeing this, couldn't help but laugh. "Very good. You are indeed my good grandson." She then bent down and looked at Hui Ming seriously. "Studying Buddhism with me is very hard. Can you persevere?" Hui Ming, hearing this, replied with determination, "No matter how hard it is, it can't be harder than living in the cold palace. I will definitely persevere." The Empress Dowager, hearing this, gently extended her hand. "Then come with me." Hui Ming immediately happily placed his hand on the Empress Dowager's, replying, "Yes, Empress Dowager." However, the Empress Dowager immediately patted his head and interrupted, "From now on, call me grandmother." Hui Ming smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, grandmother." Minji, seeing this scene, thought happily to herself, success. As long as Hui Ming stays by the Empress Dowager's side, absolutely no one will dare harm him. Seeing the Empress Dowager holding Hui Ming's hand, preparing to leave, Minji couldn't help but feel elated. The mission is complete. Next, I can enjoy myself properly, living as a carefree little princess. However, at this moment, Hui Ming suddenly spoke up, "Sister Minji, can you practice cultivation with me? You're very intelligent." Minji, hearing this, felt as if struck by lightning. "What? I have to practice cultivation with him too." She then hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. No, I won't go anywhere." However, the Empress Dowager spoke up directly, "Then come together. This Empress also feels you are a good seedling." Minji, hearing this, turned to stone on the spot. "No way, I really want to die now." Minji then immediately forced a smile and hurriedly said, "This doesn't seem very appropriate." However, the Empress Dowager frowned and said coldly, "The reigning Empress Dowager has spoken. Do you think it's appropriate or not?" Seeing this, Minji didn't dare refuse anymore and dejectedly said, "It's appropriate." Then, Hui Ming quickly came over, took Minji's hand, and pulled her along. "That's great. We can practice cultivation together from now on." The Empress Dowager, seeing this, smiled and said, "Hurry and express your gratitude." Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but cry inwardly as she hurriedly bowed to thank the Empress Dowager for her grace. Xingmu and Yuesheng watched everything unfold. Yuesheng then happily spoke up, "Big brother, the Empress Dowager has taken our little sister and Hui Ming away." Xingmu also smiled and replied, "It seems we've succeeded. That's something to celebrate." However, right after that, Yuesheng felt something was amiss. "But why does our little sister look like she'd rather die than live? She looks so silly." Hearing this, Xingmu immediately fell into deep thought. After a moment, he forced a smile and said, That expression must be from too much happiness. The scene shifts to the Buddha Hall in Wanshou Palace. Inside, there's a very majestic Buddha statue. The Empress Dowager and the two, Minji and Hui Ming, are now seriously chanting sutras. After a while, they finish the ceremony. The Empress Dowager immediately speaks up, "From now on, except for school days, you will follow this empress in devoted cultivation. Progress daily. No laziness allowed. Meanwhile, Minji asks tearfully, "Tomorrow too?" The Empress Dowager calmly replies, "Not just tomorrow, but every day." Hearing this, Minji immediately collapses on the spot. And so, after that, both of them officially began their days of studying Buddhism. First is studying Buddhist scriptures. Next is handwriting sacred texts. Then listening to Buddhist teachings or meditating, and they also need to labor daily. A day without work means no food that day. After a period of exhausting cultivation, Hui Ming follows the Empress Dowager back to Fengyi Palace. Minji drags her weary body back to the Jin Prince's mansion. She then, with a face devoid of any vitality, speaks to Sube, "If this continues, I'll become a Buddha." Hearing this, Sube quickly fanned Minji and comforted his little daughter. "My poor child, how pitiful." That night in Fengyi Palace, Hui Ming lay on his bed, excitedly thinking, "Tomorrow I can practice cultivation with sister again." He then quickly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Hurry up, dawn, hurry up and come quickly. 9 years later, the bedding in the room was neatly folded. Hui Ming stepped outside, stretching his neck and shoulders. The little Hui Ming of the past had now grown into a tall, handsome young man. He spoke softly to himself, "It's almost dawn. Time to go see sister at the Jin Prince's mansion." At the Jin Prince's mansion, Minji was still fast asleep. Just then, Hui Ming climbed in through the balcony and looked at Minji, praising, "Sister's sleeping face is truly beautiful." Meanwhile, Minji remained in deep sleep, unaware of anything. Hui Ming then smiled, looking at her and thinking to himself, "Even if sister slept for 1,000 years, I could watch for 1,000 years." A moment later, the door to the room opened. A maid quickly brought in a basin of water and spoke to wake Minji. "Miss, it's time to wake up." Hearing this, Minji slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes. "I haven't had enough sleep at all." Next, the maid came over and began combing Minji's hair, informing her, "Miss, the 6th prince is waiting for you downstairs." Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but pat her aching head and say, "Today is another day of cultivation." Seeing this, the maid hurriedly urged, "Hurry up. His Highness has been waiting for you for a long time." The scene shifts outside. Suobei was standing, admiring the morning scenery. Suddenly, Hui Ming appeared, bowing in greetings, royal uncle. He then broke into a bright smile and said, "Royal uncle, I wish you a pleasant morning." Hearing this, Suobei asked curiously, "You brat, where did you come from?" Hui Ming replied, "I climbed over the wall." Suobei, hearing this, became angry, his face darkening as he grabbed Hui Ming's collar and warned, "You little stinker, if you climb the wall to get in again, your uncle won't be so polite next time." Hui Ming immediately said, I wouldn't dare. Next time, I'll definitely use the main gate. I'll definitely knock." Just then, Minji came out and asked, "What are you two doing?" Seeing Minji looking so beautiful, Suobei and Hui Ming were startled, frozen in place. Hui Ming then hurriedly pushed Suobei aside and ran to Minji. Ignoring Suobei, who was now very irritated, Hui Ming approached Minji and quickly said with a radiant smile, "Sister Minji, I've come to pick you up." Minji then raised her hand to pat both her own and Hui Ming's heads, saying jealously, "Hui Ming, why do you keep getting taller?" Hui Ming gently replied, "No matter how tall I get, I'll always be your little brother." Hearing this, Minji happily nodded. Of course. The two then chatted very cheerfully with each other. After a while, seeing that it was time, Minji and Hui Ming said goodbye to Subei, preparing to leave. "Royal uncle, we're off to see the Empress Dowager." "Father, we're leaving now." Seeing this, Subei sighed and waved, lamenting, "These two kids have grown up so much." Watching Minji and Hui Ming play together, Suobei unconsciously recalled scenes of the two when they were young. "Oh my, I don't know why, but I feel a sense of loss in my heart." On the way, Minji spoke up, asking, "Grandmother, how have you been these days?" Hearing this, Hui Ming scratched his head and replied, "Still not very well. But her spirit is still very strict." Remembering the Empress Dowager's face, Minji couldn't help but feel a little scared. After walking for a while, they reached a bridge. Minji was still chattering away with Hui Ming. "We've been cultivating for 9 years. All of this still feels like it was just yesterday." Suddenly, from the bridge came a loud shout. They saw a cargo cart that had come loose and was plunging down from the bridge. At the foot of the bridge, a little girl was standing there, unaware of the cart hurtling towards her. Seeing this, the cart owner hurriedly shouted a warning, telling the girl to get out of the way quickly. Witnessing this scene, Hui Ming and Minji were extremely worried, seeing that the cart was about to hit the little girl, Minji. And Hui Ming immediately exchanged a glance. Without a moment's hesitation, Hui Ming used all his speed to rush towards the little girl. Meanwhile, Minji used her sacred beast power to try and melt the cart's wheels. Under the sacred beast power, the wheels immediately started to burn. The 2 wheels quickly came off. The little girl standing on the bridge saw the cart rushing towards her and was terrified, her face turning pale. Fortunately, Hui Ming rushed over in time and carried the girl to safety. The cart then plunged straight into the lake. After setting the girl down safely, Hui Ming patted her head and said reassuringly, "It's all right now. You're safe now." Seeing this, the little girl smiled, grabbed Hui Ming's hand and said, "That really scared me to death. Thank you so much, Uncle." However, the word uncle pierced straight through Hui Ming's little heart, causing him immense pain. The little girl then quickly waved and ran off. "Goodbye, Uncle. Come play with me again next time." Minji, seeing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter, patting Hui Ming's shoulder. "Ah, that's great, little Uncle Hui Ming. You saved a life. That's boundless merit, you know." Hui Ming's face had turned black with anger. "I'm only 16 years old. Am I really that old? This little girl really?" However, just at that moment, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out from afar, causing Minji to panic. "That's the bell. Oh no, cultivation is about to start." Minji's face turned pale as she lamented, "We're late again. This time, grandmother will definitely be angry." And so, after that, Minji quickly grabbed Hui Ming's hand and pulled him along. "We're late. Let's hurry." However, Hui Ming directly grabbed her hand, pulling her back, saying, "Wait, sister. No matter how fast we run, we won't make it in time." As he said this, Hui Ming suddenly smiled. "We can take a shortcut." Hearing this, Minji asked in confusion, "What shortcut?" However, as soon as Minji finished speaking, Hui Ming stepped forward and picked her up. At this point, Hui Ming grinned and instructed, "Sister, hold on tight. We'll go up above." As he finished speaking, Hui Ming stomped his foot hard and jumped straight up onto the rooftops. Like this, Hui Ming then gently carried Minji, leaping across the rooftops at high speed. In no time at all, they were almost there. "Sister, up ahead is Wanshou Palace." Hearing this, Minji hurriedly urged, "Hurry, hurry. If the Empress Dowager gets angry, she'll make us do an extra session of cultivation." Hearing this, Hui Ming nodded, saying he understood, and began to speed up. A moment later, Hui Ming had safely carried Minji and landed in the courtyard of Wanshou Palace. As soon as they landed, Minji quickly looked around, observing, "I wonder if the old ancestor has arrived yet." Just as she finished speaking, the Empress Dowager's voice rang out from behind them, startling both Hui Ming and Minji. "I've been waiting for you, Minji." "Hui Ming, you're both late." Hearing this, Hui Ming hurriedly bowed and admitted fault. "This has nothing to do with sister. It's because I was too late in picking her up. Moreover, we were delayed for a while in the street just now. That's why we're late." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager frowned and asked, "The sky wasn't even bright when you went out. How could you still be late in picking her up? What exactly were you doing?" Hui Ming, hearing this, stammered, not knowing how to answer. Because in truth, the young man had been sitting watching Minji sleep until he was late. However, just then, Minji stepped forward, smiling as she squeezed the Empress Dowager's shoulder, saying, "Old ancestor, don't be angry. We just saved a little girl on the street. And you've taught us before, saving one life is better than building 7 pagodas. Doing good deeds and accumulating virtue is also cultivation. So we couldn't just stand by and watch without helping. Although we're late, I believe you'll definitely be pleased. Old ancestor, don't you think I'm right?" Hearing this, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but smile. She then happily pinched Minji's cheek. "Only you know how to talk. You've been quick-witted since childhood. Now you're even more persuasive. Minji smiled and replied, "It's all because of the old ancestors' good teaching." A moment later, Minji and Hui Ming had entered inside and were kneeling before the Empress Dowager. She then spoke seriously, asking, "How many years have you been studying Buddhism with me?" Hearing this, Minji and Hui Ming immediately glanced at each other in confusion. Minji then quickly answered, 9 years, 1 year short of 15. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager lowered her head a bit sadly and said, "It seems 15 won't be possible. This body of mine is no longer willing. The oil in the lamp has run out." Hearing this, Minji hurriedly replied, "Old ancestor will surely live to 100. You still have a long time ahead." The Empress Dowager laughed and said, "These 9 years, rather than saying you've been cultivating with me, it's more accurate to say you've been keeping me company. You've brought me joy that I haven't seen in my family for a long time." Hearing this, Hui Ming and Minji both nodded very happily. The Empress Dowager then slowly continued, "Seeing that you've both grown up, I'm very pleased." However, just as she said this, she suddenly coughed a few times. Seeing this, Minji became very worried and asked, "Old ancestor, are you all right?" However, the Empress Dowager quickly waved her hand, indicating she was fine. "Now I am old, the lamp is out, and the struggle for the throne is merciless. This old body can't protect you forever. You should know what to do in the future." Hearing this, Minji hurriedly replied, "Minji understands." After speaking, she thought to herself, "I want to help Hui Ming win the throne." At this point, the Empress Dowager spoke a bit sadly. "Today will be the last day of cultivation. You don't need to come anymore after this." But Minji and Hui Ming hurriedly said, "Even if we're not cultivating, we still want to come every day to keep the old ancestor company. My sister and I will come every day." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager laughed helplessly. "Oh my, you little girl, you're really quite lovable, aren't you?" The scene shifts to Hohot Palace. Chen Yushui was now present there. He quickly opened the door and went inside. "Greetings, mother. I wonder why you called me here. Do you have any instructions?" Hearing this, Consort Jean calmly asked, "Yushui, do you know what day tomorrow is?" Chen Yushui nodded and replied, "Tomorrow. Tomorrow the Imperial Academy will hold a grand hunting competition at Shanglin Park." Hearing this, Consort Jean put down her teacup and said, "This time is different from before. Your father will also be attending the event. Moreover, the cabinet has suggested that the emperor establish a crown prince. So this is a very good opportunity to test the princes." Hearing this, Chen Yushui confidently patted his chest and replied, "Then I must show my skills. I'll be first this year, it will definitely still be me." However, Consort Jean immediately interrupted, "Being first or not isn't important. However, you absolutely cannot be compared to the 6th prince. Don't let him stand out." However, Chen Yushui showed utter disdain. "That cockroach, what's there to be afraid of?" But Consort Jean, hearing this, angrily raised her voice and scolded, "Don't be careless. He has the Empress Dowager's support. He's no longer the useless thing in the cold palace from years ago. Moreover, he has connections with the Jean Prince. The forces behind him absolutely cannot be underestimated." Seeing this, Chen Yushui hurriedly replied, all right. Your son will be careful." Consort Jean then immediately spoke with a sinister tone. "Remember, no matter what methods you use, you cannot let the 6th prince have a chance to shine." Chen Yushui smiled cunningly and replied, "No need for mother to remind me. I also extremely dislike that cockroach." The next morning, the hunting competition began. Chen Yushui's group was standing around gossiping. "This year, the top spot in the hunting competition will definitely still be your highness." "That's right, we'll protect your highness to be first." Chen Yushui, hearing this, laughed and said confidently, "Of course, that's for certain." Just then, Chen Yushui glanced to the side, where Minji had just finished changing into her uniform to participate in the event. Chen Yushui, seeing this, folded his arms and shouted loudly, "Wait a minute. Chen Minji, what are you doing here?" His 2 lackeys immediately used a mocking tone to ask, "Why are you wearing riding clothes? Do you also want to participate in the competition? You're a woman, and you actually want to participate in the competition." Chen Yushui quickly chimed in with a taunt, "Why don't you stay at home? do laundry, cook, and embroider. What are you doing here, trying to join in the fun? Dressed up like a monkey. It's absolutely laughable. Seeing this group, Minji sighed helplessly, thinking to herself, these people really haven't changed at all. They're still as detestable as ever. Just then, Hui Ming appeared out of nowhere, hurriedly speaking up in praise. Sister looks beautiful in anything. Like a celestial maiden descended from heaven. After speaking, he turned a disgusted face towards Qin Yushui and continued, on the contrary, someone has dog eyes, unable to recognize beauty. Moreover, he's so inferior that he's not even worthy of being compared to dung. Qin Yushui, mocked by Hui Ming, was so angry he gritted his teeth. He then immediately moved closer to Hui Ming, raising his voice threateningly. Qin Hui Ming, don't think that just because you have the Empress Dowager's support, I wouldn't dare to touch you. Hui Ming, not backing down, challenged back. Why don't you try? You insulted my sister again. Be careful, or I'll take your head off. Minji, seeing this scene, was completely bewildered, so she quickly pulled Hui Ming's hand to leave. Let's go quickly. We still need to discuss tactics for the next match. However, watching them leave, Qin Yushui angrily pointed and shouted, the champion will definitely be me. Don't dream of winning, you monkey and cockroach. Go back home. Hui Ming, hearing these words, couldn't help but turn back and curse. Seeing this, Minji immediately gave him a punch on the head and warned, don't say such dirty words. Hui Ming, of course, didn't dare to resist and obediently agreed. Primebun Sayanmura. The two then went to an open space and sat down. Hui Ming then spoke up, asking sister, what's our strategy? Hearing this, Minji clenched her fist determinedly and replied, it's very simple. This year we won't hide our strength. We'll use all our power to win the championship. Hui Ming, seeing her like this, was a bit surprised and asked, sister has never seriously competed for the championship. Why are you so serious this year? Hearing this, Minji explained seriously, before, it was just to avoid unnecessary conflict with the fifth prince. So we hid our strength. But this year's competition is different, because the cabinet has requested the emperor to establish a crown prince. As she said this, she pointed towards the pavilion in the center. Today, the emperor has brought the cabinet to watch the competition precisely to evaluate you and the fifth prince. Minji then picked up a small stone and placed it in front, explaining, currently, there are 3 candidates for the crown prince position. The first is the third prince, Qin Yin Zhao. He's been in the north all year, defending against East Qi. He's achieved many military accomplishments and has a high reputation. As she finished speaking, Minji carved the word army on a large stone and placed it below the small stone from earlier. Behind the third prince is the support of the army. After finishing, Minji continued, the second is the fifth prince, Qin Yushui. Don't look at him as if he's useless in everything. He's not completely without merit. After all, his mother is the noble consort. As she said this, she picked up another small stone and placed it in front, representing Qin Yushui. Minji then got to the key point. Most importantly, standing behind them is Consort Jin, who represents the power of the eunuchs. After speaking, Minji carved the word eunuchs on a large stone and placed it below Qin Yushui's small stone. Next, she picked up another small stone and placed it in front of Hui Ming, saying, finally, there's you. Because you have the Empress Dowager's protection, you're barely considered a candidate. After speaking, she placed the small stone representing Hui Ming to the side and explained, but you have no support in the court. The Empress Dowager is focused on Buddhism and never inquires about state affairs. So you don't have any advantage. Before she could finish, Hui Ming quickly grabbed the 2 stones representing the third prince and fifth prince. He then smiled and dropped the 2 stones straight to the ground, saying simply, as long as they all disappear, what's left is the king. Hearing these words, Minji couldn't help but be shocked. In the original story, the plot also developed in this direction. Hui Ming had killed both the third prince and the fifth prince. Then, with hands covered in fresh blood, he seized the throne. Back to the present, Minji, now angry, grabbed Hui Ming's face. This expression of hers also greatly surprised Hui Ming. Minji then angrily shouted, Hui Ming, what are you saying? Do you know that doing this will have very serious consequences? After speaking, she forcefully bumped her head against Hui Ming's. Suddenly hit on the head, Hui Ming dazedly rubbed his forehead. Ouch, sister, what's wrong with you? However, Minji was now thoroughly angry and twisted his arm, saying loudly, remember this. If you dare to think like that again, I'll beat you until you come to your senses. Wherever you have such thoughts, I will extinguish them all. Seeing this, Hui Ming hurriedly clasped his hands and said with a smile, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. That really hurt just now. After speaking, he caringly rubbed Minji's head. Your head must hurt too, right? Hearing this, Minji replied with tears in her eyes, yes, it really does hurt. By the way, I haven't finished explaining. She then continued with the main topic. Besides the army and the eunuchs, there's still another force. As she said this, Minji raised her hand. That's the cabinet. The cabinet and the eunuchs are constantly at odds. They've disliked each other for a long time. Moreover, the cabinet has been opposing the army's annual wars. East Chi has wars every year. Not only does it drain national power, but it also empties the national treasury. The people in those areas have become extremely impoverished. Hui Ming, on his side, watched Minji speak with an infatuated expression, thinking to himself, sister is beautiful from every angle. Meanwhile, Minji was still focused on speaking. As long as we can get the cabinet support, then we can compete with the third prince and fifth prince for the crown prince position. Then, today, the cabinet's head, Minister Yuan Xiao, is also here. If we can win a championship, it will leave a good impression on the emperor and the minister. As she said this, Minji suddenly noticed Hui Ming. She saw that the young man was staring at her very intently, nodding. Sister is very beautiful, and also very talented. Seeing him like this, Minji irritably shouted, Hey, do you understand anything I'm saying? Hui Ming, startled, hurriedly replied, I understand, of course I understand. The young man then quickly grabbed Minji's hand and smiled gently, saying, Whatever sister says, I'll do. I absolutely won't make any mistakes. A moment later, the hunting competition was about to begin. Just then, Minister Yuan Xiao stepped forward and said, Reporting to your majesty, the time has come. Hearing this, the emperor inside the tent immediately said, Very well. Then let it begin. Receiving the order, the minister quickly waved his hand and announced, The hunting competition officially begins. As soon as the words were spoken, several guards blew their horns, signaling the participants to begin. The hunting group immediately spurred their horses and galloped into the forest ahead. Hui Ming, riding alongside Minji, said, Sister, I know where the most animals are. Hearing this, Minji quickly replied, All right then, let's go. Deep into the forest, after a while, both of them dismounted and prepared to hunt. While Minji tried to use her sacred beast power to sense their surroundings, Hui Ming picked up a stone. After a moment, Minji opened her eyes. Thanks to her sacred beast power, she had sensed a wolf nearby. So Minji quickly pointed in that direction to inform Hui Ming. Behind the bushes, 150 steps away, there's a wild wolf. Hearing this, Hui Ming smiled, gripped the stone tightly, and positioned himself to throw. Immediately after, Hui Ming used all his strength to throw the stone in the direction of the wolf. The wolf, of course, couldn't react in time and was hit squarely by the stone, causing it to spurt blood on the spot. Minji then quickly went over to check. Seeing that the wolf was dead, she said with satisfaction, All right, that's one down. After that, she continuously used her sacred beast power to sense and point out directions for Hui Ming. Hui Ming would immediately throw stones in those directions. Very quickly, 1, 2, 3, wild wolves were felled by Hui Ming's stones. Looking at their spoils on the ground, Hui Ming laughed smugly. A moment later, Minji used her phoenix fire power to throw into a cave. Within seconds, she felt a slight tremor beneath her feet. A bear, its head burned by Minji's fire, angrily rushed out of the cave. Seeing the bear lunging towards her, Minji remained calm and stood still. At that moment, Hui Ming acted, his sword immediately slicing across the brown bear's body. It then coughed up blood, fell down and died on the spot. Hui Ming glanced at the brown bear behind him and said coldly, Don't even dream of touching a finger of my sister. Only I'm allowed to touch her. Minji, on her side, immediately waved her hand, calling Hui Ming over. Seeing this, Hui Ming smiled and asked innocently, What is it, sister? Minji then hurriedly took out a handkerchief and wiped Hui Ming's face, saying, Let me wipe the blood off for you. Your face is covered in blood. The killing aura is too strong. His Majesty will be displeased. Hui Ming, seeing this, happily praised, Sister is always so thoughtful. 3 hours later, looking at the cart full of their spoils, Hui Ming excitedly said, This is truly a great harvest. The championship is definitely ours. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Yushui's group was holding their heads in distress, lamenting, Your Highness, more than half the competition time has passed. Why haven't we started hunting yet? I've just found out Hui Ming and Minji have already caught a lot of prey. If this continues, we'll lose to them. Hearing this, Chen Yushui raised his mouth in a smile and said, "What's the hurry? Why should we waste energy hunting? We just need to wait for Hui Ming to catch the prey, then we'll go and steal it." The two lackeys, hearing this, looked at each other with concern. The fat one then hurriedly spoke up, "But Hui Ming is so strong. Even if the three of us were tied together, I'm afraid we couldn't beat him." Chen Yushui, hearing this, raised his finger to interrupt. "Fool! Of course I know that. That's why this prince has borrowed a vicious character from Lian Hai." As he finished speaking, suddenly a dark figure jumped down from a tree. His face was completely covered, looking like an assassin. This person then coldly raised his eyes. "Greetings, Fifth Prince." Seeing this scene, the two lackeys turned pale with fright, thinking to themselves, what a terrifying person. Meanwhile, Chen Yushui calmly leaned against a tree and asked, "You're here. How's Hui Ming's side doing?" The assassin hurriedly reported honestly. Reporting to the Fifth Prince, the two of them are carrying a cart full of prey and are preparing to return. Chen Yushui, hearing this, stood up, stretched his arms, and said, "All right, let's begin." After speaking, he pointed at the assassin and ordered, "Now go and detain Hui Ming for me. Also, while you're at it, give that cockroach a good thrashing. I think killing him would be too troublesome. Just beat him half to death. Make it so that his life from now on is not worth living." The assassin, hearing this, immediately asked, "What about the woman?" Hearing this, Chen Yushui waved his hand dismissively and said, "Chen Minji, she's just a woman. Just make her cry a little. That's enough." Hearing this, the assassin immediately left to carry out Chen Yushui's orders. Chen Yushui then happily put his arms around his two lackeys and said arrogantly, "You two, come with me. We'll go and take Hui Ming's prey." The two immediately agreed excitedly. Meanwhile, Hui Ming and Minji were leading their horses, chatting happily. Suddenly, a crossbow was unexpectedly raised and fired towards them. Sensing danger from behind, Hui Ming immediately did. He quickly embraced Minji and drew his sword, striking the arrow from the crossbow. As it collided with Hui Ming's sword, the arrow was deflected, creating an extremely sharp sound. The horse at this moment was startled by that sound. It then panicked and pulled along the animals that Hui Ming and Minji had hunted, rushing forward quickly. Hui Ming, now angry, shouted loudly, "Come out." Hearing this, the assassin stopped hiding and directly revealed himself. He then, without many words, immediately drew his sword. Seeing this, Minji raised her bow and warned Hui Ming, "Be careful. This one is full of killing intent. He seems to be a vicious character." Hui Ming also seriously raised his sword and replied, "Understood." Right after, the assassin didn't hesitate anymore and directly charged forward. Hui Ming, of course, didn't flinch and rushed to meet him. The two then quickly engaged each other, executing their techniques. When Hui Ming struck from above, the assassin ducked to avoid. When the assassin swung his sword from below, Hui Ming jumped to evade. Like this, the two fought from one place to another, neither giving an inch. However, Hui Ming was still at a disadvantage. He was cut on his arm and leg by the assassin. Seizing this opportunity, the assassin forcefully charged forward, intending to finish Hui Ming. Meanwhile, Hui Ming used all his strength to defend. At this moment, the assassin took advantage of an opening and delivered a kick to Hui Ming's body, sending him flying. He then crashed straight into a nearby tree. Seeing this, the assassin immediately leaped high, pointing his sword at Hui Ming, intending to finish him. However, at that moment, an arrow shot quickly towards him. The assassin was initially startled, but still easily cut the arrow away. He then looked up towards the person who had fired. It was none other than Minji. She quickly drew more arrows and fired continuously at the assassin. Each arrow fired made the assassin jump backward to avoid them. Taking this chance, Minji moved to Hui Ming's side and asked him, "Are you all right?" Hui Ming smiled and said he was fine. Hui Ming then slowly stood up, cracked his neck coldly, thinking to himself, "It would be strange if I were fine. I've lost face in front of sister. This guy must die." The assassin, still unaware, mockingly said, "Huh, weak little boy." Hui Ming frowned and turned to Minji. "Sister, quickly go after the horse cart. Let me hold this guy off." Hearing this, Minji worriedly said, "I'm not comfortable leaving you alone. Let's fight together." However, Hui Ming immediately smiled at her reassuringly. "Don't worry, sister. I can handle this on my own. Don't let them steal our prey. Otherwise, we won't be able to claim the top spot." And seeing Minji still hesitating, Hui Ming quickly said, "Sister, trust me. I'll definitely be fine. Hearing this, Minji finally agreed and quickly chased after the horse cart. All right, be careful. I'm gonna get our cart back. After Minji left, Hui Ming coldly warned the assassin, "Don't even dream of touching a finger of my sister." Meanwhile, the horse was still frantically rushing forward. Just then, a hand grabbed the reins, pulling it back. The person who did this was none other than one of Chen Yushui's lackeys. He tried to hold the reins tightly and shouted, "Stop right there." After stopping the horse, Chen Yushui's group happily approached, lifting the cover to inspect. "Your Highness, the cart is full of prey. We've gained a lot this time." Chen Yushui couldn't help but laugh and praise. This little Hui Ming really put in effort. But in the end, it's all to our benefit. After speaking, he pointed and ordered, "Go. Change these to my possessions and return to camp. The top spot is definitely mine." The fat lackey quickly accepted the task, saying, "I'll drive the horse back." However, before he could do anything, an arrow shot straight towards them, startling him greatly. The fat lackey then angrily shouted, "Who dares to shoot at me?" But very quickly, all three discovered that the person who fired was Minji, standing nearby. Minji then smiled cheerfully and said, "So my horse cart is here. Thank you for helping me find it." However, Chen Yushui immediately stood up to block her. "I thought it was someone else? Isn't this the village girl that the Jean Prince's mansion adopted? You really think you're royalty, don't you? Besides, who said this cart is yours?" The two lackeys, of course, quickly chimed in. "That's right. Is your name written on it? Who are you trying to fool? Well, do you still want to steal the fifth prince's prey, or what?" Chen Yushui, now losing patience, pointed at Minji and ordered, "Stop the nonsense. Deal with her for me." Back to Hui Ming's location. He and the assassin still hadn't made a move. The assassin then spoke mockingly, "You actually let that woman go. Now no one can stand behind you for support. You're definitely dead." However, Hui Ming, hearing this, covered his face and laughed maniacally. "Ha! Those words should be mine to say, because I didn't want to kill someone in front of my sister. That's why I've let you live until now." Hearing this, the assassin laughed contemptuously. "You want to kill me all by yourself." However, Hui Ming's eyes had now become extremely terrifying as he pointed his sword at the assassin. His voice said, "In my eyes, you're already a dead man." Seeing this, the assassin also seriously gripped his sword. "I've never met someone as crazy as you before." As he finished speaking, both of them immediately charged at each other. But in less than a few seconds, the assassin's sword was directly broken in half. He then stammered, trembling, "Too strong, too strong." After speaking, he thought to himself, so he was hiding his true strength all along. "I've underestimated him too much." And so, with great reluctance, the assassin then directly fell down, dead on the spot. Hui Ming, looking at his blood-covered sword, smiled regretfully and said, "It really wasn't satisfying enough. Why don't more people come?" Just then, Hui Ming suddenly saw his own face reflected in the sword blade. The image of Minji, worriedly wiping away the blood for him, appeared once again. In his mind, thinking of this, Hui Ming then hurriedly wiped his face clean. "I can't let sister see this. She'll worry." After calming down, Hui Ming smiled and said, "All right, I need to catch up with sister." With that, he immediately leapt away, leaving the assassin's corpse lying on the ground. Back to Minji's location, seeing her gripping the bow tightly in her hand, Chen Yushui pointed at his chest and challenged her, "Come on, Minji. If you have the guts, shoot this prince in the chest." Seeing this, Minji couldn't help but sigh helplessly, shaking her head in exasperation. Indeed, those who know no shame are truly invincible. Chen Yushui's group, seeing her not saying anything, became even more emboldened. "Let's all go at her together. I don't believe we can't beat a village girl like you. We should teach her a lesson. Always acting so virtuous, looking down on everyone. It's really irritating." Looking at these three, Minji felt a bit annoyed. So she secretly snapped her fingers, using her sacred beast power. "Three fools daring to oppose me. You truly want to die." Immediately after, her sacred beast power, like a blade, quickly cut across a nearby tree branch. The branch was swiftly severed and fell down. Meanwhile, Chen Yushui below was completely unaware and still mocking Minji. Then, right after that, the branch fell straight down, flattening Chen Yushui to the ground, causing him to grimace in pain with bulging eyes. Seizing this opportunity, Minji quickly pulled the horse cart away. "Thank you for helping me get my cart back. Goodbye." Seeing this scene, Chen Yushui turned red with anger. "Minji, stop right there. You and I will never coexist under the same sky. Hearing this, Minji playfully turned her head, stuck out her tongue, and said, "What does that have to do with not coexisting? It was the branch that hit you, not me who hit you. Perhaps even the heavens can't stand the sight of you." Seeing his two lackeys standing dumbfounded, Chen Yushui, boiling with rage, slammed his hand on the ground and shouted, "You two fools! Hurry up and lift this branch off me." The two lackeys, hearing this, hurriedly went to each side to lift the branch. However, because it was so heavy, it wasn't easy at all. Just then, Hui Ming suddenly appeared, jumping down and stomping hard on the branch. Chen Yushui, seeing Hui Ming, couldn't help but be shocked. "Why are you here?" After speaking, he thought to himself, "Didn't I send an assassin to kill him? Could he have failed? What a useless piece of trash." Hui Ming, on his side, was very calm, looking up and searching for Minji. "Ah, I see my sister." Meanwhile, the two lackeys had turned pale from the weight of Hui Ming and the branch. "Too heavy. Get off. Get off quickly." Hui Ming then stomped hard on the branch once more and jumped up to chase after Minji. However, because of Hui Ming's stomp, the branch slipped from the hands of the two lackeys, crashing down hard on Chen Yushui below once again, causing him to scream in pain. Chen Yushui then furiously shouted, "Hui Ming, Chun Minji, just you wait until this afternoon." At this time, the contestants had gathered to report their results. Minister Yuan Xiao then quickly took the statistics and presented them to the emperor. "Your Majesty, the rankings for the hunting competition are complete. Please review them." An attendant then quickly took the book and went inside to hand it to the emperor. Outside, Minister Yuan Xiao then spoke again. "The one who achieved first place is His Highness the Ning Prince. His achievement outshines everyone else's." Minister Yuan Xiao called Hui Ming the Ning Prince because under the Empress Dowager's administration, 3 years ago, Hui Ming was granted the title of Ning Prince. As soon as the words were spoken, the curtain was drawn back by an attendant. Inside was a middle-aged man sitting in a relaxed manner, holding a wine cup in his hand. This was the great Xian Emperor, Qin Yuanjing. The attendant then hurriedly announced, summoning the Ning Prince for an audience. Hui Ming quickly entered and knelt down in greeting. "Your son, Hui Ming, greets Father Emperor." Qin Yuanjing, seeing Hui Ming, smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to win the title. You've truly made me see you in a different light." Hui Ming replied very calmly, "Thanks to the Empress Dowager's dedicated nurturing, I've practiced diligently every day without laziness, which led to today's achievement. It's all due to the Empress Dowager's efforts." Minji, outside, hearing this response, was very pleased. "Good." The answer was very clever, scoring extra points. Meanwhile, Chen Yushui was nursing his wounds, feeling irritated and thinking to himself, "It's all because Lian Hai gave that useless assassin. Otherwise, the championship would definitely have been mine. It's truly infuriating." Up there, Chen Yuanjing, after hearing Hui Ming's words, couldn't help but laugh loudly. Very good. Tell me, what reward do you want?" Hui Ming, hearing this, immediately said seriously, "Father Emperor, please grant a marriage." Minji and everyone present were stunned upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Chen Yuanjing showed interest and told Hui Ming to continue. Hui Ming, without any hesitation, quickly pointed towards Minji and said, "I want to grow old together with Sister Minji. I hope Father Emperor can grant us marriage." Minji, hearing this, blushed and widened her eyes, screaming internally, "You fool! What are you saying?" But Suobei, standing to the side, immediately voiced his strong opposition. "You're subject objects. This is outrageous. Minji and Hui Ming are adoptive siblings." However, the young Hui Ming immediately interjected, grinning as he hurriedly said, "But Sister Minji and I don't share the same bloodline." Chen Yushui couldn't help but speak up contemptuously, "So this little Hui Ming has such tastes. If you become emperor, you can have as many women as you want. Why lose face over a village girl? It's truly the height of stupidity." Suo Bei, of course, continued to voice his objection. "Although there's no blood relation, Minji has the status of being the Gene Prince's daughter. Regardless of blood ties, she is still your adoptive sister." Hearing this, Hui Ming calmly replied, "The previous emperor also married his cousin. What's impossible about this?" Su Bei, hearing this, was so angry his blood boiled as he shouted, "I said no means no. If you dare to be disrespectful, don't blame this prince for being unkind." However, Hui Ming maintained a determined attitude and smiled, saying, "Whether royal uncle is kind or not doesn't matter. In short, I must marry Sister Minji." So Bei, seeing Hui Ming's attitude like this, was so angry he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, is this brat made of iron? I've said so much, and he still doesn't understand. Minji, on her side, had turned as red as a tomato from embarrassment. This big fool. What nonsense is he talking about? But seeing Hui Ming and Suo Bei glaring at each other, Minji hurriedly stepped forward to separate them. Father, Your Highness the Ning Prince, arguing in front of His Majesty is truly disrespectful. Hearing this, Suo Bei and Hui Ming immediately realized their impropriety and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Please forgive us, royal brother. Please forgive me, Father Emperor." However, Chen Yuanjing wasn't angry at all, but instead laughed until tears came to his eyes. My son actually wants to marry the Jin Prince's daughter. I've truly broadened my horizons. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Minji hurriedly and respectfully spoke up, "Your Majesty, currently, the war in the north is tense. The country is at war every year. It's truly not the time to discuss matters of romance. We should prioritize the nation's affairs." As she said this, she glared at Hui Ming in annoyance. "I humbly request the Ning Prince to withdraw his marriage proposal. Serving the country and accumulating merits should be the top priority." Seeing Minji angry, Hui Ming hurriedly bowed and said, "I acted on impulse for a moment. Sister is absolutely right." Minister Yuan Xiao, standing to the side witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "I didn't expect the Jin Prince's daughter to understand the greater good so well." Chen Yuanjing, now pleased, raised the wine cup in his hand and said, "Very good. Everyone must do their utmost to serve the country." Hearing this, everyone happily replied in unison, "We obey Your Majesty's command." Just then, an elderly servant rushed in panic, hurriedly announcing, "A great calamity has occurred. A great calamity has occurred." He then quickly knelt down and said, "The Empress Dowager has passed away." This news immediately shocked everyone present. Even Chen Yuanjing, upon hearing this, couldn't help but be stunned. The wine cup in his hand slipped, falling straight to the ground. Hui Ming lowered his face in sadness. Meanwhile, Minji burst into tears, her face streaked with tears. Chen Yuanjing, now trembling, covered his face with his hands and ordered, "Quickly return to the palace." Immediately after, the servants hurriedly went outside shouting, "His Majesty is returning to the palace." The Great Xian Dynasty's 18th Empress Dowager has passed away at the age of 69. The palace was now filled with sorrow. The entire palace was covered in mournful white. Minji cried uncontrollably, heartbroken. Seeing this, Hui Ming could only gently pat her shoulder to comfort her. After the grand funeral for the Empress Dowager in Fengyi Palace, only the chair she used to sit in remained. The scene was painfully quiet. Hui Ming and Minji were now sitting and talking in front of the Empress Dowager's lifelong Buddhist altar. She will surely reach the pure land of the Buddha's realm. Hui Ming beside her immediately affirmed, "It will certainly be so." And, after speaking, Hui Ming turned to look at Minji, comforting her sister. "Now I only have you left." Hearing this, Minji smiled and patted his head gently, saying, "Don't worry, I will always be by your side." That night, Minji rested her head on Hui Ming's shoulder as they gazed at the starry sky, silently thinking of the Empress Dowager. They prayed for her to reach the Pure Land. The scene shifts to Hohat Palace. Consort Jean was now happily drinking wine. That old woman has finally died. Now no one will dare to step on this consort's head anymore, and I don't have to watch her face anymore. Lian Hai, hearing this, chimed in, "Your Grace, the Empress Dowager has passed away, and His Majesty, due to recurring illnesses, has indicated to the cabinet to establish a crown prince. However, the fifth prince's reputation is not good. It's hard to win people's hearts. This time at the hunting competition, he lost the glory to the sixth prince. The situation is very unfavorable." Hearing this, Consort Jean slammed her cup on the table angrily and said, "That cursed Chen Hui Ming. If it weren't for the Empress Dowager's support, how could he have lived until now? Fortunately, that old woman has now gone to heaven. Let me see who can still protect this brat." Hearing this, Lian Hai hurriedly spoke up. Speaking of the hunting competition, Hui Ming wanted to marry the Jin Prince's daughter, so the two of them had a conflict. Consort Jean, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. "I've heard about it. This little brat isn't old, but he's quite the romantic. In any case, We must quickly find a way to eliminate him. Li and Hai, hearing this, narrowed his eyes and replied, Your Grace, this lowly one actually has a method to borrow a knife to kill someone. The Great Xian and East Qi have been at war every year, both sides fighting to a stalemate. So recently, peace talks have begun, and one of the peace requirements is that both sides will send envoys to negotiate. Consort Jean, hearing this, suddenly understood. You mean to send Hui Ming as the envoy? But how would that be beneficial? Li and Hai immediately laughed sinisterly and replied, Your Grace, it's easier to act when he's not in Great Xian. Once Hui Ming reaches East Qi, we can hire assassins to kill him. It would be undetectable, and moreover, we can erase all connections. Or we could sabotage the agreement to anger East Qi, using East Qi's hand to kill Hui Ming. Consort Jean, hearing this, couldn't hide her joy and said with a smile, Very well, this idea is good. However, Li and Hai worriedly added, I'm afraid His Majesty won't be easily convinced. After all, the Empress Dowager has just passed away. Hearing this, Consort Jean immediately smiled maliciously. I have my ways to persuade His Majesty. Soon after, the imperial edict was issued. To sign a non-aggression treaty, Ning Prince Hui Ming was specially ordered to go to East Qi as an envoy to declare peace, building good neighborly relations. Hui Ming and Minji were now kneeling on the ground, receiving the imperial edict. After hearing it, Hui Ming felt a bit sad. Father Emperor actually wants to send me to East Qi. Meanwhile, Minji was cautiously thinking to herself, could this be some kind of plan? The elderly servant, after finishing reading the edict, rolled it up and handed it to Hui Ming. Ning Prince, quickly accept the edict and give thanks. Hearing this, Hui Ming hurriedly reached out to accept the edict, thanking His Majesty for his grace. The elderly servant then added, 7 days later, the Imperial Guards will escort Your Highness to East Qi. Please prepare quickly. A moment later, Minji and Hui Ming were sitting dejectedly on the steps in front. Hui Ming then spoke up gloomily, If it weren't for you, sister, I wouldn't go to East Qi. Hearing this, Minji angrily turned to look at the young man and scolded, What nonsense are you talking about? Hui Ming, still very determined, said, No, I'm serious. Without you, sister, I don't want to go anywhere. Minji sighed wearily and said, Do you want to defy the imperial edict? Hui Ming narrowed his eyes and replied, If it means leaving you, sister, what does it matter if I disobey the imperial edict? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Minji immediately gave the young man a knock on the head and angrily scolded, If you disobey the imperial edict, Consort Jean and the 5th prince will be overjoyed. Don't say such foolish things anymore. However, Hui Ming remained resolute and said firmly, No, I won't go. At that moment, Minji suddenly cupped Hui Ming's face and drew close, saying, I told you I'd always be by your side. Have you forgotten that? Seeing this, Hui Ming smiled and replied, With you by my side, I can go anywhere. However, just as the romantic moment unfolded, Xingmu suddenly appeared and spoke, It seems I've come at an inconvenient time. Minji, who was close to Hui Ming, hearing these words, immediately blushed with embarrassment. She quickly pushed Hui Ming away and turned to look at Xingmu, asking, Big brother, why have you come here? Xingmu replied gently, I heard in the cabinet that His Majesty wants to send Hui Ming to East Qi as a peace envoy, so I came here to inquire about it. However, Hui Ming immediately said irritably, I haven't agreed to go yet. If sister doesn't go with me, I won't go. Hearing this, Xingmu calmly said, Minister Yuan has always advocated for a ceasefire with East Qi to allow the people to rest and recuperate. So for this treaty signing, Minister Yuan has put in a great deal of effort. It's only through his hard work that this has been achieved. Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but smile, glancing at Xingmu, thinking to herself, Big brother has been following Minister Yuan for years now. It's really quite good. Xingmu then spoke up to advise, Hui Ming, this trip to East Qi, although you're an envoy, it's also a great opportunity. As long as Hui Ming doesn't disgrace the mission, can promote the treaty, and bring peace to Great Xian, Minister Yuan will certainly be grateful to Hui Ming. Hearing this, Minji immediately grabbed Hui Ming's hand happily and said, If that's the case, then you'll definitely be able to gain the support of the cabinet. This could help you secure the position of Crown Prince. Xingmu nodded and smiled, saying, I've asked Minister Yuan, and he truly has this intention. So Hui Ming's mission this time is both a challenge and an opportunity. Hui Ming immediately smiled and replied, If sister says so as well, then going to East Qi must be a good thing. I'll go with you, sister. However, Xingmu quickly showed concern and said, But if you want to take my little sister to East Qi, I'm afraid someone won't agree to it. Hui Ming and Minji, hearing this, were very curious and asked, "Who is that person?" It was none other than the old man, Sobei. He, after hearing that Minji wanted to go to Eastchi, was so shocked that he dropped the teacup in his hand to the ground. "What are you talking about? You're going to Eastchi, and you want to drag my daughter along to die. My heart aches terribly." Seeing this, Minji quickly went over to reassure Suabe. "It's not going to die. It's going as a peace envoy." "Father, you're overreacting." Hui Ming immediately patted his chest confidently, guaranteeing, "Father, I will protect sister well. Absolutely nothing will happen." Hearing this, Suabe's blood boiled, and he directly kicked the young man away. "Who's your father? Don't try to get close and steal my daughter away." Just then, Yueshing also appeared, smiling as he patted Hui Ming's shoulder. "Hui Ming, I consider you a brother. Yet you want to kidnap my little sister. That's really too much. I don't agree." Hearing this, Hui Ming innocently turned and replied, "But we're originally cousins, aren't we?" Yueshing's face immediately fell upon hearing this. "Damn it, how could I forget about that?" However, Yueshing quickly regained his composure and pointed directly at Hui Ming in objection. "In short, if you want to go to Eastchi, go by yourself. Don't set your sights on my little sister." Suabe quickly chimed in from behind. "That's right, don't have any intentions towards my daughter. My daughter won't run after a wild man like you." Minji, hearing this, couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. Hui Ming isn't a wild man. However, Hui Ming immediately put on a confident expression, walked over, and patted Subei's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, royal uncle. I'm a good man. For 10 miles in all directions, I'm known as a reputable good man." But as soon as he heard these words, Sobei was so angry that his whole body involuntarily trembled. Minji, standing beside him, seeing this scene, couldn't help but turn pale. "What's with this expression?" Meanwhile, Xingmu, standing to the side, watching everyone argue chaotically, couldn't help but smile, finding it amusing. And Hui Ming was still rambling on, saying, "So, royal uncle, just rest assured and let sister go with me to Eastchi." Suabe was now completely enraged. He had never seen someone so shameless. Thinking this, Suabe couldn't hold back anymore and directly shouted in Hui Ming's face, telling the young man to shut up. Then he immediately threw Hui Ming straight out of the mansion. "Get out! You're not allowed to come here anymore." However, Hui Ming was still very persistent, shouting back, "I'll come again tomorrow." But as soon as he finished speaking, a huge shoe came flying from inside, making the young man hike up his pants and run away in a cloud of dust. A moment later, at the Jean Prince's mansion, Minji was kneeling, pleading with her father, Suabe, "Please agree to let your daughter go to Eastchi. This matter concerns the nation. It's also very important for you, father." Xingmu, standing nearby, immediately spoke up to help. "If the trip to Eastchi can bring peace, then we won't need to fight every year." Hui Ming is naturally impulsive and strong-willed. If third sister can keep an eye on him, I believe he won't ruin this important matter. However, Yueshing scoffed and said, "Nonsense. That little Hui Ming just needs a good beating. One thrashing, and he'll surely behave. Humph. He even wants to drag our little sister into the fire pit. He really has a death wish." However, as soon as Yueshing finished speaking, he immediately received deadly glares from Xingmu and Minji, making him jump up in fright. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "I'm right." Just then, Suabe sighed and spoke up. "I know I can't stop you from going to Eastchi, but if you promise me one thing, I'll agree to let you go." Hearing this, Minji happily said, "Really? Father, please tell me." Suabe immediately turned around and said seriously, "From the day of departure, you can only stay there for half a year." Minji thought to herself, half a year is enough. I remember clearly in the original story, Hui Ming returned from Eastchi after just over 3 months. Thinking this, Minji quickly said, "Please rest assured, father." However, Sobei immediately cut her off and asked further, "If by that time Hui Ming can't return and he begs you to stay, will you still come back?" Minji happily replied, "Your daughter has promised you, father. No matter what means I have to use, I will definitely return." Hearing these words, Sobei gently patted Minji's head and said softly, "If you don't come back, I will personally go to Eastchi to bring you home." Hearing this, Minji smiled brightly and quickly said, "No need, no need. I will definitely return. Father, you fought Eastchi on the battlefield years ago, making them run with their tails between their legs. They still hate you." Hearing these words, Suabe was startled. He then quickly grabbed Minji's shoulders and instructed, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. In Eastchi, you must keep a low profile. If people discover you're my daughter, you'll certainly be targeted by those who hate me." Hearing this, Xingmu quickly spoke up to reassure reassure him, "Don't worry, father. I've arranged for third sister to have the identity of a female official. As long as we don't say anything, she definitely won't be discovered." Sobe, still very worried, hugged Minji and instructed, "I'm still very concerned. In any case, you must return within half a year." Minji smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. "I will definitely return. I promise I'll come back." 7 days later, Hui Ming and Minji, along with their entourage, set off for East Chi. On the way, Minji curiously asked, "Why didn't you bring anything?" "We're going to East Chi. It'll be at least 3 months before we return." Hui Ming, unconcerned, smiled brightly and replied, "Bringing you is enough, sister. Anyway, East Chi will host us." Hearing this, Minji could only laugh wryly. "You really are bold. We're going to East Chi as envoys, not to enjoy ourselves." Hui Ming immediately grinned and replied, "Don't worry. If they dare mistreat us, I'll deal with them." After a long journey, Hui Ming and Minji's group finally reached the border. They were now passing through a village destroyed by war. Hui Ming, seeing the desolation, couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister, why is there nothing here? Where has everyone gone?" Hearing this, Minji immediately explained, "Because of the war between Great Xian and East Chi, this village was massacred. Nothing remains." As she said this, Minji's eyes became sad. "Hui Ming, let's bring peace back to Great Xian together. This is both your mission and mine. The Empress Dowager in heaven, her spirit is watching over us." Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately smiled and agreed, "All right, I'll listen to everything you say, sister." Just then, a sudden desperate cry for help came from nearby, startling Hui Ming and Minji. Without hesitation, the two quickly rode their horses towards the source of the sound. Nearby, a group of people had been surrounded by bandits. All their subordinates had been killed. Only a young woman remained, sitting on the ground. This girl was no ordinary person. She was the 4th princess of East Chi, Liang Qingchan. One of the bandits was now holding a bag he had just looted, examining it and saying, "Boss, this woman is carrying quite a bit of gold and silver. And there are jewels too. Today we've really caught a big fish." Another quickly looked her up and down, eyeing Qingchan, and commented on the beautiful girl. "Just one look, and you can tell she'll fetch a good price." At that moment, the leader approached Qingchan. He then put on an extremely righteous expression and spoke enticingly, "Big sister, come home with me and enjoy the good life. I'll take good care of you. I'm a Buddhist, pure and disciplined." However, Qingchan immediately drew a dagger, pointing it at him, and shouted, "You vile lustful scoundrels. Don't even dream about it." The two underlings, seeing this, immediately laughed loudly, mocking, "Ha ha ha. With just a little dagger like that, you think you can fight us? Beauty, don't do anything rash. If you scar your face, you'll lose value." The leader was looking at Qingchan more and more infatuatedly, saying, "Put down the dagger. Be a good girl. I'm really starting to like you, big sister." However, just at that moment, Qingchan suddenly put the dagger to her own throat. "I am a noble princess of the East Chi royal family. If I'm defiled by lowly beasts like you, it would harm the dignity of the royal family." As she said this, her eyes filled with tears, showing her determination as she shouted, "I will end my own life. I will never disgrace the royal family." The leader was flustered by Qingchan's action and quickly tried to dissuade her. "Big sister, don't be hasty. If you don't want your life, you can give it to me." However, Qingchan naturally didn't listen. She pressed the dagger closer to her throat, preparing to take her own life. Seeing this, the 3 bandits panicked and rushed forward to stop her. Suddenly, at that moment, the blade of the dagger suddenly turned red hot. As a result, because it was too hot, Qingchan immediately let go, dropping the dagger. One of the bandits seized the opportunity to rush forward and grab Qingchan's arm, restraining her. I've never played with a princess before. This is really exciting." However, at that very moment, a foot came flying in, kicking the bandit squarely. It sent him flying far away, crashing to the ground. Immediately after, Hui Ming appeared dramatically, speaking mockingly, "Wait till I bash your head in, then let's see what you can do." Qingchan, seeing Hui Ming's gallant appearance, was astonished, her eyes widening. The leader, now angry, growled through gritted teeth, "Who are you, daring to ruin our good business?" As soon as he finished speaking, Minji, leaning against a nearby tree, spoke up mockingly. "You three ugly brutes with faces like oxen and horses. What good business could you possibly be doing?" The bandit leader, hearing this, boiled with rage and immediately glared at Minji, shouting, "You damned woman. Who do you think you are? Do you want to die?" However, the leader quickly put on an extremely provocative expression and said, "This little miss is quite sharp-tongued. I like her. Not like that princess over there, pale and skinny like a chicken claw soaked in water. You little miss with your curves are much better. Come home with me and we'll cultivate together." Ching Chan, being called a chicken claw, was so angry she could smoke, wishing she could stab the fat man once. Hui Ming, seeing Minji being teased, immediately became enraged. "You damned baldy, watch your mouth. Don't make me gouge out your eyes." However, Minji quickly stepped forward to stop Hui Ming. "I'll deal with this bald donkey myself. You go take care of those other two." However, Hui Ming immediately refused. "No, today I must chop him into pieces." Seeing this, Minji couldn't help but say seriously, "Listen to me, I'll handle this." Hearing this, Hui Ming angrily turned to the two underlings. "You two are definitely finished. I'm very angry right now." However, the two immediately scoffed. "Little rabbit, let's see if we don't kill you. That's right, you got a big mouth. Let's see what you can do." Meanwhile, Minji had turned to the leader, raising one finger and saying, "If you can block even one of my moves, I'll consider you the winner. Then you could do as you please." The leader, hearing this, immediately replied excitedly, "Is there such a good deal? Don't say one move, even 10 moves are fine." Seeing this, Minji turned to Ching Chan and said, "Princess, may I borrow your dagger?" Hearing this, Ching Chan quickly handed the dagger in her hand to Minji. "Here, take it." Minji, now holding the dagger, seriously lectured, "A dagger can protect oneself. It can hunt down evil people. Yet you actually used it to attempt suicide. Are you stupid or what?" Hearing this, Ching Chan could only lower her head, unable to refute. The leader, unable to contain himself any longer, began to urge them on. "Come on, little miss, start already." However, in the very next moment, Minji, holding the dagger, charged straight at the leader. "Take this, you bald donkey." But the leader very easily used his blade to block Minji's dagger. Moreover, he casually picked his nose, thinking to himself, "I thought she had some special move. Turns out it's just three-legged cat kung fu." But Minji's expression suddenly changed. She quickly smirked and secretly used her sacred beast power. The leader's blade, under the heat of the phoenix fire power, became brittle. Minji's dagger instantly split it in half. As Minji's dagger passed by his head, the leader, terrified, cried out in disbelief, How is this possible?" As he finished speaking, the cut from Minji's dagger began to bleed, causing the leader to turn pale with fear. He then tremblingly fell to his knees, clutching his head. My head is bleeding." However, at that very moment, Minji's dagger appeared once again, pressing against his throat. Minji then smiled gently and said, "You've lost." Ching Chan, on the side, seeing this scene, couldn't help but admire it. That was amazing. The leader, now having lost his previous arrogance, cried and trembled, begging, "Spare me, heroine. Spare my life." Minji then cheerfully turned to Hui Ming and asked, "Hui Ming, how are you doing?" Hearing this, Hui Ming quickly replied, "These two have had their faces rearranged by me. I guarantee even their parents wouldn't recognize them." The long-haired bandit, his face now swollen beyond recognition, was continuously begging for mercy. "No more hitting, no more hitting. Don't hit my face anymore." The stout one, pinned to the ground by Hui Ming's foot, weakly said, "Please, we beg you. We know we were wrong." A moment later, people from East Chi arrived to escort Ching Chan and take the three bandits into custody. "We arrived late to rescue you. Please forgive us, fourth princess." Ching Chan, not angry at all, just smiled gently and said, "It's not your fault. I left the palace on my own. Fortunately, these two heroes came to my rescue." The young subordinate, hearing this, quickly turned to Hui Ming and Minji. "Excuse me, are you?" Hui Ming, seeing this, immediately clasped his hands and said, "I am the sixth prince of Great Xian, Chun Hui Ming, invited by His Majesty to East Chi as an envoy to sign a treaty." Hearing this, the young subordinate quickly replied, "So you're the honored guest of East Chi. We've been discourteous." Ching Chan, on the side, excitedly approached Hui Ming, smiling as she said, "So you're here to see my father. Let's journey together then. I can guide you there." Hui Ming, hearing this, politely said, "We'll trouble the princess then." Minji, seeing the two of them, Hui Ming and Qing Chan, chatting happily, felt a bit displeased. She felt uneasy, as if she had eaten sour vinegar. Qing Chan then quickly remembered Minji, so she immediately went over to greet her. "May I ask who this sister is?" Hearing this, Minji hurriedly bowed respectfully and replied, "Document Envoy Xiaopan Xia." Minji, as an envoy to East Qi, had assumed a false identity. She was disguised as the female official Xiaopan Xia, responsible for drafting documents between the two sides. Qing Chan, hearing this, smiled brightly and said, "So it's Sister Xia." Minji, hearing herself called Sister Xia, was momentarily stunned. After that, the fourth princess of East Qi, Liang Qing Chan, led Hui Ming and Minji to meet her father. Minji and Hui Ming had mounted their horses. Seeing that Qing Chan hadn't yet mounted, Hui Ming said, "Let's go." Qing Chan immediately looked embarrassed and quickly replied, "But I don't know how to ride a horse." Hearing this, Hui Ming extended his hand and said, "How troublesome. Let me carry you." However, just as he finished speaking, Minji rode her horse over, blocking him. She then smiled and said, "Your Highness is so considerate, but it would be more appropriate for this official to escort the princess." Qing Chan, still very cheerful, agreed with a smile. After Qing Chan had mounted Minji's horse, Hui Ming felt something was amiss and thought to himself, "This isn't right. How could I forget about the difference between men and women?" So the young man quickly rode his horse to Minji's side, scratching his head and smiling foolishly. "It's good that document Envoy Xiao reminded me. Indeed, it's not quite appropriate for me to escort the princess." However, before he could finish his sentence, Minji had already spurred her horse forward, leaving the young man to sigh helplessly. "Oh no, have I made sister angry again?" Very soon, they arrived at Yanjing, the capital of East Qi. The streets were bustling with activity. Hui Ming, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so prosperous here." Hearing this, Qing Chan replied, "This is Yanjing, one of the 5 capital cities of East Qi. Of course it's bustling. As for its geographical position, Yanjing is located in the south of East Qi. It surrounds the upper capital and guards the southern border." Hearing this, Minji spoke up, "Past Yanjing is the national capital, Shangjing, right?" Qing Chan immediately nodded. "That's right. To reach Shangjing takes at least 3 to 5 days. By then, you'll be able to meet my father." Minji and the others then continued to stroll around Yanjing, taking in the sights. However, just then, Hui Ming suddenly noticed something and stopped. A fragrance quickly wafted past Hui Ming's nose, making him unable to resist asking, "It smells so good. What's that scent?" Hearing this, Qing Chan happily rushed over to answer, "It's the scent of perfumed powder." She then quickly pointed to a nearby shop and introduced, "This is the Fragrant Treasure Shop. Besides rouge, they also have powder and scent sachets. It's the #1 brand in Yanjing of East Qi. Extremely famous." Hui Ming, hearing this, immediately put on an excited expression and turned to Minji, saying, "Document Envoy Xiao has braved wind and dew with me for this long journey. I truly can't bear to leave it at that. One can't help but cherish such a flower." As he said this, the young man quickly clasped his hands towards Qing Chan. "I troubled the princess to help document Envoy Xiao choose some rouge and perfumed powder. And if possible, please help document Envoy Xiao apply a little makeup." Hearing this, Qing Chan immediately agreed happily. "That's great. I was also wanting to buy some rouge and powder to apply makeup when I return." Meanwhile, Minji, standing to the side, was feeling helpless, thinking to herself, "This guy, how did his tongue become so slippery?" But his face is truly extremely foolish. However, Qing Chan quickly came over, pulling Minji's hand and interrupting her thoughts. "Let's go in, Sister Xia." Seeing this, Minji became very flustered and hurriedly said, "Wait, there's no need to trouble yourself, princess. I don't need rouge and powder." But Hui Ming had already directly cut in, smiling as he said, "But I want to gift you rouge and powder. Is that not allowed?" Hearing these words, Minji was utterly perplexed, thinking, "What is this fool saying?" Meanwhile, Qing Chan was smiling brightly, pulling Minji inside. "The 6th prince is right. Let's go." Seeing this, Minji finally had to reluctantly follow along. However, right after that, Minji turned back curiously to look at Hui Ming and asked, "Aren't you coming in?" Hui Ming smiled, leaning against a pillar, and replied, "I'm a man, so I can't go in. I'll wait for you two at the entrance." Hearing this, Minji nodded and said, "All right then." After Minji and Ching Chan went inside, Hui Ming cheerfully approached the door and called out, "Take your time choosing, there's no rush." As he finished speaking, he closed the main door tightly. Immediately after, Hui Ming's expression changed instantly. His hand drew his sword as he spoke coldly, "Come out. You can't hide anymore." As soon as he finished, several dark figures jumped down from the rooftops. The scene shifts to the Imperial Garden. Consort Jin's voice could be heard. "That bastard must have reached Eastchi by now, right?" Lian Hai immediately reported, "We just received intelligence. They're already in Yinjing of Eastchi." Hearing this, Consort Jin narrowed her eyes and asked, "What happens next? Are we waiting for them to reach Shangjing to meet Eastchi's emperor?" Lian Hai smiled wickedly and said, "Your Grace, please be at ease. We've arranged top assassins already." Consort Jin frowned, and Lian Hai quickly raised his hand. "5 of them. We just need the 6th prince dead. Then we can blame Eastchi for failing to protect him, intentionally breaking the treaty." Minister Yuan, who initially pushed hard for signing the alliance treaty, exchanging hostages, "We can use this to accuse him, then replace him with our own person as minister. By then, we won't fear failure anymore." Consort Jin, hearing this, nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Very good. Back to Hui Ming's location. He was now surrounded by the assassins. However, Hui Ming remained extremely confident and smirked, saying, "All come at once. I don't have much time. Sister will be out soon." The 5 assassins, hearing this, quickly drew their weapons, glaring at Hui Ming with murderous intent. Inside the shop, Ching Chan had already bought many scent sachets. She then hugged the pile of sachets and looked at Minji, asking, "Sister Xia, why aren't you buying anything? This won't do. Let me gift you some then." Hearing this, Minji forced a polite smile and picked up a sachet, saying, "Thank you, princess. I'll just take this one." At this point, Minji hurriedly urged, "Let's go quickly. I'm afraid His Highness will get impatient waiting." Ching Chan, hearing this, suddenly remembered. "I almost forgot Hui Ming is still waiting at the entrance." A moment later, Ching Chan and Minji had finished their shopping and went outside to find Hui Ming. Seeing Hui Ming vigorously wiping his face with a cloth, Ching Chan asked curiously, "Prince Hui Ming, are you very hot?" As she said this, Ching Chan immediately showed her curiosity and moved closer to Hui Ming. "Why is there a strange smell on you?" Hearing this, Hui Ming panicked, his face turning pale, thinking to himself, "Could this chicken leg smell the blood on me? If sister discovers it, it'll be troublesome." However, Ching Chan quickly held out several scent sachets she had just bought, saying proudly, "Consider yourself lucky. I bought many scent sachets. Do you need one?" Seeing this, Hui Ming felt as if he'd found a life-saving straw and hurriedly took a sachet. "Thank you, 4th princess. You've done me a great favor." Meanwhile, Minji, seeing Hui Ming and Ching Chan chatting happily, appeared extremely uncomfortable. So she irritably stepped forward, bowed, and spoke up, "Your Highnesses, we should be going now." And so, Hui Ming's group quickly departed. However, on a nearby rooftop, the assassins from earlier, who had been sent by Hui Ming to admire naked chickens, were all transferred to the ritual department in Great Xian's imperial palace. Lian Hai was working when a carrier pigeon suddenly arrived with a message. He quickly took the letter and released the bird. The letter read, "Assassination failed. All 5 dead." After reading it, Lian Hai was furious, his blood boiling. That monster is truly a monster. 5 top assassins, and they couldn't even handle 1 prince. At this point, he couldn't help but slam his hand on the table. "Wasting so much of my money. They're truly useless." Then he said, trembling, "We must think of another way to eliminate him. We can't let this monster return to Great Xian alive. Otherwise, I fear for my own life." The scene shifts to Shangjing, the capital of Eastchi. After a period of travel, Minji and Hui Ming had arrived at the imperial city of Eastchi. At this time, people from Eastchi were already waiting at the Taiwu Gate to receive them. This was the 2nd prince of Eastchi, Liang's son. Hui Ming quickly approached and politely greeted him. The 6th prince of Great Song, Hui Ming, presents the imperial edict and comes to meet your highness. We wish to form an alliance and establish great friendship with your noble country. Liang's son immediately smiled and clasped his hands in return. "It's an honor. I am the second prince of East Qi, Liang Sunday. The sixth prince has traveled thousands of miles to pay respects, yet we couldn't welcome you from afar. Please forgive us. However, upon hearing this name, Minji was startled and shocked. Liang Sunday. He's Liang Sunday. How could I have forgotten about him? But this reaction from Minji was quickly noticed by Liang's son. Meanwhile, Minji immediately recalled the original plot. In the original story, after Hui Ming became a tyrant, he had launched a war. Not only did he massacre East Qi, but he personally beheaded Liang Sunday. Thinking of this, Minji became terrified, her face turning pale. This is bad, this is bad. The one welcoming Hui Ming is actually his mortal enemy, his life and death opponent, Liang's son. In her panic, Minji accidentally dropped the imperial edict she was holding to the ground. It then gently rolled to Liang's son's feet. Seeing this, both Minji and Hui Ming were startled, shocked. Meanwhile, Liang's son gently bent down to pick up the edict. He then returned it to Minji. After doing so, he smiled meaningfully and moved closer to Minji, asking, "Miss, you've been staring at me for a while now. Is there something you want to tell me? Or do you have some thoughts about me?" Hui Ming, seeing Liang's son teasing Minji, immediately became angry. He quickly stepped forward, pushed Liang's son away, and said irritably, "Step back. She wasn't looking at you. She has nothing to say to you either, and she certainly has no other thoughts." Liang's son, seeing Hui Ming's attitude, frowned. "I didn't expect you to have two faces. Cordial one moment, rude and disrespectful the next. Did you come for an alliance or to provoke?" Minji, sensing trouble, quickly stepped forward and said, "The sixth prince is tired from the long journey. He momentarily offended your highness. Please forgive him." Hui Ming, meanwhile, was squinting at Liang's son, thinking to himself, "Dare to set your eyes on my sister, I'll kill you." However, at that moment, Minji kicked Hui Ming's foot hard, signaling him. She then emphasized, "Your highness, isn't that right?" Seeing this, Hui Ming reluctantly clasped his hands to Liang's son and said, "I was disrespectful earlier. Please forgive me." Liang's son, of course, had observed these gestures between Minji and Hui Ming, so he smirked and thought to himself, "These two are interesting. Who's really the master, and who's the servant here?" However, he didn't voice these thoughts and quickly changed his attitude to a friendly one, gesturing inside as he said, "This prince has arranged a banquet to welcome you inside the inner palace. Please come in." And so, Hui Ming and Minji's group followed Liang's son inside. Meanwhile, at the princess's residence, a maid had taken out a box containing many precious pieces of jewelry. After choosing for a while, Ching Chan put a beautiful hairpin in her hair. Seeing her radiant appearance, the maid couldn't help but curiously ask, "Princess, where are you planning to go? Why are you so happy?" Ching Chan laughed and replied, "Second brother is hosting a banquet in the palace for the prince of Xian country. I want to attend too." The maid combing Ching Chan's hair heard this and said, puzzled, "But haven't you always disliked these official banquets? You'd either feign illness or make excuses about too many people attending." Hearing this, Ching Chan immediately playfully winked and replied, "This time is different. You wouldn't understand." With that, she happily ran off to the banquet venue. The two maids, seeing this, whispered to each other, "Did our mistress take the wrong medicine today? Don't you know yet? That sixth prince from Xian country is very handsome. He even saved the princess's life." "Oh, I see. Now that you've explained, I understand." Back to Minji and Hui Ming. They were still following Liang Sunday. At this moment, Minji turned to Hui Ming and whispered, "You angered Liang's son earlier, so I'm afraid the banquet later won't be pleasant. Because of this, no matter what disrespectful actions Liang's son might take later, you must not act rashly. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately asked, "But what if he's disrespectful to you? I won't be able to hold back." Minji laughed and replied, "Don't worry. I'm not a little lamb that anyone can bully." Hui Ming, hearing this, happily praised, "Sister is formidable." A moment later, in the Qingjin Hall, everyone had taken their seats. Liang's son then raised his wine cup and said, "Everyone, let's raise our cups to welcome Prince Hui Ming, who has come from afar." Hearing this, everyone quickly raised their cups and drank. Minji, on her side, had just finished her cup of wine when she immediately covered her mouth to prevent choking. This was clearly strong liquor. Hui Ming, sitting next to her, saw her reaction and worriedly asked, "Sister, are you all right?" Minji immediately forced a smile and replied, "One cup should be fine." Liang's son, on his side, was drinking while observing the two. He then quickly picked up a cup of wine and offered it to Minji. Document Envoy Xiao, please take this cup of wine. Minji, hearing this, was very confused but still reached out to take the cup. However, Liang Sun's next words directly shocked Minji. According to East Chi's etiquette, once we've accepted a cup of wine from the host, we must drink it all without leaving a drop. At this point, Liang Sun also raised his own cup to Minji. This prince greatly admires you, so I'd like to toast you. Just then, Hui Ming hurriedly stood up, saying, Document Envoy Zhao's alcohol tolerance is not good. She can't drink this. I'll drink on her behalf. As he finished speaking, he quickly reached out to take Minji's cup of wine. However, Liang Sun immediately intervened, blocking Hui Ming's hand. In East Chi, arbitrarily drinking the wine that the host has offered to someone else is considered extremely disrespectful. As he said this, he smiled very sinisterly and began to mock, well, do you want to disrupt our East Chi customs? Could it be that even such a simple principle as when in Rome, do as the Romans do is not understood by people from Xian country? Everyone in the room, hearing this, immediately burst into laughter. However, Hui Ming paid no attention to this and quickly brushed off Liang Sun's hand, coldly saying, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here as a guest. I'm here as an envoy to sign a treaty by imperial decree. In Great Xian, we treat those who understand etiquette with corresponding etiquette, of course. But for those who behave disrespectfully, we only know to repay an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Hearing this, Liang Sun's face turned red with anger. However, Hui Ming continued calmly. If someone feels they can be disrespectful yet expects others to be courteous and respectful, then they're no better than a 3-year-old child. It's truly sad. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Sun couldn't hold back anymore and directly punched Hui Ming in the face, telling him to shut up. However, even with blood trickling from his mouth, Hui Ming still smirked and spoke mockingly. Is this how Qi country treats its guests? In our Great Xian, such things have never happened. Liang Sun, on his side, raised his fist again, shouting, this dog is really making my blood boil. But this time, Hui Ming had already moved, blocking Liang Sun's punch and coldly saying, if you want to fight, you and I can arrange to meet somewhere else. But with my skills, I estimate I could kill you 5 or 6 times over. Please think carefully. Hearing this, Liang Sun became even more furious. He then quickly grabbed the sword from a guard standing nearby and shouted, your words are indeed bold. As he finished speaking, he immediately put the sword to Hui Ming's throat, threatening, do you believe this prince will kill you right now? Minji, seeing this scene, hurriedly drew a knife from her sleeve. Then, without hesitation, she put it to Liang Sun's throat, warning, if you dare harm my master even a little, even just a bit, don't expect to live. I mean what I say. Witnessing this, everyone present was utterly surprised. Several guards quickly drew their swords, pointing them at Minji. How dare you? Put down your weapon immediately. Do not harm the second prince. Liang Sun was even more astonished and spoke up. If I remember correctly, you're a document envoy, not an armed guard, aren't you? Minji, hearing this, replied sternly, when the ruler is humiliated, the subject deserves death. Whether I'm a document envoy or an armed guard, when I see my master being insulted, as a subject, I must naturally risk my life to protect him. So I still ask your highness to put down your sword. Hui Ming, seeing Minji like this, happily thought to himself, wow, my sister is truly amazing. Meanwhile, Qing Chan was happily approaching the banquet hall. However, inside, everything was in chaos. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Liang Sun now smiled and said, I didn't expect Miss Xiao to be so loyal and capable. This prince truly admires you more and more. How wonderful it would be to have you. However, when Hui Ming heard the 3 words to have you, his expression immediately changed. He then couldn't control himself and growled a curse, FK your mother. Get your dog tail away from me. Everyone in the room, hearing Hui Ming's words, was so shocked they froze in place. Liang Sun immediately spoke up to criticize, as a prince of Great Xian, how can your words be so vulgar and lowly? However, Hui Ming didn't care and coldly warned, dare to set your sights on my person, I'll kill you. Just then, Qing Chan flung open the door and entered. The 4th princess has arrived. The people in the room, hearing this, froze in their positions and turned to look at her with murderous expressions. Seeing this scene, Qing Chan was bewildered, not believing her eyes. So she then hurriedly went back outside and slowly closed the door. After doing so, Ching-chan rubbed her head, wondering to herself, could it be that I'm having hallucinations? Or did I see ghosts? Or maybe I didn't open the door correctly. So, a moment later, Ching-chan once again opened the door and peeked in. However, the people in the room now had changed their attitude 180 degrees. Liang's son was now arm in arm with Hui Ming, saying, that expression earlier was really impressive. Ordinary people couldn't pull that off. You're truly multi-talented. Hui Ming was also smiling brightly and playing along. Your Highness is too kind. Please don't mock me anymore. Minji then hurriedly spoke up. Our prince has embarrassed himself. Everyone, please continue with the banquet. Seeing this, Ching-chan sighed to herself. It really was a hallucination earlier. Just then, Liang's son waved his hand, calling, fourth sister, come here. As Ching-chan approached, Liang's son smiled, clasped his hands, and bowed to Hui Ming and Minji, saying, thank you for saving my fourth sister from the mountain bandits. As her elder brother, I express my most sincere gratitude to you. Hui Ming and Minji, seeing this, quickly responded, you're too kind, too kind. Your Highness is too generous. We don't dare accept. But, as soon as they finished speaking, Liang's son moved closer to Hui Ming and whispered, but don't think I'll be grateful in my heart to you. Matters concerning state affairs will be dealt with later. Hui Ming, not to be outdone, replied, I know. Go ahead and do as you please. Every word I said earlier wasn't a joke. Hearing this, Liang's son laughed and replied, no rush. What we have is time. My words just now weren't said casually either. The two of them then chatted animatedly, to the point where Ching-chan, standing to the side, was puzzled and wondered, what are they talking about? After the banquet ended, Hui Ming and Minji arrived at the lodging arranged by Liang Sunday. It was an old, dilapidated house full of cobwebs. Minji, looking inside the house, was at a loss for words. This place is really too run down. It's clearly a way to take revenge for personal grudges. Hui Ming then stepped forward, using his hand to dust off the table, and said, it's all right. No matter how dilapidated this place is, it's better than the cold palace. As he finished speaking, he quickly moved forward and took Minji's hand, saying happily, as long as I can be with you, sister, even if we're outdoors or sleeping in the wilderness, I'd be very happy. Hearing this, Minji laughed and gave Hui Ming a light tap on the head. All right, stop saying foolish things. Quickly clean up the room. Otherwise, how can we live here? Hui Ming immediately smiled and replied, I know. So, the two of them quickly set about cleaning. First, they dusted around the house. Then they swept the floor clean. Finally, they laid out bedding on the bed. After a period of hard work, the house now looked much cleaner. Seeing this, Minji sighed in relief, wiping her sweat, saying, not bad. It looks livable now. Hui Ming, beside her, massaged his shoulders and replied, I'm exhausted. Sister, we should rest now. However, at that moment, Minji suddenly realized something. I just noticed there's only one bed here. Hearing this, Hui Ming's face immediately lit up as he said, it's all right, we can. But before he could finish his sentence, someone opened the door and entered. It was none other than the fourth princess, Ching-chan. Minji, somewhat surprised, turned and asked the fourth princess, why have you come here? Ching-chan replied, it's all because of my royal brother's tricks. He deliberately arranged this shabby place to make things difficult for Prince Hui Ming. I've already spoken to my father about it. We've arranged new accommodations for you too. A moment later, at White Deer Temple, Ching-chan had led Minji and Hui Ming there. This is the Royal Temple of East Chi, White Deer Temple. There are high-class guest rooms for you to rest. Food will also be carefully prepared. You won't have to eat vegetarian meals with the monks. Hearing this, Minji clasped her hands and said, we've truly troubled the princess. We are extremely grateful. Ching-chan then pointed to the row of rooms ahead and said, I've arranged for you two to stay in the east and west guest rooms. You won't disturb each other. Hui Ming, hearing this, was immediately startled, thinking about having to stay with Minji in two separate rooms. Hui Ming instantly boiled with anger and glared at Ching-chan. Damn, chicken leg. You're really meddling in others' affairs. Who asked you to be so nosy? That night, Minji was still diligently working. Suddenly, she paused her writing. Her mind suddenly recalled the original plot. In the original story, it wasn't clear what happened during the 3 months Hui Ming was an envoy to East Chi. The only thing certain was that after returning to his country, Hui Ming deeply hated Liang. Sunday, Minji glanced at the moon through the window, sighed, and wondered to herself, how did these two end up becoming enemies? On Hui Ming's side, the young man was now tossing and turning in bed. This is really infuriating. We were supposed to be staying together under one roof. Now we've been arranged to stay in this godforsaken place. Hui Ming was endlessly frustrated. Next time, I must teach that chicken leg girl a lesson, he thought. The scene shifts to the princess's residence. A maid was currently combing Qing Chan's hair. However, seeing Qing Chan sneeze continuously, the maid worriedly asked, "Mistress, have you caught a cold? Shall I bring you more clothes?" Qing Chan rubbed her nose and replied, "It's not a cold. Someone must be thinking of me." As she said this, she playfully wondered aloud, who could it be at this late hour? The next day, Hui Ming was invited by Liang's son to visit East Qi's Imperial Guards. As soon as they saw Hui Ming arrive, they quickly shouted in unison, "Welcome, 6th Prince of Xian Country." Minji glanced at the Imperial Guards and wondered, what kind of strange formation is this? However, Hui Ming misunderstood, thinking Minji was looking at the shirtless Imperial Guards, and became jealous. So he quickly turned and stepped towards Minji, using his hand to cover her eyes. "Sister, let's go." Minji immediately asked, confused, "What are you doing?" Hui Ming replied, "I'm afraid these unclean things will dirty your eyes." The guide, seeing this scene, thought helplessly to himself, "Please be more careful, you two." Inside the military camp, Liang's son was already waiting for them. Minji and Hui Ming quickly bowed, greeting, "We pay our respects to the second prince." Liang's son immediately smiled and said, "Did you sleep well last night? If there's any inconvenience, feel free to speak up. I'll certainly do my best to accommodate you. After all, you two are honored guests from afar in East Qi. We certainly can't be negligent." He then pointed to a soldier standing nearby and said, "If you two wish to leave the palace for a tour, the Imperial Guards will escort you." However, Hui Ming bluntly interrupted, "Stop wasting words. What trick are you trying to play by calling us here? Just say it." Hearing this, Liang's son smirked, letting out a scheming humph. However, Minji quickly nudged Hui Ming's hand, reminding him, "Speak properly." Seeing this, Hui Ming reluctantly clasped his hands and said, "I am grateful for your highness's kindness. It truly moves me." Just then, a soldier brought in a man, forcing him to kneel. He then reported, "Your Highness, the bandit leader Song Jin Gang has been captured by us." As he finished speaking, the soldier grabbed Song Jin Gang's head, lifted it, and said loudly, "This dog thief is from Xian Country. He's committed every evil deed from arson to robbery." Both gods and men are enraged. Hearing this, Liang's son approached, sneering, "I was wondering how there could be such a vicious beast. So he's from Xian Country. Because in our East Qi, we don't have such people." An elderly official nearby, hearing this, hurriedly spoke up to advise, "Your Highness, you can't speak like that." However, Liang's son paid no attention and continued, "I've investigated. This man was already abandoned in Xian Country, terrorizing an entire region. He wasn't an innocent civilian who turned wicked after coming to East Qi. If you don't believe me, try asking him yourself." As he finished speaking, the soldier angrily kicked Song Jin Gang, shouting, "You Xian dog thief. His Highness is asking you. Are you mute?" Song Jin Gang hurriedly cried out, "Yes, yes. When I was in Xian Country, I committed evil everywhere. I robbed homes and harmed the common people. Even the Xian army couldn't do anything to us. But I never expected that as soon as I came to East Qi, I'd be defeated by your highness." Hearing this, Liang's son immediately shook his head and said, mocking, "Xian Country can't control its villains. It can't save its people from danger. So it seems we in East Qi must step in to manage things. I'm afraid even heaven is on our side now." Hui Ming and Minji, hearing these words, couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Minji then quickly stepped forward to refute, "Your country's imperial guards don't protect the imperial city, yet they're managing trivial matters, running to the border to catch bandits. Is this abandoning their duties or overreaching their authority? And are your border troops all overfed and lazy? Yet you have to trouble the imperial guards to do their work. However, these border troops allow so many bandits to sneak into Qi country. Is it because they don't know or don't prevent it?" Liang's son, hearing these words, was directly stunned into silence. Seeing this, Minji clasped her hands and continued, "It's all right. These questions, we'll wait until we have an audience with your country's emperor to inquire about them carefully later." But when Liang's son heard this, he could no longer hide his anger. However, unable to refute Minji, he turned his frustration on the soldier. "What are you standing there for? Quickly take this man away." The soldier, hearing this, had no choice but to lead Song Jin Gang away. Hui Ming, on his side, thought smugly to himself, sister really knows how to talk. My sister is truly impressive. Liang Sun then hurriedly changed the subject. I've heard that you previously won the championship in the hunting competition. You must have skills surpassing everyone in Xian country, right? Since you've come to the Imperial Guard's headquarters today, why don't you compete with our East Qi warriors in a match? Minji and Hui Ming, hearing these words, immediately became puzzled, wondering what trick this bastard was trying to play now. Minji then clasped her hands and politely declined. We still have a mission to fulfill and truly cannot compete. Hearing this, Liang Sun immediately taunted, how so? Don't you have the guts to compete? Could it be that your championship is just an empty title? The soldiers behind him also laughed mockingly. Hui Ming, seeing this, couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, ridiculous. What do I have to fear from you? Come on then. However, Minji stopped Hui Ming, advising him, you can't. You're an envoy for an alliance, and moreover, a noble prince. If you win, it will destroy their prestige. It might cause difficulties in forming the alliance. If this news reaches Great Xian, they'll say you don't understand the bigger picture. And if I tell you to lose on purpose, you'll certainly be dissatisfied. Moreover, it would diminish Great Xian's national prestige. Hearing this, Hui Ming asked, then what should we do? If we continue like this, they'll mock us. Minji replied, don't worry. I have a way that won't affect the harmony. Hui Ming, hearing this, nodded and smiled, showing he understood. In his heart, he thought, sister wants to use her sacred beast power. So after that, Minji quickly turned to Liang Sun, clasped her hands, and said, Hui Ming's status is noble. How can he compete with the warriors of the Imperial Guards? If you want to compete, only the second prince himself would be a suitable opponent. As soon as she finished speaking, Hui Ming pointed directly at Liang Sun, challenging, that's right. If you want to fight, you come fight me. However, Minji quickly interjected, but since your highness has invited us so enthusiastically, why don't you let this humble official compete with your East Qi warriors instead? But as soon as Minji finished speaking, Liang Sun stepped forward and patted her shoulder. I heard from my fourth sister that you could subdue a bandit with just one move. Such a small person, yet so formidable. Seeing this, Hui Ming quickly pushed Liang Sun away. He then frowned in displeasure and said, take your hand off. She can hear you. There's no need to stand so close. After speaking, he added a warning, I advise you not to anger document Envoy Xiao, unless you want to die in a particularly ugly way. Hearing this, Liang Sun showed no fear and replied, is that so? I want to see it with my own eyes. A moment later, at the training grounds, an Imperial Guard, shirtless and showing off his muscular physique, was already waiting on the platform. He then displayed a contemptuous attitude, waving his hand towards Minji's group, inviting them with a mocking tone. Come up here, Xian country weakling. Liang Sun quickly extended his hand, making an inviting gesture to Minji. However, Hui Ming immediately showed displeasure, grabbing Liang Sun's hand. Wait, seeing this, Liang Sun asked, exasperated, what's your problem now? Hui Ming quickly pointed at the Imperial Guard, angrily shouting, can you tell him to put on a shirt? Are your Imperial Guards so poor they can't afford clothes? Do you know anything about decency and propriety? Everyone around, hearing these words, was left speechless. Liang Sun, however, laughed mockingly. What's the matter? Never seen a shirtless man before. Do you bathe with your clothes on too? The Imperial Guard also chimed in with a sneer. These Xian countrymen are like little girls. Being so timid won't do you any good. You're killing me with laughter. After a while, the Imperial Guard was now fully dressed. Minji had also stepped onto the fighting platform. The referee quickly announced the rules. The match will continue until one of the two can no longer fight. The last one standing wins. Minji held a wooden sword in her hand, her face full of confidence as she looked at the Imperial Guard. At this point, the referee shouted the announcement, let the match begin. Minji quickly activated her sacred beast power, observing the Imperial Guard. She thought to herself, though I want to use the sacred beast power, I can't make it too obvious. To win, I must be subtle. I also can't damage the harmony between us. If I can see the changes in the opponent's yang energy flow, I'll be able to predict his moves. So, with the help of her sacred beast power, Minji easily dodged the Imperial Guard's attacks. He, unaware of her ability, continued to launch a barrage of attacks at Minji. He quickly raised his staff and brought it down hard. However, Minji still easily avoided it. Seeing this, the Imperial Guard became somewhat irritated. So he then furiously increased his speed, continuously swinging his staff at Minji. Yet she still effortlessly dodged everything. However, Minji had now retreated to the edge of the fighting platform. She then suddenly realized this, quickly glancing at the Imperial Guard. The guard, seeing this, laughed inwardly. Here's my chance. At this moment, he swiftly swung his staff down towards Minji. Let's see where you can run now. Minji, at this point, had tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. Watching the Imperial Guard charge towards her, she quickly and silently used her Phoenix firepower. The ground near the Imperial Guard's feet instantly melted. Meanwhile, he remained oblivious, still shouting triumphantly, "Prepare to die, you novice." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body fell straight through the ground right where Minji had used her sacred beast power, leaving him utterly bewildered. What's going on here? Seizing this opportunity, Minji swiftly used her sword to knock the staff out of the Imperial Guard's hand. Seeing his weapon fly far away and fall to the ground, the Imperial Guard cried out in panic, "I'm done for." Right after, Minji advanced, pointing her sword directly at his face, saying, "I've won." What a surprise! The Imperial Guard, of course, recovered and retorted angrily, "The ground on this platform is faulty, not me." However, before he could finish his sentence, Minji withdrew her sword, clasped her hands, and said, "You're right, I won by luck." A victory without using martial arts. Hui Ming, standing below, seeing this scene, was extremely pleased. My sister is still the clever one, using the Phoenix firepower secretly to make that fool fall into a big hole in the arena, winning without using any strength at all. Liang Sun now applauded, smiling as he said, "Victory. Victory." Document Envoy Xiao, no need to be modest. When Minji came down, Liang Sun continued to praise her. Document Envoy Xiao is so strong. No wonder the sixth prince is so infatuated with you. Minji laughed awkwardly and replied, "Your Highness is too kind. But that's quite an exaggeration. I'm just doing my duty." Meanwhile, Hui Ming was showing great displeasure. So he then frowned and moved closer to Liang Sun, challenging, "Your subordinate has finished fighting. Now it's our turn to have a match." However, Liang Sun quickly raised his hand in refusal. Fighting and killing is just a way for common people to show off their bravery. It's not something someone like me should do. Even if I win, there's no glory in it. Hui Ming, hearing this, was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Liang Sun then smiled and gently brushed the dust off Hui Ming's clothes, saying, "If you make a mistake, who will form the alliance? Don't you agree?" Hearing this, Hui Ming was so angry he gritted his teeth, thinking, "This bastard is mocking me." Liang Sun then quickly proposed another plan. "How about I take you on a tour of the capital to increase the friendship between our two sides?" However, Hui Ming directly pushed his hand away, flatly refusing. "No need. We have legs." Just at that moment, Qing Chan approached, cheerfully waving and calling out, "The fourth princess has arrived." Hearing this, Hui Ming's group was startled and turned to look. Qing Chan then came over, looking at Liang Sun and Hui Ming, and asked curiously, "Are you two arguing?" Hui Ming's face looks very unpleasant, like a piece of pork liver. Hearing this, Liang Sun hurriedly said, "How could that be? I was just inviting Hui Ming for a tour of the capital." But it seems he's not very appreciative. Hui Ming, hearing this, immediately interrupted. "What's there for two grown men to tour?" Qing Chan, hearing this, immediately smiled and said, "How about I go instead? I just came from White Deer Temple to invite Prince Hui Ming and Document Envoy Xiao. But the servants said you both had come to my royal brother, so I quickly came here." Hearing this, Minji quickly bowed and smiled in response. "Then we'll trouble the fourth princess." Meanwhile, Hui Ming very reluctantly said, "Let's go then." And Minji, of course, didn't forget her manners and turned back to bid farewell to Liang Sun. Watching Minji's group leave, Liang Sun quickly turned to instruct the guards behind him. "Watch them carefully for me. Don't make any mistakes." The guards immediately replied, "Your Highness, rest assured, we will keep a close eye on the Xian prince." But as soon as Liang Sun heard this, he frowned and scolded, "It's to watch the fourth princess." "You bunch of fools." The guards, hearing this, awkwardly hurried to respond, "We understand now, sir." The scene shifts to the street. Qing Chan was now enthusiastically saying, "Our country is lively, isn't it? Not at all inferior to your great Xian, right?" Hui Ming, hearing this, casually scratched his head and replied, "It's not comparable at all. Not even close. It's not fun at all." Seeing this, Minji quickly stepped forward and whispered to Ching Chan, explaining he's still upset from earlier at the Imperial Guards. That's why he's speaking like this. Don't mind him. Hearing this, Ching Chan confidently patted her chest and said, "This is easy to handle. Let me find some entertainment for you." Minji, hearing this, was at a loss for words, thinking to herself, a princess of a country wants to find entertainment for us. This is truly too much of an honor. A moment later, Ching Chan confidently patted her chest and said, "You certainly don't know this. I'm the top bargaining expert in East Chi." Minji and Hui Ming, upon hearing this, couldn't help but marvel, thinking to themselves, "Oh my, this is something to laugh about all day. This adorably silly princess. It's truly unimaginable." Ching Chan, seeing their expressions, playfully winked and pointed to a nearby stall. "Don't believe me? No problem. I'll prove it to you." Ching Chan then quickly ran to the stall, picked up a fan and asked, "How much for this fan?" The shopkeeper cheerfully replied, "Miss, you have a good eye. This fan is made of fine fabric and exquisitely embroidered. It's only 150 coins. Hearing this, Ching Chan immediately put on a serious face and started bargaining. "Too expensive. The craftsmanship isn't great. The colors are just okay. I can only pay 50 coins at most." Minji, seeing this scene, was bewildered, finding it hard to believe this was something a person could do. Hui Ming replied, "This isn't bargaining. This is asking for death." The shopkeeper, now angry, said, "Young lady, I thought you looked cute and harmless. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. You think I'm easy to bully, so you've come to mess with me, right?" However, Ching Chan didn't care and replied, "No need to try and scare me. Now it's 5 coins. Take it or leave it. If you don't want to sell, that's fine." The shopkeeper, hearing this, couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "You're really asking for it now, aren't you?" Ching Chan, hearing this, immediately mocked, "All right, shopkeeper, stop acting now. Your goods aren't even worth 5 coins. Don't put on such an act." Seeing the shopkeeper about to explode, Hui Ming quickly stepped in to add fuel to the fire. "This little girl is too arrogant. You should hit her." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Minji immediately stomped hard on the young man's foot. This made him hug his foot, rubbing it repeatedly in pain. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper's face suddenly turned pale. Ching Chan's maid had raised a sign introducing her as the current dynasty's princess. The young guards nearby had already drawn their swords. Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper could only cry and agree with Ching Chan. "Fine. I guess I've met my unlucky star today. 5 coins it is." Ching Chan, hearing this, smiled happily. "Deal." She then quickly handed the money to the shopkeeper to pay. On the side, Minji and Hui Ming, witnessing this scene, were shocked with their mouths agape. This actually works. It felt even worse than robbery. After buying the fan at a bargain price, Ching Chan quickly and proudly showed off her achievement. "Did you see that? Only I could have brought the price down to 5 coins. If it were someone else, they might still have paid 100 coins. Hearing this, Minji and Hui Ming suddenly shared the same thought. This princess is truly foolish. But at that moment, the maid winked at Minji, signaling her not to say anything, which left her very confused. Meanwhile, as Hui Ming glanced at Ching Chan, he suddenly thought of something. So the young man quickly went over to Ching Chan and said quietly, "You're not just a genius. You're a demon genius. You've truly opened my eyes. I want to buy something too. Can you bargain for me?" Ching Chan innocently replied, "Of course I can. Why wouldn't I?" With that, the two quickly and happily slipped away. Meanwhile, the fan seller was sighing sadly, holding the 5 coins in his hand. Just then, Ching Chan's maid approached him and handed him a money pouch. "Here's 150 coins for the fan. Take it." The shopkeeper immediately looked astonished. "Can I really accept this?" The maid, hearing this, quickly placed the money pouch in the shopkeeper's hand, saying, "The princess just wanted to play with you. Go ahead and take it." The shopkeeper, hearing this, laughed and scratched his head. "So that's how it is. Well, I won't be polite then." Minji, watching this scene, was surprised and asked, "Do you always do this?" The maid immediately smiled and replied, "Yes. Her Highness the Princess is naturally pure-hearted and just likes to play. We all secretly help her pay the difference." Minji, hearing this, sighed and smiled, saying, "No wonder she feels like she's a bargaining genius. You all really know how to play along." The maid, hearing this, smiled and explained, "The princess has had a heart condition since childhood, so we can't let her worry about anything. That's why His Majesty always loves and spoils her. She gets whatever she wants." It's to ensure she can live the happiest and most joyful life. The guard, hearing this, also smiled and added, the second prince also extremely dotes on the princess. Minji, hearing this, couldn't help but exclaim with admiration, that's wonderful, having such a brother and father. The fourth princess is truly blessed. However, just at that moment, the maid suddenly realized something and glanced towards where Ching-chan had been. Wait, where is Her Highness the fourth princess? The guard, hearing this, immediately panicked and looked around searching. Oh no! In just a moment, she's disappeared. The second prince will kill us. Seeing this, Minji quickly spoke up to reassure them. Don't panic, don't panic. Prince Hui Ming went with the fourth princess. It should be fine. She then pointed to a nearby shop and told everyone to look there. However, just as she finished speaking, Hui Ming suddenly jumped out, startling Minji. She then anxiously asked the young man, where's the fourth princess? Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately put on a mischievous face and pointed to a nearby shop, saying, I said I wanted to buy something. She said she was great at bargaining, so she dragged me off to shop. As he said this, the young man looked helpless and waved his hand. I couldn't stop her. She's really enthusiastic. Minji and the guards, hearing this, were so shocked they opened their mouths and shouted, how could you let the princess go shopping alone? She'll get beaten up. The maid directly fainted on the spot. And so, while Hui Ming was very pleased with his prank, Minji and the others were panicking, rushing to find Ching-chan. Quick, let's go over there. A moment later, Minji and Ching-chan's maid quickly went to ask at the stalls. One guard went to inquire with a meat stall owner. Meanwhile, another guard went to ask the local residents. After asking around, they quickly regrouped. The maid anxiously asked, did you find the princess? The two guards replied, I ran to several shops but couldn't find her. I searched around the back of the street, but she's nowhere to be seen. The maid, hearing this, was endlessly worried. Oh no, we can't find her in the whole street. Where could the princess be? Hui Ming, hearing this, casually said, maybe she went home. No need to worry. But as soon as he finished speaking, the maid's blood boiled, and she pointed directly at the young man's face, shouting, do you think the princess is an idiot? How could she leave without saying anything? This is all your fault. Hui Ming, hearing this, immediately defended himself. She ran off on her own. Besides, she's not a 3-year-old child. What's there to worry about? The maid, hearing this, was so angry she was speechless. Seeing the maid like this, Minji stepped forward and said, in such a short time, and she's nowhere to be found. I'm afraid something unexpected has happened. Now is not the time to be anxious. We need to stay calm and seek help from the capital's authorities. The guard, hearing this, immediately said, we can't delay any longer. We must immediately return and report to His Highness the second prince. A moment later, at the Imperial Guard headquarters, Liang's son, upon hearing of Ching-chan's disappearance, couldn't contain his anger and slammed his hand on the table. Useless fools! You lost my little sister. How dare you even show your faces here? The two guards, seeing this, bowed their heads to the ground, trembling. We deserve death. We deserve death. At this moment, Minji stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness, please calm down. Now is not the time for anger. Please quickly summon the capital's officials to gather information. Also, mobilize the Imperial Guards to search for the princess. Hearing this, Liang's son pointed at the guard kneeling on the ground and ordered, you, go immediately and summon the capital magistrate here for me. The guard, upon hearing this, hurriedly replied, this servant will go at once. Liang's son then turned to the remaining guard and continued, and you, go find the general. Tell him to deploy all available personnel to search for the princess. They are to await my orders. The two guards then wasted no time and quickly went to carry out their tasks. Liang's son then angrily berated Hui Ming. Are your eyes filled with white? How could you let her disappear? If anything happens to my fourth sister, I'll have your head. Hui Ming, hearing this, frowned and retorted, your capital's poor security is my fault, and you want to behead me. I've long wanted to chop your head off myself. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Minji, irritated, directly punched Hui Ming, sending him flying to the side. After doing so, she clasped her hands respectfully to Liang's son and said, Your Highness, please be at ease. We are here. The princess will absolutely be fine. now is not the time for anger. A moment later, the capital's officials arrived to begin analyzing the situation. Capital Magistrate ZXIN then pointed to the red dots on the map and said, "Your Highness, please look at these red dots. These locations have recently been reported to our office as having missing persons." Liang's son quickly noticed something suspicious. All of these points are concentrated around the small alley in Fei Feng Street. The maid, hearing this, said, "We were at Fei Feng Street." ZXIN then added, "Moreover, all the missing persons are young women." Liang's son, hearing this, was shocked. This couldn't be a flower-picking bandit trafficking young women, could it? ZXIN, seeing this, quickly knelt down. "It's all due to this servant's incompetence, not catching this vile flower-picking bandit earlier. That's why the princess has fallen into this situation." As soon as he finished speaking, Liang's son rushed forward, grabbing ZXIN's collar, and shouted, "What use are your words now? Even beheading you would be pointless." Seeing this, Minji spoke up to intervene. "Your Highness, please don't be angry. If it's a flower-picking bandit, there's still a way." Hearing this, Liang's son quickly released ZXIN and turned to ask, "What way?" Minji quickly smiled and said, "To lure a snake out of its hole, we need bait. I'll personally lure out this flower-picking bandit." Hearing this, Liang's son immediately nodded and praised. "Document Envoy Xiao is indeed sharp. Your skills are extraordinary. This is truly a good plan." However, Hui Ming immediately shouted in protest, "No, absolutely not." He then stepped in front of Minji saying, "What if that flower-picking scoundrel takes advantage? It's too risky. I'd rather die than agree to this." Seeing this, Liang's son's blood boiled as he shouted, "The situation is urgent. What are you objecting to? Do you have a better idea?" Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately smiled confidently and said, "Of course." Then, the young man confidently patted his chest and explained, "I'll dress as a woman to attract that lecherous thief." Everyone in the room, upon hearing this, was left speechless on the spot. And as Hui Ming said this, he put on a dangerous expression and went to pat Liang's son's shoulder, saying, "You'll come with me too. You're worried about your little sister, aren't you?" That night, in the quiet darkness, two young women suddenly appeared, walking slowly down the street. The girl on the right spoke up, praising, "Sister, today you're truly beautiful enough to enchant all creation." The one on the left quickly replied, "Little sister, you're no less beautiful. You're stunning enough to shake heaven and earth." Then, both of them quickly forced awkward smiles at each other. These two were none other than Hui Ming and Liang's son in disguise. Meanwhile, Minji was hiding in a nearby corner, observing the situation. Looking at Hui Ming and Liang's son, she couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. "It's truly eye-watering. These two are really going all out," she thought. Meanwhile, Liang's son and Hui Ming were still arguing. "If it weren't for my little sister, I'd definitely gouge your eyes out. You think I enjoy looking at you? You should see how grotesque you look right now." However, while the two were bickering, a shadowy figure appeared behind them. The figure then quickly called out, "Hey, you two beauties." The speaker was revealed to be a man with an extremely perverted face. Hui Ming and Liang's son, without coordination, glanced back, thinking, "Finally, he's here." The man then smirked, looking at Hui Ming and Liang's son, and appraised, "I see you two are tall and strong. Your gait is bold, without any femininity. If I'm not mistaken, you two are men dressed as women, aren't you?" Guessed right on the spot, Hui Ming and Liang's son quickly whispered to each other, "We're done for. Exposed so quickly. Regardless of the situation, let's hit him first, you fool. Beat him to death. Then how will we find out about my sister's whereabouts? Never mind, don't dawdle anymore. If we don't act, he'll be scared off and run away." "Nonsense, I said early on that document Envoy Xiao should do this. It's all because you're so meddlesome." After a brief exchange, they finally turned with extremely angry faces to look at the man and loudly questioned, "Are you the flower-picking bandit? A big pervert who specializes in kidnapping young women?" However, hearing this, the man immediately waved his hands in explanation. Misunderstanding. I did come for some fun, but I have no interest in little girls at all. I absolutely wouldn't lay hands on poor little girls, I promise." Hui Ming and Liang's son, hearing this, looked at each other in bewilderment. What does he mean by that? But before they could finish, the man had already approached and put his arms around their shoulders, saying frankly, "I don't like young girls. I like the type that's not quite female, not quite male like you two." As he said this, He put on a perverted expression and looked at Hui Ming and Liang Sun. However, hearing these words made both of them so angry their heads nearly exploded. So then, the two of them simultaneously gave the man 2 punches to the eyes. Then they quickly launched into a flurry of curses and beat him mercilessly. "You dare mess with your grandfathers. Let's see if I don't cripple you. If I don't beat you to death today, I'm not surnamed Liang. Hit him hard. We must kill this bastard. Beat him until not even his bones remain." Minji, from afar, seeing this chaotic situation, panicked and hurriedly called out, "Hey, you two. What are you doing? Don't just focus on beating him up. Quickly ask about the princess's whereabouts." But just at that moment, suddenly a figure appeared behind her, speaking in a low voice. "The long night drags on. Can't you sleep either, miss?" Minji, startled by this, immediately turned around and asked, "Who's there?" She saw before her a handsome and elegant young man. He then quickly smiled and said softly, "I can't sleep either. Shall I take you to an interesting place?" Hearing this, Minji was startled. "So you're the flower-picking bandit Fei Tian, who specializes in kidnapping young women." Fei Tian, hearing this, forced a smile and replied, "Calling me a flower-picking bandit Fei Tian sounds too harsh. I'm a friend to young ladies. Just a bit mysterious, that's all." However, Minji, directly angered, pointed at Fei Tian and shouted, "Stop gilding the lily. When it comes down to it, you're still a big pervert who respects no law or heaven." As she finished speaking, Minji worriedly glanced behind her. However, Hui Ming and Liang Sun were still intently beating up that androgynous man. "Is he dead yet? If he's still breathing, keep hitting him." Seeing this scene, Minji could only helplessly think to herself, "Those two are really unreliable. I'll have to handle this myself." Fei Tian, at this moment, smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Come along quietly, miss. If not, I'll have to get rough, really." Minji, hearing this, sternly replied, "Just try it then. Don't think I'm some little white rabbit easy to bully." As she finished speaking, she thought, "I'll use the Phoenix fire power to capture him first, then ask about the princess's whereabouts later." However, upon hearing Minji's response, Fei Tian's expression immediately changed. He then raised his hand. A water-like power quickly gathered in his hand. Good deeds are often difficult indeed. If the miss wants to try, then let's try. Minji, seeing this, was shocked to wide eyes. This is Sacred Beast power. Before she could react, Fei Tian's water power was quickly surrounding Minji. It then immediately turned into a water screen, engulfing Minji. She was shocked to realize that this was the black tortoise power among the 5 sacred beasts. Minji's entire body was then enveloped by the water bubble, causing her to start suffocating. "Damn it, I can't use the Phoenix firepower now." Very quickly, Minji ran out of oxygen. Her consciousness gradually became fuzzy, and before she passed out, she only managed to see Fei Tian smiling triumphantly at her. Fei Tian then gracefully controlled the water bubble containing Minji, slowly moving it closer to himself. Minji had completely passed out and was no longer responsive. Seeing this, Fei Tian let out a satisfied laugh. Another one added to the collection. The very next moment, he directly crushed the water bubble in his hand and shouted, "Disperse." The water bubble immediately burst. Fei Tian reached out to catch Minji's body. Looking at the unconscious Minji in his arms, Fei Tian suddenly smirked mysteriously. He then cheerfully said, "What a lucky day this is, to have 2 big fish at once." With these words, he swiftly hoisted Minji onto his shoulder and leapt onto the rooftops, departing. Meanwhile, Liang Sun and Hui Ming, still unaware, were still vigorously beating up that perverted man. However, just as Fei Tian jumped to a nearby rooftop, Hui Ming sensed something and turned his head to look. Immediately after, he suddenly remembered Minji. Without a moment's hesitation, Hui Ming quickly ran towards where Minji had been hiding earlier. Seeing this, Liang Sun curiously called out, "What's wrong with Hui Ming?" The spot where Minji had been now had only small puddles of water. After Hui Ming arrived and couldn't see Minji anywhere, he became extremely panicked and called out loudly, "Document Envoy Xiao. Document Envoy Xiao. Where are you?" However, very quickly, he discovered a dagger that had fallen to the ground. Picking it up to examine it, Hui Ming immediately recognized it as Minji's dagger. Liang Sun had now also run over. When Liang Sun saw the dagger, he was immediately shocked and alarmed. "This is Document Envoy Zhao's short sword. Something bad has happened." Hui Ming's face quickly turned grim. Gripping the dagger tightly, he angrily said, "Damn it, we've been played from behind." As he finished speaking, he hurriedly turned to leave. However, Liang's son, seeing Hui Ming like this, immediately grabbed his hand to stop him, saying, "Wait a moment." But Hui Ming, with a face full of murderous intent, looked at Liang's son and growled, "Don't stop me. I must go save her." Hearing this, Liang's son sarcastically replied, "You brute, are you planning to rescue her dressed as a woman? Besides, do you even know where she is?" Hui Ming immediately retorted in frustration, "Do you know where she is then?" Liang's son calmly pointed towards the perverted man from earlier and said, "I don't know, but I think that guy might know." The perverted man had been beaten to the point of crawling, only able to weakly moan, "Oh, am I not dead yet?" His face was so swollen that his features were unrecognizable. His body was trembling uncontrollably. "You two beauties are truly too violent. Though it was quite thrilling, flirting isn't worth losing this little life over." As he finished speaking, he rubbed his back trying to stand up. "While I still have some breath left, I'd better scram." However, before he could leave, two hands landed on his shoulders, stopping him. "Hey, where do you think you're going?" Hearing these words, the perverted man fearfully turned his head to look behind him, only to see Hui Ming and Liang's son, who had now changed back into their normal clothes and were looking at him with murderous eyes. The perverted man, seeing this, couldn't help but tremble as he spoke again. "This little body of mine can't take a second round." But before he finished, Liang's son had already put a dagger to his throat and interrogated him. "Besides you in this city, are there any other bandits kidnapping young women?" But before he could answer, Hui Ming had already reached out and gripped his neck tightly. He then angrily threatened, "If you dare to hide anything, I'll kill you on the spot." Seeing this, the perverted man fearfully trembled and pointed behind him. I'll talk. It might be by the river on the east side of the city. I heard there's a very powerful bandit there who's trafficking young women." Upon receiving this answer, Hui Ming and Liang's son, without coordination, immediately glanced at each other. The scene shifts to the East City. At this moment, by the Nine Bends River, several boats were moored, and on one of these boats, many young women were tied up and imprisoned, including Minji. After a period of unconsciousness, Minji finally regained consciousness. Feeling that her hands were tied, Minji quickly used her Phoenix Fire power to create a small flame to burn through the rope. It didn't take long. Minji had freed herself from the ropes and removed her blindfold. She then rotated her wrists uncomfortably and said, "I was really too careless earlier. I didn't expect the opponent to also be a sacred beast child. I can't underestimate him again." As she finished speaking, Minji began to observe her surroundings. This place was inside a ship's hold. Seeing all the kidnapped young women here, Minji calmly stood up. However, after looking around for a while, she couldn't find any trace of Ching Chan, which made Minji extremely worried. However, very soon after, she suddenly heard snoring from behind her, so she turned to look. She saw Ching Chan sleeping carefreely, oblivious to the world, in the corner on the other side. Seeing Ching Chan sleeping so soundly, Minji couldn't help but chuckle and sigh, thinking to herself, already kidnapped and still able to sleep. She's really quite brave. Just then, from outside, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Minji quickly became alert, realizing someone was coming. So she quickly used her Phoenix Fire power to burn through Ching Chan's ropes. In just a moment, the ropes were burned and fell away. After freeing her, Minji hurriedly went over to wake Ching Chan. "Princess, wake up quickly." Ching Chan, deep in sleep, hearing someone call her, slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she saw Minji, she sat up in surprise and asked, "Sister, why are you here too?" Hearing the footsteps getting closer, Minji quickly signaled for Ching Chan to be quiet. "So someone's coming." Hearing this, Ching Chan asked, "Is it the bad people who captured us?" Minji immediately nodded. "Yes, let's continue to pretend we're unconscious. Then we'll wait for the right moment to counterattack." However, Ching Chan suddenly stood up, leaving Minji completely bewildered. Ching Chan then sniffed, smiled confidently, and said, "Sister, don't worry. I have a good plan." Hearing this, Minji tilted her head in confusion. "What good plan?" Ching Chan immediately winked mischievously and replied, "Sister, you just need to watch." A moment later, someone entered from outside. It was a blue-haired man who looked extremely dangerous. He was holding a sword in his hand. As soon as he entered, seeing Ching Chan standing boldly in the middle of the room, his eyes widened in shock. Meanwhile, Minji had quickly lain down on the ground, pretending to be unconscious. The blue-haired man, now confused, scratched his face and wondered aloud, Did I not tie her properly? How did you get free? Ching Chan angrily shouted in his face. Shut up. Do you know who I am? Minji, lying below, thought to herself, why does this feel so familiar? The blue-haired man was now starting to get angry. Quite the attitude. Who are you? Ching Chan, without much ado, confidently pointed at herself and declared boldly, I am the fourth princess, Liang Ching Chan. You dare to kidnap a princess. How many heads do you have to spare? I order you to release us immediately. If not, you're as good as dead. Hearing this, Minji felt helpless, thinking to herself, this is not good. This girl has only developed physically, but not mentally. As she thought about this, the image of Yueshing teasing earlier quickly flashed through Minji's mind. I really want to introduce my second brother to her. They're so alike. Meanwhile, as soon as Ching Chan finished speaking, a sharp blade was pressed against her face. The blue-haired man sneered contemptuously at her and said, you dare threaten me. Want to bet I'll stab you dead and throw you into the sea for the fish to eat. Not even a corpse will be left. Who would know we captured a princess? However, Ching Chan naively grabbed the blade with her hand, laughing loudly in challenge. Go ahead, stab me. Stab me. I am the noble and lofty princess. Even with 10 guts, you wouldn't dare touch me. As she said this, she fearlessly pointed her finger directly at the blue-haired man's face, provoking him. If you don't stab me, then you're just a turtle hiding in its shell. Minji was now completely helpless, thinking to herself, I'm sorry, second brother. She's even more foolish than you and lacks cunning too. The blue-haired man, provoked by Ching Chan, could no longer contain himself and raised his blade, saying, let's see if I don't chop you to death, you rotten brat. At that very moment, Minji immediately opened her eyes. She then sat up and launched a palm strike towards the blue-haired man. Hit by Minji's attack, he was directly knocked backwards. After waiting and not seeing the man strike, Ching Chan finally opened her eyes to look, seeing that he had fallen unconscious on the ground. Ching Chan hurriedly went over to taunt him. Oh my, how did you fall so easily? Didn't you want to stab me? As she finished speaking, she gave the blue-haired man a few more kicks. Come on, I'm still waiting for you, you stinking turtle. Seeing this, Minji quickly ran over to stop her. Stop hitting him. Quickly lead everyone out of here. She glanced at the tied-up girls. Ching Chan worriedly asked, what about you, sister? Minji replied seriously, I'll go meet that big pervert. Hearing this, Ching Chan immediately slapped her chest and declared, I'll go teach that big pervert a lesson. Once he knows I'm the noble princess, he'll definitely kneel down and beg for mercy. Minji, seeing this, helplessly reached out and gently touched Ching Chan's face, advising, oh, my dear fourth princess, please reign in your divine powers. The others are still waiting for you to rescue them. Besides, that guy might be coming to kill us soon. Hearing this, Ching Chan could only pout and sigh, fine, I'll go help them. A moment later, Fei Tian was leisurely lying on the roof, enjoying the breeze, when suddenly a plank was quickly placed down, connecting the boat to the opposite shore. After doing this, Ching Chan quickly called out, urging the other girls, hurry. Let's go quickly. Fei Tian, hearing the commotion, raised an eyebrow and glanced down. Seeing the girls escaping, he immediately sat up in surprise, exclaiming, oh my, who could be so formidable? All my prey has been set free. He then quickly stood up, beginning to activate his sacred beast power. Not a single one shall escape. However, before he could act, an arrow shot straight towards him. Fei Tian, of course, immediately sensed it. So he quickly leaped down below, dodging and glancing at the attacker. Fei Tian quickly recognized a familiar face. Minji had already drawn her bow again. We meet again, you big pervert. Seeing this, Fei Tian couldn't help but smile with interest. It seems the expert who freed my precious prey is you, miss. Minji coldly replied, last time, you caught me off guard. This time, it's your turn. Hearing this, Fei Tian smiled contemptuously and said, with just a bow, you think you can defeat me. You're underestimating a sacred beast child too much. As he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Minji's expression quickly changed. You're right, I really did underestimate you. As she finished speaking, Minji's bow immediately burst into flames. The fire quickly spread to the arrow. At this point, Minji drew the bowstring taut, aiming directly at Fei Tian, and said, this time, I'll have to play for real. Seeing this scene, Fei Tian was extremely surprised. Phoenix firepower. You're also a sacred beast child. Then why couldn't I sense your spiritual power at all before? Minji calmly smiled and replied, want to know? If you can defeat me, I'll tell you. Hearing this, Fei Tian unleashed his sacred beast power and said, even though you're a sacred beast child, water overcomes fire. Even a 3-year-old knows that. Minji, unfazed, immediately retorted, although we're both sacred beast children, I have more brains than you. Hearing this, Fei Tian couldn't help but laugh with amusement. Such big words. I like it. Minji then, without further words, directly shot countless flaming arrows straight at Fei Tian. Seeing the burning arrows fiercely flying towards him, Fei Tian quickly gathered water to form a shield. Minji's flaming arrows, upon reaching the water shield, were all blocked. However, Minji didn't show the slightest hesitation and continued to shoot flaming arrows at Fei Tian, creating a massive explosion. But when the smoke cleared, Fei Tian and his water sphere appeared once again. Fei Tian then smiled at Minji and said, it's useless. No matter how many arrows you shoot, you're just wasting your energy. Hearing this, Minji replied, of course I know that. I just needed to buy some time. As she finished speaking, Minji shot an arrow that flew past Fei Tian, surprising him a little. He then laughed and asked, where are you aiming? Isn't that a bit poor? However, in the next moment, Minji's arrow had directly cut through all the ropes securing the sails. The sails fell straight down onto Fei Tian, covering the entire boat. Seizing this opportunity, Minji shot another arrow to cut the anchor rope. With nothing holding it back, the boat slowly moved away from the dock, drifting with the current. Having done all this, Minji tossed her bow aside. Fei Tian, now throwing off the sail, laughed and said, are you afraid of hurting innocent people? Typical woman's kindness. Minji angrily shouted, ridiculous. I'm just afraid that if people see my abilities, they might have ulterior motives. Hearing these words, Fei Tian's expression immediately turned displeased. I truly feel sorry for you, having such extraordinary divine power, yet doing things in secret. As he finished speaking, the water around his body gradually changed, turning into sharp ice arrows. He then quickly shot these ice arrows towards Minji. If you fear the eyes of mortals, you're truly disgracing the sacred beast children. Minji, of course, quickly reacted by jumping onto the mast to avoid those ice arrows. However, just as Minji landed, because the deck had been frozen, she slipped. Her whole body then lost balance and fell straight to the floor. Meanwhile, Fei Tian, now extremely angry, shouted loudly, we are sacred beast children. We are extraordinary divine beings. Mortals are only fit to be slaves to sacred beast children, to be killed for our amusement. As he finished speaking, countless ice blocks grew from beneath the floor. They quickly formed shackles, directly restraining Minji's hands and feet. Her entire body was quickly enveloped by a layer of ice. Fei Tian then slowly walked towards Minji. Looking at her locked down on the ground, he immediately said with contempt, you're too weak. It's because of that timidity that you haven't properly cultivated your sacred beast power. You're completely unworthy of having sacred beast power. Hearing this, Minji showed no fear and instead laughed, replying, can't sacred beast power be used to secretly help and protect people? Just because you're stronger than others doesn't mean you're a class above them. You only know how to blindly show off and look down on the weak. Having sacred beast power, yet bullying the weak. The more insecure, the more you want to prove how strong you are. Having many differences from the majority is truly pitiful. It's enough to see how shameful it is. Someone like you doesn't deserve sacred beast power. Minji's words directly caused Fei Tian to go berserk. He quickly broke off an ice branch and angrily said, shut up, you stupid woman. At this point, he raised the ice branch, intending to stab Minji. I don't need you to lecture me. Seeing this, Minji showed no panic and secretly activated her Phoenix fire power. The ice shackles quickly broke, then fell straight towards Fei Tian, startling him. However, he quickly created a water shield to block the falling ice. Meanwhile, Minji quickly took advantage of the broken ice to escape. Fei Tian turned to look back and mockingly said, relying on a sneak attack to defeat me. How foolish. However, in the next moment, Minji had quickly approached him, reaching her hand towards his chest, smiling as she said, dealing with a pervert like you, a sneak attack is most appropriate. As she finished speaking, she shouted loudly and launched a powerful palm strike at Fei Tian, sending him flying. Taking the direct hit caused Fei Tian to cough up blood on the spot, and because there was no sacred beast power from Fei Tian to block it. The mask quickly fell, crushing him. Seeing this, Minji tilted her head and thought to herself, the flames will burn into his internal organs. Even if he's a sacred beast child, he'll certainly be severely injured. Just then, a nearby barrel was suddenly knocked over. Ching Chan, holding an oar, quickly emerged, joyfully praising, Sister Xia, you're amazing. So you're a sacred beast child too. Minji, seeing Ching Chan, was immediately startled. Princess, why are you still here? Ching Chan playfully swung the oar back and forth, saying, I wasn't at ease. So I prepared to ambush that pervert from behind. I didn't expect you to be so formidable. You killed him in one strike. Hearing this, Minji panicked and rushed towards Ching Chan. Princess, come here quickly. In her heart, she worried she's such a big fool. How could one palm strike kill him? At that very moment, from within the smoke, an ice arrow shot out, cutting across Minji's leg. Injured, she quickly fell to her knees, in pain on the ground. Meanwhile, Ching Chan was suddenly enveloped by a water bubble that appeared, causing her to panic. Immediately after, a figure emerged from the smoke, slowly walking out, startling Minji. Fei Tian, although severely injured, still had enough strength to capture Ching Chan. You bitch, so you were hiding an accomplice. Ching Chan's entire body was now engulfed by the water bubble. Seeing this, Fei Tian showed utter contempt. Too bad your accomplice is just a chicken. Finding herself in a dire situation, Minji couldn't help but worry, thinking to herself, this time we're surely dead. At that moment, at Nine Bends River, Hui Ming and Liang Sun had arrived with their men. Seeing the chaotic scene before them, both were extremely surprised. Just then a soldier came up to reporting to the second prince, these are the young women kidnapped by that pervert. As soon as Liang Sun and Hui Ming heard this, they anxiously asked, where's document envoy Xiao? Where's the fourth princess? The soldier quickly pointed to the distance and said, they haven't been found yet. It said they're both still on the boat. Hearing this, Hui Ming became extremely worried, looking towards the drifting boat in the distance. Liang Sun was, of course, equally concerned. Liang Sun then immediately ordered his soldiers, quickly prepare boats to pursue them. However, Hui Ming had already started moving, interrupting, by the time you get the boats ready, it'll be too late. Hearing this, Liang Sun angrily asked, do you have a better idea then? Hui Ming rotated his shoulders and replied, do you even need to ask? Of course I'll fly over there. As he finished speaking, Hui Ming stomped his foot, leaping into the air, much to Liang Sun's astonishment. Immediately after, he landed on a wooden plank floating nearby. Next, Hui Ming concentrated his energy, directing it behind him. Under this external force, the plank quickly shot forward. On the other side, the soldiers witnessing this scene stared in amazement, exclaiming, incredible. He doesn't need a boat at all. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Liang Sun angrily shouted, is this the time for admiration? Hurry up and prepare the boats. The soldiers, hearing this, panicked and rushed to comply. Back on the boat, Fei Tian was using his power to control Ching Chan, threatening Minji, kneel down before me. If you dare to make any sudden moves, she'll die instantly. Hearing this, Minji spoke with difficulty. She's the fourth princess, East Chi's most beloved. If you harm her, you'll be facing all of East Chi. If you're a man, come at me instead. Why hurt an innocent person? However, as soon as she finished speaking, Fei Tian rushed forward and kicked Minji hard. Shut up, you fool. You can barely ensure your own life, yet you dare lecture me. Who do you think you are? And because Fei Tian lost control, the water bubble containing Ching Chan quickly burst, causing her to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Fei Tian was still furiously kicking Minji with devastating blows. The fourth princess of East Chi. Who cares? You think I'd be afraid? Xianing will destroy that East Chi sooner or later. Then we'll crush Great Xian. People like you who sell their lives for the dynasty should all die. Not a single one should survive. Under Fei Tian's kicks, Minji could only use her hands to protect her head, enduring as best she could. Xianing. So he's actually from Xianing. According to the original story, Xianing is a secret group composed of those with sacred beast powers. They, wanting to resist the country's oppression and enslavement of those with sacred beast powers, secretly gathered people with sacred beast powers, plotting to overthrow the country and establish a state ruled by sacred beasts. Fei Tian then quickly created an ice block encasing Minji. This time you're surely dead. I won't give you any more chances. Minji, pinned tightly by the ice, couldn't move at all. The pain was excruciating. Seeing this, Fei Tian laughed with delight, saying, I'll turn you into an ice statue to place at my bedside. I'll play with you every day. However, just then, Ching Chan suddenly appeared behind Fei Tian, kicking him hard in the groin. Don't you dare harm my sister. You're too perverted. Fei Tian, though in extreme pain, still managed to endure it, turning around with a sneer, saying, "You useless thing, you still dare to provoke me. Too bad it doesn't hurt at all. You're truly worthless." Hearing these words, Ching Chan, without further ado, directly gave him another kick. "Shut up for me. You talk too much." Being kicked twice in the groin, Fei Tian was in so much pain his face turned black with anger. He turned and punched Ching Chan hard in the face. "You're killing me, you despicable thing." Ching Chan was sent flying by the punch, crashing hard into the ship's wall and falling unconscious. Fei Tian then said, trembling, "After I finish the ice statue, I'll deal with you, you useless princess." However, just at that moment, from above, a figure came swooping down, shouting for him to stop. It was none other than Hui Ming. Without hesitation, he threw the sword in his hand straight at Fei Tian. The flying sword grazed past Fei Tian, startling him. He exclaimed in shock, loudly asking, "Who's there?" As he finished speaking, Hui Ming from above landed forcefully in front of Fei Tian. He then quickly glanced over at Minji. Her body was covered in wounds, and most of her body was encased in ice. Seeing Hui Ming, Minji struggled to speak in a weak voice. "Why did you only come now?" Seeing this, Hui Ming didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly launched a palm strike, shattering the ice around Minji's body. After doing so, he reached out and embraced Minji in his arms. "Sister, are you all right?" Hearing this, Minji gently raised her hand to touch Hui Ming's face, replying, "Don't panic. In the most critical moments, you must not panic. I can't move for now. The rest is up to you." As she said this, Minji fell unconscious. Seeing this scene, Fei Tian smiled mockingly and said, "Oh my. So the little lover has arrived." As he said this, he once again activated his black tortoise power. "Too bad I have no interest in men at all. I can only kill you and feed you to the fish." However, Hui Ming immediately grabbed his sword, angrily stood up, and looked at him, growling, "Have you prepared your last words?" But faced with Hui Ming's anger, Fei Tian showed utter contempt. "You're clearly immortal, yet you dare to be so arrogant. You don't even have sacred beast power, yet you dare to confront me. You're not only foolish, but also nonsensical." Hearing this, Hui Ming gently raised the sword in his hand, coldly replying, "You talk too much. Dead men will be silent." Hearing these words, Fei Tian became extremely angry. "You're truly beyond redemption." As he finished speaking, he concentrated his power and clapped once. Immediately, two ice arms formed and slammed towards Hui Ming. However, he quickly rushed forward and avoided them. Fei Tian, seeing this, was terrified. So fast. After that, Fei Tian began using his black tortoise power to frantically attack Hui Ming, trying to stop him. However, Hui Ming still easily avoided all these attacks. Seeing this, Fei Tian couldn't help but get angry. "Damn it, this bastard is unexpectedly so fast." So after that, he quickly switched to another technique. He turned water into ice arrows and shot them straight at Hui Ming. "I'll pierce you to death." The ice arrows rushed quickly towards Hui Ming, but he didn't dodge at all, instead continuing to charge forward. Seeing this, Fei Tian began to panic. He then hurriedly raised his hands to the sky, using another technique. Immediately, from beneath the floor, ice pillars quickly formed, thrusting straight towards Hui Ming. The sharp ice pillars then pierced Hui Ming's legs and chest, but Hui Ming still didn't care and continued to point his sword at Fei Tian, charging forward. Seeing this, Fei Tian fearfully retreated a few steps. At this moment, Hui Ming finally stopped, because a large ice shard had pierced through his stomach. Immediately after, Hui Ming collapsed. The sword in his hand fell straight to the ground. Seeing this, Fei Tian immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Scared to death, is this madman trying to die? However, Hui Ming suddenly raised his head, grinning eerily. He then lightning fast grabbed Fei Tian's hand, startling him into panic. Next, Hui Ming calmly used his other hand to grip the ice shard and pulled it out of his body. After doing so, Hui Ming looked at Fei Tian, smiling and asking in a hoarse voice, "Well, have you thought it through?" As he finished speaking, he used all his strength to deliver a powerful punch to Fei Tian's body. Fei Tian immediately coughed up blood on the spot, but in his heart, he still couldn't believe what had just happened. How is this possible? How could he stand up? Under the force of Hui Ming's punch, Fei Tian was sent flying far away, falling straight into the sea. Moreover, he skipped on the water's surface a few times before sinking. After defeating Fei Tian, Hui Ming clutched his stomach, trying to stop the bleeding from his wound. Next, he worriedly and slowly walked towards Minji. At this moment, Qing Chan had also regained consciousness. In her dazed state, she saw someone approaching Minji. On the other side, after Hui Ming reached Minji, he suppressed his pain and sat down, calling "Sister, I'm here." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qing Chan suddenly appeared behind him with in her hand, shouting, "You big pervert. Don't you dare touch her." Because he was caught off guard, Hui Ming was directly knocked out by Qing Chan on the spot. After striking him, realizing the person on the ground was Hui Ming, Qing Chan was bewildered. "Prince Hui Ming, why is it you?" She then fearfully hurriedly bent down to shake Hui Ming, saying, "I'm sorry, I hit the wrong person. Please don't die. If you die, I'll become a sinner for all eternity." By this time, Minji had also hazily regained consciousness. She then struggled to sit up. Seeing Qing Chan crying next to Hui Ming's body, Minji was utterly confused. What happened? Meanwhile, Liang Sun was anxiously urging the soldiers to row the boat. "Faster! Row faster for me." Hearing this, the soldiers quickly sped up, advancing towards Minji's boat. On the boat, Qing Chan was still vigorously shaking Hui Ming, crying and shouting loudly, "Don't die. Please don't die." At this moment, Hui Ming couldn't take it anymore and shouted with all his might, "Enough. Stop shaking me." Hearing this, Qing Chan was startled and shocked. Hui Ming, his blood boiling, continued shouting, "Can't you see I'm bleeding? I'm not dead yet." Hearing this, Qing Chan hurriedly pulled her hands back. Seeing this, Minji approached and asked, "Where's that big pervert?" Hui Ming struggled to sit up, smiling as he replied, "Of course I defeated him." Hearing this, Minji worriedly supported Hui Ming. "Don't move, you're injured." Just then, Liang Sun had also boarded the ship. Seeing this, Hui Ming irritably said, "You're so late. I've already sent him flying into the sea." However, Liang Sun paid no attention to Hui Ming and directly stepped on his foot as he walked past. This caused Hui Ming to tear up from the pain. Liang Sun then approached, looking around worriedly asking Qing Chan, "Fourth sister, are you all right?" Qing Chan smiled and replied, "I'm fine. Thankfully, Prince Hui Ming and Sister Xia saved me." Seeing this scene, Hui Ming angrily scolded, "Are you brothers blind or what? This is so frustrating." Seeing this, Minji chuckled and praised, "Hui Ming, you did very well." This made the young Hui Ming beam with joy. A moment later, Liang Sun approached Minji and Hui Ming, clasping his hands. "You two saved my fourth sister again. I'm truly grateful. I don't know how to repay you." Hearing this, Minji politely replied, "Your Highness is too kind." But Hui Ming, showing no interest, muttered, "I didn't come to save your fourth sister. I only came to save document envoy Xiao." But, seeing that both Minji and Hui Ming were severely injured, Liang Sun quickly turned to the soldiers and ordered, "Immediately escort these two back," and summoned the royal physician to treat their wounds. Hearing this, the soldiers quickly went to carry out the orders. After dealing with Minji and Hui Ming's situation, Liang Sun quickly instructed the soldiers further, "Seal off this sea area and use all resources to search for that big pervert. If he's alive, find him. If he's dead, find his body." The guards responded, "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, at a nearby lakeshore, Fei Tian had managed to crawl ashore. His body was now severely injured, so he could only curse Hui Ming. "Damn it. To think that madman pushed me into such a difficult situation. I almost lost my life." He then vengefully swore, "Once I've recovered, I'll definitely kill that arrogant madman. And that Phoenix Fire Girl too." However, at that moment, someone suddenly appeared in front of him, startling Fei Tian. Both newcomers belonged to Xianing. The blue-haired man was Qing Zhong. The pink-haired woman was Xian Feng. Seeing these two, Fei Tian was shocked. "Xian Feng, Qing Zhong, it's you two. Why are you here?" However, Qing Zhong coldly asked, "Where are the master's goods?" Hearing this, Fei Tian stammered, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Xian Feng immediately spoke up, mocking, "Useless trash. Not only did you lose the master's goods, but you also got yourself beaten half to death. You've truly disgraced Xianing. Every move you made, the master has seen it all. As she finished speaking, the image of Xian Ying's master, sitting coldly on a chair, immediately appeared in Fei Tian's mind. This made him panic, and he hurriedly spoke, "Please give me one more chance. Just 3 days. I can capture enough young women for the master." Hearing this, Qin Zong scornfully replied, "Ridiculous. You've already caused such a big commotion. The imperial city and capital prefecture have been alerted. Do you think you still have a chance?" Xian Feng sighed and shrugged, saying, "As a member of Xianing, you were defeated by a mortal without sacred beast power. The master is extremely angry about this incident." As she finished speaking, Qin Zong directly threw a knife in front of Fei Tian. "Don't embarrass yourself further. Maintain some dignity. Take care of yourself." Holding the knife, Fei Tian trembled, speechless. Meanwhile, Qin Zong was coldly observing Fei Tian's every move. At this moment, Fei Tian suddenly went berserk. He grabbed the knife and lunged at Qin Zong. "I'll kill you first, you bastard." Seeing this, Qin Zong calmly raised his hand, activating his sacred beast power, saying, "We wanted to give you some dignity, but you don't want it." Immediately after, countless vines shot up from the ground. They tightly bound Fei Tian's hands and feet. Restrained, Fei Tian began to panic, begging, "No, I was wrong. Please spare me." However, Xian Feng quickly stepped forward, placing her hand on Fei Tian's head, saying, "Go find your spring and autumn dream." As she finished, she directly activated her sacred beast power. Fei Tian's body immediately twisted and swelled up. In a matter of seconds, his entire body began to explode. Having finished, Xian Feng and Qin Zong leisurely departed. They left behind Fei Tian, whose upper body had exploded, losing all signs of life. At the same time, the soldiers quickly reported the situation to Liang Sunday, reporting, "To Your Highness, we have searched thoroughly, but we still haven't found the big pervert." Hearing this, Liang Sun frowned. Could he have escaped? If so, this will be troublesome. However, the soldier immediately approached Liang Sun and whispered, "Your Highness, this person wasn't the big pervert. He was from Xianing." Upon hearing this, Liang Sun's expression turned serious. If that's the case, it's even more troublesome. The next morning, at Hui Ming's residence, Hui Ming had just woken up. Seeing Qin Chan by his bedside, he couldn't help but ask irritably, "Hey, princess, what are you doing here?" Hearing this, Qin Chan immediately smiled naively and replied, "Of course, I'm here to take care of you. I'm really sorry about yesterday." As she said this, Qin Chan worriedly stepped forward to examine Hui Ming. "Is your head all right? Let me take a look." However, Hui Ming coldly pushed her hand away, saying, don't touch me. "With your kind of flailing martial arts, princess, how could you have hurt me?" After speaking, Hui Ming tried to sit up, but because his wounds were so severe, it caused him some pain. Seeing this, Qin Chan panicked and stopped Hui Ming. The royal physician said, "No moving. Your injuries are very serious. Be careful, or your wounds might reopen." Hearing this, Hui Ming could only helplessly lie back down, sighing as he asked, "How is document envoy Xiao?" Hearing this, Qin Chan immediately smiled and replied, "The royal physician has checked. There's nothing to worry about, just a few superficial wounds. My second brother is with her now." However, upon hearing these words, Hui Ming immediately panicked, his face turning pale. Imagining Liang Sun attentively caring for and feeding Minji, Hui Ming's face immediately turned ashen. He then angrily shouted, "This can't be." Immediately after, Hui Ming yanked off the blanket and sat up, startling Qin Chan. Getting out of bed, Hui Ming hurriedly put on his shoes. "I must go to document envoy Xiao." Seeing Hui Ming about to leave, Qin Chan panicked and grabbed his hand, advising, "The physician instructed not to move around carelessly. Your wounds have just been stitched, and you want to go out. You're crazy." However, Hui Ming angrily shouted, "Let go. Life and death are up to heaven. Don't interfere with my business." Meanwhile, Minji was chatting cheerfully with Liang Sunday. Just then, Hui Ming unexpectedly burst through the door. Seeing this, Minji asked in surprise, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Liang Sun also spoke up in surprise. "Didn't the royal physician say that you shouldn't move around carelessly?" Qin Chan hurriedly explained in confusion. He insisted on coming here, ignoring my advice. But Hui Ming had already darkened his face and said, "Hearing that second prince was here, how could I not come to greet him?" Hearing this, Liang Sun smiled and replied, "No need to force yourself. I was just about to go visit you." As He finished speaking, Hui Ming directly grabbed Liang Sun's hand. He then hurriedly pulled the young man away. If that's the case, let's go to my place. I also have something to say to your highness. Seeing this, Liang Sun asked in surprise, what's so urgent that you need to say? However, Hui Ming didn't care and forcefully pulled Liang Sun along. Don't talk so much, just come with me quickly. Seeing this, Liang Sun exclaimed in shock, hey, weren't you seriously injured? Where did you get such strength from? Witnessing this scene, Minji and Qing Chan were left speechless. After the two men left, Minji smiled and turned to Qing Chan, saying, Your Highness, I have a request to make. Hearing this, Qing Chan smiled and replied, Sister, please go ahead. Minji then hesitantly spoke about the sacred beast child matter. I hope the princess can keep it a secret for me. Hearing this, Qing Chan immediately grabbed Minji's hand and said, Sister, you're my life-saving benefactor. Such an important matter, even if beaten to death, I wouldn't tell anyone else. However, as she said this, Qing Chan lowered her head apologetically. Yesterday, if it wasn't for my recklessness, you wouldn't have been injured by that pervert. I still want to apologize to you, sister. Minji smiled and patted Qing Chan's head. Sister, trust the princess. You don't need to blame yourself. Hearing this, Qing Chan joyfully rushed forward and hugged Minji. In Hui Ming's room, Liang Sun was frowning impatiently. Speak up. We've been sitting here for half a day. I'm very busy, you know. Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately replied calmly, What's the rush? Can't you see I'm thinking? At this point, the young man didn't forget to pick his nose and boast, I'm still your highness's life-saving benefactor. Can't your highness be a little more patient? Hearing this, Liang Sun became so angry that his face darkened as he growled, You little brat, are you toying with me? That night, Minji was standing by the window, deep in thought. A sudden worry arose in her heart. The inevitable had finally come. In the original story, Hui Ming had killed the leader of Xianying and taken over the organization. Using Xianying's power, he killed his father and usurped the throne, ultimately becoming a tyrant. At this point, Minji silently made a resolution. She must prevent this from happening. A moment later, Minji went to talk to Hui Ming. She then asked softly, Hui Ming, do you know the background of that big pervert? Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately shook his head. Seeing this, Minji directly said, That man was from Xianying. Hearing this, Hui Ming was surprised and thought to himself, Xianying. That's the organization where all the members have sacred beast powers. Hui Ming then curiously asked, Why do they need to kidnap so many young women? Minji replied, Those young women will become nourishment to cultivate sacred beast power. Hui Ming, confused, asked again, Sister, why do you say that? Minji quickly answered, People with sacred beast power are very rare. In all of Great Xian, only 10 people can be found. A huge amount of money was spent to establish the Huoshu department to research and develop sacred beast power. However, everyone in Xianying has sacred beast power. Doesn't that seem strange? Hearing this, Hui Ming pondered for a few seconds before giving an answer. The issue lies with those young women. Minji immediately nodded, confirming, correct. Those young women are living sacrifices used to create sacred beast power. Even if they're mortals, they can obtain sacred beast power. This is the reason why all members of Xianying have sacred beast power. Their leader has the moon dragon power, which can replicate sacred beast power for others. It's a very terrifying power. As she said this, Minji gently pointed towards the moon. It's like the moon's reflection piercing through countless lakes with its light. Hearing this, Hui Ming asked curiously, Sister, how do you know all this so clearly? Isn't Xianying supposed to be very mysterious? How do you even know about their leader's power in such detail? Hearing this, Minji reached out to pat Hui Ming's head, smiling as she said, Oh my, it's nothing special. Of course, Master Chang Gung told me about it. Master has very extensive knowledge. As she finished speaking, she silently thought to herself, Of course, I can't tell you that I read this in a comic book. A month later, in the main palace of East Qi, a guard announced loudly, 6th Prince Hui Ming of Xian country seeks an audience. Inside, Emperor Qian Liang Ke was sitting joyfully on the golden throne. Standing beside him was Liang Sun. Minji and Hui Ming, upon entering, quickly bowed in greeting. Great Xian envoy, Chun Hui Ming pays respects to your majesty. Seeing this, Liang Ke smiled brightly and quickly went to help Hui Ming stand up. Quickly, stand up. No need for such formalities. We've long wanted to meet you. It's just that the princess didn't want to disturb your rest, so we had to wait until you recovered before summoning you for an audience. Hui Ming smiled and said, "To receive such favor from your majesty and the princess, I am already very satisfied." Liang Ke praised him, truly a hero emerging from youth. "You've already saved the princess twice. What a fated and brave encounter." Hearing this, Hui Ming bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Hui Ming received orders from my father to come to your esteemed country. Saving the princess was merely a coincidence. It's not worth mentioning. I only wish to build an alliance between our two countries." Hearing these words, Minji couldn't help but feel joyful inside. Well said, very righteous. Liang Ke nodded with satisfaction and said, "Seeing that you can think of your country like this, we are very pleased. Let's get straight to the point then." Hearing this, Hui Ming hurriedly replied, "Please, your majesty, speak." And so, Liang Ke happily pointed at Hui Ming and said, "Qi and Xian, you and the princess shall form a marital alliance. We hereby decree the betrothal of you two." Hearing this, Hui Ming was, of course, utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Minji's jaw dropped in shock. This plot wasn't in the original story, was it? Liang's son, on the side, was secretly smirking. Hui Ming then hurriedly spoke up to refuse. "This cannot be, your majesty." However, before he could finish, Minji quickly interrupted. "Your majesty, such a significant matter, we cannot decide on our own. Therefore, we still need to seek instructions from the sacred emperor of Xian." After speaking, she quickly glanced at Hui Ming, signaling him not to act rashly. Seeing this, Hui Ming could only sigh and helplessly cooperate. However, on the other side, Liang Ke immediately waved his hand and laughed. "Ha ha ha, no need to think too much. A month ago, we had already sent a letter to Xian country conveying our intention for a marital alliance between Qi and Xian." Hearing this, Minji was stunned on the spot. "This is moving too quickly," she thought. Liang Ke then raised his finger to count before speaking again. "I think in a few days, we'll receive a reply." As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Building an alliance and adding a marital bond on top of that, it's truly joy upon joy. However, contrary to Liang Ke's happiness, Hui Ming and Minji felt quite uncomfortable. Flashing back to 15 days ago in Guihua Palace, Jin Fei, upon hearing the news of the alliance, couldn't help but loudly curse. Lian Hai, East Qi actually wants to marry their princess to Hui Ming. They must be blind. If that pervert signs the alliance treaty and marries the princess, wouldn't he be over the moon? Moreover, won't my son be overshadowed by him? And the emperor actually agreed to this alliance. You must think of a way to ruin this marriage for me. Hearing this, Lian Hai hurriedly tried to calm her. "Your Highness, please calm down. This old servant has read East Qi's national records. It's not that the sixth prince will marry East Qi's princess, but he'll be a live-in son-in-law in East Qi. If that's the case, the sixth prince probably won't be able to return to Great Xian. This way, he can't compete for the throne anymore." Jin Fei, hearing this, calmed down. "You're right. A live-in son-in-law wanting to inherit the throne would be a laughingstock, wouldn't it?" However, at this point, Lian Hai immediately displayed a cunning smile and said, "But even if the sixth prince isn't a threat, we should still eliminate him completely. This old servant has a plan to use East Qi to kill him. It's during the signing of the alliance." The scene shifts to White Deer Temple. Hui Ming is now holding Minji's hand, determinedly saying, "Sister, let's run away." Hearing this, Minji panicked and pulled her hand back, asking, "Why?" Hui Ming sighed and said, "I never expected that chicken claw to be so evil, craving this body of mine. We have no choice but to run away." Hearing this, Minji hurriedly said, "She's the beloved fourth princess, a noble lady. What could she possibly desire from you?" Hui Ming said sadly, "But I'm still scared. This place is too dangerous. Let's leave this place together and wander freely under the sky." However, upon hearing this, Minji angrily gave Hui Ming a punch on the head. "I'm a princess. You're a prince. Running away in an enemy country. Is your head still working properly?" Hui Ming waved his hand sadly, replying, "Then what else can we do? That chicken claw could kill me, and I still wouldn't agree." At this point, the young man's eyes lit up as he looked at Minji, patting his chest determinedly, saying, "If it's not you, sister, I won't marry anyone else." Hearing this, Minji blushed and hurriedly covered the young man's mouth with her hand. "Don't let others hear. The current situation isn't the time to discuss this. However, Hui Ming quickly grabbed Minji's shoulders and said earnestly, if not now, then when? Before the great Xian envoy arrives, I'll seek an audience with the East Qi Emperor to discuss this matter. Just then, a cough sounded, interrupting the romantic scene between the two. Xingmu slowly approached, saying, "Oh my, it seems I've come at an inconvenient time." Minji, seeing this, embarrassedly pushed Hui Ming away. "Big brother, is that you? Am I not dreaming?" Hui Ming, however, happily pointed at Xingmu and asked, "Big brother, have you come to help us escape?" Hearing this, Xingmu chuckled and said, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a cup of tea? Or do you want me to stand here and talk where people are passing by? It's not convenient." Hearing this, Minji, flustered, quickly replied, "Big brother, please come in." A moment later, the three were inside the room. Minji then asked, "Big brother, why have you come here? Aren't you supposed to be working in the cabinet?" Hearing this, Xingmu sighed and replied, "I didn't want to come either." Xingmu then recounted what happened at the Jin Wang's mansion. Bei was pacing back and forth anxiously. "Your little sister has been gone for so long. Who knows if she's doing well in East Qi? How can you, as her brother, not be worried? Why aren't you going to gather information?" Xingmu laughed and turned to reassure her, Bei, it's only been a month. It's not that long. Besides, with Hui Ming accompanying her, there's no need to worry." But as soon as Bei thought of Hui Ming, her expression turned sour. "That brat is the one I'm most worried about. You're so heartless. Don't you care about your little sister at all? An elder brother is like a father. Is there any elder brother like you? Are you worthy of being an elder brother or not?" Hearing this, Xingmu felt helpless and wanted to explain. However, Bei immediately cut him off. "You simply don't care about your third sister. You've disappointed your husband too much." At dinner time, Bei continued her complaints without letting up. "Our family is unfortunate. Our child is unfilial. Poor little Minji." While Xingmu was practicing archery, Bei continued to follow him, grumbling, "Our family is unfortunate. Our child is truly unfilial." At this point, Xingmu wearily continued his story. "At that time, didn't Qi country just happen to mention the marriage alliance? Under father's arrangement, I was sent here immediately." Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. "It must have been difficult for you, big brother." But Xingmu quickly said, "How is it difficult for me? Being reminded of it every day at home would have been troublesome." Hearing this, Minji smiled and nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right. How long will you stay before returning?" Xingmu sighed and replied, "Father wants me to stay here and wait to return with you. When the time comes, even if I have to tie you up, I must bring you back to Great Xian." Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but feel helpless. "I didn't expect father would do such things." However, before Minji could finish speaking, Xingmu cheerfully turned to Hui Ming, clasped his hands, and smiled, saying, "Let's not talk about that now. We should first congratulate the sixth prince." Hearing this, Hui Ming looked confused. Seeing this, Xingmu quickly reached into his sleeve and explained, "The emperor has agreed for the sixth prince to marry East Qi's fourth princess. Moreover, the wedding will be held right here in East Qi. I was specially ordered to read the imperial edict. Come and receive the edict, bridegroom-to-be." Hearing this, Hui Ming was so shocked he fell off his chair. No, I'll resist the edict. I'll run away." Seeing this reaction, Xingmu couldn't help but laugh. Haha. He then went to help Hui Ming up and said, "I was just joking. As long as the national letter and edict haven't been read, this matter can still be turned around." Hearing this, Hui Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Were you trying to scare me to death?" However, at this point, Xingmu suddenly turned serious. "But there's a more troublesome matter that needs to be dealt with first." As he said this, he smiled. "The imperial edict isn't in my hands. That's why I deliberately came to discuss with you two before the imperial envoy arrives at the capital with the edict." The two, Minji and Hui Ming, hearing this, were alarmed and hurriedly asked, "What should we do then? Once the imperial edict is brought by the envoy, isn't it all over?" Xingmu quickly put on a frightening expression and said simple, "Kill him and steal the edict. That's it." Hearing this, Minji turned pale with fright. Big brother is being dark again. Hui Ming beside her wasn't any different from Minji. The wicked really don't mince words. Hui Ming then hurriedly asked, "Big brother, who is the edict bearer?" Xingmu replied, "Li Dequan from the ritual department." Hearing the name Li Dequan, Minji couldn't help but be startled. This man is also the adopted son of Li and Hai, the head of the ritual department. It's truly villains everywhere. Xing Mu continued. Moreover, Li Dequan knows you're the princess from Jin Wang's mansion. If he reports this to Lian Hai, we're in trouble. So we must act before this happens. Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately clenched his fist, stood up, and volunteered, Big brother is right. I'll go silence him now. Seeing this, Xing Mu couldn't help but slap his forehead helplessly. Are you stupid? Have you forgotten who you are? Minji also wearily added, we're borrowing a knife to kill someone. Do you want to do it personally? Hearing this, the young Hui Ming embarrassedly scratched his head and replied, ha ha ha, of course I know. I meant borrowing a knife to kill someone. Minji then seriously asked, but the question is, whose hand are we borrowing to kill? Xing Mu smirked cunningly and replied, don't worry. I planned everything on the way here. Hearing this, Minji smiled and nodded. If Big Brother already has a plan, then what should we do next? However, Xing Mu immediately raised his hand and said, no, this time Hui Ming and I will go. If your true identity is discovered, father will surely beat me to death. Minji was still a bit worried. However, Hui Ming quickly reassured her, with Big Brother here, you can relax. This time, let me act on your behalf. Hearing this, Minji finally nodded in agreement. It seems we can only rely on them now. The next day at the Imperial Inspection Post, someone was approaching from outside. It was none other than Li Dequan and his group. Just then, an old eunuch spoke up, Lord Li, ahead is the Imperial Inspection Post. Hearing this, Li Dequan showed some irritation. Do we have to go through inspection again? It's really troublesome. The old eunuch hurriedly said, once we pass this gate, we'll be in East Chi. There won't be any more checkpoints after that, sir. Just then, a little beggar girl approached Li Dequan and pleaded softly, sir, my mother and I were robbed of our money. We haven't eaten for days. Could you please have mercy and give me something to eat? Hearing this, Li Dequan frowned, looking annoyed. However, he quickly switched to a sympathetic tone, saying, oh my, how pitiful. You must be starving. I'm the kind of person who can't bear to see others suffer. As he finished speaking, he waved over a maid carrying tea and cakes behind him. He then cheerfully turned to the little girl and said, hold out your hand. As the little girl became overjoyed, Li Dequan reached for the cup of hot tea that had just been poured. Then, he gleefully poured it onto the girl's hand. The girl screamed in pain from the burn. Seeing the girl cry and run away, Li Dequan called out mockingly, hey, 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 why are you running? This tea of mine is top grade. Half a pound costs over 200 coins. As he finished speaking, he shook his head contemptuously and tossed away the teacup in his hand. Such a lowly person with no knowledge. Starving to death serves them right. Seeing this, the old eunuch couldn't help but speak up to advise him. Lord Li, you shouldn't act like this. We're coming to East Chi carrying the imperial edict. We should act more humbly. Moreover, the sixth prince is still negotiating peace. We shouldn't cause any trouble. In case. Hearing this, Li Dequan frowned and glanced over, asking in a deep voice, in case what? Do you think East Chi would dare kill me? I'm the envoy of Great Xian. Hearing these words, the old eunuch became flustered, not knowing what to say. Just then, Xing Mu appeared and spoke up. The eunuch is right. Both sides are negotiating peace. So even if East Chi had 10 guts, they wouldn't dare disrespect Great Xian's envoy. They absolutely wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Hearing this, Li Dequan was pleased and turned to lecture the old eunuch. The Jin Wang's heir understands clearly. You should learn more from him. The old eunuch hurriedly bowed his head, saying he understood. Right after, Li Dequan cheerfully ordered the group to continue passing through the checkpoint. However, he didn't know that Xing Mu was secretly smiling triumphantly behind him. The scene shifts to a small alley. The little girl from earlier was crying and running back to hug her mother. Seeing this, her mother patted her head to comfort her. It's okay. I'm not hungry. Just as she finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed by, startling the mother and daughter, who turned their heads to look. They saw on the ground, appearing out of nowhere, several steaming hot buns. Seeing this, the mother couldn't help but burst into tears, hurriedly clasping her hands to thank the Bodhisattva for the miracle. The Bodhisattva has shown mercy. The little girl was overjoyed. Mom, it's steaming buns. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Hui Ming was happily eating a bun while watching the mother and daughter below. Back to Li Dequan's group, they had now reached the office of the Imperial Inspection Post. However, as soon as he entered, Li Dequan covered his nose with a handkerchief, complaining, what kind of dilapidated place is this? How can it smell so foul? Right after, several soldiers came out to greet them. The general of the Imperial Inspection Post, Gao Changshun, seeing Li Dequan, immediately spoke up. I am the general of the Imperial Inspection Post. May I ask if you are the envoy from Xian country? Hearing this, Li Dequan immediately replied sarcastically, if you know I'm the envoy from Great Xian, why haven't you prepared wine, meat, tea, and cakes? Is this how Qi country treats foreign envoys? Gao Changshun frowned upon hearing this and said, after I verify your credentials and documents, and you pass through customs, we will certainly provide them. Recently, many criminals have been impersonating officials to deceive people, and they've tricked quite a few innocent women. We can't be too careful. You're almost at your own capital, yet you can't even recognize the envoy from Great Xian. Your head is truly empty, and you're utterly incompetent. Insulted like this, Gao Changshun and the East Qi soldiers were furious. So he quickly approached Li Dequan and said in a cold voice, who told you that Xian country would send a eunuch unknown to anyone outside the inner palace as an envoy? Of course, there would be no portrait of your appearance circulated, so it's only natural that we don't know much about this envoy. That's perfectly normal. Hearing this, Li Dequan became extremely angry, so he immediately pointed his finger at Gao Changshun's face and scolded, how dare you? You still dare to insult me, the envoy? Are you trying to ruin the alliance between our two countries? Is that it? However, Gao Changshun didn't care and held out his hand, saying this general is only doing his official duty. If you want to pass, please present your travel documents. If you dare to impersonate and deceive, this general will certainly not let you off. Li Dequan's face turned pale at this. How crude and disrespectful. Bring out the travel documents. The maid, hearing this, hurriedly took out the documents and respectfully handed them to Gao Changshun to inspect. However, as soon as he opened them, Gao Changshun's face turned red with anger. Inside the document, there was a drawing of a turtle and a pile of dung next to it. It looked like an attempt to insult him. Gao Changshun, his face flushed with rage, held up the document and shouted, "Are you mocking this general?" As he finished speaking, he threw the document straight into Li Dequan's face, telling him to go to hell. Picking up the document to examine it again, Li Dequan panicked. Wait, where are my travel documents? How did this happen? They've been switched. The maid, hearing this, hurriedly shook her head. This servant doesn't know. This servant doesn't know. Meanwhile, Hui Ming was lying on the roof, happily opening the real travel documents to look at them. Haha, you damn eunuch. This time you're dead for sure. Gao Changshun below could no longer contain himself and shouted an order. You dare deceive this general. Arrest this impostor for me. Seeing the soldiers rushing to surround him, Li Dequan became extremely angry and shouted, "How dare you? Who dares to touch me?" As he said this, he smugly pointed at his own face and said, I am the envoy of Great Xian. If you dare arrest me, you'll be breaking the peace negotiations. I'll make sure you can't bear the consequences. I demand to see your emperor. I don't believe that without travel documents, I'm not the envoy. At this point, he turned to Gao Changshun and mocked, You're just a small gatekeeper. Have you eaten a leopard's gall to dare arrest another country's envoy? And so, after that, with all these insults, Li Dequan was directly thrown into prison by Gao Changshun, locked up, causing him to cry and shout, You bastards, let me out. I must see your emperor. Just at this moment, Xingmu approached, startling Li Dequan, who looked at him and then joyfully spoke up, Crown Prince, you've come to save me, right? Have you found the documents? Xingmu put on a serious expression and said, My lord, don't rush. I've been searching with all my might and sent someone back to Great Xian to get another set of travel documents. But I'm afraid it won't be in time for the edict reading and presenting of the national letter. How should we resolve this situation? Li Dequan immediately frowned and replied, Damn it. If we miss the timing, it would be a capital offense. The edict and national letter will have to trouble the crown prince then. Hearing this, Xingmu clasped his hands and replied, Please rest assured, my lord. This is what Xingmu should do. After speaking, Xingmu turned and walked out of the prison. After leaving, Xingmu went to meet the jailer. He then handed him a bag of jewels and said, Jailer, please help me take good care of this official. Hearing this, the jailer immediately salivated and hurriedly said, Rest assured, he'll eat well and sleep soundly. We won't let him suffer. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Xingmu suddenly pulled back the bag of jewels, leaving the jailer bewildered. Xingmu then slowly spoke. I said take good care, not the kind where he eats and sleeps well. I mean the kind of care that requires some effort. After saying this, Xingmu handed the bag of jewels to the jailer. The jailer hurriedly nodded and replied, "Oh, I see. I understand now." Seeing this, Xingmu took out another bag of jewels and gave it to him. Then he leaned in close and whispered, "The sooner the better. I'm counting on you." A moment later, Li Dequan was happily sinking into sleep. Just then, the jailer went and told several guards to act immediately. A rock from above suddenly dropped straight onto Li Dequan's head, startling him awake. Then the ceiling directly cracked and broke. Li Dequan basburia unde con las falling dabris. The next day, in the inner hall of the Imperial Inspection Post, while Gao Changshun was working, someone rushed in panicking to report, "General, something terrible has happened." Gao Changshun glanced up and told him to speak quickly. The old man quickly recounted last night's events. "The wall in the prison collapsed, crushing a prisoner, sir." After hearing this, Gao Changshun looked very confused. "Crushed? What are you talking about?" The old man immediately replied, "He's half dead, sir." Gao Changshun indifferently asked, "Who is it?" The old man answered, "It's the one who impersonated the Xian country envoy yesterday." Hearing this, Gao Changshun immediately showed disgust and said, "A man who doesn't know right from wrong. Even if he dies, it's nothing serious." But the old man became very flustered and hurriedly said, "Now there's someone claiming to be the Xian country envoy here. They say the person from yesterday was indeed the Xian country envoy. Moreover, they found the travel documents, sir." Hearing this, Gao Changshun was startled, dropping the brush in his hand. This is troublesome indeed." He then hurriedly stood up and gave orders. "Quickly find a doctor. Don't let him die. As long as he doesn't die, it's fine." The old man respectfully hurried off to comply. A moment later, Gao Changshun personally went out to inspect the travel documents. Xingmu smiled, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Greetings, General. I am Chen Xingmu, son of the imperial brother of Great Xian, Prince Jin, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of Rights. Here are the travel documents. I hope you can review them." After examining them for a while, Gao Changshun nodded and said, "These are indeed the travel documents from Xian country." Hearing this, Xingmu quickly said, "Yesterday, our country's envoy, Lord Li Dequan, was somewhat disrespectful. I hope the general can forgive him. Is it possible to release him?" Gao Changshun, startled by this, hurriedly replied, "Words without proof. How can I know if he's the real envoy or not? Unless you can provide concrete evidence. Even if he really is the envoy, yesterday he dared to insult me, calling me a turtle that retracts its neck and dog feces. This is a serious offense." Xingmu, hearing this, looked troubled and replied, "Then this matter is difficult to resolve. He still needs to deliver the national letter to your country's emperor. We can't afford any more delays." However, Gao Changshun didn't care and immediately turned to leave. "This has nothing to do with me. It's your fault to begin with." With these words, he ignored Xingmu and went inside. Seeing this, the old subordinate hurriedly turned to Xingmu and said, "You're the crown prince. Can't you deliver the national letter yourself?" Xingmu, hearing this, put on a hesitant expression. The old man, seeing this, immediately said, "The general isn't intentionally making things difficult for you. He's just a bit hot-tempered. Wait for a while longer. Once his anger subsides, he'll naturally release the man." Xingmu nodded upon hearing this and replied, "So that's how it is." And so, the old man quickly made a suggestion. "Wait until you've finished your business and are about to return home. Then come back here to pick him up. Wouldn't that solve everything?" Hearing this, Xingmu quickly bowed and agreed. "Given the circumstances, that's all we can do." After speaking, he turned to Li Dequan's group and said, "We cannot go against the emperor's wishes. We must prioritize the bigger picture. We can only let Lord Li suffer for now. So, I will represent the envoy to complete the imperial mission first. Moreover, as the two countries are currently negotiating peace, it's not convenient to cause trouble. We must be humble and careful and not offend the people of Qi. If we encounter those in need of help, we must certainly lend a hand." Hearing this, the others immediately bowed. "We obey, Crown Prince." The old subordinate, hearing these words, silently admired in his heart. It seems this Lord Xingmu is more trustworthy. Li Gong's arrest might actually be a good thing. 3 days later, Xingmu's group arrived at the capital. Xingmu then quickly went to meet Minji and Hui Ming. Although Li Dequan isn't dead, his mind has been completely crushed. Now he's just like a useless person. Hearing this, Hui Ming laughed happily. That fool deserves what happened to him. Minji then softly asked, "What should we do next?" Hui Ming quickly suggested, "Let's fake an imperial imperial edict saying we're not marrying the princess anymore. Tell her to have some self-respect. Don't dream about an ugly toad trying to eat swan meat anymore. After hearing these words, Xingmu and Minji were utterly exasperated. Minji then angrily grabbed Hui Ming's hand and scolded, "Do you have a death wish? Faking an imperial edict is punishable by death for 9 generations. Besides, what swan are you talking about? I'd say you're not even as good as a wild duck." Young Hui Ming could only painfully plead for mercy. "Sister, spare me." Xingmu then thoughtfully spoke up. "Faking an imperial edict is absolutely not an option. To untie a knot, we must find the one who tied it. Only the princess can solve this problem." As he finished speaking, Xingmu turned and patted Hui Ming's shoulder, saying, "Arrange a private meeting with the princess. Be honest about your feelings. Beg the princess to cancel the engagement." Hui Ming immediately smiled and replied, "Tomorrow I'll arrange to meet the princess and explain clearly. I already have someone in my heart. Don't have any improper thoughts about me." Hearing this, Xingmu smiled meaningfully at Minji. "Very good, but I wonder what Minji thinks about this. After all, you're both unattached." Hearing this, Minji blushed deeply and hurriedly waved her hands. "I don't have any such thoughts. Big brother, don't tease me like that." However, as soon as she finished speaking, young Hui Ming put on a trustworthy expression and turned to Minji, saying, "Sister, don't worry. I'm a good man. My reputation is as pure as jade and widely known." However, before Hui Ming could finish speaking, Minji had already given the young man a punch on the head and angrily shouted, "What nonsense is this?" The next day, Hui Ming had arranged to meet Qing Chan outside. However, because he was too nervous, Hui Ming had been standing for a long time, but still couldn't say anything. This made Qing Chan very confused. Meanwhile, Qing Chan's 2 maids were observing the two from afar. They were feeling very embarrassed at witnessing real-life romance. Today, the 6th Prince of Xian Country has a private meeting with the princess. The emperor just announced their engagement, and the 6th prince already can't wait. The maid beside her heard this and asked in confusion, "Can't wait for what?" The other maid immediately replied, "Of course, for the long nights of intimacy. They're so affectionate they can't bear to be apart." Hearing these words, the maid beside her couldn't help but blush, embarrassed. "The 6th prince, you're too naughty." Meanwhile, Qing Chan couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up to Hui Ming, "Your Highness, are you having a stomachache? Your face looks as unpleasant as pig liver." Hearing this, Hui Ming became even more flustered and replied, "No, I just. At this moment, Qing Chan looked around and asked again, "Where's document envoy Xiao? Why isn't she here with you today?" Hui Ming awkwardly replied, "She has some business at White Deer Temple." Hearing this, Qing Chan looked very confused. "What business does she have? Isn't she supposed to be with you to record documents?" Hui Ming scratched his face nervously and said it wasn't important. However, Qing Chan quickly exclaimed, "Why isn't it important? What if she misses something crucial?" At this moment, Hui Ming bit his lip slightly. Then he quickly stepped forward and grabbed Qing Chan's shoulders. "4th Princess, I have something important to tell you." Qing Chan, hearing this, asked bewilderedly, "What's so serious?" Meanwhile, the 2 maids standing far away, seeing this scene, started screaming in chaos. "The 6th prince is so bold. No way, no way. In such a public place." Hui Ming then said seriously, "I know this is difficult for the princess to hear, but I still want to request it. Right now, only the princess can help me." Qing Chan became even more confused. "What is it? Don't scare me." Hui Ming replied, "I already have someone in my heart. I cannot marry the princess. I beg the princess to plead with His Majesty to cancel our engagement." Hearing this, Qing Chan was utterly astonished. "You already have someone in your heart." Hui Ming immediately nodded, "Yes, I'm deeply sorry." However, Qing Chan quickly asked, "Is it document envoy Xiao?" Hearing this, Hui Ming panicked and thought to himself, "It's over. Could it be the princess has discovered sister's true identity? This can't be happening." So Hui Ming hurriedly denied, "Of course not. What are you thinking, princess?" Hearing this, Qing Chan let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, I see." Hui Ming then once again clasped his hands and pleaded, "In any case, please allow me to cancel the engagement. I'll do anything you ask." However, Qing Chan cheerfully patted Hui Ming's shoulder and smiled, "Don't worry, it's just a small matter. That was father's decision alone. He never asked if I agreed. It's already caused you quite a bit of trouble. As she finished speaking, she waved goodbye. I'll go to the palace and talk to father. Just wait for my good news. I'll be going now. Hui Ming watched her leave, completely bewildered. Is it over just like that? Is the fourth princess so easy to talk to? Hui Ming then sighed with relief. I guess I overthought things. The fourth princess wasn't craving my body after all. I was just being overly romantic. Meanwhile, the two maids were very worried. Nothing happened at all. Why did the princess leave like that? The sixth prince seems to be truly foolish. The maid beside her pondered and replied, "Oh heavens, this is not good. It's trouble this time." Hearing this, the maid on the left became flustered. "What's not good?" The maid on the right replied, "The princess is still young and too naive. She doesn't understand matters of love yet. She certainly couldn't comprehend the sixth prince's feelings." The maid on the left continued to ask, "Then what should we do?" However, just at that moment, Ching Chan cheerfully walked by and called out, "Let's go." Seeing this, the two maids hurriedly chased after her. "Princess, wait for us." The scene shifts to White Deer Temple. Minji was now extremely anxious and worried. I wonder how Hui Ming and the princess's conversation went. Suddenly, Xingmu appeared from behind her and teased. Perhaps he angered the princess and was tied up and taken back to the mansion, straight to the bridal chamber. Minji, seeing this, lightly slapped Xingmu's hand. "Big brother, you're teasing me again. What nonsense are you talking about?" Xingmu immediately laughed and asked, "So, are you worried about Hui Ming?" "I'm quite at ease, except when he's in front of you. He's like a wooden block in front of others." Minji blushed and replied, "I'm not worried at all. Okay. Where do you see me being anxious?" Suddenly, a leaf fell on Minji's head. Seeing this, Xingmu said, "Wait, don't move. Something fell on your head." Hearing this, Minji slightly bent down to let Xingmu pick it off for her. Just then, Ching Chan suddenly appeared, excitedly walking towards them. But as soon as she saw the scene before her, she was startled. She saw Xingmu sitting close to Minji, taking a leaf off her head. However, Ching Chan unexpectedly became very angry. "Who is this person?" So Ching Chan then hurriedly rushed over to separate Xingmu and Minji. Seeing this, Xingmu and Minji were startled and quickly stood up to greet the fourth princess. Ching Chan, now looking wary, glanced at Xingmu and asked, "Who is this man?" Minji, flustered, wanted to explain. However, Xingmu quickly gestured for her to stop. He then clasped his hands respectfully to Ching Chan. "I am Xingmu, envoy of Great Xian, Crown Prince of Great Xian's Prince Jin. I pay my respects to the fourth princess." Hearing this, Ching Chan immediately frowned and asked an envoy, "Why are you here? Why are you touching document envoy Xiao like that?" Minji, hearing this, turned pale and thought to herself, "This is not good. She saw us." However, Xingmu remained calm and smiled in response. "I came here to pay respects to the sixth prince and convey his majesty's edict to him." As for this, Xingmu held up the leaf in his hand and explained, "Moreover, the princess has misunderstood. I was just afraid the leaf would fall on Miss Zhao's head. I wasn't touching her inappropriately at all." However, Ching Chan still looked unconvinced and continued to ask, "Was it really just about the leaf? In such a public place, that's still too close." Xingmu replied, "The princess must be joking. It was truly just that." However, Ching Chan still wore a scrutinizing expression as she looked at Xingmu. Seeing this, Xingmu felt uneasy and thought to himself, could she have discovered some clue? Impossible. This princess doesn't seem to be that cunning. Minji, sensing the tension, hurriedly said, That's right. Xingmu and I grew up together as childhood friends. So sometimes we forget about propriety." Hearing childhood friends, Ching Chan was immediately startled, shocked. Then she quickly turned to Xingmu with displeasure. "Are you really an envoy? Were you truly sent by Xian country? It doesn't seem like it to me." Hearing this, Xingmu thought helplessly, what does this fourth princess want? With this in mind, Xingmu carefully began to explain. The princess's keen eyes. Originally, the envoy was Lord Li Dequan from the Department of Rights. Unfortunately, due to some unexpected events, he was arrested at the Imperial Inspection Post. Therefore, I'm taking his place as the envoy. Hearing this, Ching Chan pouted and said, "I knew it. How could Xian country let an effeminate, abnormal person be an envoy?" Xingmu was speechless and thought to himself, wait, how am I abnormal? Ching Chan then pointed at Xingmu and continued, "Moreover, the reason the sixth prince isn't here to meet document envoy Xiao must be because you have ill intentions, right?" Seeing this situation, Xingmu was at a loss for words. "It's over. I don't know what's going on in this princess's head anymore. Minji was also exhausted. Oh heavens, what a big misunderstanding. Just then, Qing Chan's two maids came running. Princess, wait for us. Seeing Xing Mu in front of them, the two maids were startled. Xing Mu, seeing this, politely clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, ladies. The two maids, seeing this, immediately blushed and thought to themselves, wow, he's so handsome. Then the two maids carefully hid at a distance, observing the three people's conversation. The maid on the left spoke up. Why is the princess staring at him so intently? And she keeps asking all sorts of questions. She then put on a suspicious expression. Could it be love at first sight? The maid on the right was startled by this. Then what about Prince Hui Ming? This is troublesome. Just then, Qing Chan came over and told them to leave. She had to go to the palace. Minji and Xing Mu also came out to bow and see Qing Chan off. Outside, Qing Chan's carriage was waiting. The maid couldn't help but ask, "It's not early anymore, young mistress. What do you want to do in the palace?" Qing Chan replied, "I must see father." The maid asked doubtfully, "Is there something urgent?" Qing Chan cheerfully said, "Of course it's urgent. I must tell father to cancel the engagement with Prince Hui Ming." The two maids, hearing this, were thrown into panic. It's over. It's over. Could it be she's fallen for the envoy from Great Sien? What should we do now? Let's quickly ask for clarification. So, the two of them hurriedly approached Qing Chan to ask, "Young mistress, why cancel the engagement out of the blue?" Hearing this, Qing Chan looked at them in confusion. After a moment, she playfully stuck out her tongue and replied, "I'm not telling you." With that, Qing Chan quickly got into the carriage. The two maids slowly followed, thinking to themselves, it's over. She's really fallen for someone else. Poor Prince Hui Ming. Back at White Deer Temple, seeing Xing Mu looking gloomy, Minji asked worriedly, "Big brother, are you all right?" Xing Mu rubbed his aching forehead and said, "Wasn't I just scared by that fourth princess? My head is throbbing." Just then, Hui Ming returned cheerfully. Seeing Xing Mu sighing and complaining, Hui Ming asked in confusion, "Oh my, big brother, why do you look so unwell?" After speaking, the young man quickly approached Xing Mu and asked with interest indigestion, "Did you eat something weird and get a stomachache? Or did you run into some romantic trouble?" Xing Mu wearily sighed and replied, "It's hard to explain in a few words." That night in the palace, Qing Chan hurriedly went to find her father. As soon as she saw Liang Ke, Qing Chan quickly bowed. "Greetings, father." Seeing this, Liang Ke hurriedly helped Qing Chan up, smiling as he asked, "Qinger, it's so late. Why have you come to the palace?" Qing Chan immediately teared up and said, "Father, do you not want your daughter anymore?" Liang Ke was startled and quickly asked, "Why do you say that?" Qing Chan looked aggrieved and said, "Father, how can you be so heartless? Wanted to marry your daughter off to someone else. I still want to stay by father's side forever to keep father happy. Does a father want me to be filial for a few more years before marrying me off?" As she said this, Qing Chan threw herself into Liang Ke's arms, acting coy. "I can't bear to leave father." Seeing this, Liang Ke immediately laughed and patted her head, saying, "Father can't bear to part with his daughter either. Could it be you don't like this marriage?" Qing Chan shook her head vigorously and replied, "How could I like it if I have to leave father? I'm still young. The marriage can wait for a few more years. Please, father, withdraw the order." Hearing this, Liang Ke laughed indulgently and said, "So you want me to follow your wishes, is that right?" Seeing this, Qing Chan was overjoyed and quickly knelt down, continuing, "Your daughter has one more request. It's a matter of utmost importance." Liang Ke, seeing her like this, became very flustered. "Why are you kneeling? Quickly stand up and speak." However, Qing Chan remained resolute. "If father doesn't agree, I won't stand up." So Liang Ke had to hurriedly agree. "What is it after all? I'll agree to everything you say. Is that enough? Now, please stand up." Hearing this, Qing Chan joyfully asked, "Really?" Liang Ke replied, "The emperor doesn't jest." 3 days later, in the imperial garden, Liang Ke had summoned Hui Ming and Xing Mu. Both quickly knelt down in greeting. "Hui Ming pays respects to your majesty." Great Xian's envoy Qin Xing Mu pays respects to your majesty. Seeing this, Liang Ke hurriedly waved his hand, telling them to stand up. Then Xing Mu quickly took out the national letter and said, "By order of the Emperor of Great Xian, I present this national letter, wishing to cease hostilities with Qi country, maintain eternal friendship, and form a brotherly alliance between our nations." Liang's son immediately stepped forward to receive the letter. Liang Ke, seeing this, smiled and said, "You've traveled thousands of miles to form an alliance. This shows your sincerity. Moreover, Hui Ming has saved our daughter's life. We are truly delighted. Liang's son quickly added, His Majesty has decreed to arrange for the signing of the alliance. However, one of you needs to stay in East Qi to facilitate future exchanges and communication. Hearing this, Hui Ming panicked and thought to himself, could it be they want to keep me here? Didn't that chicken claw say she would handle her father? Thinking this, Hui Ming hurriedly said, I humbly request your Majesty's grace. Please forgive Hui Ming for not being able to stay long in Qi country. I've already explained the engagement matter to the princess. Hearing this, Liang's son laughed and waved his hand, saying, the engagement matter His Majesty already knows. If the princess doesn't like this engagement, I think he won't make things difficult for you. His Majesty wants to choose a literary attendant for the princess to teach her classics and feminine arts. As it happens, Document Envoy Xiao is intelligent and courageous, learned and talented, so she is the most suitable person. Hearing this, Hui Ming couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it. So the one being kept here is sister. That damn chicken claw. He then couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Seeing this, Xingmu immediately patted Hui Ming's shoulder to calm him. After doing so, Xingmu calmly spoke up, receiving your Majesty's favor, I will immediately convey this to Document Envoy Xiao, so she can decide for herself. Hearing this, Liang Ke was pleased and stood up. We await your good news. With that, he quickly departed for the inner palace. After Liang Ke left, Liang's son turned to Xingmu and said, His Majesty cherishes his daughter. Any request will surely be granted. Don't disappoint His Majesty's good intentions. It's just a matter of one document envoy staying. I trust you two won't make it difficult. As he said this, Liang's son moved closer to Hui Ming. As long as Document Envoy Xiao stays, I'll immediately arrange for the alliance signing. But if Document Envoy Xiao doesn't stay, then the alliance will likely fall through. With that, he laughed cheerfully and left. The scene shifts to Xian Ying's central stronghold. In the lavishly decorated main hall, Xian Feng and Qing Zong were kneeling on the ground. Greetings, Master. The Master, seated high above, spoke coldly. Go bring the one who defeated Cat in here. Hearing this, Qing Zong hesitantly replied, You mean that Phoenix Fire girl? Xian Feng immediately added, We've investigated. She's the adopted daughter of Prince Jin of Xian Country, Qin Minji. But the Master quickly said, Not her, but that young man. Hearing this, Qing Zong and Xian Feng looked up in surprise. Master, that young man has no sacred beast power. Moreover, he's the sixth prince of Xian Country. Although he defeated Kaden, it was purely through physical strength. Apart from being more ferocious than normal people, there's nothing special about him. Hearing this, the Master laughed and ordered, No need for so many words. Bring him here to meet me. Remember, he must be alive. Seeing this, Qing Zong and Xian Feng dared not argue further and bowed to accept the order. That night, on the Imperial Street, the three were glumly strolling. Hui Ming spoke up, Sister, that princess is truly cruel. She actually wants to keep you here. She definitely doesn't have good intentions. Minji rubbed her forehead and replied, But I've already promised Father that I'd return within half a year. What should we do now? Xingmu felt helpless and said, If you can't return, then I can't return either. Because if I dare to go back alone, someone will definitely break my legs. Just then, Hui Ming suddenly clapped his hands and said, Things have come to this point. We can only run away. Big brother, you should run away with us too. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the young man received a punch from Minji. Don't talk nonsense. How dare you suggest Big Brother run away too? However, Xingmu laughed and spoke up, Running away is actually a good idea. If we can't fight back, why can't we escape? Let's flee to the sea. But contrary to Hui Ming's excitement, Minji immediately got angry and shouted, Big brother, how can you still joke at a time like this? It seems I'm the only one who can resolve this. As she said this, Minji was filled with determination. I'll go find the fourth princess and persuade her. However, Hui Ming immediately grabbed her shoulders to stop her. No. That chicken claw clearly desires your body. It's like a lamb entering a tiger's mouth. You absolutely can't go. As he said this, the young man raised his fist. This chicken claw needs a beating. One thrashing, and she'll behave. Let's see if she dares to compete with me for you again. However, as soon as he finished, Minji angrily shouted, Stop causing trouble. All day you just talk nonsense. Are you a 3-year-old? You're a prince of Great Xian now. If we can't sign the alliance treaty, how can we have any standing in Great Cien? How can you compete for the crown prince position? Can you use your brain a little when you speak? Hearing these words, Xingmu couldn't help but speak up. Third sister, you're going too far. Minji realized she had spoken out of turn. Meanwhile, Hui Ming had lowered his head, his face gloomy. He then sadly spoke up to apologize, so in sister's eyes, I'm that kind of person. As he said this, Hui Ming turned around. Even if we can't sign the alliance treaty, even if I have no place in Great Cien, even if I can't become the crown prince, I don't want to be apart from you, sister. Seeing this, Minji quickly called out, Hui Ming, wait a moment. However, Hui Ming had already stomped his foot and leapt away. Seeing this, Minji hurriedly wanted to chase after him, but Xingmu quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. No need to chase. You won't catch up. Let him calm down on his own. Hearing this, Minji nodded slightly. In agreement, the scene shifts to a small alley. Hui Ming had jumped down from above and pondered for a moment. He then shouted loudly, come out. You've been following me for quite a while. Stop hiding. As soon as he finished, Qing Zong and Xian Feng appeared. You little brat, you're quite roundabout. You deliberately lured us here, didn't you? For a mortal, your speed is quite commendable. However, Hui Ming immediately drew his sword. Stop the nonsense. I'm in a bad mood. I want to find someone to fight. Both of you, come at me together. Seeing this, Qing Zong shook his head in contempt. Ignorance knows no fear. Truly, no one is as foolish as you. Meanwhile, Minji was still sitting, waiting for Hui Ming. Her heart was filled with anxiety and worry. Why hasn't Hui Ming returned yet? Seeing this, Xingmu came over and patted her shoulder, saying, stop waiting. Go rest. He'll come back when it's time. However, Minji immediately shook her head in refusal. No, I must sit and wait. Back to Hui Ming. He was now holding his sword, charging towards Qing Zong and Xian Feng. Seeing this, Qing Zong immediately activated his sacred beast power. He created countless vines growing from the ground, rushing towards Hui Ming. However, these vines were easily cut by Hui Ming's sword. Qing Zong, seeing this scene, couldn't help but praise, this little brat is indeed very fast. At this moment, Hui Ming leaped high and rushed towards Qing Zong. However, Qing Zong laughed, showing contempt. Then, Xian Feng also made her move. She used her power to create a blade from the ground, shooting up to knock Hui Ming away. Seeing his sword fly far away, Hui Ming felt the situation was not good. Meanwhile, Xian Feng had raised her hand and clenched it. A giant hand formed from sacred beast power quickly appeared, grabbing towards Hui Ming. Just like that, Hui Ming was controlled by that hand. He angrily shouted, let me go. However, in response, Xian Feng squeezed her hand tighter. The giant hand immediately squeezed Hui Ming until he coughed blood. Seeing this, Qing Zong also immediately activated his power. Countless vines quickly shot up from the ground towards Hui Ming. Then they tightly bound him. The next morning, Minji, after waiting for Hui Ming all night, had fallen asleep without realizing it. Just then, a figure appeared, startling Minji awake. She then anxiously asked, Hui Ming, are you back? Yesterday you... But before she could finish her sentence, Xingmu interrupted, saying it was him. Seeing this, Minji worriedly looked around and asked, where's Hui Ming? Xingmu immediately shook his head. He hasn't returned all night. Hearing this, Minji became even more anxious. Could it be he really left us and ran away? Seeing this, Xingmu smiled and patted Minji's shoulder to reassure her. Hui Ming won't run away. Last night I saw him heading towards the pleasure house. Perhaps he just wanted to change his mood a bit. No wonder he's been out all night and hasn't returned. Hearing this, Minji hurriedly said, Big brother, go to the pleasure house and look for him. Xingmu immediately exclaimed in surprise, oh my, you'll go to the pleasure house. If father finds out, he might go mad. Minji pointed at Xingmu and said, not me, you go to the pleasure house to look. Xingmu was startled by this. He then laughed foolishly and asked me, Ego. Seeing this, Minji patted the young man's shoulder and said with a smile, if you don't go, should I go? If father finds out, I'm afraid he'll beat you to death, won't he? Hearing this, Xingmu was speechless. A misstep indeed. This is truly a case of the biter bit. So after that, Xingmu had to go to the pleasure house to search. After looking around for a while, he still returned empty-handed. However, just as he stepped outside, he accidentally bumped into Qing Chan, who was walking by. Seeing Xingmu, Qing Chan was a bit surprised. Meanwhile, Xingmu was still gloomy, thinking to himself, indeed, he's not here. But But this way, it's easier to explain to third sister. Xingmu then noticed Qing Chan and her companions. At the same time, Qing Chan and her group looked up at the sign where Xingmu had just exited. Seeing it was the sign of Lu Yin Lu, Qing Chan and her companions gave Xingmu a contemptuous glance. This startled the young man. Oh heavens, this is completely the look one gives when seeing trash. The young man then awkwardly spoke up to greet Qing Chan. Greetings, Your Highness. However, Qing Chan hurriedly shouted, "Don't come near. I'm afraid of catching something." Xingmu, seeing this, wanted to explain, "Princess, you've misunderstood. I didn't." However, before he could finish speaking, Qing Chan had already led her two maids away. "Don't talk to me. Princess, let's hurry and leave. We've really mistaken the person." Seeing this, Xingmu could only laugh bitterly and think to himself, it's over. A big misunderstanding. Now even jumping into the Yellow River won't wash me clean. The scene shifts to Xian Ying's stronghold. Hui Ming had been tied up by Qing Zong and Xian Feng and brought here. The two then knelt down and respectfully said, "Master, we've brought him." Hui Ming, being tied up, angrily cursed, "Damn it, I'll kill all of you." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he received a hard slap across his face. Qing Zong then irritably grabbed his hair, yanking him up and warning, "Shut up. Do you know who you're talking to?" Hui Ming, treated this way, was so angry he gritted his teeth. At this moment, the master spoke up. "Young man, I like you very much. I like your arrogance, your ferocity, your recklessness. These things remind me of myself when I was young. But to achieve great things and unify Xian country, you still lack the ability. And I can give you the ability to complete this great undertaking." Hearing these words, Hui Ming shouted loudly, "Enough of your roundabout nonsense. What exactly do you want to say?" The master immediately smiled. "I allow you to join Xianing." Hearing this, Qing Zong and Xian Feng were extremely surprised. "Master, why?" "Master, isn't the Emperor of Xian country our mortal enemy? This one has that despicable bloodline." Hui Ming now spoke up in confusion. "I don't know a perverted old man like you. I'm a noble prince of Xian country. Why should I join your gang of thugs?" Hearing this, the master calmly replied, "I don't care what you think. Whether you're willing or not, I have ways to make you become a member of Xianing." As he finished speaking, he stood up. His entire body quickly emanated a strange purple energy, or I could say, turn you into a tool. Seeing this, Hui Ming tensed up, breaking into a cold sweat, and hurriedly asked, "What exactly do you want to do?" Hearing this, the master pointed at Hui Ming and said, "I want you to kill the Emperor of Xian country. As a member of the royal family, you have many opportunities to kill the Emperor of Xian. Moreover, you can easily enter the Hushu department and liberate the sacred beast children. As long as you kill the Emperor, I will mobilize all of Xian Ying's people to launch an attack and seize Great Xian." But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Hui Ming. "So you want to usurp the throne? You should look at yourself in the mirror first. With your worthless character, are you even worthy? Your face looks no different from an eggplant that can't be sold at market." Hearing these words, Qing Zong couldn't hold back and wanted to rush forward to teach Hui Ming a lesson. "You want to die?" However, Xian Feng quickly stopped him. Meanwhile, the master suddenly burst into laughter. He then slowly walked towards Hui Ming and said, "This little brat is too narrow-minded. Shallow and childish, you have it all." Hearing this, Hui Ming angrily shouted, "You old eggplant, how dare you talk about me like that?" However, the master immediately said coldly, "I have no interest in the throne whatsoever. The entire Xian country too. Unifying the world interests me even less. What I truly desire is a world of great unity." Hui Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud upon hearing this. "Wow, how impressive. The entire world will be decided by you, an eggplant." However, the master immediately continued, "This world doesn't need an emperor, but a supreme ruler. A supreme ruler with overwhelming power. He won't establish rules, but only maintain and protect them. He won't interfere in worldly affairs, but only enforce absolute punishment on those who violate the rules. The supreme ruler is an existence higher than all other existences." Hui Ming, hearing this, looked dumbfounded and mocked, talking nonsense for so long. Words back and forth, making no sense. In short, don't you just want to be the god of everyone? The master smirked and replied, It seems you've understood somewhat, but not quite entirely." Hui Ming, not caring, continued to mock, "If an old eggplant like you can become a god, Even the potato in my house wouldn't agree. Qing Zong, seeing Hui Ming's attitude, became enraged and stepped forward. I'll kill this brat now. However, Xian Feng quickly stopped him, saying, don't be rash. The master at this moment calmly raised 2 fingers and said, now you have 2 choices. 1 is to voluntarily let me manipulate you into becoming a puppet. 2 is involuntarily, but you'll still become a puppet. But if you choose the second option, you'll have to endure extreme pain. As he finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and told Hui Ming to make his choice. However, Hui Ming immediately laughed and said, I choose the third option. Qing Zong and Xian Feng, hearing this, were bewildered, not understanding. Seeing this, Hui Ming frowned and continued, I will kill you. Hearing these words, the master couldn't help but chuckle. You do have some interesting ideas. Qing Zong once again wanted to rush towards Hui Ming. I'll miss you to death first. However, the master then turned to Qing Zong. Untie him. Give him his sword too. Qing Zong was startled and surprised by this. But master, this little brat. After that, Qing Zong and Xian Feng bowed and obeyed the order. Very quickly, the ropes binding Hui Ming were cut. His sword was also placed beside him by Qing Zong and Xian Feng. Seeing this, the master then quickly extended his hand, inviting, want to kill me? You can try any time. Hui Ming grabbed the sword, stood up, shook it a few times, then confidently said, let's try then. Back at White Deer Temple, while Minji was reading many books, Xing Mu had returned. Third sister, I went to the pleasure house to look. He really wasn't there. Hearing this, Minji calmly replied, I've known for a long time. I was just teasing you. Xing Mu, hearing this, was dumbfounded and thought to himself, well done, Minji. I've been played. He then approached Minji and sighed, you're killing me, sister. Moreover, I met the 4th princess coming out of the pleasure house. Minji replied, who told Big Brother to always tease me. It's good for you to taste a bit of suffering. Seeing the many books on the table, Xing Mu immediately asked curiously, what is Minji reading? Hearing this, Minji pointed at the book and replied, I asked the 2nd prince to find materials related to Xian Ying from recent years. Xing Mu then picked up the book to read and said seriously, it's just as I thought. Hui Ming is indeed a fool. He wouldn't hold a grudge to the point of not wanting to see you. If he's not seen, there's only one possibility. He's been captured by enemies. But based on his martial arts skills, the ones who could capture him can only be. As he was saying this, Minji quickly finished his sentence. Xianing. Minji then quickly pointed at the data in the book and said, Big Brother, look at this. The cases of missing young women in recent years are all related to Xianing. Xing Mu immediately looked intrigued. What do they need so many young women for? Unless their leader is a great pervert. Just at this moment, Qing Chan suddenly appeared behind them. As soon as she saw Xing Mu, Qing Chan's blood immediately boiled, and she shouted, you are the great pervert. Hearing this, Xing Mu and Minji were startled and turned their heads to look, bewildered. Qing Chan had already hurriedly rushed forward to stand in front of Minji, pointing at Xing Mu and shouting, you big pervert, stay away from my sister a bit. Seeing this, Xing Mu couldn't help but mutter wearily, this person is really troublesome. Why do I keep running into her everywhere? Qing Chan continued to criticize, you pervert. After a night of debauchery, you still want to come and harm document envoy Xiao. Xing Mu felt increasingly helpless. This is driving me crazy. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Minji immediately pulled Qing Chan's hand and explained, 4th princess, you misunderstood. I asked Xing Mu to go look for someone. Xing Mu added, that's right. Prince Hui Ming has gone missing. We fear Xianing might have harmed him. Hearing this, Qing Chan exclaimed in surprise, why Xianing? Have they changed their taste now? Do they need men too? Minji gently explained, it's not about changing tastes. Princess, have you forgotten that Prince Hui Ming defeated someone from Xianing? He even freed the kidnapped young women. Qing Chan, hearing this, suddenly realized. Minji continued, so now it's my turn to go rescue Prince Hui Ming. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Qing Chan hurriedly said, so you're going to rescue Hui Ming? That's too dangerous. You could lose your life. Let me ask my 2nd brother to send the Imperial Guards. However, Minji quickly clasped her hands and said, 4th princess, I don't want to hide it anymore. Prince Hui Ming is extremely important to me. Our fates are intertwined, sharing joys and sorrows. We share happiness and sadness. I can't be without His Highness. His Highness can't be without me. If anything unexpected happens to His Highness, I won't be able to go on living. Therefore, I can't stay in Qi country for anyone else. Please understand my heartache, princess. Qing Chan, hearing this, was so shocked that her eyes widened. Meanwhile, Xingmu couldn't help but think to himself, third sister is being too straightforward. Qing Chan's eyes were now brimming with tears. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. However, she quickly switched to an awkward smile and said, "Oh my, I forgot I have a royal ceremony today. I can't stay here long. I didn't hear anything sister just said. It's getting late, I must go." With that, Qing Chan lowered her head and left. Watching Qing Chan's retreating figure, Xingmu couldn't help but think, oh, is this her way of avoiding the situation? He then turned to ask Minji, "You made the princess angry and she ran away. Is that okay?" Minji calmly continued reading her book and replied, "Don't worry. It won't affect the grand scheme of things." Hearing grand scheme, Xingmu looked confused. Minji nodded in confirmation. "That's right, the grand scheme. As I remember, in the original story, the fourth princess character never appeared. Therefore, she won't affect the main character's grand scheme. Also, right now the most important thing is the conflict between Hui Ming and Xianing. This is an inevitable battle of fate." Just then, Minji's eyes suddenly widened with excitement. She then pointed at the book and exclaimed, "Found it. It's her." Xingmu leaned in to look and asked curiously, "Who is this kidnapped girl?" The book showed an image of a young woman, but her face wasn't clear. Back at Xian Ying's stronghold, Hui Ming was now facing the master. At this moment, Hui Ming stomped his foot hard on the ground and charged towards the master. Qing Zong and Xian Feng were closely watching his every move. However, just as he was about to reach the master, Hui Ming suddenly turned around. Taking advantage of Qing Zong and Xian Feng's slow reaction, Hui Ming immediately ran away. Seeing this, the master couldn't help but laugh. This little brat isn't stupid after all. Qing Zong and Xian Feng quickly reacted, looking at each other, then immediately chased after Hui Ming. Meanwhile, Hui Ming was using all his strength to run outside. What kind of weird place is this? I don't feel comfortable at all. Hui Ming then reached a bridge. However, before he could cross it, suddenly, countless sharp spikes grew from the ground right in front of him, forcing him to quickly brake. And from behind, Xian Feng and Qing Zong had caught up. Seeing this, Hui Ming couldn't help but grit his teeth and turn his head to look. Qing Zong and Xian Feng quickly reached Hui Ming and landed. Qing Zong said, "Put your hands out and surrender." Xian Feng also said, "You've nowhere to run, little brat." However, hearing this, Hui Ming laughed and raised his sword, asking, "Is that so?" As he finished speaking, Hui Ming immediately thrust his sword hard into the bridge beneath him, causing it to start cracking. Seeing this, Qing Zong and Xian Feng couldn't help but feel annoyed. On his side, Hui Ming had already struck hard at the crack created by his sword. Very quickly, the bridge began to crumble. Hui Ming quickly fell to the area below. After a moment of free fall, Hui Ming successfully landed on his feet. However, surrounding him now were countless containers filled with water with people inside. Seeing this scene, Hui Ming was shocked. Is this using young women to make wine? That old eggplant is truly perverted, not holding back at all. While Hui Ming was still observing, Qing Zong and Xian Feng had also jumped down. However, Hui Ming had quickly hidden himself. Seeing this, Qing Zong and Xian Feng became irritated and began searching around for the coward. "Come out now. I know you're hiding in here. If I catch you, I'll drain all your blood to water the plants." Hearing this, Xian Feng frowned and interrupted, "Don't talk nonsense. The master needs him alive." Qing Zong then couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to use his sacred beast power. "Fine, they're not of much use anyway. My vines will turn this place upside down." As he finished speaking, vines from beneath the ground quickly grew up. Meanwhile, Hui Ming, hiding behind a container, worriedly thought, "Damn, he's going to use his ultimate move already." Just then, a vine suddenly grew up in front of him, startling Hui Ming. However, on the other side, Xian Feng had quickly grabbed Qing Zong's hand, stopping him and shouting, "Are you crazy? Do you want to destroy this place? If you accidentally harm the master's treasures, can you bear the responsibility?" Hearing Xian Feng's words, Qing Zong retracted his vines. Hui Ming, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Qing Zong had turned to Xian Feng, irritably asking in a loud voice, "Then what should we do? That brat's speed is so fast, and there are treasures everywhere here." Hearing this, Xian Feng clasped her hands, gathering her phoenix fire power, and and said, "Let me." As she finished speaking, from her body, countless red birds appeared, flying out. Then they spread out and began flying around the containers to search for Hui Ming's location. Very quickly, Hui Ming's hiding spot was discovered by one of the birds. Seeing the birds chasing towards him, Hui Ming panicked and hurriedly ran away at full speed. Damn it, what the hell are these things? Receiving information from the birds, Xian Feng pointed in Hui Ming's direction and shouted, "He's over there." Meanwhile, Hui Ming was still being closely pursued by the flock of birds. Seeing this, Qing Zong and Xian Feng also hurriedly gave chase. "You coward, you're dead for sure." Hui Ming ran for a while until he hit a rock wall and stopped. "Damn it, a dead end." Seeing this, Xian Feng coldly ordered, "Close the net." The birds without hesitation rushed towards Hui Ming. Seeing this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and say, "It's over. I'm really caught this time." At this critical moment, suddenly a hand appeared, reaching out to grab Hui Ming's shoulder. Then it decisively pulled him into a small, inconspicuous hole. On the other side, after the birds collided with the rock wall, they exploded, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Qing Zong and Xian Feng quickly caught up, but when the smoke cleared, there was no sign of Hui Ming anywhere. Seeing this, Qing Zong looked around bewilderedly, searching. "Where is he? I can't sense any trace of his presence at all. How could he vanish completely?" Xian Feng, also extremely surprised, wondered aloud, could that brat also have sacred beast power? That's absolutely impossible. At the same time, Hui Ming was now in a different space, observing every move of Xian Feng and Qing Zong. The young man was now somewhat panicked, wondering, "Where am I? What is this place?" Just then, someone answered, startling Hui Ming and making him turn around. "This is a space I created using sacred beast power. No one will be able to detect it." The speaker was a rather young woman. Back at White Deer Temple, Minji was still focusing on the portrait of the girl in the book of documents. This girl's name is Gwen A.M. She's the key to helping us find Xian Ying's lair. Xingmu curiously asked why. Minji immediately turned to Xingmu and said firmly, "If we find her, we'll find Xianing." After hearing this, Xingmu quickly voiced his doubts. Xianing has kidnapped so many young women. Finding just one person could reveal where Xian Ying's lair is. Moreover, you don't even know if this girl is still alive or dead, right? Minji smiled confidently and replied, "They're not the same. She's definitely still alive. She has a twin sister named Gwynnak. Her sacred beast power can be completely transferred to her older sister. In the original story, the sisters Gwen A.M. and Gwynnak both have the ability to control space. They live in the capital and both possess sacred beast power. Unfortunately, Gwen A.M. has been captured by Xianing. Later, Hui Ming's ability to kill Xian Ying's leader was thanks to Gwen A.M.'s help." Xingmu, now suspicious, stroked his chin and glanced at Minji. "Such a secret. How do you know all this?" However, as he said this, the young man laughed and patted Minji's head. "It's from Master Changgung again. How does he know so much?" Minji immediately changed the subject seriously. "Anyway, the problem now is to find Gwen A.M. Xingmu quickly asked, "So where do we look? Did Master Changgung tell you that too?" Hearing this, Minji immediately stammered, "Well, this Master hasn't finished telling me yet." She thought to herself, this wasn't mentioned in the original story either. Xingmu pondered and quickly asked again, "So where should we go to find Gwynnak?" Hearing this, Minji rubbed her head and replied, "It's giving me a headache. I just realized I missed a step." Just then, unexpectedly, a voice spoke up saying, "I know," startling both of them as they looked over. It was none other than Qing Chan. She was teary-eyed, hiding in a corner nearby. Seeing Qing Chan, Minji was surprised and quickly asked, "Fourth princess, you haven't left yet." Qing Chan, with glistening eyes, replied, "I know where Gwynnak is." Hearing this, Xingmu immediately teased, "Oh my princess, have you been hiding there eavesdropping all this time? Aren't you in a hurry for the royal feast?" However, Qing Chan ignored the young man and quickly turned away with an annoyed expression. Minji quickly held up Gwen A.M.'s picture in front of Qing Chan and asked, "Fourth princess, do you know Gwen A.M.?" Qing Chan took the book, looked at it, and replied, "I don't know Gwen A.M., but I know her younger sister Gwynnak and where she lives, because they look exactly alike." Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but ask eagerly, "Please tell me. This is extremely important." Qing Chan looked up at Minji and smiled, answering, "Gwynnak is in my princess residence, working as a maid in the medicine room." Hearing this, Minji was overjoyed. "That's great. This means Hui Ming can be saved." Xingmu immediately looked at Minji and said, "It seems Hui Ming is favored by heaven. We can't delay. We must act quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Ching Chan grabbed Minji's hand and pulled her away, saying, "Sister, I'll take you to find Gwynnak. Don't worry about that big pervert anymore." Watching the two of them leave, Xingmu couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Looks like I'm really disliked. Very soon after, all three arrived at the princess's residence. As soon as they found Gwynnak, she panicked and quickly knelt down, begging, "Princess, spare me. I truly am hiding Sacred Beast power. Please don't send me to the Sacred Beast department. My Sacred Beast power is useless. It can only transmit messages to my sister." Hearing this, Ching Chan quickly bent down to help Gwynnak stand up. "I won't send you to the Sacred Beast department. I just need your help. Moreover, your Sacred Beast power is very significant." Gwynnak, hearing this, couldn't help but wonder and asked, "Why do you say that?" Minji quickly stepped forward, clasped her hands, and replied, "Please, miss, use your Sacred Beast power to transport me to your sister. We need to rescue someone." Hearing this, Gwynnak immediately teared up and replied, "I also want to rescue my sister very much, but she doesn't allow me to go, because it's very dangerous there. She's afraid I won't be able to return if I go." Hearing this, Minji smiled and said, "I will rescue your sister and bring her back. Please trust me." Ching Chan also hurriedly grabbed Gwynak's hand. "I beg you, please help my sister." Seeing this scene, Gwynnak finally nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll help you. Miss, please make sure to bring my sister back." A moment later, after Minji was fully prepared, Gwynnak began to use her Sacred Beast power to open a space gate. Under Gwynnak's concentration, the gate was soon completed. Seeing this, Minji hurriedly stepped forward. However, at this moment, Ching Chan turned and said, "I'm going with you, sister." Hearing this, Minji laughed and patted her head, advising against it. "This journey is extremely dangerous. It's enough for me to go alone. You are the Emperor's precious treasure. I don't dare to risk hurting the Emperor's feelings." Xingmu then spoke up, "I'll wait here for you until you return. You must take care of yourself." Hearing this, Minji turned to him, nodded, and smiled, "I will definitely come back." At this moment, Gwynnak, sweating, hurriedly said, "My Sacred Beast power is very weak. It can't be maintained for long." Hearing this, Minji didn't hesitate any longer and quickly stepped towards the gate. Then, without any hesitation, she entered. Seeing this, Ching Chan couldn't help but worry and said, "No, I can't let sister go on this dangerous mission alone." After saying this, she closed her eyes and ran towards the gate, wanting to follow Minji. However, she hadn't taken more than a few steps when Xingmu tripped her, causing her to fall straight to the ground. So, while Ching Chan was crying for not catching up, Gwynnak had already closed the space gate as she had no more strength left. After the gate disappeared, Xingmu smiled and extended his hand towards Ching Chan. "Princess, are you all right? My shoe was dirty earlier. I was about to clean it when I accidentally tripped the princess. This is truly my fault." However, upon hearing this, Ching Chan immediately lunged forward and bit Xingmu's hand hard. "I'll bite you to death." Xingmu, in pain, cried out with tears in his eyes, "Ouch. Princess, are you a dog?" Back to Hui Ming's location. He was now clasping his hands to thank Gwen Am. "I almost lost my life just now. Fortunately, you saved me. Thank you very much." Seeing this, Gwen Am hurriedly waved her hand and said, "I saw you and just pulled you in on impulse. It can't really be called a rescue effort." Hui Ming then quickly looked around and asked curiously, "Miss, why are you here?" Hearing this, Gwen Am calmly replied, "I'm Gwen Am, kidnapped by Xianing and brought here. I plan to use my Sacred Beast power to create a space to escape, but I don't have enough power to leave this place, so I'm trapped here." Hearing this, Hui Ming spoke to reassure her, "Although we can't escape, it's relatively safe here. We'll think of a way slowly." However, Gwen Am shook her head dejectedly and replied, "It's only temporarily safe. My Sacred Beast power isn't strong enough. This space can't be maintained for too long." Hearing this, Hui Ming was shocked. "You can't be serious." Meanwhile, outside, Qing Zong and Xian Feng were still frantically searching for Hui Ming everywhere. Gwen Am then lowered her head and said worriedly, "This place is rarely visited. I only use it for temporary escape. I didn't expect someone to fight their way here." Hui Ming immediately asked anxiously, "If there's no way to maintain it for long, then what will happen to this place?" Gwen Am replied, "We can only return to the outside. Very soon, we'll be discovered by them." Hearing this, Hui Ming asked further, "If it's one-on-one, I could barely manage to cope. 1 against 2 would be troublesome. What about you? Are you good at fighting?" Hearing this, Gwen A.M. hurriedly waved her hands and replied, I don't know. When faced with danger, I always run away. Hearing this, Hui Ming dejectedly sat down on the ground. The young man then sighed deeply and lamented, if only sister were here, it would be great. Just then, the space suddenly shook and a tear appeared. Hui Ming, startled, immediately asked, what's happening? Gwen A.M., on her side, had quickly used her sacred beast power to reinforce the space and replied, this space is about to collapse. Hearing this, Hui Ming hurriedly said, let me out. I can't involve you in this. Gwen A.M. immediately looked at Hui Ming with concern. But if you go out, you'll lose your life. Hui Ming quickly grabbed his sword and then confidently replied, I won't die because I haven't married my sister yet. Hearing this, Gwen A.M. was completely bewildered. He actually wants to marry his own sister. Qing Zong and Xian Feng on their side were still frantically searching for Hui Ming. Just then, Hui Ming suddenly jumped out from a space gate and fell right behind the two of them. Hearing the commotion, Xian Feng and Qing Zong turned around and quickly gave chase. Meanwhile, Hui Ming was using all his strength to run away. Seeing Qing Zong and Xian Feng chasing closely behind, Hui Ming thought to himself, I must lure them away. I can't involve Gwen A.M. in this. However, after running for a while, Hui Ming approached the path that had been broken earlier. So Hui Ming quickly jumped onto a rock. Then he bent down to grab some stones. Finally, he stomped his foot hard and leaped straight up. Hui Ming gritted his teeth, thinking, I must get to the top. However, at that very moment, two firebirds suddenly rushed towards him. They then plunged straight into Hui Ming's back, causing him to fall to the ground in pain. As he struggled to get up, Xian Feng and Qing Zong had caught up. Seeing this, Hui Ming couldn't help but grit his teeth. In anger, Qing Zong then cracked his knuckles and said, let me give him a good beating before handing him over to the master. Xian Feng, controlling the firebirds, added, this time, we won't let you escape. As she finished speaking, she ordered the firebirds to rush towards Hui Ming. Seeing this, Hui Ming frowned and thought to himself, do they want me dead right away? This is too much already. However, just as the red birds were about to reach Hui Ming, a fire shield suddenly appeared, incinerating them. Qing Zong and Xian Feng, seeing this, were utterly astonished. What's going on? Is this sacred beast power? As the fire screen dissipated, Minji had appeared, standing in front of Hui Ming. Qing Zong and Xian Feng were even more surprised. It's the Phoenix Fire Girl. Where did she come from? Hui Ming, seeing Minji, was overjoyed. Sister, you're here. Minji, extremely angry, pointed directly at Qing Zong and Xian Feng, shouting, except for me, no one dares to bully my little brother. Hui Ming, seeing this, cheered loudly. That's right. Sister, you're absolutely right. Qing Zong and Xian Feng, witnessing this scene, were confused and glanced at each other, thinking, are these two crazy? At a container far away, Gwen A.M., hiding behind it, couldn't help but exclaim, his sister is really cool. A few minutes earlier, Minji had suddenly stepped out of a space gate in front of Gwen A.M. She then approached Gwen A.M. and said, Gwen A.M., I'm here to rescue you. But first, I need to save my little brother. Hearing this, Gwen A.M. pointed ahead and asked, your brother? You don't mean him, do you? In front of her was the image of Hui Ming running for his life, trying to escape from Qing Zong and Xian Feng. Seeing this, Minji smiled and nodded. That's him all right. Back to the present. The four of them were now in a tense standoff, observing each other. At this moment, Hui Ming angrily pointed at Qing Zong and tattled to Minji's sister. Use your fire to burn that ugly wooden-faced man to death for me. Hearing this, Minji couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, Qing Zong, hearing Hui Ming's words, boiled with rage and shouted, you damned brat. Who are you calling ugly? But Hui Ming, not paying much attention, continued pointing at Xian Feng and said, leave that damned bird-playing woman to me. Xian Feng, hearing this, was infuriated. However, Minji had already raised her hand to stop the young man, saying, you're a prince, after all. It's not good to fight a woman. If word gets out, it will ruin our great Xian's reputation. As she said this, she pointed at Xian Feng. I'll deal with that bird-playing blockhead. You take the other one. Hearing this, Hui Ming happily raised his sword and replied, all right, I'll listen to you, sister. Qing Zong, at this point, could no longer contain himself. Angrily, he summoned vines to wrap around a large rock and hurled it towards the two, shouting, shut up. Both of you, just die already. Seeing the rock flying towards them, Hui Ming, undaunted, charged forward with his sword. He then struck with a single blow, cleaving the rock in two. After doing so, Hui Ming immediately lunged towards Qingzong. "You ugly one, let me fix that face of yours." Hui Ming swung his sword down hard. However, Qingzong had created a giant vine to block it. He then angrily glared at Hui Ming and shouted, "You little brat, I'll definitely tear that foul mouth of yours to shreds." On the other side, Xian Feng, observing the battle, suddenly startled and looked behind her. She saw a fireball unexpectedly rushing towards her, causing her to panic and quickly dodge. Minji then spoke seriously, "Xian Feng, I am your opponent." Hearing this, Xian Feng was very surprised. "How do you know my name?" Minji smiled mockingly and replied, "I even know that you're going to lose. This has already been predetermined." As she finished speaking, she thought to herself, in the original story, Xian Feng was the one I defeated. However, after hearing those words, Xian Feng erupted with power. "You're even more arrogant than your brother. How shameless of you to speak like that." Minji, not to be outdone, clenched her fist, radiating power as she replied, "If you don't believe me, let's try it out. If you dare harm my brother, I absolutely won't let you off." The phoenix power of both quickly flared up. Minji immediately thought to herself, "Looks like I'll have to show my true abilities now." Minji then spoke up to warn, "Give up, you're sure to lose." Hearing this, Xian Feng immediately scoffed, "I really don't know where you get such confidence from." Seeing this, Minji waved her hand provocatively. "Just use your ultimate move. No need to hold back. One move to decide the winner." Xian Feng, upon hearing this, immediately mocked, "What, are you in a hurry? Why the rush?" Minji laughed and replied, "No, I'm afraid my brother might be bullied. I need to quickly go help him. So let's end this quickly." Hearing this, Xian Feng angrily shouted, "I see you've lived so long you're impatient to die." As she finished speaking, fiery wings grew from her back. She shot fire arrows straight towards Minji. However, Minji used her fire and wind power to create a shield, blocking all the fire arrows. After doing so, she mockingly said, "Is this move of yours called chicken feathers flying everywhere?" Hearing this, Xian Feng became enraged and clasped her hands, concentrating her power. "Keep laughing. Let's see if you can still laugh in a moment." As she finished speaking, she created a giant hand made of fire. Then she quickly clenched it into a fist. Finally, she put all her strength into punching towards Minji. However, just like before, the giant hand was easily blocked by Minji. Minji then continued to mock, first chicken feathers, now chicken claws. "It's really an eyesore." As she finished speaking, Minji exerted her power. She crushed the giant hand. Xian Feng, seeing this scene, was utterly astonished. Why didn't it hit her? How could she block it? It's impossible. Meanwhile, Minji was slowly walking towards Xian Feng. Moreover, each step was accompanied by scorching flames. She then calmly said, "Because I am a true sacred beast inheritor. You're just an imposter, using techniques to borrow sacred beast power. That's all." Hearing this, Xian Feng angrily shot countless sparks towards Minji. "Shut up, I'm not a fake." However, of course, those little flames couldn't penetrate Minji's shield. "Stop deceiving yourself. No matter how flashy it looks, you're just an empty barrel making a lot of noise." As she finished speaking, Minji raised her hand, concentrating her phoenix firepower. When you encounter someone with real sacred beast power, you're like a wild chicken facing a phoenix. You're completely unworthy to be my opponent. Seeing this scene, Xian Feng broke out in a cold sweat. It's over. This woman is very dangerous. At this point, she had lost all will to fight and turned to run away. I must get away from her first. However, before she could escape, countless fire ropes shot towards her, directly binding Xian Feng. This terrified her greatly. Minji then quickly jumped over, approaching Xian Feng. "You hit my brother and still want to run." As she finished speaking, she raised her hand, gathering her phoenix firepower. Then, she struck Xian Feng with a powerful palm strike. "This is the flame of anger from when you hurt my brother. Feel it slowly with your body." Struck by this blow, Xian Feng flew straight into a nearby rock wall, creating a massive impact. As the dust settled, Xian Feng was now deeply embedded in the rock wall, her mouth continuously spitting blood. Seeing this, Minji mockingly said, "From today on, you should change your name to Black Chicken." After speaking, she dusted off her hands and turned to leave. "All right, I need to check on my little brother now." On the other side, Hui Ming had just stomped his foot to gain momentum. He then charged straight ahead, aiming to stab Qingzong with his sword. "Go and die." However, Qingzong calmly raised his finger. A large vine quickly appeared, its speed as fast as before. But it's completely useless. As he finished speaking, he directed the vine towards Hui Ming. However, Hui Ming easily cut it in half. But in a moment of inattention, Hui Ming's leg was ensnared by a small vine. Seeing this, Hui Ming couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Immediately after, the vine lifted Hui Ming's entire body into the air. Seeing this, Qingzong spoke up, "Kid, you really haven't given up yet. Why are you so determined to seek death?" As he finished speaking, he hooked his finger downwards. The vine quickly slammed Hui Ming hard onto the ground with great force. Hit by this attack, Hui Ming was injured and lay flat on the ground. Seeing this, Qingzong arrogantly said, "You really can't take a hit. Without Sacred Beast power, you're simply not worthy to be my opponent." As he finished speaking, he turned his thumb downwards and mockingly said, "Kid, why don't you let your sister come instead? After I kill that Phoenix Fire woman, I'll send you on your way as well." However, hearing these words, Hui Ming gritted his teeth and sat up. "Just for that sentence, you deserve to die 800 times over." But Qingzong raised his chin in contempt. A dying duck's last quack. How unsightly. Hui Ming's face darkened as he firmly said, "Before my sister arrives, you must die." As he said this, Hui Ming shouted loudly, "Clean your neck and wait, you ugly bastard." Hearing this, Qingzong immediately used his Sacred Beast power to create a stone wall surrounding both of them. "You little brat, still so arrogant." Hui Ming, seeing these stone walls, was startled and shocked. Qingzong then mockingly said, "Now let's see where you can run." Hearing this, Hui Ming raised his sword and gritted his teeth, replying, "Who do you think you're looking down on? I never intended to run in the first place. Not until I've chopped off your head." Seeing this, Qingzong quickly summoned several large thorny vines and said, "Accept your death." This great one was still considering leaving you a corpse. As he finished speaking, the thorny vines rushed towards Hui Ming. Meanwhile, he hurriedly turned to run away. Hui Ming, though struggling a bit, still managed to dodge the attacks of those vines. Moreover, he didn't forget to taunt, again with these tattered branches. "They're useless against me." Hearing this, Qingzong laughed and raised his hand. "Don't be hasty, kid. There's plenty more." Hui Ming gritted his teeth and looked up. He saw that above, countless magical thorny vines had appeared, causing the young man to break out in a cold sweat. "Damn, that many." Qingzong, on his side, had already smiled and prepared to use another technique. "Finally, I'll give you a big gift." As he finished speaking, in front of him a magical circle appeared. From within, a leopard formed from energy quickly rushed out. Seeing this scene, Hui Ming hurriedly retreated on guard. The leopard and the thorny vines then wasted no time and began to attack Hui Ming. Qingzong, seeing this, smiled triumphantly. "You have nowhere to run now. This place will be your grave." However, Hui Ming directly shouted, interrupting him, "Shut up. I've already said I won't run." As he finished speaking, Hui Ming charged forward. As he ran, he tried to dodge the thorny vines. After getting past the vines, Hui Ming directly jumped towards the leopard. With a powerful sword strike, he slashed down at the leopard, cleaving it into two halves. Qingzong, seeing this scene, was utterly astonished. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Hui Ming was still frantically charging towards Qingzong. Seeing this, Qingzong couldn't help but curse. "This damned mad dog." As he finished speaking, he raised his hand high. A rock quickly rose up, blocking Hui Ming's path. Hui Ming, seeing this, smirked and said, "Do you take me for a fool?" After speaking, he stepped on the rock and jumped up. "Don't I know how to run to the back?" Immediately after, Hui Ming easily jumped over that wall and, as soon as he landed, he stomped his foot once and rushed quickly towards Qingzong. Seeing this, Qingzong broke out in a cold sweat. "It's over." However, just as Hui Ming was about to reach Qingzong, he quickly raised his hand, using his Sacred Beast power. Very quickly, many vines appeared, rushing towards Hui Ming. They then bound Hui Ming, preventing him from advancing further. Seeing this, Qingzong contemptuously continued, "Without Sacred Beast power, you still want to fight me." However, Hui Ming smiled and replied, "Don't celebrate too early." Next, he raised his sword and shouted loudly, "Go to hell." As he finished speaking, he forcefully threw the sword towards Qingzong. Qingzong, seeing this, was startled and shocked, turning around. "Damn it, I can't dodge in time." Thinking this, he hurriedly used vines to envelop his body, creating a shield. "It's just one sword strike. I can endure it." However, at this moment a surprise occurred. Hui Ming's sword suddenly burst into flames, forming a blazing fire arrow. Hui Ming, seeing this scene, was astonished, his eyes widening. This flame, could it be from sister? The flaming sword then flew straight towards Qing Zong. Fire meeting would immediately ignited, burning Qing Zong on the spot. Very quickly, he was burned to a charred piece of meat. The vines, without anyone controlling them, quickly retreated, releasing Hui Ming. At this moment, Minji also arrived at Qing Zong's location. Dare to touch my brother, you're dead for sure. Hui Ming, seeing this, was overjoyed and hurriedly called out, sister. Minji then worriedly ran over to check on Hui Ming. Are you all right? Hearing this, Hui Ming scratched his head and replied, not all right at all. It's really been miserable enough for you to laugh at me. However, Minji quickly hugged Hui Ming and gently comforted him. I won't laugh at you. I'm your sister, after all. Hearing this, Hui Ming smiled happily and nodded. Minji said with a hint of sadness, you don't know how worried I was about you. However, very quickly, she calmed down and held Hui Ming's face, asking, I forgot, are you injured anywhere? Hui Ming laughed and replied, how could I be? Who do you think I am? Just at this moment, Gwen Am also arrived, interrupting their conversation. I'm sorry to disturb you too, but that Xian Feng, or whatever, seems to have escaped. I'm afraid she'll call for reinforcements. Hearing this, Minji and Hui Ming were startled and looked towards the wall. Xian Feng had already fled at some point. Seeing this, Minji hurriedly spoke up, we can't delay any longer. We must quickly leave this place. However, Hui Ming immediately objected. No, I haven't settled the score with that old man yet. Hearing this, Minji smiled and turned to look at him, saying, I also want to find that old man and settle the score. But now is not the time. At this moment, Gwen M pointed upwards worriedly and said, but the exit is up there. How will we get out? Hearing this, Hui Ming raised his sword and replied, we'll fight our way out. However, Minji quickly spoke up to stop him. I thought about that too. But even if we fight our way to the exit, we basically can't get out. Hearing this, Hui Ming couldn't help but ask why. Minji then explained, because this place is deep under the sea. It's a forbidden area, using a barrier to keep out the seawater. After hearing this, Hui Ming couldn't help but shudder. So it's deep under the sea. No wonder it feels so cold here. Minji then calmly pointed to a nearby passage and said, Xianing members leave this deep-sea forbidden area through a teleportation formation. It's probably inside the secret chamber down there. As she finished speaking, she thought to herself, thankfully the old story mentioned these things. Gwen Am, after hearing Minji's words, couldn't help but praise, your sister even knows about these things. I am truly impressed. Hui Ming, of course, looked extremely proud. See how amazing my sister is. The three of them then wasted no more time and ran straight into the passage. Minji, leading the way, urged, while reinforcements haven't arrived yet, we must leave quickly. Very soon, the three of them reached the teleportation formation Minji had mentioned. Seeing this, Minji extended her hand towards the blue stone in the center and said, this formation uses sacred beast power to activate. As she finished speaking, she quickly channeled her power into the stone. Immediately, the formation was activated. A pillar of light quickly appeared, enveloping the three people. The scene shifts to the main hall where Xian Feng, having crawled back, had just arrived. Master, your servant deserves death 1,000 times over. The sixth prince of Xian country was rescued by that Phoenix Fire Woman, and even Qing Zong also. As she said this, she trembled and clenched her fists. However, the master remained indifferent and said, let them escape, it doesn't matter. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Feng was utterly astonished. The master then continued, they even understood how to use the teleportation formation to escape. It's truly surprising. As he said this, he suddenly raised his finger towards the sky. It's not surprising, it's terrifying. This is a future calamity. Hearing this, Xian Feng spoke through gritted teeth, that damned Phoenix Fire Woman. I will certainly kill her. As she finished speaking, she clasped her hands respectfully to the master. Now that the sixth prince has escaped, what should we do about the plan to provoke conflict between Xian and Qi countries? The master smirked and said, that arrogant brat, even if he thinks he's escaped, he's still not beyond my control. As he said this, he extended his hand. In his palm was a strange symbol. I've already implanted a curse in his heart. When the time is right, it will naturally bear fruit. The scene shifts to outside the capital of Qi country. The three, Minji and her companions, had returned and were entering the main gate. Hui Ming stretched and sighed, finally seeing sunlight again. In that weird place, I was about to grow mold. Gwen Am was also joyful, with tears in her eyes. I thought I'd never get out of there in my lifetime. This is so fortunate. Seeing this, Minji smiled and turned her head, urging them, Big brother and the fourth princess are waiting for us. And also your sister, Miss Gwen Am. Just as Hui Ming was about to step forward, a sudden pain shot through him, making him pause. The cause was the curse that the master had implanted in his heart. However, Hui Ming, of course, didn't know this. So he clutched his chest in pain, wondering, what's this feeling? Minji, seeing Hui Ming's strange behavior, turned back and asked, were you injured in the fight earlier? Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately smiled and replied, how could that be possible? I'm fine. As he finished speaking, he quickly stepped forward to walk with the other two. However, the uncomfortable feeling in his heart continued to torment Hui Ming. A while later, at the princess's residence, Gwen Am, upon seeing Gwen Nak again, immediately embraced her, crying loudly, I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Gwen Nak also burst into tears, saying she felt the same. On another side, Ching Chan had started crying and ran to hug Minji. I was so worried. You're finally back. Seeing this, Minji patted Ching Chan's head to comfort her. There was no great danger. I've returned safely. Meanwhile, Hui Ming had noticed that Xing Mu's hand was injured. So the young man curiously spoke up to ask, Big brother, what happened to your hand? Hearing this, Xing Mu replied somewhat helplessly, if I said I was bitten by a dog, would you believe me? However, Hui Ming quickly nodded and jokingly said, I believe you. I believe you. Big brother is so cunning. It's not strange that you'd be bitten by a dog. Hearing this, Xing Mu felt so hurt that tears welled up in his eyes. Oh my, that's too hurtful. Immediately after, Minji suddenly came over and put her arm around Hui Ming, praising, Your Highness, well said. Your Highness said exactly what I wanted to say, but didn't dare to. Seeing this, Xing Mu was left speechless on the spot. Hui Ming, meanwhile, laughed happily and replied, everything I said is the truth. Ching Chan, standing behind, seeing Minji and Hui Ming laughing and talking happily, thought sadly to herself, Sister and the sixth prince are such a good match. At that very moment, Ching Chan realized that the distance between her and Minji and Hui Ming had become incredibly vast. After a moment of deep thought, Ching Chan then stepped in front of Minji and Hui Ming, saying she had made a decision. I must go to the palace to see father. I won't stubbornly insist on keeping sister in East Qi anymore. I will also urge father to quickly sign the alliance treaty. Hearing these words, Minji and Hui Ming couldn't help but rejoice. They both then hurriedly clasped their hands to Ching Chan, fourth princess, as wise. Xing Mu also happily came forward to whisper to Minji, that's great. After signing, we can return to Great Xian within half a year. Ching Chan then turned to the sisters Gwen Am and Gwen Nak and asked, what are your plans for the future? Hearing this, Gwen Am and Gwen Nak hurriedly bowed and replied, in this world, being sacred beast inheritors will always face dangers. Therefore, I want to take my younger sister and live in seclusion in the wild mountains. We hope the princess will grant us permission to leave. Hearing this, Ching Chan stepped forward and took Gwen Nak's hand, smiling as she said, of course I'll let you two leave. Not only will I let you go, but I'll also have people prepare carriages and wealth enough for both of you. This is what you deserve. Hearing this, Gwen Nak was immediately moved to tears and hugged Ching Chan, thanking her profusely. Seeing this scene, Minji smiled and thought to herself, Gwen Am's story in the original plot has been changed by me. 10 days later, in Guihua Palace in Great Xian, Jean Fei, after reading the news that had arrived, was so angry that she trembled. Seeing this, Chenyu Rue hurriedly spoke up to ask, Mother, what's the matter? Hearing this, Jean Fei gritted her teeth and handed the letter to Chenyu Rue. Read it yourself. East Qi has presented a national letter. It says that on the 12th of next month, they will sign an alliance treaty with our country. After reading, Chenyu Rue couldn't help but angrily exclaim, didn't Li and Hai send Li De Quan to sabotage this alliance? How could it be ruined so quickly? Meanwhile, at the Imperial Inspection Post, Gao Chong Shun, looking at Li De Quan bandaged on the bed, asked, is this man actually alive or dead? The old official immediately shook his head and replied, he won't die, but he won't live much longer either. Back at Guihua Palace, Chenyu Rue had lost his composure and threw the letter in his hand forcefully. Damn that old bastard Li and Hai. He's becoming more and more useless. He can't accomplish anything at all. Just then, a maid came in to announce, Your Majesty, Steward Lian Hai requests an audience. Immediately after, Lian Hai slowly entered. Seeing this, Chinyu Rue was startled and surprised. However, he quickly switched to a smile. Steward Li, you've finally arrived. A big problem has occurred. East Qi is forming an alliance with our country. Hearing this, Lian Hai replied, I've come here because of this matter. Chinyu Rue laughed and asked, Steward Li, you dare to come, so you must have a plan to deal with this, right? Lian Hai immediately nodded and said, That's right. Chinyu Rue hurriedly continued, Then please enlighten us, Steward Li. Meanwhile, Jean Fei had lost patience and slammed her hand on the table, shouting, Enough. Stop beating around the bush and speak up. Lian Hai then began to explain, The day they sign the alliance is also the day we send troops to attack East Qi's border. Hearing this, Chinyu Rue quickly understood. So when the sixth prince signs the peace alliance between the two countries, we'll be breaking the rules. By attacking East Qi's border, we can use someone else's knife to kill. This could cause the sixth prince to lose his life there. Lian Hai not there? That's right. This is also the final plan I've left. However, Jean Fei skeptically and hurriedly said, Ridiculous. The one commanding troops at the border is the third prince. How could he agree to help us deal with the sixth prince? Moreover, don't forget, the third prince, like us, wants to seize the throne. After hearing this, Lian Hai immediately replied smugly, Your Majesty need not worry. I have already persuaded the third prince. Otherwise, how would I dare to come see you? Chinyu Rue and Jean Fei, hearing these words, were utterly surprised. How did you persuade him? Lian Hai hurriedly explained, The enemy of my enemy is my friend. The third prince also doesn't want the sixth prince to sign the alliance. Moreover, the third prince has always been pro-war. He has strongly opposed peace negotiations before. So after we eliminate the threat of the sixth prince, we can then focus on dealing with the third prince. Hearing this, Chinyu Rue praised, Brilliant. Fortunately, we have Steward Li's strategy. This time, the sixth prince is surely doomed. As he finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lian Hai, thinking to himself, You useless old man, I'll let you live a few more days for now. But if you dare to ruin my grand plans again, you're dead for sure. Sometime later, at Wu Yuan City on the border of Great Xian, the third prince of Great Xian, Prince Yu Chun Yin Zhao, was fully armored and ready. Just then, an old general approached and knelt down, reporting, Prince Yu, Your Highness, the 300 death soldiers are assembled and ready. Hearing this, Chun Yin Zhao turned his head to look. The old general then stood up and shouted loudly, We await your highness's order to immediately attack East Qi. At the foot of the city, many soldiers were present, lined up neatly. They all wore masks symbolizing death soldiers, ready to sacrifice themselves on the battlefield. At this moment, Chun Yin Zhao stepped forward and said, Sixth brother, don't blame me. 1 million soldiers have sacrificed to protect our national borders. I must give them a satisfactory explanation. Moreover, the 100-year hatred between Qi and Xian cannot be resolved by a small treaty alone. As he finished speaking, Chun Yin Zhao drew his sword, raised it, and said loudly, Blood debts must be paid in blood. This is the way of heaven. All the death soldiers below, hearing this, shouted in unison in response, That's right. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Chun Yin Zhao then turned to the old general beside him and instructed, After attacking East Qi, strengthen our defenses. Prevent East Qi's retaliation. The old general, hearing this, quickly bowed and replied, Your servant obeys. Meanwhile, at Prince Jin's residence, Yu Sheng hurriedly brought a letter to Su Bei. Father, we've received a letter from the inner court. East Qi is about to sign a treaty with Hui Ming. Hearing this, Su Bei calmly said, Don't pay attention to that little brat. Immediately pack our luggage and prepare to depart. Hearing this, Yu Sheng was utterly bewildered. Prepare to depart. Where to? Su Bei glanced at Yu Sheng and said, My half-year promise to Ming Yi is almost up. I want to go to her side to wait for her. Yu Sheng, hearing this, couldn't help but be shocked, his eyes widening. But isn't it not time yet? Moreover, after they sign the treaty, they'll return immediately, won't they? However, Su Bei immediately patted Yu Sheng's shoulder and continued, I won't sit obediently waiting at Prince Jin's residence. If I'm going to wait, it'll be by her side. I've already said that. If she doesn't return in half a year, I'll go to East Qi to fetch her. As he finished speaking, Yu Sheng panicked and hurriedly tried to stop Su Bei. Father, have you gone mad? But Su Bei immediately pushed the young man aside. Don't just sit around. Quickly prepare men and horses to accompany me to meet Ming Yi. Hearing this, Yu Xing exclaimed in panic, I have to go too. However, Su Bei paid no attention and directly left. That night, at White Deer Temple, Hui Ming sat pensively on a stone bench. His face bore many signs of worry. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes appeared, staring intently, startling Hui Ming. He immediately turned around, shouting, Who's there? But there was no one behind him. Seeing this, Hui Ming rubbed his head, sighed, and thought to himself, Why have I recently always felt like a pair of eyes were staring at me? Just then, Ming Yi approached and called out. Hearing this, Hui Ming was startled and looked up in surprise, asking, Sister, why aren't you asleep yet? Ming Yi patted the young man's head a few times and replied, Aren't you not asleep either? Tomorrow is the day to sign the treaty, you know? Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately smiled awkwardly and replied, I'm a bit nervous, so I can't sleep. Hearing this, Ming Yi couldn't help but be surprised. She moved closer to Hui Ming and asked, You, who fear neither heaven nor earth, are afraid now. I really can't believe it. Hui Ming scratched his head and replied, How embarrassing to be laughed at by you, sister. But Ming Yi quickly threw herself forward, hugging Hui Ming, comforting him, Don't worry. I'll always be by your side. Don't be disrespectful tomorrow. Don't embarrass our great Xian. Hearing this, Hui Ming narrowed his eyes and replied, With you by my side, I'm not afraid of anything anymore. At this point, Hui Ming gently embraced Ming Yi. After we return, I'll ask Father to grant us marriage. Hearing this, Ming Yi nodded in agreement. The scene shifts to Xian Ying's main stronghold. Xian Feng was now respectfully bowing to the master, asking, Master, Qi and Xian will sign the alliance treaty tomorrow. Hearing this, the master said he already knew. He then stood up, smiling, and said, When the time comes, we must create a storm of blood and wind. As he said this, he turned to Xian Feng and asked, How is Qing Zong? Xian Feng hurriedly and respectfully replied, He'll recover in a few more days. Meanwhile, in the underground space, Qing Zong was currently being treated inside a container. Suddenly, Qing Zong showed signs of movement. He opened his eyes and angrily shouted, Chen Hui Ming, you just wait. I'll definitely chop you into 100 pieces. The next morning in the Imperial Hall of Qi Country, the place was now filled with many people. Liang Ke and Hui Ming were prepared to sign the alliance treaty. On the table, the treaty and jade seals were already prepared. At this moment, an old official stepped forward and spoke, Please, both parties stamp the 2 copies of the treaty. Hui Ming and Liang Ke, hearing this, quickly picked up the jade seals together and began stamping. Suddenly, Hui Ming's entire body began to shake violently. However, he still tried to move forward to complete the signing ceremony. The seal officially took effect, and both sides exchanged the treaties. After finishing, Liang Ke and Hui Ming handed the treaties to Liang's son. Xing Wu and Xing Mu quickly noticed that Hui Ming wasn't well. However, Xing Mu still read the treaty with Liang's son first. The 2 countries ally. Share in adversity, share in prosperity. Today, we officially sign this alliance. Proclaim to the world. From now on, there will be no more military conflicts. The people will cultivate and work. Together enjoy a peaceful and happy life. However, during this time, Hui Ming was shaking more and more. What's wrong with my heart? No, I can't lose face. This is the most crucial moment. Below, Ming Yi, seeing Hui Ming like this, was very worried. Hui Ming's condition doesn't seem very good. Did he not sleep well last night? At this moment, Liang Ke also laughed and stepped forward to announce, To celebrate the alliance between our 2 countries, Qi and Xian, I decree a celebration for the day the 2 countries signed the alliance in the imperial capital. Meanwhile, suddenly a pair of red eyes appeared, staring intently, making Hui Ming extremely uncomfortable. Immediately after, Hui Ming's eyes changed, becoming lifeless. As for the master's location, he was currently controlling numerous energy spheres in front of him. He then picked up the energy sphere with Hui Ming's image and coldly ordered, assassinate him. Back to Hui Ming's location, he was now slowly approaching Liang Quebec. Meanwhile, Liang Ke, still unaware of anything, continued to speak joyfully. Tonight, the imperial capital will hold a lantern festival to share the joy with all the citizens. As he finished speaking, all the officials knelt down in unison. Your Majesty is wise. However, at that very moment, Hui Ming's hand suddenly emitted a black smoke. It then transformed into a short sword. Detecting the anomaly, Liang Sun quickly turned his head towards Hui Ming. Seeing Hui Ming holding the short sword and rushing towards Liang Ke, Liang Sun hurriedly ran over, shouting loudly, "Your Majesty, danger." As the sword slashed down, Liang Sun used his back to shield Liang Ke. Both of them then fell hard to the ground. All the officials witnessing this scene were utterly shocked. Xing Mu, standing to the side, watching Hui Ming do such a thing, was even more speechless. Nearby, Qing Chan covered her mouth in fear. Ming Yi was even more panicked, calling out Hui Ming's name. Liang Sun, after protecting Liang Ke, hurriedly shouted, "Guards! Someone is trying to assassinate the emperor." The short sword Hui Ming had used suddenly vanished. Hui Ming coughed up blood and fell weakly to his knees, wondering what had just happened. However, just as Hui Ming was still bewildered, Liang Sun hurriedly pointed at him, ordering guards, "Quickly seize him." As soon as he finished speaking, soldiers and guards quickly approached to restrain Hui Ming. Liang Sun then angrily shouted, "How dare you attempt to assassinate the emperor? Kill him for me." Meanwhile, Hui Ming, still not understanding anything, kept asking himself, "What have I done? How could I possibly assassinate the emperor?" However, following Liang Sun's order, a guard stepped forward, drawing his sword. He then placed the blade against Hui Ming's neck. Seeing this, Xing Mu hurriedly knelt down, clasped his hands, and said, "Please stop. All of this is too sudden. I beg your Majesty to calm down and investigate this matter thoroughly." Ming Yi also quickly knelt down and added, "Your Majesty, there must be something suspicious about this incident. Please investigate it thoroughly. If it truly was His Highness's doing, then it won't be too late to execute him then." Finally, Qing Chan also knelt down and pleaded, "Father, Document Envoy Xiao is right. I beg you to consider carefully." Seeing this, Liang Sun helped Liang Ke stand up and loudly objected, "Your Majesty cannot be merciful to them. Otherwise, Xian country will look down upon us." After hearing everyone speak, Liang Ke patted his head, thinking. After a moment, he raised his hand to signal the guards. Qing Chan is right. This incident happened too suddenly. First, take the 6th prince of Xian country into custody. Then send people to investigate this matter thoroughly. Liang Sun wanted to object, but was stopped by Liang Quebec. When the truth comes to light, we will demand from Xian country a satisfactory answer. And so, Hui Ming was then dragged away by soldiers and imprisoned. That night, in Chongning City on East Chi's border, a soldier standing guard suddenly noticed something unusual. He saw that above, there were many arrows and cannon fire fiercely approaching. In no time, the city was set ablaze by the barrage. Seeing this, the soldiers quickly rang the bell to warn of enemy attack. Enemy troops are attacking. It's the people from Xian country. Gao Changshun and a general, hearing this, became extremely angry. "Those damn Xian country people. How dare they attack us in the middle of the night when our two countries just signed an alliance? General, let me kill those Xian country bastards. Kill those treacherous dogs." The soldiers, hearing this, became fired up and shouted, "Kill the Xian country. Destroy all the traitors." Gao Changshun then hurriedly turned to the old official and instructed, "Immediately write a letter to inform His Majesty. Xian country has betrayed the alliance. They led troops to attack Chongning at night. Then order the messenger to ride day and night without rest. Quickly report this to the court." The scene shifts to Wuyuan City. The old general approached, clasped his hands, bowed respectfully to Chun Yin Zhao, and said, "Your Highness, our troops have been attacking Chongning day and night. The East Chi border has assembled their army and is preparing to counterattack." Hearing this, Chun Yin Zhao immediately said happily, "Continue the attack for me. Make East Chi furious." The old general then suddenly held up a letter and said, "Your Highness, I received an urgent letter delivered by pigeon." Chun Yin Zhao, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "What does it say?" The old general stood solemnly and calmly replied, "The 6th prince, while signing the alliance treaty, attempted to assassinate the East Chi emperor, but failed. He has now been imprisoned, Your Highness." Chun Yin Zhao, hearing these words, immediately stood up and asked in shock, "What? Is this true?" The old general immediately smiled slyly and replied, "The entire East Qi is in shock. Such a major event couldn't possibly be mistaken, Your Highness." Hearing this, Chunyin Zhao couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh loudly. He then drained the wine cup in his hand and threw it forcefully to the ground, shattering it. This sixth brother is seeking his own death. It seems even the heavens are helping me this time. After that, he stood up and coldly ordered, "Continue attacking East Qi's border. Let the sixth brother die, completely over there." The old general, hearing this, immediately clasped his hands, bowed, and left to carry out the orders. Back in East Qi, Qing Chan had now led Ming Yi and Xing Mu to meet with Liang Quebec father. "Please believe me, Prince Hui Ming must have been controlled." As she said this, she pointed to the person beside her. "We have found evidence, Your Majesty. It can prove that what I'm saying is true." Liang's son, hearing this, asked skeptically, "What evidence?" Ming Yi hurriedly clasped her hands respectfully and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know if you found the short sword that His Highness used for the assassination attempt that day." Liang's son immediately hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, Ming Yi continued, "That day, I saw with my own eyes that the short sword was not a metal weapon, but was formed from light." Xing Mu also hurriedly added, "It's indeed true, because that short sword was created by sacred beast power. It wasn't a real object at all." Qing Chan also quickly continued, "That day at the alliance signing scene, Hang Si-ming from the Sacred Beast Department was present. He can testify to this." Hearing this, Hang Si-ming stepped forward, clasped his hands, and said, "That day, from my observation, that short sword indeed was created by sacred beast power." Hearing this, Liang's son frowned and asked, "If that's the case, does the sixth prince of Xian country have hidden depths? He even has sacred beast power." However, Hang Si-ming immediately shook his head. "I went to the prison to check. The sixth prince doesn't have any sacred beast power at all." Liang's son, hearing this, asked in surprise, "Are you sure?" Hang Si-ming confidently replied, "I can stake my life on it." Qing Chan, standing nearby, was overjoyed at this and thought to herself, "Well done, Uncle Hang." However, Liang's son quickly continued, "Even if he doesn't have sacred beast power, the crime of attempting to assassinate the emperor cannot be denied." Hang Si-ming hurriedly replied, "It's possible that he was manipulated by someone else, Your Majesty." But Liang's son irritably asked, "You speak without evidence. What do you suggest? Who controlled him? Who wanted to harm Your Majesty?" Hearing these words, Hang Si-ming could only bow his head and stammer that he didn't know. Seizing on this, Liang's son smiled and said, "If that's the case, then this death sentence cannot be escaped." Hearing this, Ming Yi quickly knelt down and pleaded, "I will definitely investigate the truth behind this matter. I'll clear Prince Hui Ming's name. I beg Your Majesty to give us a chance." After a moment of thought, Liang Ke sighed and spoke, "This matter indeed has its complexities." However, just then, an old official carrying a letter rushed in panically, "Your Majesty. Urgent news from the border." Liang's son, already irritated, told him to speak quickly. The old official hurriedly presented the letter and said, "Xian country, on the day our two nations signed the alliance treaty, attacked Chongning. They've ignited a war between our two countries." Ming Yi and Xing Mu, hearing these words, were even more shocked and startled. "How could this be? It seems we've been framed by our own people." Liang Ke, now extremely angry, stood up and shouted, "How dare they? Do they think our East Qi has no one left?" Liang's son below was equally furious. "Indeed, not only attempting to assassinate Your Majesty, but also attacking our borders. Are you all collaborating from within? Do you want to overthrow our East Qi?" As he said this, he loudly ordered guards, "Drag all these people down for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the guards approached to restrain Ming Yi and Xing Mu. Seeing this, Liang's son continued to speak, instructing, "Lock them all in the dungeon to await further action." The guards, hearing this, placed their swords at the necks of Xing Mu and Ming Yi, intending to lead them away. Qing Chan, seeing this, quickly rushed forward and grabbed the guard's hand to stop him. However, Liang's son immediately pulled her back. "Fourth sister, stop causing trouble. Step back now." Just then, Xing Mu raised his hand and spoke, "Please wait a moment." He then respectfully clasped his hands and said, "When two countries are at war, they don't kill envoys. I am an imperial envoy of Xian country. If you imprison me, then how can I convey your country's intentions to the Xian court? I beg Your Majesty to allow me to go to the border to assess the situation between our two countries." Hearing this, Liang Ke closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then, gritting his teeth, he spoke, "Very well, we grant you permission. The guards, hearing this, withdrew their swords. Xing Mu then went to Ming Yi and instructed her, I'll go to the border to resolve the immediate danger. You must take good care of Hui Ming until I return. At this moment, Liang's son could no longer contain himself and shouted, Enough. Take her away. The guard, hearing this, immediately led Ming Yi away. However, Ming Yi still turned her head back, trying to say to Xing Mu, You be careful too, brother. The scene shifts to Wu Yuan. Chun Yinzhao was now in the strategy room discussing plans. Suddenly, the old general rushed in panically announcing, Your Highness, Prince Jin has arrived. Hearing this, Chun Yinzhao spoke with suspicion, Royal uncle. Why has he come? And at such a crucial moment, no less. An official standing to the side said, Your Highness, don't forget that Prince Jin's crown prince is currently in East Qi. If Prince Jin learns of our attack during the treaty signing, I'm afraid he'll come to cause trouble. Hearing this, Chun Yinzhao rubbed his forehead and said, Royal uncle has never been easy to deal with. But then again, when two countries are at war, they won't harm the crown prince. The crown prince surely won't be killed. The official hurriedly made a slashing motion across his neck, gesturing, but what if something unfortunate happens? After all, we attacked on the very day of the treaty signing. If East Qi is ruthless enough to execute the crown prince. Hearing this, Chun Yinzhao immediately turned to the old general and asked if there was any news of the crown prince from East Qi. The old general shook his head, saying there was none. Chun Yinzhao, hearing this, showed concern. What should we do? If royal uncle has already arrived, I don't know how to explain this to him. So after that, he hurriedly gave an order, keep Prince Jin outside the city. Don't let him enter. The old general, hearing this, quickly went to carry it out. Next, Chun Yinzhao turned to instruct the other official, You go and find out about the crown prince and the sixth prince for me. Meanwhile, Su Bei and his people were still waiting outside the city gate. Just then, Yu Sheng returned and reported, Father, they won't open the gates for us. They say we're not allowed to enter. Hearing this, Su Bei frowned and asked why. He then angrily growled, How ungrateful. Do they not respect Prince Jin at all? If they won't open the gates, then I'll open them myself. As he finished speaking, Su Bei stomped his foot on the horse's back and jumped up with just a few steps. He easily leaped onto the top of the city gate. The old general and several soldiers, seeing Su Bei suddenly appear, were startled out of their wits. Meanwhile, Su Bei had tilted his face and spoke to him. Do you recognize me? The old general hurriedly clasped his hands and said, Greetings, Prince Jin, your highness. Seeing this, Su Bei irritably asked further, Then do you dare to touch me? The old general hurriedly replied in confusion, We wouldn't dare, your highness. It's just that, before he could finish, a sword was placed against his neck, making him jump in fright. Su Bei then coldly said, In that case, go and report to that little prince you for me. If he doesn't open the city gates, I'll kill all the guards here. As he said this, Su Bei began counting. I'll start with you first. 3, 2. However, hearing this, the old general panicked and hurriedly ordered the soldiers to open the city gates. After the gates were opened, Yu Sheng led Prince Jin's people inside. Meanwhile, in the royal prison of East Qi, Ming Yi was now being brought here and locked up. However, as soon as she entered, she was startled. She saw that Hui Ming was currently lying motionless on the ground. Seeing this, Ming Yi became worried and rushed over, calling out loudly, Hui Ming, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly. But no matter how she called, Hui Ming showed no response at all. The guard, after locking them up, was about to report to the warden and prepare to leave. Seeing this, Ming Yi quickly ran over and called out loudly, Warden, sir. Our prince is unconscious and won't wake up. Please quickly call a doctor to examine him. Hearing this, the warden calmly said, The doctor has already come 3 times and couldn't find any illness. It's really troublesome. Seeing this, Ming Yi immediately asked, Then why won't our prince wake up? Have you been mistreating him? However, hearing this, the warden became angry and shouted, Little girl, don't talk nonsense. He's someone we're waiting for orders from His Majesty about. Even if I had 10 guts, I wouldn't dare to touch him. Hearing this, Ming Yi said, Then please trouble you to call the doctor again to check for me. However, the warden directly waved his hand in refusal. He's already come 3 times. Even if he comes again, it'll be the same. You'd better pray for him yourself. Seeing this attitude, Ming Yi couldn't help but get angry. How can you speak like that? He is a prince of Great Xian. If anything happens to him, Can you bear the responsibility? However, hearing these words, the warden stepped forward, smiling mockingly as he replied, "You're talking nonsense. In this prison, there are only criminals. How could there be a prince here?" But as soon as he finished speaking, a hand reached out and gave the warden a slap on the head. "You're the one talking nonsense." The warden, having been hit, became furious and quickly turned around to ask who had struck him. However, when he saw it was Ching Chan and Hang Si-ming, the young man was startled. He then hurriedly bowed and exclaimed, "Oh my! Isn't this Princess, Your Highness? Why have you come to this place?" Ching Chan irritably said, "Don't act friendly." Quickly opened the prison door. But hearing this, the warden immediately panicked and waved his hands, saying, No, I can't. The person in prison here is someone His Majesty specifically ordered me not to release." But as soon as he finished speaking, he received another slap from Ching Chan. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm only here to check on Prince Hui Ming's illness." Hearing this, the warden forced a smile and hurriedly opened the door, saying, "Oh, so that's it. I've misunderstood. My apologies." After entering, Hang Si-ming quickly went over to check on Hui Ming's condition. However, after taking his pulse, he sighed. Seeing this, Ming Yi worriedly asked Master Hang, "How is our prince?" Hang Si-ming replied, "Prince Hui Ming has been struck by a curse. Moreover, the one who cast it has very high skills. Furthermore, because of this curse, his mind has been controlled by someone else. Perhaps that's why he committed the crime of treason." Hearing this, Ching Chan couldn't help but angrily say, "Who would be so bold? They truly have no conscience." Ming Yi lowered her face and softly replied, "It can only be that person." After speaking, she worriedly asked Hang Si-ming, "Why hasn't His Highness woken up yet?" Hang Si-ming replied, "The one who cast the spell has profound skills. The curse is also very potent, so it has attacked his mind in return. It has trapped His Highness's will in a dream state. That's why he can't wake up." Hearing this, Ching Chan became agitated and hurriedly asked, "Then what should we do? Please save Prince Hui Ming quickly." Hang Si-ming immediately pondered, stroking his chin, and said, "The best way right now is to use the dream guiding technique to enter His Highness's dream world and awaken his will." Hearing this, Ming Yi hurriedly clasped her hands and said, "Then we'll have to trouble Master Hang." Knowing Ming Yi wanted to perform the dream guiding technique, Hang Si-ming spoke up to ask, "Are you sure you want to do this? Entering his dream world will be very dangerous. Moreover, we haven't even considered whether his dream world will accept you or not. And even if you can enter, if you can't find a way to awaken his consciousness, you'll also be trapped in the dream world. You won't be able to wake up anymore. Even your life will be drawn in as well." Hearing these words, Ching Chan immediately stepped forward and grabbed Ming Ye's hand, trying to stop her. "It's too dangerous. If you fail by any chance, won't both of you die?" Seeing this, Hang Si-ming stood up and advised, "Princess, this isn't something we can decide. It depends on document Envoy Zhao's choice." Ming Yi quickly raised her hand and smiled, wiping away Ching Chan's tears. "I've already decided. Moreover, the feelings between His Highness and me are so deep. He certainly won't reject me entering his dream world." Seeing this, Hang Si-ming nodded and continued, "All right then. Life and death are separated by just a thought. Be careful." Hearing this, Ming Yi resolutely clasped her hands to him and said, "I will remember clearly. Thank you for your trouble, Master Hang." And so, Hang Si-ming began to use his technique to open the gate to Hui Ming's dream world. Ching Chan stood to the side, her entire body now extremely anxious as she looked back and forth. Meanwhile, on Ming Ye's side, she had already begun to open the dream guiding technique. Seeing this, Hang Si-ming stepped forward to give Ming Yi a final instruction. "The dream world is all illusory. You must not become attached. Don't forget your original purpose. After awakening His Highness's consciousness, your soul will return to your physical body." Hearing this, Ming Yi nodded firmly. Seeing this, Hang Si-ming didn't say anything more and began to perform the final step. He guided Ming Ye's consciousness into Hui Ming's dream world. Ming Yi closed her eyes tightly, feeling her consciousness slowly leaving her body. After a while, Ming Ye's consciousness successfully fell into the depths of Hui Ming's dream world. A beautiful scene quickly appeared. She saw Hui Ming and herself when they were still young, happily chasing butterflies together. Hui Ming's mother was still alive and watching the two of them play. Mingyi called out loudly to Hui Ming. Hearing this, Hui Ming quickly grabbed a butterfly net and chased after her. Mingyi then chased the butterfly towards Hui Ming. Seeing this, Hui Ming didn't hesitate and quickly swung his net to catch it. However, he missed the butterfly and instead hit Mingyi on the head with the net. Seeing this, they both burst into joyous laughter. À un moment donné, Hui Ming gently approchait Mingyi. He then quickly took a flower wreath and placed it on Mingyi's head. "This is for you, sister." Mingyi, seeing this, smiled happily and said, "It's beautiful. It smells so nice." But then, Hui Ming suddenly leaned in and kissed Mingyi on the cheek, making her very flustered. "What are you doing?" Hui Ming immediately replied shyly. "Mother said if you kiss a girl, you have to marry her when you grow up." Hui Ming's mother had now come up behind them, looking at the two. Hui Ming then continued, "When I grow up, I'll definitely marry you, sister." Mingyi, hearing this, leaned close to Hui Ming and softly asked, "Really? You want to marry me?" Hui Ming immediately nodded, I do." Hearing this, Mingyi took the initiative to hold Hui Ming's hand. She then smiled and said, "Then it's a promise, okay? You can't go back on your word." Hui Ming immediately smiled and nodded. "I definitely won't go back on my word." Right after that, Mingyi invited Hui Ming to go to the pond to see the fish. "There's so many little fish. Come here quickly." Hearing this, Hui Ming hurriedly chased after her. Seeing many fish in the pond, Hui Ming immediately suggested catching them. As he finished speaking, he quickly grabbed a net and prepared to do so. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, calling Hui Ming, startling him. Hui Ming looked around in confusion, searching. "Who is it? Who's calling me?" After speaking, he was startled to look down at the pond. The water's surface suddenly began to move. Immediately after, the image of an adult Mingyi appeared, calling out loudly to Hui Ming, "Brother, wake up quickly." The scene shifts to the guest house in Wu Yuan. Many guards were currently surrounding the place. Yu Sheng, inside, looked out at the scene and couldn't help but speak up. "Father, the soldiers below, 3 layers inside, 3 layers outside. Since we left the capital, we've never seen such a large formation." Hearing this, Su Bei irritably turned to the official standing beside him and asked, "What does Prince Yu mean by this?" The official, hearing this, immediately forced a smile and replied, "Wu Yuan is a border area with unstable public security. There are many bandits. Prince Yu is doing this only to protect Prince Jin." Su Bei, after hearing this, frowned. "Is that really so?" The official immediately replied, "It is indeed so. But I don't know what mission Your Highness Prince Jin has in this area." Su Bei calmly replied, "No mission. I'm here to wait for someone." The official was startled and asked, "Oh, I see. Who might that be, Your Highness?" However, Su Bei irritably snapped, "Is this something you should be asking?" The official, seeing this, became frightened and hurriedly said, "This lowly one has overstepped. I beg Prince Jin's forgiveness." Hearing this, Su Bei then asked, "Where is Prince Yu?" "I'm here. Why hasn't he come to pay his respects?" The official broke out in a cold sweat and quickly explained, "Prince Yu bears heavy responsibilities and cannot leave his post, Your Highness." Hearing this, Su Bei didn't say much more and replied, "Then take me to see him." The official immediately refused. "Military matters are urgent. It's not convenient to visit. I hope Prince Jin can forgive us." However, Yu Sheng, his blood boiling, stepped forward and shoved the official's shoulder, angrily shouting, "What did you say?" "Prince Jin is Prince Yu's royal uncle. He's the emperor's royal brother. Are you saying he can't even meet with him? His authority must be quite grand indeed." The official, hearing this, immediately knelt down in fear and replied, "I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. The truth is, Prince Yu is dealing with urgent matters. He absolutely has no intention of disrespecting Prince Jin." Seeing this, Su Bei raised his hand to stop Yu Sheng and said, "It's all right. We'll wait a few more days then." As he said this, he waved his hand, dismissing the man. "Go now. I'm tired today. Tell your soldiers to keep it down so this prince can rest." The official, hearing this, was overjoyed and hurriedly left. After he had gone, Yu Sheng stepped forward to close the door and turned to Su Bei, asking, "Father, are we just leaving it at that? Prince Yu is clearly avoiding us." Su Bei took a sip of tea and replied, How could we let this slide? If Prince Yu wants to avoid me, then I'll personally go to find him." Hearing this, Yu Sheng was startled as he understood. "I see. You plan to sneak out at night." However, Su Bei quickly raised his hand, signaling him to lower his voice. Back in Hui Ming's dream world, after seeing Ming Yi calling him, he turned pale with fright and shouted, "Ghost! Water ghost!" He then fell back weakly. However, Ming Ye's voice sounded once again from behind, causing Hui Ming to panic and quickly turn around. He saw that Ming Yi had now appeared in a spirit form, speaking softly, "Hui Ming, it's me. You need to wake up. This is all a dream. None of this is real." Hearing this, Hui Ming fearfully asked, "Who are you? Are you a person or a ghost?" Hearing this, Ming Yi bent down and extended her hand to Hui Ming, saying, "Don't worry about all that. Quickly, take my hand. I'll lead you back." Hearing these words, Hui Ming immediately looked confused and asked again, "Back where?" Just then, the young Ming Yi standing with Hui Ming's mother waved from afar, calling out loudly, "Hui Ming, come over here quickly. Let's go eat watermelon. There are meat buns too." Meanwhile, the real Ming Yi was still trying to persuade Hui Ming. "Hui Ming, come back to our world. It may not be perfect there, but everything is real. Don't go over there. Everything there is fake. If you continue to be immersed in this dream, you'll only sink deeper and deeper." Hui Ming, standing between the two, was confused and turned back and forth, not knowing which to choose. Seeing this, Ming Yi directly grabbed his hand, pulling him. "Come back with me, Hui Ming." However, Hui Ming immediately pulled his hand back, shouting, "Is something wrong with your head? Don't touch me." After speaking, he happily ran to where young Ming Yi and his mother were. After Hui Ming made his decision, Ming Ye's spirit could only sigh and slowly disappear. Immediately after, another scene appeared. This time, Hui Ming was grown up and was called to the main hall of Xian country. After Hui Ming entered, he quickly knelt down and paid his respects. "Your son greets Father Emperor." Yuan Xiao Shoufu, at this moment, quickly stood up to read the imperial edict. Sixth Prince Ning Wang Chun Hui Ming has merited in protecting the country, fighting against East Qi. Moreover, he has won consecutive battles, capturing 12 cities. This has caused East Qi to fear and repeatedly sue for peace. This is an unprecedented achievement. Therefore, we bestow upon Ning Wang the title of Heavenly Strategy Supreme General. An additional 30,000 troops are added to his command. Hearing this, Hui Ming smiled and raised his head, saying, "Father Emperor, all these rewards your son does not need. I only wish to ask for one thing." The court officials, hearing this, were startled and looked at each other in confusion. Qin Yuanjing was particularly puzzled and quickly asked, "You don't need any of it. Then what do you want?" Hui Ming immediately said, "I want Father Emperor to grant me a marriage." At this, he pointed towards Ming Yi, who was standing nearby. "I want to grow old together with Ming Yi. I hope Father Emperor can grant us marriage." Hearing this, Ming Ye's face turned completely red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Su Bei was so angry his blood was boiling. However, Qin Yuanjing unexpectedly burst into laughter. "Ah, fame and fortune. He doesn't want any of it. He only wants a companion by his side. My son is quite the romantic, isn't he?" Hui Ming quickly clasped his hands and said, "I hope Father Emperor will grant this wish." Seeing this, Qin Yuanjing nodded. "Why shouldn't this be allowed? I very much want to grant this marriage to you too." As he said this, he hesitated and turned to Su Bei. "It's just that this marriage must be approved by royal uncle first." At this moment, Su Bei unexpectedly walked up to Hui Ming. Seeing Su Bei's displeased expression, Hui Ming felt a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Ming Ye's spirit from reality had now appeared here, standing and watching everything unfold. Hui Ming, seeing Su Bei's silence, became a bit worried. However, he quickly gathered his courage and clasped his hands to Su Bei, firmly saying, "I hope royal uncle will grant this wish for me and Ming Yi." Su Bei frowned and replied, "You little brat, you're quite bold. You dare to have thoughts about my daughter." As he finished speaking, he directly drew his sword and pointed it at Hui Ming's face, startling the court officials. Su Bei then spoke seriously. "If after marriage, you dare to treat her unkindly, I will certainly use this sword to run you through." Hearing this, Hui Ming was overjoyed and hurriedly nodded. "Yes, royal uncle." However, Su Bei immediately patted the young man's shoulder. "What? You're still calling me royal uncle?" Hui Ming then forced an awkward laugh and replied, "Ah, father-in-law." Seeing this, Qin Yuanjing quickly spoke up. "This marriage has our approval. quickly choose an auspicious day for the grand wedding. Hui Ming then went over to take Ming Ye's hand amidst the congratulations of the officials. Seeing this scene, the real Ming Ye couldn't help but shake her head in exasperation. She then clenched her fist tightly and thought seriously, if I don't take action now, this little fool will never wake up. The scene changed once again. This time it was the day of the wedding ceremony. Ming Yi was now dressed as a bride, sitting and waiting. Just then, Hui Ming opened the door and entered. He then hurriedly approached Ming Yi, wanting to lift the veil covering her face. Ming Yi, I've finally waited for this day to come. Or should I say my wife? However, right at that moment a voice rang out, startling Hui Ming. I'm over here, Hui Ming. After turning his head, he was shocked to discover another Ming Yi, also dressed as a bride, standing at the door. Seeing this, the couple was utterly bewildered. How can there be two brides? Am I dreaming? Which one of you is the real Ming Yi? However, as both claimed to be the real one, Hui Ming was completely stumped. But then, the young man quickly thought of a solution. That's it, I'll just lift the veils, and I'll know right away. So the young man then began to lift the veil of each person. However, under each veil was Ming Ye's face. Seeing this scene, Hui Ming panicked, his face turning pale. How can this be? Why are they all Ming Yi? I must be dreaming. Just then, Ming Yi standing at the door approached, smiling and saying, So, who will you choose? Ming Yi sitting on the bed quickly stood up and said, Of course he'll choose me. I'm the real one. Ming Yi at the door, hearing this, immediately retorted, Hey, I'm the real one. However, after saying this, she felt embarrassed and thought to herself, two women fighting over a husband, how embarrassing. But Hui Ming suddenly shouted, I won't choose either of you. Hearing this, both Ming Yes were utterly shocked. However, the young Hui Ming quickly smiled joyfully and embraced them both. Real or fake, it doesn't matter. As long as I can be with Ming Yi, it's fine. Besides, with two Ming Yes, isn't the joy doubled? But as soon as he finished speaking, the young man received a beating from both of them. You're dreaming. Right after that, the real Ming Yi couldn't hold back anymore and shouted, Enough. Hui Ming, you should wake up now. After speaking, she quickly took off the bridal gown and threw it away. Then she rapidly used her sacred beast power to create a flame in her hand. Seeing this, Hui Ming was utterly surprised. Ming Yi, your hand is on fire. However, Ming Yi didn't answer and directly threw the flame, setting the room ablaze. Hui Ming, seeing this, panicked and quickly stood up. Fire! We need to run quickly. But Ming Yi grabbed his hand, pulling him back and shouting, Come to your senses. Then they saw the flames begin to burn away the surrounding scenery. Even the other Ming Yi gradually disappeared. After everything was burned away, around the two of them only a vast, dark space remained. Seeing this, Hui Ming confusedly spoke up and asked, Where is this? Where am I? Ming Yi then flicked the young man's forehead. You still don't understand. This is inside your dream world. Everything was just your illusion. Hearing these words, Hui Ming suddenly startled. Then he clutched his head, showing intense pain. Memories of Ming Yi once again flooded into his mind, and the truth came back to him. I remember now. On the day of signing the alliance, I attempted to assassinate the Emperor of East Qi. In the end, I was thrown into prison. Seeing this, Ming Yi extended her hand and said, You finally remember. Then come back with me quickly. However, Hui Ming refused, Sister, I don't want to leave here. The real world is too painful, but here I have everything. I have you loving me. I have Mother loving me. I don't have to face any schemes or plots, nor is there any bloodshed or war. Hearing these words, Ming Yi panicked and shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? This is a dream world. Everything here is fake. However, Hui Ming remained stubborn. Even if it's fake, here I can have everything I want. It's like I've already fulfilled my dreams. He then sat down abruptly. I want to stay here. The real world is too cruel. It's better to let me dream beautiful dreams here. Besides, if this is a dream world, doesn't that mean I can have whatever I want? This place is truly perfect. Now that we're married, next should be having children. So even if you kill me, I won't leave. However, Ming Yi became extremely angry upon hearing this. She then exploded, releasing her sacred beast power. You little brat, you're quite bold. You refuse the easy way and insist on the hard way. It seems I'll have to use my ultimate move. You forced me to do this. Hui Ming, seeing this scene, turned pale with fright. Sister, this looks like you're going to kill me. Even though this is just a dream world, I still felt pain when I was hit earlier. However, Ming Yi, red-faced with anger, shouted, "If you come back with me, I'll marry you." The scene shifts to Xian Ying's crucial area. The master was sitting cross-legged. Around him, many energy spheres were floating in the air. Suddenly, some movement caused him to open his eyes. He then smiled and said, "That Phoenix Fire woman is truly talented at obstructing others." After speaking, he reached out towards a nearby sphere. The sphere quickly flew into his hand. "Don't ruin other people's beautiful dreams." As he finished speaking, he cast some sort of spell on the sphere. Inside were the images of Hui Ming and Ming Yi, back in Hui Ming's dream world. After hearing Ming Yi say she would marry him, the young man was shocked and widened his eyes. Then, extremely excited, he jumped up. "This cursed place! I can't stay here for another second. We must leave here quickly." Seeing this, Ming Yi sighed helplessly. He changes his mind so quickly. She thought to herself, if father knew, he'd surely be furious. But now's the time to reveal everything. Meanwhile, the young Hui Ming was still frantically looking around. "Where's the exit? Let me out quickly." Seeing this, Ming Yi extended her hand and said, "There's basically no exit here at all. Quickly, take my hand. I'll lead you out of this place." Hearing this, Hui Ming was surprised and replied, "So that's how it is, sister." He then reached out his hand to grasp Ming Yi's. But at that very moment, a purple magic circle suddenly appeared from the side, and purple arms quickly rushed towards Hui Ming. They then grasped Hui Ming's body tightly and pulled him away. He immediately panicked a bit. "What is this? Let me go." Seeing Hui Ming being pulled towards the magic circle, Ming Yi quickly chased after him. She then tried to reach out and pull Hui Ming back. However, he had already been pulled into the magic circle by those hands. Hui Ming tried to struggle free, but it was useless. His entire body slowly disappeared like that. Seeing this, Ming Yi plunged into that circle, trying to pull Hui Ming out, and so both of them were swallowed by that circle. A moment later, Ming Yi was lying on the ground. Suddenly, she startled awake, then quickly sat up. Looking at her surroundings, Ming Yi wondered, "Where is this? Where's Hui Ming?" At this moment, Hui Ming suddenly appeared, hurriedly running to Ming Ye's side and asking with concern, "Sister, are you all right?" However, Ming Yi suddenly struck out, slashing across Hui Ming's body. "Don't touch me. You're not Hui Ming." After being slashed by Ming Yi, Hui Ming turned into a puff of smoke. Then it quickly gathered back together, revealing the form of the master. "It seems I couldn't fool you after all. Well, he is your little lover, after all." Seeing this, Ming Yi angrily shouted, "It really is you, Yulong. You're the one who put a curse on Hui Ming, aren't you?" Hearing this, Yulong was utterly shocked. "How do you know my name? Isn't this our first meeting?" Ming Yi pointed to her head angrily and said, "Not just your name. All of your thoughts and actions cannot escape my magical eyes." The reason she knew about this was, of course, because she had previously stayed up late to binge read the story. However, upon hearing Ming Ye's words, Yulong became extremely angry. "How arrogant! Where do you get the confidence to say such things?" Ming Yi confidently replied, "You don't know. Because Hui Ming and I are the main characters of this world." Hearing this, Yulong was completely dumbfounded, not understanding a thing. But Ming Yi didn't care and quickly activated her Phoenix Fire power, shouting, "You call yourself a supreme god, but unfortunately in this world, you're nothing more than a roadblock." However, Yulong immediately activated his own sacred beast power in response. He then frowned angrily at Ming Yi and said, "I thought the sixth prince was arrogant enough, but I didn't expect his sister to be even more so." Ming Yi, not to be outdone, shouted back, "It seems I'll have to eliminate you to wake Hui Ming from his dream world." Meanwhile, in reality, Ming Ye's entire body had begun to burst into flames. Seeing this, Qing Chan became extremely worried and wanted to rush over to wake Ming Yi up. However, Hang Ximing quickly stopped her and explained, "It's no use, princess. Document Envoy Xiao isn't burning. She's using her inner energy to fight against the evil curse." Hearing this, Qing Chan could only pray, "Sister, please don't let anything happen to you." The scene shifts to the guest house in Wuyuan City. Taking advantage of the late hour, Su Bei hurriedly left the guest house. After observing for a moment, Su Bei quickly discovered the direction of the military camp. Seeing this, Su Bei didn't hesitate any longer. He then stomped his foot once and jumped in that direction. In his heart, he was thinking, I hope that Prince Yu hasn't gone to sleep yet. A while later, at the Great Hall of Wu Yuan, Su Bei was now standing on a high tree branch, observing the death soldiers who were returning to the city. Their bodies were covered in countless bloodstains. Seeing this scene, Su Bei couldn't help but remark, it's quite lively for this late hour. Meanwhile, that group of people remained unaware as they continued to advance deeper into the military camp. However, the soldier at the very end seemed a bit strange. His eyes had narrowed, looking extremely dangerous. Back to Su Bei, he had now reached the central command tent of the camp. Seeing him, the guards quickly raised their spears. Then they rapidly charged forward to attack. An assassin. Catch him quickly. Hearing the commotion outside, Chunyin Zhao instinctively startled and grabbed his sword. But immediately after, Su Bei had already dealt with the guards and lifted the curtain to enter. This prince comes uninvited, truly offensive indeed. Seeing him, Chunyin Zhao was startled and surprised, calling out, Royal Uncle. Very quickly, more soldiers arrived to surround Su Bei. Seeing this, Chunyin Zhao waved his hand and said, There's no need to worry. This is my royal uncle. All of you go outside. Hearing this, the soldiers obeyed and left. Once outside, they immediately helped to take the injured guards for treatment. Meanwhile, inside, Chunyin Zhao had sheathed his sword and smiled, saying, Military affairs are busy. I had no way to receive Royal Uncle properly. I didn't expect Royal Uncle to come here himself. Hearing this, Su Bei seriously asked, mobilizing troops in the middle of the night, what are you using the army for? Chunyin Zhao smiled and replied, This is an important military mission. It's not convenient to tell Royal Uncle. I hope Royal Uncle will return. But Su Bei quickly challenged back, and if I don't return, then what? Hearing this, Chunyin Zhao immediately frowned. Royal Uncle has also served in the military. Military law doesn't respect family ties. I'm sure Royal Uncle knows that, right? Hearing this, Su Bei wasn't frightened at all, but raised his hand in challenge. What, you want to use military law to punish me? Then come on. Seeing this attitude, Chunyin Zhao couldn't help but grimace, forcing a smile and asking, Haha, truly worthy of being Royal Uncle. You've come all the way to the border. I wonder what business you have. Su Bei seriously replied, I'm waiting for someone. Chunyin Zhao immediately asked, Are you waiting for the crown prince to return from North Qi? Su Bei calmly replied, I'm waiting for my daughter. Hearing this, Chunyin Zhao mockingly said, You mean that adopted daughter of yours? Is she in North Qi too? However, before he could finish his sentence, Su Bei had already lunged forward, throwing a punch, which Chunyin Zhao barely managed to dodge. Su Bei angrily growled, Insulting my daughter, no matter who it is, cannot be forgiven. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Chunyin Zhao quickly shouted loudly, Guards! In no time, soldiers appeared, surrounding Su Bei. Chunyin Zhao then angrily ordered, Escort Prince Jin back to the guest house and treat him well. This is an important place. Those without business are not allowed to enter or leave at will. Seeing this, Su Bei compromised. However, before leaving, he didn't forget to issue a warning. If I don't see my daughter return in 10 days, this prince will go to East Qi to reclaim her. Don't think anyone can stop me. Hearing this, Chunyin Zhao broke out in a cold sweat and replied, Military law is merciless. This isn't something Royal Uncle can decide. Su Bei heard this and coldly said, Then you should ask if the sword in my hand agrees or not. Having said that, he ignored Chunyin Zhao's anger and left. Back in Hui Ming's dream world, Mingyi had now used her sacred beast power to launch a palm strike towards Yulong. However, her attack was no different than a mosquito biting steel. Yulong didn't even have a hair out of place. He then spoke mockingly, Is this all the ability you have, Phoenix Firewoman? As he finished speaking, he waved his hand. A purple energy quickly extinguished Ming Ye's flames. Seeing this, Mingyi couldn't help but grit her teeth in frustration. You really are a troublesome one. Yulong's sacred beast power grew stronger and stronger. It quickly gathered together, forming an enormous 9-headed dragon. After finishing, Yulong spoke contemptuously, Beyond fire, it's still just fire. It seems your sacred beast power hasn't been fully awakened yet. Having said that, he quickly ordered the dragon to attack Mingyi. Let me open your eyes. This is what a true sacred beast is like. One dragon head lunged forward to bite Mingyi, but she immediately reacted and jumped away to dodge. The other dragon heads also charged forward. However, Ming Yi was still able to evade them all, but she couldn't maintain this for long and was caught off guard by one dragon head. It then grabbed Ming Yi and slammed her straight into the mountain wall, causing her to cough up blood from the severe injury. Seeing Ming Yi lying helplessly in the dragon's mouth, Yulong smugly taunted the Phoenix Fire Woman. Although you're a genuine sacred beast inheritor, unfortunately, you still haven't grasped the true power of a sacred beast. The other dragon heads then quickly turned towards Ming Yi. They began to gather their power, intending to blast Ming Yi to pieces. Yulong then shouted at the Phoenix Fire Woman, "Accept your death." However, Ming Yi unexpectedly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You want to kill me? Do you think that's possible?" Hearing these words, Yulong couldn't help but be surprised. "What did you say?" He then beckoned with his hand and said contemptuously, "On the brink of death and still stubborn, Phoenix Fire Woman." As he finished speaking, that dragon head directly bit down hard on Ming Ye's body. The force of the bite caused her to scream in pain, but even so, Ming Yi still laughed defiantly and said, "Yulong, what are you pretending to do? Have you forgotten that this is Hui Ming's dream world? Inside this dream world, Hui Ming is the one who controls all will. In this space, only what Hui Ming says counts. But he won't let me die here." These words of hers startled Yulong, causing him to take a few steps back. Finally, Ming Yi loudly declared, "You're nothing more than an unwelcome guest here." And right after that, the dragon heads created by Yulong suddenly vanished. Ming Yi, now freed, coldly glanced at Yulong. "But I'm not like that." Seeing this scene, Yulong couldn't help but frown in frustration, while Ming Yi didn't hesitate any longer and prepared to strike. "Don't think that just because you have the true power of a sacred beast, you can look down on me." As she finished speaking, from Ming Ye's back quickly grew a pair of fiery wings. The moment he saw these wings, Yulong was utterly astonished. These are the flame wings. Could it be? And above, those fire wings had closed, enveloping Ming Ye's entire body. And when those wings opened again, she had transformed into a powerful fire phoenix. Seeing this form of Ming Yi, Yulong couldn't believe his eyes. "This is the sacred beast phoenix." He then hurriedly clasped his hands, forming a seal, and said sternly, "Indeed, I've underestimated you, Phoenix Woman." As he finished speaking, he used his remaining dragon heads to launch an attack. However, Ming Yi quickly flapped her wings, creating a scorching flame that blew towards the dragons. The dragons were quickly engulfed by the intense flames, and in no time, they were burned to nothingness. Yulong, witnessing this scene, was directly shocked. Is this the true power of the Fire Phoenix? Meanwhile, above, Ming Yi had begun to gather her power, creating a ball of fire. Immediately after, she unhesitatingly blew the intense flame straight towards Yulong. Seeing this, Yulong quickly used a magic formation to create a shield in front of him. Under the effect of the shield, Yulong barely managed to block Ming Ye's attack. However, he couldn't maintain it for long. "It's not good. I can't hold it anymore." Immediately after, cracks began to appear on the shield. Then it shattered completely. Ming Ye's flames engulfed Yulong. Shifting to Xianing, after that attack from Ming Yi, Yulong startled awake. His whole body trembled, unable to believe she actually possessed the power of the sacred fire. As he finished speaking, he broke into a smile that was utterly perverse. "Oh, I really want to have her." Back in Hui Ming's dream world, after dealing with Yulong, Ming Yi quickly transformed back into her human form. Indeed, in this dream illusion, whatever you want you can become. If this were reality, I wouldn't have any way to transform into a fire phoenix. She then quickly went to Hui Ming. Seeing her, he anxiously asked, "Sister, why am I here?" It felt like my body was being pulled into a dark abyss. Hearing this, Ming Yi immediately smiled, took Hui Ming's hand, and said, "Then let me give you a hand. Come on, we need to return now." Hui Ming looked around in confusion. "But how can we get out of here?" Ming Yi immediately smiled brightly and told him to close his eyes. After Hui Ming did as she said, Ming Yi gently moved forward and softly kissed his forehead. The space around them quickly began to fluctuate. Back in reality, Ming Yi finally woke up. Seeing this, Qing Chan and Hang Si-ming couldn't help but rejoice. Ming Yi saw them and smiled, saying, "His Highness's inner demon has been eliminated." Hearing this, Hang Si-ming approached to examine Hui Ming and said, "The curse's toxins have been completely removed. He should wake up soon." Qing Chan, hearing this, immediately turned to leave. "Then I'll go summon the royal physician to treat Hui Ming." However, Ming Yi quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Ming Yi then sincerely said, "Princess, I have one more thing I want to ask for your help." Qing Chan replied, "Sister, go ahead and speak." Seeing this, Ming Yi respectfully knelt down. "Princess, I want to see the emperor." Meanwhile, in Wu Yuan City, Su Bei had just returned to the guest house. Yu Xing anxiously approached to inquire, "Father, did you gain any information?" Su Bei immediately shook his head. "I didn't gain anything. That little prince seems to be hiding something." But at that very moment, a voice rang out, startling them both. "I know what he's hiding." Just then, they saw Xing Mu suddenly appeared, walking out. He then approached Su Bei and paid his respects. Su Bei was very surprised. "Mu'er, why are you still here?" Xing Mu answered honestly, "To investigate the military movements in Wu Yuan. I snuck into the cavalry unit and joined that army. Then I learned that father and my two brothers were at the guest house, so I came here." Hearing this, Su Bei asked, "So why did you come to Wu Yuan?" Xing Mu immediately replied, "There's a very important matter I must tell you." But before the young man could finish his sentence, Su Bei angrily raised his hand and shouted, "What are you doing here? You should be by Ming Ye's side. Why did you run back here? If something happens to her, what will we do?" Xing Mu, seeing this, couldn't help but tremble, holding his head helplessly and thinking, "Oh, my heart hurts so much." Meanwhile, Yusheng covered his eyes with his hand, thinking, "Oh, poor big brother." Then Su Bei calmed down and asked, "All right, what's the urgent matter? Speak." Xing Mu quickly said, "Hui Ming was controlled by a curse and attempted to assassinate the East Qi Emperor. At the same time, Prince Yu led troops to attack East Qi on the day of signing the treaty. This led to the failure of signing the alliance treaty between the two countries. Ming Yi is also being held captive. Herring Ming Yi was capturit, so bei Fraunet Angridi." Yu Sheng also angrily shouted, "No wonder, Prince, you didn't dare to meet us. So he did something he's ashamed of. How dare he do such a thing?" Without further thought, Su Bei gritted his teeth and turned, preparing to leave. "I must kill that little Prince Yu, then go to East Qi to rescue Ming Yi." Yu Sheng, without hesitation, agreed to follow. "I'll go too. I've long disliked him." Seeing the two so bloodthirsty, Xing Mu helplessly said, "Can you two listen to me finish before taking any action?" Hearing this, Su Bei turned back and asked, "What else do you want to say?" Xing Mu sighed, taking out a letter, and replied, "Before I snuck into the city, I received news from Third Sister. In it, Ming Yi said that Hui Ming's curse has been lifted. She's also under the protection of the fourth princess, so she's preparing to meet the East Qi Emperor." However, Su Bei, even after reading the letter, was still very angry. "Then we still can't let Prince Yu off the hook." But Xing Mu hurriedly said, "No, Prince Yu isn't the one to fear. Right now, our real enemy is Xianing." Hearing the two words Xianing, Su Bei was so shocked that he widened his eyes and said, "When I was young, I was ordered to hunt down Xianing. However, things didn't go smoothly, and I failed." As he said this, Su Bei gritted his teeth in frustration. "It was the only time I failed. I almost lost my life too." Hearing this, Yu Sheng and Xing Mu fell into deep thought, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Su Bei had determinedly drawn his sword. "But they dare to touch my daughter. I absolutely won't forgive Xianing." Hearing this, Yu Sheng spoke up to ask his father, "So what should we do next?" Su Bei immediately sheathed his sword forcefully and said, "Wait." As he finished speaking, he sat down to wait for the appointed day. "If I don't see Ming Yi, I'll immediately go to East Qi to rescue her." Hearing this, Yu Sheng immediately agreed. "That's right, let's charge into East Qi." However, Xing Mu was a bit worried, "But Prince Yu won't easily let us go." But Su Bei immediately said, "It doesn't matter. Whoever blocks us will kill them, even if it's Buddha." Hearing this, Xing Mu helplessly hurried to advise, "Father, you are the dignified Prince Jin. You're also the Emperor's royal brother. Please don't act recklessly." As he finished speaking, he revealed a dangerous expression, telling Su Bei to leave this matter to him to handle. Meanwhile, in the East Qi Imperial Palace, Liang Ke was handling state affairs when he heard the announcement that Qing Chan sought an audience. Very soon after, Qing Chan, along with a maid, entered. Qing Chan pays respects to Father Emperor. Liang Ke, seeing her, happily stood up. Qinger, you've come. However, Qing Chan quickly pointed to Ming Yi, who was disguised as a maid, and said, Father Emperor, I want you to meet someone. Seeing Ming Yi, Liang Ke couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Document Envoy Xiao, how did you leave the prison? However, Qing Chan quickly knelt down. It was I who hope Father Emperor will punish me. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Hang Si Ming had used illusion magic to create a fake Ming Yi to deceive the jailer. Back to Qing Chan, she was still explaining, Document Envoy Xiao has something to see you about. That's why I resorted to this strategy. Hearing this, Liang Ke hurriedly went to Qing Chan and gently told her to stand up. What's so urgent? Ming Yi immediately said respectfully, your servant and Hang Si Ming have investigated the mastermind behind controlling Prince Hui Ming. Hearing this, Liang Ke immediately asked, who is it? Ming Yi quickly replied, it's the leader of Xianing. Yulong Qing Chan also added, Hang Si Ming used his magic to discover that Prince Hui Ming had been cursed. And the one who knows how to use this kind of curse is only the leader of Xianing. Hearing these words, Liang Ke was shocked and startled. In recent years, Xianying's power has been expanding, disregarding all laws. It has already become a major threat. If we don't stop them now, I'm afraid even my life will be in danger. Hearing this, Ming Yi quickly knelt down. Please allow us to deal with Xianing. This request of hers made Liang Ke extremely surprised. However, Ming Yi immediately nodded firmly. Yes, this is for the long-term peace of both countries. It's also to clear Prince Hui Ming's name. Back in the dungeon, Hui Ming had suddenly woken up. He then rubbed his head and sat up, finally awake from the dream. But very quickly, the young man discovered Ming Ye's figure sitting nearby. Overjoyed beyond measure, the young man stood up and rushed towards her sister. We've finally returned. But when he tried to embrace Ming Yi, his entire body suddenly passed through her, causing the young man to lose balance and fall face first onto the ground. Ming Ye's figure behind him quickly vanished. Hui Ming then lifted his face, wondering, what's going on? Am I still dreaming? At this moment, Ming Yi and Qing Chan from outside walked in. Your Highness, what are you doing? Qing Chan, seeing Hui Ming's face, teased him. I know, you're so hungry that you want to eat dirt. Is it tasty, Your Highness? Hui Ming, hearing this, felt his blood boil and shouted, you little girl, shut your mouth. Then, a brightly shining command token was taken out by Qing Chan. She proudly showed it off. See this, I got it from Father Emperor. Seeing this, Hui Ming excitedly said, great. Finally, we can leave the prison. But Hui Ming quickly turned to ask Ming Yi, oh right, does the promise in the dream still count? Recalling her earlier declaration to marry him, Ming Yi laughed and replied, of course it counts. This answer of hers made Hui Ming overjoyed. Meanwhile, Qing Chan was confused, not understanding what promise they meant. What did you two promise? A while later at White Deer Temple, Hui Ming and Ming Yi were now sitting on the stone bench in front. Hui Ming stretched and said, the feeling of freedom is so good. I don't want to return to prison ever again. Seeing this, Ming Yi said, but in exchange for your release from prison, I agreed to one condition with the emperor. Hearing this, Hui Ming curiously asked, what condition is that? Ming Yi replied seriously, to eliminate Xianing. Hui Ming, hearing this, rotated his arm and smiled in response. That's great. It's exactly what I want. Suddenly, a bird carrying a letter unexpectedly landed on the table. Ming Yi, seeing this, took the letter and then released the bird to fly away. After reading the letter, Ming Ye's face paled, as it was a letter from Xing Mu. Seeing her gloomy expression, Hui Ming couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? What did Big Brother say? Ming Yi immediately handed the letter to Hui Ming, saying, my father has arrived at Wu Yuan City on the border. Hui Ming took the letter to read and puzzledly asked, what does royal uncle want to do? Ming Yi sighed helplessly and explained, before leaving Xian country, I agreed with my father that I would return within half a year. If I exceed the deadline, he will come to East Qi to reclaim me. As soon as she said this, Hui Ming laughed excitedly. Great! Royal Uncle is the god of death of Great Xian. That's perfect, he can help us. However, Ming Yi gave him a knock on the head and scolded, don't talk nonsense. 10 years ago, Qi and Xian were at constant war. East Qi probably hates my father to the bone. As she finished speaking, she stood up. Big Brother wants us to leave immediately for Wu Yuan City. We must return before the deadline to stop my father. Hearing this, Hui Ming also stood up. Then I'll go with you. So after that, the two didn't delay any longer and began to set out for Wu Yuan City. While riding, Hui Ming spoke up to ask, how many days until the deadline? Ming Yi replied, 3 days. 3 days later, at Wu Yuan City, many soldiers had gathered in front of the city gate. The gate then opened. Seeing this, the soldiers couldn't help but feel tense and worried. They saw Su Bei and Yu Sheng leading people with swords approaching. Su Bei coldly said, "The half-year promise has come. It's time to pick up my third daughter." Hearing this, Yu Sheng cracked his knuckles and replied, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly." Seeing so many soldiers, Yu Sheng couldn't help but exclaim in wonder, "Wow, so many people came to see us off." A soldier then stepped closer to Su Bei and said, "Prince Jin, Your Highness, for your own safety, please return to the guest house, unless there's an order from the second prince." But before he could finish speaking, Su Bei had already given him a punch to the face, causing him to fly backwards. "Were you to give orders to this prince?" Su Bei then boldly declared, "Whoever dares to obstruct this prince will be killed without mercy." Another soldier, seeing this, stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, we are only following orders. Please don't make it difficult for us. If you continue, we will have to." But before he could finish his sentence, he received a kick from Yu Sheng. "Will you stop it? You're dawdling like women. All of you come at once." The soldiers, seeing this, didn't say anything more and began to charge forward. A moment later, many soldiers had been defeated and lay unconscious on the ground. Su Bei and his people still stood proudly facing the remaining soldiers. Meanwhile, the soldiers now were panting and retreating. Yu Sheng, seeing this, coldly laughed and said, "Haha, only you lot are left." As soon as they saw this expression on Yu Sheng's face, the soldiers immediately dropped their weapons. Then, quick as lightning, they turned tail and ran, leaving dust in their wake. Yu Sheng, seeing this scene, helplessly waved his hand. "What a useless bunch. Father, we can go now." Hearing this, Su Bei sheathed his sword and said, "Let's go to the city gate." However, before they could leave, the old general from before suddenly appeared, blocking their way. He then raised his hand and spoke, trying to persuade them, "I beg Prince Jin to stop. Don't force us to use military law." But Su Bei directly walked past him and coldly said, "You have no right to speak to this prince. Call your master out here to talk." Seeing this, the old general angrily pointed his sword at Su Bei. "The third prince, considering you are his royal uncle, doesn't want to confront you directly. But military law doesn't respect family ties. If Prince Jin continues to advance, don't blame me for enforcing military law." However, Su Bei paid no attention and continued walking. Seeing this, the old general gritted his teeth and said, "Prince Jin, you leave me no choice." As he finished speaking, he quickly raised his sword and charged towards Su Bei. However, at that exact moment, Yu Sheng suddenly appeared, blocking his path. The two sharp swords clashed, producing a piercing sound. Yu Sheng frowned and spoke coldly, "A nameless pawn like you dares to touch my father." Seeing this, the old general couldn't help but be shocked. Yu Sheng then raised his voice in challenge. "Your opponent is this young master here." The old general, hearing this, replied, "Then I must offend you." As he finished speaking, both of them exerted force on their swords and retreated. The old general then quickly stomped his foot hard, leaping towards Yu Sheng to strike down. However, this attack of his was easily avoided by Yu Sheng. Meanwhile, the soldiers and Prince Jin's people were shouting and cheering for their respective masters. The old general now gritted his teeth, using all his strength to swing his sword horizontally. But the result was the same as before. Yu Sheng easily blocked it with his sword. Next, he used his strength to push away the old general's sword. Then he quickly slashed towards the old general. However, the old man managed to react and dodge, only suffering a minor wound on his face. But not giving him time to rest, Yu Sheng immediately launched into a series of continuous attacks, causing the old general to struggle desperately to defend. The old general couldn't help but think in shock, where does this guy get such monstrous strength? But while he was distracted, Yu Sheng quickly charged forward. Immediately after, he unhesitatingly knocked the old general's sword away. The sword flew high and plunged straight into the ground. The old general, having lost his weapon, no longer had the will to fight and directly knelt down. Seeing this, Yu Sheng raised his sword to the old general's face, causing him to tremble. Then, Yu Sheng coldly spoke, "Tell me your name." "This young master doesn't kill nameless people." The old general, trembling, stuttered out his name. However, Yu Sheng misheard it as tonic, causing the young man to be confused. "What kind of dog's name is that?" Right after that, Yu Sheng didn't care anymore and raised his sword. In your next life, remember to choose a better name. However, Just at that moment, a spear suddenly was thrown forcefully towards Yu Sheng by someone. This startled him, and he hurriedly dodged. The spear then continued to fly towards Su Bei. Seeing this, Yu Sheng panicked and quickly shouted, "Father, be careful." But Su Bei easily used his hand to catch that spear. Then he gently lowered it to the ground. Yu Sheng immediately became angry, pointing his sword at the soldiers and shouting, "Who threw that hidden weapon? Come out here now." Hearing this, Chen Zhao slowly stepped out and said, "Don't shout so loudly. It was this prince, second crown prince. It's been a long time since we've met. You're still as reckless and unreasonable as ever. You haven't improved at all." Hearing this, Yu Sheng angrily shouted, "You're not much older than me. If you're not satisfied, come over here and fight one-on-one." However, Su Bei stepped forward to stop Yu Sheng. "Don't be disrespectful. Step back now." Hearing this, Yu Sheng nodded and turned to move back. However, he didn't forget to remind Su Bei, "Father, remember to be careful. His intentions are not good." After that, Su Bei stepped forward to face Chen Zhao. The atmosphere immediately became extremely tense. Su Bei spoke first, coldly telling Chen Zhao's group to move aside. But how could Chen Zhao possibly agree? What if we don't move? Does Royal Uncle want to kill everyone without exception? The 30,000 troops in Wu Yuan City. Do you think you can kill them all with just a few people? Hearing this, Su Bei fearlessly stepped forward. "You can try and see." Seeing this, Chen Zhao quickly drew his sword and threatened, "If you dare take one more step, you will no longer be my royal uncle, but my enemy." Su Bei frowned and coldly said, "Do you dare to do anything to me?" Chen Zhao also replied sternly, "For enemies, this prince will use military law to deal with them." Hearing this, Su Bei quickly drew his sword. "Even if I'm considered an enemy, this prince will always acknowledge a nephew like you." At this point, he also pointed his sword at Chen Zhao and declared, "I will show mercy." The people on both sides then began to draw their bows and swords, preparing to rush in and fight. However, at that very moment, suddenly the shadow of something appeared, covering Su Bei and the others. They saw above them a glider was swiftly flying towards this location. Seeing this scene, Chen Zhao couldn't help but be shocked. How did the enemy fly in? He then angrily looked towards the city walls, shouting, "Damn it, where are the wall guards?" Meanwhile, the soldiers below suddenly shouted, "There are people up there." Two people. The people controlling that glider were none other than Hui Ming and Ming Yi. Su Bei, seeing Ming Yi, was extremely surprised. Yu Sheng also immediately laughed and said, "There's also that little brat Hui Ming up there." Hui Ming had softly said to Ming Yi's sister, "We're going to land now." As soon as he finished speaking, he carried her and leapt straight down. The two then landed directly on the ground in front of everyone. Ming Yi then quickly smiled and turned to Su Bei, calling out, "Father." After speaking, she quickly ran towards Su Bei. He, of course, was overjoyed and opened his arms. Embracing Ming Yi, Su Bei immediately said affectionately, "Half a year, and finally I see my child again." Ming Yi also replied joyfully, "Thank goodness. We almost didn't make it in time." Meanwhile, Chen Zhao had slightly gritted his teeth, glancing at Hui Ming. Seeing this, Hui Ming coldly turned to him and said, "Surprised that I'm still alive." Chen Zhao felt a bit guilty but still tried to appear calm, shaking his head and replying, "What do you mean by that?" Hui Ming, seeing this, angrily drew his sword and shouted, "Stop playing dumb. You deliberately stabbed me in the back, causing the failure of the alliance treaty, nearly getting me killed in East Qi." As he spoke, he slowly approached Chen Zhao. "We need to settle this debt, don't we?" However, Chen Zhao quickly retreated behind his soldiers, saying a bunch of rebels. "You're all colluding with each other, inside and outside. Is this a plot to rebel?" Hearing these words caused Hui Ming to lose his temper, angrily shouting, the thief crying, "Stop, thief. Do you know what shame is?" However, Chen Zhao didn't care and quickly ordered, "Arrest them all." Hearing this, Hui Ming couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Su Bei and the others also tensed up, their faces serious. The soldiers then quickly surrounded them. Seeing this, Chen Zhao shouted, "Whoever resists, kill them without mercy. Don't let a single one escape." These words made Hui Ming's blood boil, and he shouted, "You want to silence us by killing? How shameless!" Su Bei, seeing the situation worsen, shielded Ming Yi. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was extremely angry. At that very moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly rang out. Xing Mu, riding a horse, quickly rushed over, shouting, "Imperial edict arriving." As soon as they heard imperial edict, Su Bei couldn't help but smile slyly as he turned his head. Meanwhile, Chen Yin Zhao was utterly confused. How can there be an imperial edict? The soldiers then didn't dare to block the imperial edict and made way for Xing Mu to enter. Xing Mu, once inside, quickly dismounted. Then he raised the imperial edict high and shouted loudly, "Prince Yu, please receive the imperial edict." Chen Yin Zhao, hearing this, hurriedly knelt down. Xing Mu immediately began to read. Due to East Qi's declaration of war, the capital's military supplies are lacking. Prince Yu is ordered to return to the capital immediately to lead the capital's defense. Military affairs in Wu Yuan will be transferred to the Northern Border Commander. Hearing this, Chen Yin Zhao gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "Is this an attempt to strip me of my military power? If I lose my military authority, the always opposing cabinet will certainly not spare me. Not to mention that I've committed acts of betrayal." However, he still didn't act rashly and calmly received the edict. After that, he turned to Xing Mu and asked why the emperor suddenly summoned this prince back to court. Xing Mu replied, "The emperor is suffering from a minor illness, so he cannot make decisions. This is the will of the cabinet. Because war has broken out, we must be prepared for East Qi to suddenly attack the capital." Hearing this response, Chen Yin Zhao thought angrily to himself. Chen Xing Mu is Yuan Xiao's man from the cabinet. It must be his scheme behind all this. Meanwhile, Xing Mu had smiled slyly and suggested, "Prince Yu, the Northern Border Commander is about to set out for Wu Yuan, but there's still a chance to turn things around." Chen Yin Zhao, though extremely angry, upon hearing these words, politely invited Xing Mu inside. "If that's the case, please come into the tent to talk." Xing Mu, before entering, didn't forget to turn his head and wink at Su Bei and the others. Su Bei, of course, understood his trick and just smiled, letting out a soft grunt. Meanwhile, Hui Ming, not understanding anything, turned to ask Ming Yi quietly, "What's going on here? How did the imperial edict arrive at just the right time?" Ming Yi immediately smiled and replied, "Big Brother had already informed Yuan Shoufu about the third prince's betrayal, and also told the cabinet to issue an edict to control the third prince." Hearing this, Hui Ming could only sigh in disappointment. "I thought we could have a satisfying battle. Who knew the third brother would be such a coward?" A moment later, in the Central Command tent, Xing Mu sat seriously and said, "Xian Ying's power is now constantly expanding. They have many claws that can control Sacred Beast power. It's enough to endanger both Qi and Xian. If we don't eliminate them, it will certainly have a major impact on both country situations." Chen Yin Zhao coldly waved his hand and said, "Enough. I didn't come here to listen to this. Tell this prince, how can we make the cabinet withdraw the imperial edict? Stop beating around the bush." Xing Mu said, "It's very simple. I hope Prince Yu will send troops to assist us in eliminating Xianing." Prince Yu let out a soft humph and replied, "If you want to eliminate Xianing, that's your business. But why should this prince send troops to help you?" Xing Mu smiled and explained, "Eliminating Xianing is a big task. If we succeed in eliminating Xianing, the sixth prince will give all the credit to your highness alone. And if we fail, for your highness, it would merely be the loss of a few insignificant soldiers." Hearing this, Chen Yin Zhao immediately fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Xing Mu continued, "When in North Qi, the sixth prince had already fought against Xian Ying's people. Single-handedly, he managed to kill several of them. I'm certain that this time, with additional support, we will definitely succeed." Chen Yin Zhao immediately asked grimly, "If that's the case, this prince will dispatch 3,000 troops to assist you. But what about the cabinet?" Xing Mu quickly replied, "I knew Prince Yu was a man of principle. I will advise the cabinet to withdraw the imperial edict, allowing your highness to continue guarding Wu Yuan." Hearing this, Chen Yin Zhao happily patted Xing Mu's shoulder. "Then let's decide on this." Xing Mu immediately replied, "Certainly, certainly." A moment later, Xing Mu went outside. The old general, seeing this, hurriedly went inside and asked, "Your Highness, do you have any orders?" Chen Yin Zhao immediately gave the command, "You lead 3,000 troops to follow Prince Jin and eliminate Xianing. Just send the troops, that's all. There's no need to exert much effort, understand." The old general, hearing this, immediately respectfully replied, "Your subordinate understands." Back at the guest house, Xing Mu had returned to inform everyone of the situation. "Father, The third prince has agreed to send troops to help us eliminate Xianning. Yusheng immediately expressed doubt, saying, Prince Yu isn't that good. The soldiers he sends will either be old and weak or riddled with diseases. What use will they be? Xing Mu smiled and replied, I've anticipated this. But we only need people to create an imposing presence. Yu Sheng, hearing this, asked puzzledly, Then why did you ask him to send troops to help us eliminate Xianning? Xing Mu explained, The incident of signing the alliance treaty with East Qi was a scheme by the third prince and Jin Fei. As long as the third prince agrees to send troops to help us, Jin Fei will think the third prince and sixth prince have joined forces. This will drive a wedge between Jin Fei and the third prince. That way, they won't be able to conspire against Hui Ming anymore. Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately laughed and gave a thumbs up in praise. Although it's despicable, big brother, you're really smart. However, Su Bei spoke up and asked, even with Prince Yu's troops helping, if we can't find Xian Ying's hideout, what then? Xing Mu immediately glanced at Ming Yi and said, For this, we'll have to rely on Ming Yi. Right. Ming Yi laughed confidently and said, Father, don't worry. I know where Xian Ying's hideout is. After speaking, she thought to herself, because it's in the story, which is hard to explain. Hearing this, Su Bei quickly stood up. Very well. Once Prince Yu's troops arrive, we'll hunt down Xianning. The four of them immediately nodded in agreement. However, Ming Yi then raised her hand and said, Father, a few days before the battle, I need to meet someone. Su Bei asked, Who are you going to meet? Ming Yi replied, An old acquaintance of yours, father. The scene shifts to Chang Gung's location. The young man was sitting comfortably, admiring the beauty of nature. Since Ming Yi left for East Qi, it had become much quieter, but it made him miss her a little. However, just at that moment, a clear voice rang out, calling Master, startling the young man. Then came the sound of horse hooves approaching rapidly. Ming Yi stopped her horse in front of Chang Gung and smiled, saying, Master, I'm back. Seeing this, the young man Chang Gung couldn't help but sigh and slap his own mouth. Look at this crow's mouth of yours. A moment later, Ming Yi happily came over to massage Chang Gung's shoulders and asked, Master, it's been half a year since we met. Did you miss me? Chang Gung coldly replied, No. After speaking, he looked at her seriously. Tell me, you've suddenly come here. You must have something you need help with, right? Ming Yi immediately laughed and said, As always, Master understands me best. As she said this, she clasped her hands respectfully. Please, Master, help me transform into a fire phoenix. Master, you know how to use the sacred beast transformation technique, don't you? Hearing these words, Chang Gung was immediately startled and shocked. He then couldn't help but grab Ming Ye's hand and ask, How do you know about this? Hearing this, Ming Yi stammered, not knowing how to answer. The reason she knew, of course, was from reading the story in the original world. Chang Gung, under the pursuit of the tyrannical Hui Ming, had used the forbidden technique to transform into a fire phoenix with Ming Yi. Chang Gung, now panicked, hurriedly said, Don't you care about your life anymore? Do you know what consequences this will have? Ming Yi lowered her head and replied, I know that if I use the fire phoenix power excessively, it will damage my mind. I might not be able to turn back into a human. Chang Gung stroked her head and said, If you already know, why do you still want to transform into a fire phoenix? Su Bei will certainly kill me if he finds out. But Ming Yi immediately knelt down. Master, please keep this secret for me. I must transform into a fire phoenix to save my father. And to save Hui Ming too. It's also my mission in coming to this world. Seeing Ming Ye's determination, Chang Gung was shocked and speechless. Ming Yi continued, If I don't transform into a fire phoenix and defeat Xianning, then the fate of my father and Hui Ming will be tragic. Master, please help me complete this mission. Seeing this scene, Chang Gung could only sigh helplessly. What a twist of fate. It seems your mind is made up. As he said this, he helped Ming Yi stand up. If you've seen through everything, then I have no reason to stop you anymore. Hearing this, Ming Yi immediately rejoiced and grabbed Chang Gung's hand. Thank you, Master. You're always the best to me. Chang Gung said helplessly, It seems I'll have to think about researching a restoration technique, in case you can't change back. On the evening a few days later, Chang Gung's wooden house suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Right after that, a large magic circle unexpectedly appeared. Then, a fire phoenix shadow flew out forcefully from within. A moment later, the fire phoenix slowly dissipated, revealing Ming Ye's body. She confidently held a burning ball of power in her hand. Crushing it, she said determinedly, Finally, I've obtained the power of sacred transformation. It's not just a dream anymore. but reality. The power is in my hands now. Changgung smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Ming Yi excitedly replied, full of fighting spirit. "It's like there's a flame in my heart, constantly burning." Seeing this, Changgung came over and patted her head, saying kindly, "My silly disciple, don't be too proud of yourself. Don't use it excessively the first time and burn yourself out. As long as the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood." Right. As he said this, he took out a jade bracelet and gave it to Ming Yi. "I've added a spell to this jade bracelet. It will prevent you from losing control due to overusing the sacred beast power. But remember, this only treats the symptoms, not the root cause." Taking the jade piece, Ming Yi said happily, "You're so amazing. You truly are my master, Changgung." Seeing this, Changgung immediately reached out to pinch her cheek, instructing, "Remember to come back. If anything happens to you, I'll be very sad." Hearing this, Ming Yi immediately hugged Changgung. "I'll come back, and master, wait for me to return so we can continue cultivating together, okay?" Seeing this, Changgung helplessly sighed and smiled at her. At the same time, in Xian Ying's underground space, a container suddenly developed cracks. It then quickly exploded. From inside, a person slowly emerged. That person was none other than Qing Zong. "How comfortable. My body has finally been restored." He then stretched his arms. "I want to kill someone to warm up my muscles." However, Xian Feng had embarrassingly brought clothes to Qing Zong. "Finally, you've come out. Quickly put on some clothes." Seeing this, Qing Zong quickly took the clothes and put them on. After finishing, he said, "Let's go. I need to see the master first." However, Xian Feng hurriedly stopped him. "No rush. Wait for the others." Hearing this, Qing Zong turned his head back puzzled. Just then, he saw many containers starting to shatter from the inside. Many people quickly stepped out. Seeing this scene, Qing Zong couldn't help but get excited. Is the master planning something big? A moment later, they both went to the center to meet Yu Long Master. The sacred beast children have been awakened. They can join the battle at any time. Hearing this, Yu Long coldly said, "Continue searching. I need more sacred beast children." Xian Feng immediately asked, "Master, do you plan to wage war against Qi and Xian?" Yu Long coldly replied, "No. I want to capture the fire phoenix." Xian Feng asked in surprise, "It's just a fire phoenix. Is it necessary to make such a big deal?" Yu Long immediately said, "She is the sacred beast child, the strongest among the sacred beast children. I must use her to recreate true sacred beast children." Hearing this, Xian Feng recalled Ming Ye's mocking words from before. "From today on, you should change your name to Xian Chicken." So, she couldn't help but clench her fist and curse silently. "Damn fire phoenix. I won't let you be smug for long." The next morning at Wu Yuan City's gate, the city gate opened. Su Bei and his people, along with the soldiers, were ready to depart. Yu Sheng then spoke up and asked, "Father, third sister hasn't arrived yet. Should we wait for her?" Su Bei replied, "She said she'd be here before we set out, so she'll definitely come." Hearing this, Xingmu looked up at the sky and said, "It's time." At that moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly rang out from afar. Ming Yi was riding a horse, galloping quickly towards them. Upon arriving, Ming Yi happily dismounted and said, "Everyone, I'm here." Hui Ming joyfully opened his arms and smiled, saying, "Sister, we've been waiting for you for a long time." However, Su Bei, his blood boiling, kicked the young man aside. "Get out of the way. What does this have to do with you?" He then went to Ming Yi and kindly inquired, "You've finally returned. That little brat Changgung didn't give you any trouble, did he?" Ming Yi shook her head and replied, "Of course not. Master was very good to me." As she said this, she turned serious and looked towards the distance. "Father, we can set out now. We must defeat Xianing." While Ming Yi was determined, Yu Long was equally resolute as he ordered his subordinates. "We must capture the fire phoenix." A moment later, Su Bei's group officially began to move. The 3,000 soldiers of Chen Yin, Zhao naturally followed as well. 3 days later, the group arrived at the coast. Su Bei spoke up, signaling, "We've arrived." Passed down the order to set up camp. The old general from before immediately approached respectfully and asked, "Your Highness, what's ahead?" "There's no more road. Are we going to eliminate Xianing?" Hearing this, Ming Yi behind him spoke up. "Who says there's no more road ahead?" As she spoke, she immediately pointed towards the distant sea. Xian Ying's lair is at the bottom of that sea. The old general was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Even if it's really at the bottom of the sea, how do we have ships to transport 3,000 troops? It's too late to build ships now. Mingyi waved her hand and said, "Don't worry about that, General. We'll go by ourselves." Right after that, a ship from afar slowly approached Su Bei and the others. The person bringing the ship was none other than Xingmu. Without hesitation, Ming Yi, Su Bei, and the others quickly boarded the ship and departed. The general, watching the ship leave, couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems I don't even need to pretend anymore. Whether they live or die, it has nothing to do with me." Back on the ship, Ming Yi pointed to a location on the map and said, "We're almost there." The place she pointed to was a whirlpool. "It's right here in the north." However, Yusheng looked outside and asked, puzzled, "There's nothing ahead. It's just sea and more sea." Ming Yi immediately explained, "There's a large whirlpool ahead. That whirlpool connects to Xian Ying's lair." As soon as she finished speaking, there was movement ahead. The calm water surface suddenly surged upwards. The ship shook violently, causing Yu Sheng to become bewildered, his face turning pale. Seeing this, Ming Yi quickly shouted, reminding everyone to quickly grab onto something. "Be careful not to get blown away." Outside, the water had risen high. A giant whirlpool appeared. Inside, everyone had already held on tight, ready for what was to come. The ship shook more and more violently. Seeing this, Hui Ming quickly grabbed Ming Yi, calling out, "Ming Yi's sister, come here quickly." Ming Yi immediately grasped Hui Ming's hand tightly. Taking advantage of this, Hui Ming quickly embraced her. The ship had now reached the edge of the whirlpool, ready to plunge in. Hold on. We've reached the center of the wave. As he finished speaking, the ship plunged inside. A formation was quickly activated, transporting the ship away. At the same time, a fire phoenix swiftly flew into Xian Ying's main hall. After receiving the news from it, Xian Feng couldn't help but be shocked. She then hurriedly clasped her hands and reported to the master, "There are intruders." Hearing this, Yulong coldly asked, "Oh, who is it?" Xian Feng immediately said, "The fire phoenix has led troops here." Hearing this, Yulong laughed. "Perfect timing. It seems we don't need to go looking for them anymore. Quickly, capture her for me." Qing Zong and Xian Feng, upon hearing this, immediately obeyed and left to do so. At this time, Su Bei's group had just stepped into Xian Ying's territory when they were surrounded. The Xian Ying people then, without much talk, quickly rushed forward to attack. Seeing this, Yusheng didn't hesitate and drew his sword, charging forward. With just a few slashes, he had already taken down many Xian Ying members. Yusheng then mockingly said, "Xian Ying's people can't even withstand a single strike. I guess everyone here is just a bunch of weaklings." Hearing these words, the Xian Ying people were extremely displeased. Seeing this, Yusheng beckoned provocatively, saying, "Although you're all just a bunch of nobodies, I won't discriminate against you. I'll make sure you all die equally." The Xian Ying people, hearing this, could no longer hold back and began to charge forward frantically. Yu Sheng and the people from Prince Jin's mansion naturally weren't about to be outdone and rushed forward to meet them. These weaklings aren't bad at all. I can kill a whole bunch with one strike. This feels great." At this point, he turned to Su Bei's group and said, "You all go ahead. I'll cover the rear. Once I've finished off these weaklings, I'll catch up." Hearing this, Su Bei nodded and turned to leave. "Very well. I'll leave this place to you, Yu Sheng. We'll go on ahead." Meanwhile, Hui Ming's eyes were shining with admiration as he looked at Yu Sheng, thinking, "I wish I could be like that too." However, Ming Yi irritably slapped the young man on the head. "What are you thinking? Let's go quickly." Hearing this, the young man cheerfully chased after Ming Yi. All right, I'm coming." A moment later, Su Bei's group of 4 had penetrated deep into Xian Ying's territory. Suddenly, there was a fork in the path ahead. Su Bei immediately asked, "Which way should we go?" Ming Yi replied, "Both paths can lead to the deepest part of this place." Hearing this, Su Bei suggested, "Let's split into 2 groups. Each group takes one direction." Ming Yi and Hui Ming nodded in agreement. Xingmu also quickly nodded to Su Bei. A moment later, Xingmu was rushing forward quickly. Suddenly, he noticed a light ahead. He quickly turned his head to call Su Bei. However, the young man was immediately bewildered as Su Bei had disappeared at some point. After looking around for a while, Xingmu sighed helplessly and said, "Great, father must have followed third sister. That Hui Ming must have gone with third sister too." Just then, a flock of firebirds suddenly flew in from behind, startling Xingmu. He quickly jumped to the side to dodge. In front of him, Xian Feng had jumped down from above. Seeing Xian Feng, Xingmu frowned and thought to himself, "This is not good. I didn't expect to encounter Xian Ying's strongest member here." Meanwhile, Xian Feng also appeared displeased. TCH is not that fire phoenix woman. How disappointing. Hearing this, Xing Mu scratched his face and said, "Hey, I should be the one disappointed here." After speaking, the young man thought to himself, "I was planning to hide behind father. Now I have to fight by myself." Xing Mu then smiled and said, "Wait, can we negotiate a bit?" However, Xian Feng coldly ordered the flock of birds to attack. "After you die, I can negotiate with your corpse." Seeing this, Xing Mu hurriedly dodged. He then tried to use his sword to attack the firebirds. However, because there were too many, Xing Mu gritted his teeth and thought, "I can't handle this. I'd better go find father instead." With this thought, Xing Mu immediately took out from his sleeve 2 smoke bombs. Without hesitation, he threw them to the ground, creating a thick cloud of smoke. Seeing this, Xian Feng immediately laughed scornfully. "Is this all the trick you have? How boring." Meanwhile, Xing Mu suddenly burst out from the smoke. He then used all his speed to run away. However, Xian Feng suddenly appeared beside him, mocking, "You think you can escape?" As she finished speaking, she delivered a powerful kick to Xing Mu, then used her sacred beast power to create a snake that lunged to attack him. Xing Mu was lifted up by the snake. Xian Feng, looking bored, said, "How dull. I haven't even fought seriously, and you're already in trouble." But suddenly, Xing Mu smirked. "The one in trouble is you, isn't it?" As he finished speaking, Xian Feng suddenly staggered, coughing up blood on the spot, leaving her completely bewildered. "What's happening to me?" Without her mane tainting it, the snake slowly dissipated. Freed, Xing Mu cracked his neck and coldly said, "You thought what I threw was just ordinary smoke." Realizing the smoke was poisonous, Xian Feng immediately used her sacred beast power to suppress the toxin. After doing so, she stomped her foot hard and jumped up. Wings of fire grew from her back as she flew and hovered, looking down at Xing Mu contemptuously. "Despicable. You think that little poison can defeat me?" Xing Mu calmly replied, "Of course I knew that bit of poison wouldn't trouble you much." Xian Feng, now extremely angry, rushed toward Xing Mu, attacking, "Watch me tear you into 100 pieces." However, Xing Mu remained very calm, reaching into his chest to search for something. He then took out a cube that shone with a bright golden light. Next, he didn't hesitate to crush it. Countless magic spells quickly appeared. "I prepared this magical treasure for you." As soon as he finished speaking, those spells immediately bound Xian Feng, leaving her utterly shocked. Meanwhile, other spells began to connect with each other. Very quickly, a cage with many talismans was formed. Trapped inside the cage, Xian Feng shouted in extreme anger, "Damn it, what the hell is this?" Hearing this, Xing Mu introduced, "This is the infinite spiritual treasure box, specially used to deal with sacred beast children. I was planning to use it at the end." Meanwhile, those spells began to tighten even more. Xian Feng, unable to bear the pain, wondered why her power was gradually fading away. Xing Mu pointed to the talismans and said, "Because these talismans will drain all your power. And inside this cage, you'll lose your sacred beast power, so you won't be able to suppress the toxin either." Hearing this, Xian Feng gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Xing Mu. "Damn you, I must kill you." However, Xing Mu had already turned to leave. "Slowly wait for death, sinking person." Seeing this, Xian Feng shouted in rage, "I'll kill you, you despicable wretch." Xing Mu, not caring much, had already run off to find Su Bei and the others. Meanwhile, Ming Yi, after running for a while, realized Xing Mu was nowhere to be seen. So she looked at the 2 young men in front of her, confused, and asked, "Why didn't anyone team up with Big Brother?" Hearing this, Su Bei irritably glanced at Hui Ming and said, "That's right, why did you come over here?" Hui Ming immediately patted his chest and said, "Sister and I are in this together, life or death. How can I not follow?" Hearing this, Su Bei felt his liver itch with annoyance. "Go away, my daughter and I are the ones in this together." "Who are you?" Hui Ming immediately replied, "I'm your nephew, royal uncle." Ming Yi, standing to the side, seeing this scene, sighed tiredly. "I wonder how Big Brother is doing." Just then, suddenly, many vines rushed towards them unexpectedly. Seeing them about to touch Ming Yi, Su Bei and Hui Ming startled and shouted in unison, telling her to be careful. Both of them then, without hesitation, rushed forward to cut through those vines. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Then it started to crack open. The 3 of them, seeing this, couldn't help but be startled. Hui Ming immediately embraced Ming Yi, and along with Su Bei, they jumped down using the falling rocks. After landing successfully, Su Bei looked around and asked, "Where are we?" Ming Yi said, "This is the main hall connected to the center." Suddenly, Su Bei heard footsteps and immediately warned, "Be careful, someone's coming." Right after, Qing Zong slowly walked out. "Finally, you've arrived, Chen Hui Ming. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Hui Ming, seeing Qing Zong, immediately looked exasperated and said, "You're still not dead. Ugly man, you want another beating this time." Remembering the scene of being burned alive before, Qing Zong became angry and growled, "You're quite mouthy, aren't you?" Meanwhile, Su Bei, not understanding what was happening, looked at Qing Zong and asked, "Who are you?" However, already angry, Qing Zong immediately snapped at Su Bei, "Old man, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way." He then approached Hui Ming and said directly, "Kid, keep being arrogant. In a moment, I'll torture you slowly, making you wish you were dead, but unable to die." Hui Ming retorted, "Just relying on a loser like you. Where do you get the confidence to say such things?" Qing Zong snapped his fingers and laughed, "Of course I have confidence. You think it's just me." As he finished speaking, many people jumped down from above. Seeing this, Hui Ming excitedly said, "Great. Another bunch of weaklings for me to cut down to my heart's content." However, Ming Yi quickly warned, "Be careful. All of these guys have sacred beast power." Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately replied, "I know. Let them come." Qing Zong laughed scornfully and said, "Well then, prepare to die." But just at that moment, Su Bei raised his hand and said, "Wait a moment." He then went to Hui Ming and said, "You and Ming Yi go ahead. I'll handle this." Hearing this, Qing Zong became furious. "Hey, old man, who are you? Why are you interfering in others' business?" Hui Ming, a bit worried, quickly said, "Let me help you. This guy isn't easy to deal with." However, Su Bei raised his hand to stop him. "No need. I can handle this alone." As he said this, his eyes turned cold. "After I eliminate these guys, I'll catch up with you all." Seeing this, Ming Yi didn't say anything more and quickly pulled Hui Ming away. "If father says so, let's go." The two then hurriedly sped up, going deeper inside. Qing Zong, annoyed by Su Bei's interference, said, "Old man, what do you want to do? Think you're not dying fast enough?" Hearing this, Su Bei calmly replied, "Nothing at all. Just letting this elder teach you all some manners." Qing Zong's group, hearing this, burst into laughter, mocking, "You really think you're someone to be respected? No matter, quick battle, quick victory. Beating an old man won't take much time." Su Bei, unfazed, raised his sword and said, "I am the dignified Prince Jin, Chen Su Bei. When this prince draws his sword, it's time for you all to die." Hearing this, Qing Zong immediately shouted in anger, "Stop your nonsense, old man. Go and die. You're an eyesore." As he finished speaking, he ordered his men to charge and attack Su Bei. Meanwhile, Su Bei quickly drew his sword. Back to where the two, Ming Yi and Hui Ming, were, Hui Ming worriedly asked, "Sister, do you think royal uncle will be all right? There's so many of them after all." Ming Yi laughed and said, "There's no need to worry about my father. If you're going to worry about those poor fools instead." She then confidently continued, "Father is the #1 god of death in Great Xian, after all." Back to where Qing Zong was, he was now urging his subordinates to charge. "Quickly kill this old man for me." The Xianing members, receiving the order, jumped towards Su Bei. They then used their sacred beast power to transform themselves, enhancing their strength. Next, they rushed forward, intending to kill Su Bei. However, with just one slash, the half-man, half-beast immediately fell. Seeing this scene, Qing Zong couldn't help but be shocked. Why did he fall? What happened? Meanwhile, the Xianing group continued to rush towards Su Bei. However, with just a few more sword strokes, they fell just like the one before. Qing Zong now panicked. Did he attack already? But why couldn't I see it? So he quickly shouted out orders. "Stop fighting so sloppily. Fight properly. Attack together." The remaining Xianing members immediately charged fiercely towards Su Bei. However, he calmly raised his sword and smirked, saying, "You think you can kill me with just this?" As he finished speaking, Su Bei immediately launched a combo attack. The entire Xianing group was then directly sent by him to meet their maker. Qing Zong, seeing this, couldn't help but rage. "All of you are useless. Supposed to be sacred beast children, yet can't even defeat one ordinary person. What a waste of the master's sacred beast power." He then couldn't hold back anymore and decided to act, creating a magic circle, forcing me to use my ultimate move. "You're something else, old man. Those magic circles then began to gather power. Qing Zong immediately shouted, "I'll chop you into mincemeat." However, Su Bei scoffed, saying, "Too slow." As he finished speaking, he stomped his foot once and disappeared, leaving Qing Zong utterly bewildered. But before Qing Zong could react, Su Bei, quick as lightning, appeared behind him. Next, without any hesitation, he thrust his sword through Qing Zong's body. Coughing blood, Qing Zong couldn't help but wonder in confusion why. Why was it so fast? However, Su Bei didn't bother to explain and directly pulled out his sword. Qing Zong clutched his wound, gritting his teeth in anger as he looked at Su Bei. Seeing this, Su Bei calmly said, "One sword stroke is enough to kill a person. There's no need for all that noisy commotion. Who are you trying to scare?" As he finished speaking, he raised his sword again. Then he thrust it forcefully into Qing Zong's abdomen, causing him to scream in pain. After doing this, Su Bei gently pulled out his sword. "Now your Dantian has been destroyed. Your sacred beast power is lost because of this." As he said this, Su Bei sheathed his sword. "You're now nothing more than a useless person, no longer worth my effort." Seeing Su Bei walking away, Qing Zong struggled to shout, "Old man, kill me now. If you let me live, I'll definitely kill your entire family." However, Su Bei didn't care and replied coldly, "Keep barking all you want." Seeing Su Bei continuing to walk away, Qing Zong, extremely bitter, shouted loudly once more, "Just you wait. I'll definitely come back. You and your daughter will both die." He then dragged his broken body to lean against a nearby stone pedestal. "Old man, don't rejoice too soon. As long as I still have my human pillar power, even if my Dantian is shattered, I can still recover." However, just at that moment, someone unexpectedly approached, and that person was none other than Yusheng's group. Seeing Qing Zong calling out to him, Yusheng immediately raised his sword. Then, without any hesitation, he sliced off Qing Zong's head. After doing so, the young man smirked contemptuously and laughed. "Haha, Xianing is just this much after all. All of them are good-for-nothings." Meanwhile, Ming Yi and Hui Ming had reached the main hall. "We've finally arrived. This is where Yulong resides." Seeing the two of them, Yulong immediately smiled and said, "We meet again, Fire Phoenix woman." Hearing this, Hui Ming angrily shouted, "You old bastard. Don't act so familiar with my sister." Yulong smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to make it here. Your family members are quite strong." Ming Yi immediately pointed directly at Yulong's face and shouted, "Enough with the pleasantries. This time we can have a fair and square fight." Hui Ming also quickly drew his sword. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." Seeing this, Yulong immediately raised his hand and said, "No need to rush. This place is difficult to fight in, so I prepared a special battlefield." As he finished speaking, under Ming Yi and Hui Ming's feet, a magic circle suddenly appeared. Before the two could say anything more, they were teleported away. Yulong then slowly walked to that circle and said, "A battlefield unaffected by outsiders." After speaking, he also entered the magic circle. The circle then quickly disappeared. The scene shifts to Ming Yi and Hui Ming, who were now in an extremely dark space. Hui Ming couldn't help but ask, "Where is this?" Hearing this, Ming Yi immediately warned, "Be careful. This isn't a dream, but a space created by sacred beast power." As she finished speaking, the door in front opened. Yulong smiled as he stepped out from inside. "To be honest, I was very surprised that you could make it here." However, Hui Ming didn't care and loudly interrupted, "Old man, you finally arrived. We must settle our old scores now." Yulong laughed in response. "This world will soon come to an end. I will become a god. You will all become sacrifices to help me achieve this ambition." As soon as he finished speaking, the stone statues nearby respectfully bowed down. However, Hui Ming didn't pay attention and had already charged forward with his sword. So old, yet still able to say such shameless words. "If you're not ashamed, I'm ashamed for you." He then roared, "You old purple bastard, go and die." However, Yulong had raised his finger, concentrating his power as he said, "Still so crude. Really impossible to communicate with." As he finished, he shot a beam of power towards Hui Ming. Of course, Hui Ming easily dodged it. He then quickly rushed towards Yulong, shouting loudly, "This has no effect on me." However, Yulong smirked and beckoned with his hand. The beam of power from earlier quickly changed its trajectory and flew back. Seeing the situation turn bad, Ming Yi shouted and used her sacred sacred beast power. A protective barrier quickly appeared, enveloping Hui Ming. However, Yulong's beam was too powerful. It directly broke through the protective barrier and struck Hui Ming's back. This sent him flying into a nearby statue, then falling to the ground. The statue's arm cracked due to the impact, causing the axe in its hand to fall right where Hui Ming lay. Seeing this, Mingyi worriedly asked if he was all right. She then quickly ran to him. Meanwhile, Hui Ming struggled to sit up, saying, "I'm fine. This is nothing." However, Yulong laughed mockingly. "Don't speak too soon. If the Fire Phoenix hadn't used her sacred beast power to protect you, you would have been dead long ago." He then waved his hand mockingly. "You're no match for me at all. Step aside and don't hold your sister back." Hearing this, Hui Ming's face immediately darkened. His eyes turned cold. He then stood up, glaring at Yulong, and shouted, "Shut up. I will kill you." Seeing this expression on Hui Ming's face, Yulong was startled and thought to himself, "What's going on? Why is he so different from before? It's like two different people. What happened?" Meanwhile, Mingyi had already unleashed her Fire Phoenix power, creating a Phantom Phoenix. "Yulong, your opponent is me." As she finished speaking, she directed the Phoenix to attack. Seeing the Fire Phoenix charging towards him, Yulong quickly gathered his power, creating a vortex, saying, "This is the new move of the Fire Phoenix woman." As he finished speaking, that vortex transformed into a large snake and lunged towards the Fire Phoenix. It then bit the Fire Phoenix to pieces. Next, it opened its mouth and charged towards Mingyi. Seeing this, Mingyi quickly jumped to the side to dodge, but the snake's speed was too fast. It had already turned around, wanting to lunge at her again. Seeing this, Mingyi hurriedly used her sacred beast power once more. A blazing sword quickly appeared above the snake's head. Immediately after, the sword plunged straight down, piercing through the snake's head. Seeing this, Yulong laughed and snapped his fingers. "It's not over yet." As he finished speaking, the snake on the other side exploded. However, its body transformed into countless flying daggers. Those daggers then immediately surrounded Mingyi. Seeing this scene, Hui Ming panicked and hurriedly shouted, "Sister." Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Bei was using all his speed to chase after Mingyi and Hui Ming. At this moment, Xing Mu and Yu Sheng had caught up with him. Seeing this, Su Bei pointed ahead and urged, "Hurry." Mingyi and Hui Ming have gone ahead. They're heading towards Yulong. A moment later, the three had reached the main hall. Stepping inside, Yu Sheng looked around puzzled and asked, "I don't see third sister anywhere." Su Bei replied, "There's no sign of Yulong either. What happened?" However, Xing Mu had pointed at the magic circle on the ground and said, "Father, look at this. This is a teleportation formation. Third sister and Hui Ming must be in the space inside it." Hearing this, Su Bei angrily clenched his fists. "Damn it." Seeing this, Xing Mu said, "It seems we can't help them now. We can only pray for third sister and Hui Ming's safety." Back to Ming Ye's location, she was now surrounded by those flying daggers. Yulong smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you, because you are an important tool for realizing my ambitions." After speaking, he raised his hand to the sky, signaling. Countless flying daggers in the air quickly rushed towards Mingyi. However, Hui Ming swiftly appeared, shielding Mingyi with his body. He then used his sword, trying to deflect those flying daggers away. But because there were too many, Hui Ming was soon wounded. Seeing this, Mingyi became extremely worried, so she quickly created another shield to protect Hui Ming. A moment later, the last of the flying daggers was finally gone. Although Hui Ming was injured, he still mocked Yulong. "Is that all you've got?" Seeing this, Yulong shook his head and sighed, "Listen to me," and backed down. "I haven't even used my full strength, and you're already about to collapse. If this continues, you'll die a very ugly death." Hearing this, Hui Ming immediately became angry, glaring as he shouted, "Shut up, I'll chop your head off." Seeing this, Yulong only smirked contemptuously, saying nothing. Meanwhile, Mingyi had taken out Chang Gung's jade pendant. "Master, it's time. This is the final decisive battle." She then went to pat Hui Ming's head and said, "Hui Ming, all right, it's my turn now." Hearing this, Hui Ming became very worried. However, Mingyi had already stepped forward, saying, "Stay back. Let me handle him." As she finished speaking, an extremely hot flame appeared, enveloping Ming Ye's body. Seeing this, Yulong immediately released his power in response. "Oh, you're going to use that move." He then quickly summoned a 9-headed dragon. "Looks like I'll have to use some effort too." Meanwhile, Mingyi had grown a pair of fiery wings. Right after that, those wings folded in, enveloping her body. It didn't take long. The wings opened once again. Mingyi had completely transformed into a phoenix. Hui Ming, seeing this scene, was utterly shocked. This is the sacred beast transformation. On the other side, Yulong naturally wouldn't be outdone. He immediately controlled several dragon heads, launching them to attack Mingyi. Seeing this, Mingyi quickly flew up high to dodge. Yulong immediately raised his hand to the sky. Where are you running? The dragon heads quickly soared upwards, chasing after Mingyi. However, at that moment, she suddenly turned around. A massive magic circle was quickly formed. From within, fireballs immediately shot downwards. The dragon heads, unable to withstand this attack, began to crack and shatter. Yulong, witnessing this scene, was dumbfounded. Immediately after those dragons disappeared, countless fireballs rained down on him. Seeing this, Yulong immediately gritted his teeth. He then created a magic circle as a shield. This shield blocked all of Ming Ye's attacks. However, it couldn't be maintained for long. The shield shattered completely. Yulong only had time to shout "damn it" before being engulfed by countless fireballs. As the smoke cleared, Hui Ming joyfully cheered, "Sister, we've won." Yulong had collapsed on the spot. Hui Ming then approached the crater, looked down, and mocked. "This time, the old purple bastard is surely dead. Let's see how arrogant you are now." But suddenly, Yulong's body unexpectedly glowed and exploded. Hui Ming, seeing this, was terrified, his face turning pale. However, right after that, a purple magic circle quickly appeared. Hui Ming, sensing danger, hurriedly jumped to dodge. Meanwhile, Mingyi also discovered that the one behind this was Yulong. She couldn't help but wonder in confusion, how was this possible? She had clearly obliterated him to the point where not even a trace of his body remained. From within the smoke, the nine-headed dragon appeared once again. Hui Ming, seeing this scene, was shocked and shouted so big, "That old man is still not dead." Mingyi, of course, recognized this. This is Yulong's sacred beast, the nine-headed poison dragon. Right at this moment, Yulong's voice rang out from the dragon. That was indeed a powerful move, Fire Phoenix Woman. At this point, Yulong, in his soul form, appeared. Though I was blown apart, I used a technique to transfer the damage away. Seeing the broken containers, Mingyi couldn't help but grit her teeth in anger. "You beast, you actually transferred your wounds to those young girls with human pillar power." Yulong laughed gleefully and said, "As long as I have human pillar power, I won't be able to die." Hearing this, Mingyi became extremely angry. "Using others' lives as your own protective charm. You beast, you must die." As she finished speaking, she spread her wings, preparing to attack Yulong again. However, Yulong immediately taunted, "Come on then, attack me. Don't forget that these wounds will also be transferred to those human pillars," he said. Thinking of those young human pillar girls, Mingyi hesitated, unsure of what to do. Seeing this, Hui Ming worriedly shouted, "Sister, don't listen to what he says. Iwalon, nutising Ming Republika Daliaman Zazitation. Immediately Logamuki. Being too righteous won't accomplish great things." As he spoke, he controlled one of the dragon heads to lunge at Mingyi, biting onto her wing. Seeing Mingyi in pain, Yulong gleefully controlled another head to bite Ming Ye's other wing. In this way, Mingyi was restrained by Yulong. He then quickly shouted loudly, "Die, Fire Phoenix." As he finished speaking, the remaining dragon heads began to concentrate their power. Seeing this scene, Mingyi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Then, right after that, all the dragon heads shot an extremely powerful purple beam towards Mingyi. Hui Ming also panicked and shouted. However, the Phoenix Phantom was shattered by that powerful beam. Mingyi then fell helplessly. Seeing this, Hui Ming became extremely worried and wanted to run to catch her. But Yulong had already noticed him and saw him using his strength to accelerate. He immediately pointed his finger at him. "Oh, so you're still alive?" As he finished speaking, he fired a shot that pierced straight through Hui Ming's body, causing him to cough blood on the spot. With a hole in his body, Hui Ming couldn't help but grit his teeth in pain. Meanwhile, Yulong was extremely pleased. "Now there's no sister to protect you anymore, sixth prince." Right after that, Hui Ming couldn't bear it anymore and clutched his stomach, kneeling down. Seeing this, Yulong turned to mock, "Can't fly anymore. Huh, a phoenix that can't fly is just a chicken." At this point, he triumphantly shouted, "It's all over now." However, Hui Ming directly darkened his face and coldly interrupted, "Over. Stop talking nonsense." Hui Ming's wound suddenly emitted a black smoke. Then it slowly healed. Next, Hui Ming pushed himself up to stand. Without hesitation, he rushed forward quickly. "I'm not dead yet, you old purple bastard." At the moment Ming Yi was falling, Hui Ming had already stretched out his arms to catch her. Seeing this scene, Yulong also showed great interest. "Well done, little one." Looking at the unconscious Ming Yi, Hui Ming felt extremely guilty. "I'm sorry. I'm useless. I couldn't protect you." At this point, he gently laid her down. Then he turned to Yulong in anger. "Now it's my turn to fight. Clean your neck and wait, old man." Yulong, seeing Hui Ming like this, was shocked. What has happened? He's like a completely different person. However, Yulong quickly regained his composure and spoke mockingly. "Just relying on you. A mere mortal without sacred beast power. You're not even worthy to be my opponent." Hui Ming laughed contemptuously. "Look at yourself. You look just like an insect. How did your mother give birth to a monster like you?" Hearing this, Yulong's blood boiled with anger. "Such an arrogant brat. I should have killed you right from the start." As he finished speaking, he controlled one of the dragon heads to lunge forward and attack. Hui Ming watched as the dragon head charged towards him. Yet, Hui Ming showed no fear at all. He then calmly picked up the stone axe beside him. Then he swung it forcefully. The dragon head was quickly split in two. Yulong, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be stunned. Who is he? Why does he seem like he's become a completely different person? However, he certainly wasn't ready to admit defeat. A mortal without sacred beast power. How could you possibly defeat me? It's absolutely impossible. Hui Ming, holding the stone axe, said contemptuously, "The more ordinary, the more talented. With sacred beast power, you can't accomplish anything. Without sacred beast power, you're just a useless piece of trash." As he spoke, he stomped his foot hard and jumped up. "I'll surpass my limits and cut you into 100 pieces." Seeing this, Yulong immediately ordered the remaining dragon heads to attack Hui Ming. However, Hui Ming easily dodged them all. Yulong exclaimed, "Too fast." "No, he's faster than before." Hui Ming, jumping in midair, shouted loudly, "Don't get distracted." As he finished speaking, he swung the axe, chopping off another head. The attacks from the remaining dragon heads came again. However, Hui Ming had disappeared as quick as lightning. Yulong, seeing this, was bewildered and looked around, wondering where the boy had gone. But then, Hui Ming's voice came from below the ground. "I'm here." Seeing this, one of the dragon heads tried to attack. However, Hui Ming quickly struck, cutting it off. Then he directly kicked the severed head back. The dragon's head, because it was preparing to attack, shot straight into its own body. This caused severe injuries to the remaining heads as well. The 9-headed poison dragon then collapsed. Yulong coughed up blood on the spot and roared in anger. "Damn it, I must kill you." However, on Hui Ming's side, he had already sliced off 3 more heads. Yulong angrily raised his hand, using with spirit magic. "Impossible. How can a mere mortal defeat me?" Countless vines quickly sprouted from the ground. They then wrapped around Hui Ming's body and slammed him hard onto the ground. Next, Yulong controlled the remaining heads preparing to attack. "How can this trash possibly defeat a god? Go and die." Several beams of power then shot straight at Hui Ming, who was tightly bound by the vines, creating a massive explosion. Seeing the ground shattered, Yulong laughed gleefully. "Ah, not even dregs remain. Serves him right." However, as the smoke cleared, Hui Ming had valiantly reappeared, carrying the stone axe once again. Yulong, seeing this, was panic-stricken, unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? What on earth is happening? He ordered the dragon heads to attack. However, a black shield had appeared around Hui Ming, deflecting those beams of light. Hui Ming scoffed, "Are you done yet? Still the same move? How annoying." Yulong, seeing this, was terrified, wondering what this was. Just a mere mortal. How does he know this technique? However, Hui Ming had stomped his foot and jumped high. Then, raising his axe, he shouted loudly, "I'll kill you with one strike." Seeing this, Yulong quickly created a shield. Snow barrier. My protective shield cannot be penetrated by anything. However, the blade of Hui Ming's axe was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious black power. He then swung the axe straight down, shattering Yulong's shield. The 9-headed poison dragon and his main body were directly cleaved in two by Hui Ming. Yulong, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted, "Impossible." Immediately after, he plunged straight into the ground, creating a large explosion. As the smoke cleared, Yulong was now lying face down on the ground. ground. He struggled to crawl forward bit by bit. No, I am a god. I cannot possibly lose. He used his last bit of strength to crawl towards a nearby container. Seeing he was almost there, Yulong laughed loudly. Haha. As long as I have human pillar power, I won't die. I am a god. How can a god be defeated by a mortal? I am powerful. However, Hui Ming had appeared and kicked Yulong's hand away. Seeing Hui Ming, Yulong couldn't help but feel terrified. You surely don't intend to. Before he could finish, Hui Ming cut him off. You've guessed correctly. I'm not soft-hearted like my sister. As he finished speaking, he raised his axe. He then destroyed all the remaining containers. Yulong, seeing this scene, couldn't help but curse, bastard. You destroyed my treasures. I must kill you. He then used his remaining strength to lunge at Hui Ming. Seeing this, Hui Ming threw away the axe in his hand. Come on then, I must kill you too. As he finished speaking, he raised his fist and delivered a powerful punch to Yulong's face. Yulong was sent flying by Hui Ming's punch several meters away. The force of the punch was so strong that it left a long skid mark on the ground. Meanwhile, Yulong had flown straight into a nearby rock wall, creating a large dent. However, he still laughed, saying, I haven't lost yet. Yulong then pointed at the formation on the ground. This space is a time-space rift. Time will be frozen. As long as I withdraw from this space, I can return to the time before entering the space. After speaking, he thought to himself, luckily, I left an escape route in case of emergencies. When I return to before dealing with the Phoenix, I'll deal with you first. However, before he could finish speaking, Hui Ming had already grabbed his wrist. He then smiled wickedly and said, so that's how it is. Even if you didn't say it, I would have known. As he finished speaking, Hui Ming began to increase his strength. Yulong's arm was then broken just like that. This caused him to cry out in pain involuntarily. But Hui Ming didn't stop there. He glanced at Yulong's other hand and said, oh, I still got one hand, huh? Yulong, seeing this, became extremely frightened. Don't do this. However, Hui Ming of course paid no attention and directly disabled his remaining arm as well. Yulong, now enraged to the point his eyes were red, roared Beast. I will annihilate you. Annihilate your entire clan. Hearing this, Hui Ming grabbed Yulong's neck, pinned him against the wall, and raised his hand. Next, without any mercy, he began to deliver a series of punches to Yulong's face. After a barrage of blows, Yulong, terrified, covered his face with his hands and begged, don't kill me, please don't. If I die, you won't be able to escape from this space. Only I can pass through this formation. Hearing this, Hui Ming withdrew his hand, blew on it, and said, that's right, I almost forgot. So I'll spare your life. Yulong, seeing this, let out a sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude. However, in his heart, he thought differently. Fool, you've fallen for my trap. As soon as we leave this space, time will revert back to before we entered. I'll definitely kill you first. However, before Yulong could complete his plan, Hui Ming delivered a punch like heaven's wrath to his face. Just kidding. Receiving this extremely powerful blow, Yulong's head was completely shattered. His body collapsed powerlessly to its knees. Having dealt with Yulong, Hui Ming's body was suddenly enveloped by that mysterious black power. Hui Ming clutched his chest in pain and said, my heart feels terrible. A stream of blood suddenly flowed down, causing Hui Ming to be puzzled, wondering, blood. Where's this blood from? But he quickly realized that the blood was his own. The pain surged once again, turning his eyes red. His body lost control and collapsed, his strength erupting within him. My head feels like it's about to split open. Hui Ming then laughed and panted. Is this the price for defeating Yulong? Am I going to die? But sister, and I haven't even gotten married yet. Before he could finish his sentence, he coughed up blood. Meanwhile, Ming Yi, after being unconscious for a while, finally slowly opened her eyes. She then tried to sit up. Next, she looked around for Hui Ming. Where's Hui Ming? Very quickly, she saw Hui Ming enveloped by black smoke nearby. She immediately ran to him, worried. Hui Ming, what's wrong? Answer me quickly. However, he immediately shouted for her to stop. This surprised Ming Yi. Hui Ming raised his hand to stop her and said, don't come near me now. I can barely maintain a bit of consciousness. Hui Ming, with half of his face already transformed, began to cry and continued, I'm sorry, sister. It seems I'm about to turn into a monster. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. I don't want to hurt you. Don't worry about me. Stay away from me a bit. However, Mingyi shouted loudly, don't say such nonsense anymore. How can I not care about you? Hearing this, Hui Ming was moved and couldn't stop his tears from falling. At this moment, Mingyi slowly approached Hui Ming, trying to push through the black smoke. Mingyi reached out her hand, calling, Hui Ming, quickly give me your hand. Seeing this, Hui Ming was moved and glanced at her. However, Mingyi quickly shouted, don't just stare. Quickly give me your hand. Hearing this, Hui Ming reached out towards Mingyi. Grasping Hui Ming's hand, Mingyi pulled him towards her and embraced him, dispelling that black power. Hui Ming then softly said, Mingyi, I love you. Hearing this, Mingyi immediately stood on her tiptoes and kissed Hui Ming. Hui Ming's transformed face then gradually returned to normal. Seeing this, Mingyi smiled and asked, are you feeling better now? Hui Ming immediately put on a mischievous expression and said, not yet. Can we do it again? Mingyi, seeing this, blushed deeply and quickly pushed the young man away. Do you want a beating? At that moment, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Mingyi was a bit surprised. Meanwhile, Hui Ming was very excited. This is a teleportation formation. As he finished speaking, a beam of light appeared, transporting the two of them away. A moment later, they had once again returned to where Su Bei and the others were. Meanwhile, Mingyi and Hui Ming were still gazing at each other tenderly. But suddenly feeling many eyes on them, they turned their heads to look. Yu Sheng spoke first, so it's over. Xianing was too weak after all. I didn't even get to show off. Xing Mu then asked with hidden meaning, you two look very happy. It seems you've defeated Yu Long, haven't you? Qing Chan joyfully called out, sister, while Su Bei's expression was very unpleasant. He then quickly drew his sword and pointed it at Hui Ming, startling the young man. Su Bei then spoke in a grim tone, you little brat, raise your hands. Hui Ming immediately let go of Ming Ye's hand, raised his hands, and said with a smile, royal uncle, spare me. Ming Ye then laughed and ran to hug Su Bei. Father, we're back. Su Bei affectionately patted her head. You've finally returned. Next, Ming Yi turned to Qing Chan curiously. Fourth princess, how did you all come here? Qing Chan took Ming Ye's hand and replied, of course, we came to help you, sister. Yu Sheng immediately said, thanks to the fourth princess bringing Hang Si-ming here to break Yu Long's teleportation spell, we were able to bring you two back. Hearing this, Ming Yi and Hui Ming quickly clasped their hands in gratitude, saying, thank you for saving our lives, Hang Si-ming. Hang Si-ming immediately replied, this is what I should do. Su Bei, on his side, had sheathed his sword and spoke, all right, Xianing has been eliminated. Let's go home. A moment later, Ming Yi and the others once again boarded the ship to return. Su Bei then pointed ahead and said, we'll go directly by sea to the capital of Great Xian. Hearing this, Ming Yi quickly grasped Su Bei's hand. Father, I can't return home yet. Su Bei immediately asked why. But before Ming Yi could answer, another ship approached them. It was Qing Chan's ship. She waved her hand and called out loudly, Sister Ming Yi. Sister, I've come to pick you up. Seeing this, Ming Yi turned to Su Bei, clasped her hands respectfully, and said, I must return to East Qi with Hui Ming to fulfill the imperial decree and sign the treaty between our two countries. Hui Ming also said, I too must return to clear my name. Hearing this, Su Bei immediately said firmly, then your father will accompany you to East Qi. Hearing these words, Yu Sheng and Xing Mu were startled and turned to look. Then they quickly tried to stop their father. Do you want to go to East Qi to stir up hatred? And if it delays the treaty signing, Ming Yi won't be able to return. That's right, father. Don't forget that East Qi hates you. However, Su Bei directly pushed the two young men away. Stop talking nonsense. I don't care about those things. I just want to look after Ming Yi. Seeing this, Xing Mu and Yu Sheng quickly rushed forward to grab Su Bei, urging, Father, reconsider. Don't do anything rash. Su Bei, now angry, shouted, you unfilial brats. Let go of me. Meanwhile, Xing Mu quickly turned his head and signaled to Ming Yi and Hui Ming. Understanding, Hui Ming quickly pulled Ming Yi away. Embracing Ming Yi, Hui Ming stomped his foot and leaped straight onto Qing Chan's ship. The ship then began to accelerate, leaving behind Su Bei, who was shouting angrily on the other side. You rotten brat, give me back my daughter. Sometime later, in the Great Hall of Qi Kingdom, the treaty signing ceremony was once again taking place. Seeing Liang Ke and Hui Ming in position, the old official quickly announced, "Please, both parties, stamp the top of the treaty." Hui Ming and Liang Ke immediately and happily stamped their jade seals on the treaty before them. After stamping, the treaty came into effect. Hui Ming and Liang Ke then exchanged the treaties with each other. At this point, the old official read aloud, "The nations of Qi and Xian are now officially allied. They shall share both fortune and misfortune. War shall end and peace shall prevail. Today we officially sign this treaty. From now on, our people shall live in peace and prosperity. Together, we shall progress towards abundance." Liang Ke then laughed happily and spoke, "To celebrate the alliance of Qi and Xian, and to celebrate the six princes' elimination of Xianing, helping us resolve the threat within our heart, we decree that from today, a celebratory festival shall begin. It will last for 5 days, for all to rejoice." Hearing this, all the court officials quickly knelt down, shouting in unison, "The emperor is wise and brilliant." Seeing this scene, Hui Ming and Ming Yi couldn't help but look at each other joyfully. That night, at the Alliance Celebration Festival, Qing Chan, after hearing that Ming Yi had to return, became extremely anxious. Seeing this, Ming Yi smiled and said softly, "I've stayed in Qi Kingdom for too long. My father is very worried, so I must return soon to report the news." Qing Chan immediately grasped Ming Ye's hand and asked, "Sister, can't you stay for a few more days? Why do you want to return tomorrow?" Ming Yi patted Qing Chan's head and replied, "I'm sorry, fourth princess. But now that Qi and Xian are allied, if you wish, we can invite you to Great Xian for a visit." Hearing this, Qing Chan quickly said, "I will definitely come to visit you, sister." Seeing this, Ming Yi extended her hand. "It's a promise then. Let's pinky swear." Qing Chan immediately happily linked her pinky with Ming Ye's. Sometime later, in the Great Xian Imperial Court, after all the officials had gathered, Qin Yuan Jing ordered, "Summon Prince Ning." Hui Ming, dressed formally, quickly entered. Arriving before Qin Yuan Jing, he immediately knelt down. "Your son greets Father Emperor." Qin Yuan Jing smiled and said, "You have, by your own efforts, promoted the alliance between Qi and Xian. The border troops have retreated 90 miles. Moreover, they've returned the cities they previously occupied. This has truly made us feel pleasantly surprised." Ming Yi and the others standing nearby heard this and smiled joyfully. At this moment, Qin Yuan Jing suddenly stood up, walked to Hui Ming, and continued, "Indeed, you are a worthy son of ours. Tell us, what reward do you desire?" Hearing these words, Ming Yi couldn't help but be startled, thinking to herself, wait, why does this scene seem so familiar? Meanwhile, Qin Yuan Jing was smiling broadly, urging, "Go on. What reward do you want?" Hui Ming smiled and pointed to Ming Yi, saying, "I wish for Father Emperor to grant a marriage. I want to grow old together with Ming Yi. I hope Father Emperor can grant us permission to marry." Hearing this, Ming Yi blushed so much her face turned red. The court officials once again were startled, looking at each other in astonishment. However, Qin Yuan Jing burst into laughter. "Why not? This is no problem. We are very willing to grant you this marriage. However, for this marriage, we must ask your royal uncle's permission first." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Bei shot a bullet-like glare at Hui Ming, causing the young man's face to turn pale. Ming Yi couldn't help but rub her face. Am I not dreaming? Could I still be in the dream world? On the other side, Su Bei was frowning furiously at Hui Ming. He then drew his sword and placed it against the young man's neck, saying coldly, "There are many beauties in this world. Why do you keep staring at my daughter?" The officials, seeing this, couldn't help but panic and hurriedly shouted, "Protect the emperor." However, Qin Yuan Jing quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone calm down. There's no need to panic. I've already said this marriage will be decided by Prince Jean." Su Bei immediately declared firmly, "Unless this prince dies, you can forget about it. It's better to give up this idea early." However, Hui Ming remained stubborn. "Even if I have to die under royal uncle's sword now, I will not change my mind." Seeing this, Su Bei immediately smirked. "Very well then, this prince will grant your wish." As he spoke, he raised his sword, preparing to strike. However, Ming Yi quickly stepped forward and spoke, "Father, you can't act recklessly in court and lose your composure." Hearing this, Su Bei lowered his sword and bowed to Qin Yuan Jing. "Your subject has been disrespectful." Meanwhile, Ming Yi, blushing, continued, "Your Majesty, Prince Ning and I have spent day and night together, so our feelings are deep. Moreover, having gone through life and death situations, seeing his true heart, I am willing to marry Prince Ning. Hearing these words, while Hui Ming was joyful and triumphant, Su Bei was so shocked that his eyes widened and his mouth fell open. Chen Yuanjing then spoke, "We can understand your feelings. However, an emperor's word is not to be taken lightly. We have said this marriage will be decided by Prince Jin. This will absolutely not change." Hearing this, Hui Ming stood up, glanced at Su Bei, and said, "I too, even if beaten to death, will not give up." Su Bei, of course, remained stubborn. "No means no. Even if you beat me to death, I will not agree." Seeing this, Chen Yuanjing laughed and suggested, "If you're both like this, why not have a duel? Whoever wins will have their way." Hearing this, both Hui Ming and Su Bei immediately became fired up with determination. "Good at martial arts. I'm not afraid of you, young man. Royal uncle, be careful of your waist." "Huh, you rotten brat. If you want to fight, let's fight. I absolutely won't go easy on you." Seeing this scene, Mingyi became anxious and quickly said, "Your Majesty, a matter of marriage cannot be treated so lightly." The court officials standing to the side were speechless at the scene that was as chaotic as a marketplace. While Mingyi was helpless, Xingmu and Yusheng were grinning with interest. "This is too undignified." "Never mind that. I think it's great. Fight. Hurry up and fight." A moment later, on the platform, Hui Ming and Su Bei had stepped up. Below, Ming Yi and the others were watching intently. At this moment, Su Bei raised the wooden sword in his hand and said, "This prince will use full force in one strike to determine the winner." Hearing this, Hui Ming rotated his shoulders and replied, "I think so too, royal uncle." As soon as he finished speaking, the announcement for the duel to begin rang out. Su Bei and Hui Ming looked at each other seriously. Hui Ming made the first move. He stomped his foot hard and rushed quickly towards Su Bei. "Just use full force. My speed will certainly overwhelm royal uncle." However, just as he reached Su Bei, Hui Ming suddenly changed direction, circling to the back. Hui Ming wanted to take advantage of Su Bei's inability to react in time and attack from behind, aiming for success. However, when Hui Ming struck, only Su Bei's afterimage remained. Immediately after, he was startled and turned around, only to see Su Bei smiling and rushing towards him. "Foolish boy, watch my sword." Seeing Hui Ming's bewilderment, Su Bei explained, "You were too confident in your speed, so I predicted you would circle to one side to launch an attack." As he finished speaking, Su Bei knocked the sword out of Hui Ming's hand. This caused the young man to lose his balance and fall to the ground dazed. Seeing this, Su Bei couldn't help but laugh loudly. "Ah, want to fight me, you big fool? Practice for another 10,000 years. After speaking, Su Bei swung his sword down. "I've won for sure. Boy, in your next life, don't even think about marrying." Ming Yi, however, just at that moment a foot stretched out, kicking Su Bei down. Xing Mu then pretended to be innocent, raising his foot to dust off his shoe. "How strange. Why did my shoe get dirty?" Meanwhile, Su Bei's blood was boiling because of this son. However, before Su Bei could react, Yusheng immediately rushed over and jumped on him, causing the young man to cough up blood. "Ayo, how did I fall down?" Seeing this, Su Bei couldn't help but curse. "You unfilial sons." Xing Mu then winked, signaling to Hui Ming. Understanding, Hui Ming picked up the sword. Then he tapped it on Su Bei's head. After doing so, the young man excitedly shouted, "I've won." Meanwhile, Su Bei was boiling with rage and yelled, "Nonsense. You all conspire to play tricks. I want to cut you all down. Let me go." However, Xing Mu had already pushed Ming Yi towards Hui Ming, saying, "Hurry and go. We'll hold him back here." Seeing this, Hui Ming quickly grasped Ming Ye's hand and happily ran away. Xing Mu hurriedly called out instructions. "Run quickly. Go as far as you can, and don't come back anytime soon." That night, by an incredibly poetic lotus pond, Ming Yi and Hui Ming were gazing at each other lovingly, smiling and talking. The two then happily intertwined their hands.